Dude, Benjamin Master at the Major? Do you really think he's gonna play with this? He needs something way more powerful, man. It's obvious when you see his moves. Do you want to see his moves again? Or...
Bro, I was watching the SI before you even knew about R6. Pengu can win with this setup.
Real legend, he wins with this.
Sorry guys. I know a thing or two about Rainbow Six, so follow me. Now this is the best gaming setup. It's the HDR 400 monitor, the XB 25.3 QGP 24.5 inches. EO Finals 2020. I'm doing a triple kill. The monitor had to be top-notch to keep up with my moves. Frostblade fans, they can cool the best graphics card, the best processor, and even the biggest hard drive with the most memory. They keep things cool and calm like my head was at SI 2018 to win the championship.
Pengu goes for one on the young. Can he go the second? Penta are the world champions.
It takes the best to be the best. Are they gone?
Yep. But with 2 Orion towers fully upgraded and 2 screens. Good job, man.
Thank you.
Takes the best to be the best.
Welcome to Hit for Six. We've got the Soniqs, a kind of NA team on one side, and the Wolves, a fully U team, on the other. Representing the Wolves, we've got Bibu and Mowgli. You guys speak for yourselves.
Yeah, every major since 1 year, so yeah. We are good at games, and we'll prove it today.
How many times have Wolves beaten me?
Little humble brag right there. Not so humble brag, actually. Now, I know the Soniqs, last time you played the Wolves, you came out ahead in a best-of-3, but let's see if you can take them down in a reaction challenge today. And in this game, one of these teams will be the fastest. You guys have 30 seconds, but at 15, you gotta swap out. And Bibu, you'll have to finish the remaining time on the clock. You two ready?
Ready.
Okay, all right. 3, 2, 1, he's prepped. Go! There we go. All right. So he's not employing the free strategy.
C'est trop dur, ça, Stan.
Oh.
He's so slow, bro.
All right. 3, 2, 1, swap. Oh! A little bit of a messy transition, but they worked it out. I like the pose. He's entered crab position. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Mais t'es trop proche.
Time out. 35. A little bit of trouble there towards the end. Little shaky. But let's see if they can beat 35. Soniqs, now please take their place at the board. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, he's got his pose. We're on our way.
Go on, Ghana. Go, top right. Bottom left. Top left. Bottom right.
It's okay.
3, 2, 1, swap. Oh, he's moving. He's grooving. Bit of an off stance. Oh, getting close. Almost there. 35 to score to beat. He's got to find it. Boom, he's made it. It's a victory lap at that point. 39 by 4. Well, with a beautiful score of 39, Soniqs, you have taken the victory, but that's it for Hit for Six. Thank you for watching, and make sure to tune in for more.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe, and 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me, like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side? I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
Welcome to Hit for 6. Today we have Space Station Gaming versus Eminem. Representing Space Station, we have Forrest and Foltz, third team to qualify from North America. And of course, we also have representing Eminem, we have Yuzus and Solotov. Today's game is a quiz. There is an image hidden behind a block of numbered squares. The goal is simple. Pick a square, answer the question, and if you get it right, it'll reveal part of the image and give you an opportunity to guess the map. But if you guess wrong, the other team gets the opportunity to steal. Foltz, Forrest, which number do you choose to start out?
We'll do 5.
5 it is. What is the longest match in Siege history by rounds?
G2 versus Empire, 2019.
That's unfortunately incorrect. Eminem, that gives you the opportunity to take it out from under him.
Okay, let's go Koi Faze. Let's go Koi Faze.
Let's go first.
Eminem have pulled off a heist. So let's see what is behind square number 5. I mean, if you guys want to guess the map right now, you can try. Go for it. You don't lose anything.
Fortress.
Fortunately, it is not Fortress, but it's all good because you just stole Space Station's question. Now you have an opportunity to pick your own square. So what are you going for?
6.
6 it is. So, question. What word used to be on the side of Tachanka's LMG?
I have no idea as well.
No idea?
Nope.
All right. That gives you the opportunity to take it out from under him.
Like Lord?
It is Lord, was written on the LMG.
Let's go.
So, Space Station have stolen Eminem's question back. If we can reveal what is behind square number 6. All right, do you guys want to make a guess? You seem confident. What map do you think this might be?
It's theme park.
Can I get a
100%.
room on theme park?
It's gotta be office.
All right.
Our guess
got
is
an
office.
Office on theme park. Can we get a reveal? Correct. 2 squares and done. SSG have won the game. That is it for us on Hit for 6. Tune in next time.
What is up, everybody, and welcome back once again to the Blast R6 Major Copenhagen. My name is Jasmine, and I'm so incredibly honored to be joined alongside some goats of Rainbow Six. I've got Fresh joining me, but also yourself, Jesse. New to the desk this time around.
Yeah, Jess and a goat, that's actually somebody else. But I appreciate it still jumping on here. I know you guys were having a ton of fun yesterday with Anne. Thought I might join on in, get some games going here, because there's been so many matches so far, and they've all been so good.
Yeah, we had best of ones, left, right, and center. And I know yourself, Fresh, you had an absolute field day watching some of those games.
Yeah, it was a long day yesterday. We got to see every single team, every single player. It was excellent, though. Genuinely, we had some blowouts, we had some close games. We had just about everything.
Well, I think on that note, it's a good idea to take a look at the Swiss bracket that we've got. So for the folks at home, if you're new to the whole concept of Swiss, don't worry. It's basically relatively simple, considering how complicated it might look there on the graphic. You basically play against opponents with the exact same result as you. Win 3 of your games and you're through, lose 3 and you're out. And teams will be paired up for each round based on their previous results. Now, casting our minds back to yesterday, Fresh, I know we heard from you on the desk yesterday, but how about you, Jesse? How did you find some of these games?
I mean, there were some shockers in there, right? I think at the start of the day, maybe went how we wanted, but when we got to the NA versus EU matchup, there were some surprises. Wolves M80 going all the way to 15 rounds in North America, just falling there to the Wolves, but then G2 SSG, NA strikes back, dominant upset from Space Station, taking down the world champions. I think all in all, as maybe the NA shill on the desk, I think it's gone pretty well so far.
Took you 2 sentences to start talking about
Yes,
how
sir.
NA beat EU yesterday, didn't you?
You know it.
Would you agree? Would you say NA on top, or?
Oh, I don't know. There's a lot of Siege to be played yet. There's a lot of Siege to be played. There's obviously some good games coming in today, I know, especially in that upper bracket, that 1 and 0. We're looking at a lot of regional games, but there's a lot of storylines and a lot of excitement within those regional games as well, so should be great.
How are we feeling about the regional games? Do you think inter-regional is going to give us a little bit more closer competition?
I mean, people can complain about this. I'm actually so hyped. I think that the NA, EU, and LATAM games coming up here, especially, I mean, again, I'll NA shill a little bit. DarkZero, Space Station, you know, that goes back ages, right? These are such good matches. DarkZero, Soniqs even. Still so hyped up. And then we got, of course, Eminem G2 coming on here as well in the lower games. Man, we've really got some good games.
Well, you've given them a little bit of a spoiler there, but as we take a look at some of the upcoming matches, any yourself in particular are looking forward to that, Fresh?
Oh, I mean, I'm looking forward to them all, Jasmine. That's the political answer. That's honestly the political answer. I think the one that immediately stood out to me was Liquid against W7M. I think, yeah, sure, it is a Brazil against a Brazil team, but both of these Brazilian teams have looked like potential tournament winners. We're going to see them go head-to-head on day 2 with Phase 2. So that one for me was like, that was the one I want to watch.
Yeah, and I think for the folks at home as well, we're all about giving you as much Rainbow Six content as possible. So another reminder, this will be a rolling schedule, which means you're going to want to be glued to your seats a little bit, because as we saw yesterday, we had some dominant performances. Now that leads us quite nicely to talk about the dominant performance that we had yesterday. Jesse, do you want to kick things off with that?
Yeah, all right, listen, we are starting in the lower bracket, right? We're starting with the teams who are 0-1, and that means that, yeah, they went up against some really strong opponents. But I think today, because these are both teams that have now gone down early, they've both suffered their first defeat, they get, you know, respectively easier opponents each. So I think we will see fewer of those 7-0, 7-1 stay, because we know these teams are at the very least starting on the same record. They're going to be closer in skill level than maybe some of the matches from yesterday.
It was a point I actually made last night, which was that, hey, these teams, especially, you know, when you're talking about your SCARZ, your DPlus, your Reven, your Falcons, are probably going to be very happy with being seeded against each other in day 2, because it will allow them a little bit of time just to settle into things.
And I know we had some dominant games yesterday. Are we anticipating that they're going to be a little bit closer this time around today?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we're starting with like SCARZ, Reven. Like, you take a look at some of these earlier games, and it's like, even if these teams have problems, even if they have been struggling so far in the tournament, like, this is your chance, right? There's a reason why it's Swiss. You've got to lose 3 times to be out. Now you get that second opportunity, come through, don't lose twice. You can bounce back. There's still so much tournament to play for.
Well, whilst the teams and the players are getting prep, primed and ready, we'll be back very shortly to dive into this one a little bit deeper. Well, we have SCARZ coming on through from the Japan League, ready and waiting to take on Reven Esports from the LATAM LCQ. The real question is, can they do it, Fresh?
I mean, I think so. I think yesterday, I'll be honest, you know, when we're stood there, we're looking at them, they are just obviously just off to the side, just behind us. They looked nervous. The players individually, you know, they did the little chant, wasn't the loudest that we heard from any team yesterday. It was quite, you know, timid, quite quiet. And then I think they got into the server and they looked nervous. They were making nervous plays. I think, however, though, once you're over that, you've been in the server, you've played your game, you've lost, it is whatever. coming into day 2, I think they'll feel a little bit better and be a bit more up for it.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I mean, you take a look at SCARZ, right? And this is a squad that dominated through Japan, not even just this year, but last year as well. Like, they were a really good team in Japan, even though they weren't attending international tournaments. And I think you saw some of their lower players, right? Like Pion and Fishlike. These are kind of their soft support guys who weren't really getting involved, especially when you look at the Roam clear, especially like early on in those pushes when you have to be aggressive. It really was kind of all Rek trying to do everything. And I think Rek's a great player. He's their star fragger. He's their entry. He loves to get on in and make those plays happen. But he needs some support. He needs the other guys to be in there with him.
So heading into this matchup, considering how much of a dominant loss it was for the side of Reven, do you think that's going to feed a little bit of confidence in?
Well, I'll tell you one thing that I know and they know. It literally cannot get worse than it got yesterday for Reven. So, you know, going into today, it's a similar story. Obviously, they lost. They got smacked around, and, you know, they've got to improve from that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like the same thing where like you've got one star player, you've got Joe who really kind of takes over the, you know, the scene. And Joe, unlike Rek yesterday, really didn't have the greatest games. 0-7. I'm a bit of a Joe hater. But listen, I know we can play better than that. And again, I think you take a look at some of those support players, right? You take a look at Wrath and Sam, and I do feel like there were moments where it's like you're not pushing together, you're going way ahead of your team. We're watching the execute go on Chalet. 2 people are in sight, they both die, and then you go back to like the next guy who's alive and he's outside the building.
That's what was disappointing for me, is we're used to seeing Reven where they play this kind of, they play 2 rounds in a round, where they play the round with Joe alive, where he either sets them up for a big advantage or a disadvantage, and then we see the remaining 4 players play as a team to try and win or lose the round, right?
Yeah.
We didn't see that remaining 4 players yesterday. There was no trades, like you say. It didn't look like they had a plan. It looked like 5 individuals yesterday, so that's a big improvement point that they need to improve on.
So how about on the side of, you know, for SCARZ, how are they going to look to approach this? They know that Joe is quite an aggressive player. Do you think they're going to look to single him out as an individual?
I mean, I think whether you try to single out Joe or not, you're going to. Because he's going to be the first one in there. You're not going to avoid Joe, right? I mean, the key, I think, is going to be, can we isolate Joe? Can we make sure that we get him into this gunfight early and alone so that he's not got somebody to trade him, right? If we can take down Joe when he is by himself, when he is in the building before anybody else, and we can kill him, even if we get a 2-on-1, we trade him and we don't lose more than 1 player, you're happy. You're in a pretty good spot because, as Jack said, oftentimes for Reven, there's not been somebody there to follow it up. They've not been able to come back in and try to trade their teammates. So, yeah, I think whether it's going to be a focus of SCARZ or not, that's the game they're going to have to play.
I was debating whether to ask production to pull up a player head-to-head, because, you know, obviously we can do that in terms of the scores of the 2 players. But if there is a head-to-head to watch today, it is definitely going to be Joe against Rek, in my opinion. The only reason that I didn't ask production to do that is because Joe had an absolutely awful day yesterday.
Yeah, it was tough.
And Rek, in a team that lost, actually did pretty well. But if I was looking for that initial entry engagement and initial entry fight, it's definitely Joe against Rek that you would be kind of watching and looking out for. And like you say, if you don't, it doesn't matter whether you're prepared or you want it to come. That fight from Joe is absolutely coming whenever you play against Reven.
Now, the real question is it completely unheard of for Joe to kind of perform the way that he did yesterday?
He's been known to either be his team's greatest strength or the biggest liability on his team. I think, you know, if you look back to groups, he's got it in him to play exceptional Siege. The very last round that took Reven through into Phase 2, Joe actually reined it in a bit. He actually played proper Siege, and he won them that round and won them that game. We know he's got it in him, but he does have this tendency where he tries to force it and then does become a liability as well.
That's exactly it. I mean, Joe, I think, can play patient. He can rein himself in sometimes. I think that is when we see him do the best, right? I think that's when we see Joe really start to shine. I will say the Joe that we saw yesterday, running in, getting aggressive, getting those fights early, that's classic Joe. This is what we saw in the LATAM League. This is what we saw in the play-ins. This is what we expect to see from this team. But I think he's also shown moments where he does rein that in, right? He plays more of a standard entry style of role. And I think that has been pretty successful for him. So maybe if we see a little bit more from that, he can find a kill this game.
Now, I think behind the scenes, I don't know if the folks at home managed to catch it. I don't think they did, but things over in the SCARZ camp are looking pretty good, pretty hyped, a lot of energy, big chance. However, from my perspective at least, we don't really seem to be getting the same kind of energy from the side of Reven. I've not seen a single chant.
I think, yeah, I mean, that's probably the experience in reality is, you know, we know that these guys are not that experienced internationally. We have seen out of the 16 teams that came in and that was in this arena yesterday, at least probably 14, 15 of them have some kind of huddle, some kind of chant that they take from, you know, various sports. I know they take them from like college football in America. There's some of the NA teams. The Brazilians obviously have quite loud chants. whereas, you know, Reven don't. And I think it's a big learning curve for them as well, in terms of the experience, in terms of the confidence. You know, just going back to yesterday's result, they were lost before they got into the server yesterday because they'd scrimmed against Liquid. They were like, we know we're not as good as these guys, and they didn't have the belief, and that might well factor into it.
And how about when we start to look at our map veto? Of course, this is best of one, so do you feel like there is the possibility for this to go either way?
Yeah, I mean, in a best of one, you should never be getting a map that you're super unhappy with, and I don't think that we've arrived at that predicament. Now we get Cafe between these two teams. Jack, I know we were talking a bit about whether we would see an Oregon coming through.
Yeah.
I personally am very happy SCARZ banned out the Oregon. I thought their attacks yesterday on that map just were not up to snuff. They were struggling a lot of their, you know, up against the Kaid, up against what it may be. So I'm glad that they're taking that out of the pool. Cafe is not a map we've really seen from these two teams a lot.
Yeah.
I believe SCARZ have played it twice in their regular season. Reven have played it once back in their regional league. Neither of these teams have played it internationally thus far. So it'll be certainly a map that we have a lot of surprises on.
It was a map that was certainly on our radar to be played in a best of one. It's a very high preference map for both teams. They might not have played it a lot, but they definitely don't ban it either. I think when you're talking about Cafe, there's a couple of things to consider in the context of this map, which is firstly, how many windows can you go out of? There's probably quite a lot, so especially when Reven get on the defense, that's to watch out for. And the second thing is obviously SCARZ have managed to get themselves on defense of Cafe, which means they should be able to, it's a very defender-sided map, they should be able to settle themselves in and then go from there. It'll allow themselves to kind of ease those nerves if there are any remaining.
Dare I ask you both really quick from a prediction,
Oh, I'm going to back my Latin American EU boys and say Reven win.
Okay.
I think defense on Cafe is too good. I gotta go SCARZ.
Ooh, okay. I'm intrigued, I'm curious, but I'm going to throw it over to Gus and Xanax to take us through it.
Hello, thank you very much. Yes, I cannot get away from these APAC teams, apparently. Big game, though, coming up. SCARZ, in my opinion, have to win this game, guys. That's the mantra I'm coming into this with. They cannot lose. The best team in Japan cannot be losing to Reven.
Yeah, #1 in Japan, so they shouldn't be losing a game like this. However, we probably had a similar storyline for North Eption, or at least a similar storyline.
Yeah.
We know how that one ended up shaping out. So, yeah, keen for this one. In terms of the map, bit mixed for SCARZ, not much data for Reven, so I think SCARZ can find a bit of comfort starting out on the defense.
1-1 back in the knockout stage of the Japan League for SCARZ on Cafe. So not exactly their map by any means. I think obviously when you get to these best of one deciding maps, no team's ever going to be super happy, but SCARZ are on the defense first. That is the biggest point. They have to do well. Like most of the teams from the APAC regions, doesn't matter where they're from, attacking has been an issue in 2023, so you've got to get 4 minimum here on Cafe. I think they might even need 5 defensive rounds.
Yeah, to reiterate, I think key players we're looking at in this game, Des did a great job breaking it down. It's probably going to be the entry battle, Joe, Rek. Now for Joe, unfortunately in that game against Liquid where Reven didn't claim a round, he also failed to claim a kill. Liquid did a really good job in shutting him down. We know how strong he can be in opening up rounds or sometimes putting his team at the disadvantage. So we'll see how he plays it out in this one. As for Rek, I mean, similar storyline, right? Yes, he did obviously a slightly better job than Joe did in their effort, obviously not going their way. So going to be an intriguing battle, especially on a map like Cafe where entry can be very, very intriguing on that bot 4.
And the other thing as well for SCARZ that wasn't probably brought up, inconsistency. This is a team that can drop games they're expected to win. We've seen it throughout the Japan League, and we've seen it actually previously back in 2022 as well. They can have maps where they just do not perform, where they play at their worst. And I'm going to tell you right now, SCARZ's worst is pretty bad. Like, we're talking maybe worse than all the other Japanese teams that we've seen at this tournament thus far. If they bring their best, though, and that best is very much the best that Japan has to offer, they should be winning this quite comfortably. And they go for the Nomad ban straight away. Now, that's probably targeted towards Joe's shenanigans and being able to, well, not have to worry about that. But one thing about this, Ying Azami, both teams went for those bans in their last games yesterday. So I'm surprised that straight away the Nomad comes out. Reven, they bring out the Montang as well.
Well, these are some brave bans.
Wow.
SCARZ are taking out that Nomad to facilitate their own aggressive jump outs on a window-centric map like Cafe, but it's twofold. Reven are a team that are, of course, not going to shy away from that playstyle when it turns into the second half. So that's very intriguing. And then the target ban in response, Montang prevalent in Japan.
Do you think SCARZ will now abuse the Ying?
Probably.
Well, obviously in the second half of this, the Solus gets banned out. That also leaves the Azami on a map like Cafe. That's huge.
And Mirror.
Mirror's also still there. I mean, obviously can't ban them all out though, but respectively speaking, I think when we think of some of the more staple bans, Azami being one of them, and especially enables that sort of hold over towards Piano Lounge. You can really get those keeper barriers up and running, really can lock down, fortify on a site like Bar Cocktail. That just really fortifies that even more so. Straight away though, Reven actually will bring the Ying themselves as they come into this one, attacking first. It will be SCARZ on the defense. And straight away, utilizing that Azami, they've got the castle as well. Straight up to Bar Cocktail, and I do wonder if we'll see that cigar shop extension.
Yeah, with castle in tow, you would probably anticipate that to be the play. You can post that Pyun inside of shotgun to hold the red hatch drop and apply a bit of pressure onto that attack before they transition in towards Lounge. Now, we aren't going to see the mirror brought out by SCARZ initially here, but she is an operator to keep in mind for the top floor, especially for playing deep lines of sight. But instead, SCARZ will play a more open, aggressive hold, just opening those lines of sight initially with their shotguns so that they can lock down Lounge if control is lost. Now, drone play, of course, is going to be critical to keep an eye out for in this one as well. With that Solace banned out, it does alleviate a little bit of pressure here on the attack, but Cafe naturally very difficult to drone out due to the nature of how this does play out. But this is also something we're going to be keeping our eye on as well. The entry. Now, it's runner this time on the Nook, but also looking at the likes of Joe to have an impact early on.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was obviously the main talking point on the desk was surrounding Joe. I think someone else that probably deserves a little bit of spotlight, runner, had 14 kills back on day one of the major against Northeption, was a standout. I think Sam as well has also had some really good moments. I think picked up double-digit kills on Oregon, actually, in the best of 3 against Northeption. So it's certainly not just the Joe show, but he is very much a big part of what they do at the very beginning of these rounds. On the attack, though, obviously a little bit different to the defense, where Joe gets super aggressive and those runouts and those spawn peaks become prevalent. To begin those SCARZ, I'm expecting them to keep it rather contained, although a little bit of a lurk down below with Rek, and he's obviously expecting the push down below from Reven. Through hallway they go, and it is going to be Draw that gets the opening kill onto Rek. They shut him down. That's a big win early on for Reven.
Yeah, good pinch. I presume they had a pre-placed drone to know his position. They time it well. The first shots do land. Draw now low for the remainder of the round, but it's still an important pick onto one of the star players, if not the star player of SCARZ. And Control now forfeited down below for the attack to exploit. Minute 25. Probably looking now at the Ying to help facilitate a bit of pressure on site itself, as Washoi continues to get out those key barriers late in the round with the Azami. But there's time to work with here for Reven. They're probably quite content with the position they have at the moment. This is about transitioning their players from the first floor up above.
Yeah, and the way that Reven are sort of attacking this, ignoring that top red hatch drop and not having to push through Cigar Shop and dealing with the Castle Mute combo. So they're kind of playing that more Ver on the rappel towards the eastern side. So pretty much ignoring the extension that SCARZ have actually set up here in the opening round. And Fishlike will get at least one back there on to Draw. Washoi's still low on the Azami though. Definitely want to keep him alive for as long as possible, as those keeper barriers will keep regenerating. 40 seconds to go, and the Candela's in from Sam over towards the balcony. He's going to make the rappel in. Oh. That is extremely risky, and it's the Warden. That will surely punish. No! How has Tayu not found that kill? That leaves the door ajar now for Sam into sight.
Joe as well, lurking deep, finds one onto Washoi, caught off guard. SCARZ with their pants down, struggling to find shots, but Pyun over towards Shop does find one. In the meantime, Diffuser has been stuck.
It is the Shop extension defenders that are making their way now over towards Cocktail. Pyun, well, it's Fishlike that loses his life. Sam, he's been the entry man for them in this round. Now Pyun in a 2 versus 1. Sam goes nuts. The entry on the balcony, the plant defeats the Warden on the Ying, then gets 2 more kills post-plant. What an effort from Sam, and what a start for Reven, but that is a disaster start for SCARZ on the defensive cafe.
Very fucking round, guys.
Yeah, credit does need to go there, of course, to the entry play from Reven, but certainly some concerning signs, especially Tayu up above. You've got to be winning that. You are the hardest counter to the Ying, as that Warden fails to land the shots whilst in that rappel animation. Sam making SCARZ pay for their early mistakes in this BO1.
Warden should just never be losing that. Ever. Got to do better there, SCARZ, and honestly, a really good start though for Reven. You got to give them the plaudits there, well executed. And the biggest thing for me was avoiding that cigar shop extension. Didn't really put any pressure over towards top red hatch or anything along those lines. It was Burt, it was down below, reading through fireplace, and eventually on the rappel from Sam. And obviously, though, if Sam loses that fight in the balcony, if Tayo gets that kill, that's diffuser on the balcony with very little chance of probably recovering that, and suddenly then the whole round probably is going to play out quite differently, but really, really big credit goes to Sam in that one.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
And if you're just joining, this is day 2 of the playoffs. Both Reven and SCARZ lost their best of 1 on the previous play day. And in fact, these two teams combined only have a single round 1 in playoffs. It was a bit of a rude awakening for them. SCARZ, they only got a single round against W7M over on Oregon. And then Reven, unfortunately, 0-7 against Liquid on Chalet. So looking to make a bit of a statement here to try and continue their run at the major, but it's a decent response from SCARZ. I love this pre-place, by the way. Very common. Should be known, really, by SCARZ, to be frank, especially even with Solus banned out. It's something you've got to be checking because you get so much information down this hallway, can facilitate plays through VIP, info whiskey as well. And we'll see how Reven look to play off it.
Big stack over towards VIP for Pion, and obviously has the keeper barrier on the other side of him as well, so very fortified in this position. For Reven, though, opting to go for the back push rather than going through Bakery. They will kind of play into this, and that's probably a little bit better for the side of SCARZ, considering they already have the opening kill in this round.
I'm reloading.
Minute 40 still on the clock, and a lot of posturing outside for Reven. Really little contact has been made.
Just feels like Reven getting a little bit stalled out at the moment. Runner looks keen to get control inside of VIP, but that keeper barrier just creates vulnerability. That swing from VIP could be quite deadly. If he is, though, able to get inside and apply a pinch onto Pyun, it could allow the rest of the team, but it looks like Reven have elected to rotate, so they'll go now more default over towards Bakery, but time will slowly become an issue.
Well, very late, and you got the Vulcan canister set up there on the doorway as well. Eventually, you got to clear out Bakery, then you got to push through Prep. Like, you only got a minute now as well. You've wasted a lot of time over towards White. That's going to be the Gemini runner destroyed. Vulcan canister blown up. SCARZ ready for this. Minute left. Recto does feel a little bit of that pressure. Decides to fall back. Sam's going to be careful. And only one more Candela. So suddenly the entry now for Reven not going to be as successful probably as that last round that we just had. Shots through the smoke for Wishoit, through the softball and through Prep. 40 seconds left though. And in through reception now for Draw.
Probably on the likes of Draw to crack open the round. Pyun needs to hit that, but he misses an easy shot, and Draw will punish. 30 seconds, and Reven now with a significant advantage.
Well, this defense is just being cut to pieces. In the kitchen they are, and they're being sliced like sushi. 20 seconds, it's a 3 versus 1. That is disastrous from SCARZ. That is horrible, horrible defending. And Reven have just made them look second-rate. And I said at the start when we came in, they can be very inconsistent. I'll tell you right now, bad SCARZ have shown up.
And fresh mention on the desk, right? Yesterday they looked a little bit nervous, maybe not playing to the fullest of their potential. Again, they're just making these small little mistakes, allowing Draw back into the round like that. Pyun not being able to land that shot, or maybe perhaps be patient and wait for him to push past that defense and then backstab him. Just indicative that SCARZ are not comfortable at the moment, and Reven doing a good job in exploiting that.
And to reiterate as well, SCARZ are not exactly going to be an attacking powerhouse in the second half. So this doesn't end up being a situation where we sit back and we say, oh, maybe it's going to be attacker-sided. No, it will not. SCARZ are very much reliant on their defense, even in the Japanese league, let alone internationally. This is a horrible start. 2 different sites, 2 different failures, and now they'll head their way to reading Fireplace in the 3rd round. Reven, though, they'd be pretty happy with the way things have started. And the fact that it hasn't really been Joe either. Remember, Joe died very early in that last round, basically spawn killed, and it was a 5 versus 4 in favor of SCARZ. Sam in the opening round, then Draw in that last round with a big push as well over towards Whiskey. I mean, that basically has been 2 big individual come-ups for Reven outside of Joe. Those are good signs moving forward at the Major, that it's not just going to be the Joe show.
You get 2 different versions of Reven, one with and one without him.
Well, maybe they're better without him.
Definitely weren't yesterday.
But SCARZ they've got to respond. They've got to start to really, you know, I know Jesse was talking about the nerves, for example, for them. Well, you've got to brush those aside. Because right now, obviously, this tournament has already been a disaster for APAC teams, and well, SCARZ are looking to probably put the cherry on top if they lose this.
Now again, SCARZ did ban out the Nomad in this game, but we're not seeing them aggress on some of these repels over towards Lounge. So that does put Washoy under quite a bit of pressure, especially from the util bombardment. We saw the first grenade from Draw have a bit of an impact. And now the repel over towards White Hallway as well. Washoy can fall back and reinforce that position, but if I'm SCARZ, I want more pressure on these players because they are being allowed to repel for free.
They're just running back. You give up Pixel, give up washrooms, fall back, and then play top white with a keeper barrier. And it's sort of like, okay, well, here's your entry, Reven. We're just going to fall back and allow you to just push into sight above, obviously, get Fish like. That's a nice little kill with the SMG-11 onto Joe. But still, the damage has been done because SCARZ are pulling back too early there, and especially on reading Fireplace, you want to defend Cocktail as long as possible. And if you're just retreating on any sign of aggression, you're just giving them that vert immediately in the round. Minute 10, and they're already droning pillars.
Yeah, there's a lot of utility available here for Reven on that eventual execute. Now, they did drop Joe, so some of that vert is mitigated, but there's still breaching charges from Runner, Ash charges as well, but Fish like, so he gets 2 in the round.
That's not bad.
Really nice nitro there onto Runner. Keep in mind, Draw, very, very low. So there is an opportunity for SCARZ to recover this round, but there's also equally quite a bit of time for Reven to poke and prod around the site.
Yeah, and yeah, Draw low on health, so that isn't going to be handy for Reven. 35 seconds left, 3 versus 3. Wrath, is someone going to just peek this white stairs up close? It's going to be Fish like Washoy, top red, coming in for a bit of a flank. That might help out. And Sam, though, wants to deal with that Banshee, pushing forward. There's a trade, 1-for-1 until Wrath gets the advantage. 3 in the round for Fish like. But he unfortunately falls, and now down to just Washoy, who holds the vert above. 13 seconds, has to deny this plant from going down. You would imagine, otherwise no other chance to win it. He spots the plant, knows where Sam is, goes for the spray. 5 seconds, he's got the pings. Can he deny the plant? Yes, he can! Washoy wins the round for SCARZ. You say no, they say yes.
It's a game of Siege. It's a game of Siege.
It's a game of APAC Siege.
Well, look, credit to Fish like in that round. If he doesn't pop off and find that initial 2K to get back to the 3v3, SCARZ are no hope in winning that round, and there wouldn't have been an opportunity for re-aggression, flank. So yeah, nice shot, nice nitro, but the last 20 seconds there from both teams was quite scrappy. Fishlight got caught on an island, eventually got taken down, and then unfortunately Reven just couldn't find a safe place to plant. Of course, they were exposed to the vert. They probably would have been worried from a drop and a push through pillars. There's a lot of variables there for Reven to try and calculate. They just didn't have the time.
Yeah, scrappy round. I thought we were going to leave a lot of this behind us in phase 1, but apparently not. SCARZ really need to step up their game. You know, you can win rounds, but when you win it in that kind of fashion where you're denying plant with 2 seconds to go, basically, you didn't really have a strong round. Yeah, you won it, you got the point on the board, but you weren't really that dominant. And so far, 3 rounds have now played, and for me, the 2-1 scoreline in favor of Reven is not only just, but they honestly probably could have been up 3-0, and that is very damning for SCARZ. So yeah, you won that one, but now can you find a dominant round win? Can you really put a bit of pressure onto Reven, bring it back to 2-2, and get yourself really into this game? So Bar Cocktail now into the 4th round. Obviously was not successful last time around. They had the Cigar Shop extension, but it was an East Side Repel game by Reven that undid SCARZ pretty comfortably. Runner on the move early here on the Nook.
It really has been Runner and Draw kickstarting these entries, drilling down below. Again, aware that that wreck is inside of reading, much like the last attempt from SCARZ. They have information. Kyun looking to support a little bit from Vert. This is going to be an intriguing battle that will dictate the pace of this round.
It's been droned out. I'm not sure if Rek is aware of that. Oh, this is too easy. Too easy. Really well played from Reven. So they've got the drone. He's not aware of it. It's an easy kill. Rex 1 and 4. And that is not good signs for SCARZ. He needs to be doing better. You're going to play those rat lurk positions. You've got to make sure you're not getting droned out.
Well, he's also not getting supported properly by his team with the vert angles. Again, Draw survives on 1 HP. He should be taken down, at minimum traded. So it's all around failure from SCARZ. And a credit, again, to Reven. Their attacking pattern on this entry is working out well for them. They have a platform now for the rest of the round. Fishlike as well also got taken really, really low. So there's 70 seconds now for Reven to transform this control from second floor up above. More grenades
what a
to
nade
follow.
from Draw.
Pyun taken down. 60 seconds on the
Yeah, clears out that freezer position on site now, a little bit vulnerable. Obviously, you've dealt with that lurker as well. Washoy through pillars. He's coming in to try and just salvage this round. But up above, where it really matters, it is still just Reven that are toying with SCARZ. Washoy should be getting good at least for one. And you can't even beat the man on the rappel. He's already in, Washoy. He's already in the building.
Do we just ignore that and pretend it didn't happen?
What am I watching? This is the playoffs of a major. I mean, look, this is obviously a really shocking round from SCARZ all the way through, start to finish. I mean, the fact that Rek hasn't even realized he's been droned down, sitting there, not moving, 30, 40 seconds as your lurker. He's offering nothing. He's offering nothing right now. Reven are just having a free time on Cafe, attacking half, up 3-1 against the best team in Japan. I'm losing my mind.
Twitter's gonna love this.
Oh, mate. Oh, you think you've seen the APAC memes? Wait until after this one. This is, as I said, the cherry on the bloody cake. Oh, my. I don't know if there's a way back for SCARZ in this one, but if there is, they're going to have to do it right now. They have to in the next 2 rounds. They just have to start playing better. We're getting nothing out of Rek. Pyon's been pretty much invisible. I mean, right now it's, okay, Washoy has done okay on some kind of flanks outside of the little jump out at the end there. Fishlike's probably been their best defensively on site. He's the one holding some of those key positions, but SCARZ are just doing nothing. Rek, get moving around the map a little bit more. Be more ambitious. Be more bold. I mean, even this, I'll take this at this point.
Yeah, so we're going to see a bigger reliance on information denial here from SCARZ. So the Vigil, the Mozzie Mute combo, looking to deny some of that information that Reven are thriving off on the entry. So I don't mind that. It's not a magic formula to start winning rounds, but it's at least addressing some of the concerns in the early round for SCARZ. But we may see Reven just adapt and go a bit more direct, right? They could just hit Bakery straight away and not really have any reliance on information, not necessarily want to clear much of that roam. That will be dependent on the vert lineups here from the defense, but from what we're seeing from SCARZ, it has unfortunately been pretty uninspiring.
It has been probably the worst I've ever seen SCARZ. I don't think I've seen them play this bad. As you said, I think uninspiring is probably the best way to phrase it. They're offering pretty much nothing defensively on site, and they're also not getting aggressive off of site either. They're not looking to get map control. They're not really doing a whole lot in ways of going for those early contact fights. They don't want to fight Reven. Pyun will get one simply because Wrath was just curious and wants to see, can he walk into site? Pyun says no, gets the kill, but SCARZ have been at an advantage before. Fishlike, that's a little bit better, and he's been their best so far. 2-player advantage for SCARZ on Kitchen. Minute and a half Cafe defense. You don't lose these ever.
Oh.
But Joe through prep with Runner as well. And this is something where SCARZ can fall away pretty quickly in the round. Tired, low on health on that Echo. Oh, you Rek, that's a big kill. Takes out Joe, and surely this round will now go the way of SCARZ.
Yeah, Reven there just probably limit testing a little bit too much in this round. Trying to sneak their way around, trying to get in towards the objective. But SCARZ finally a little bit more proactive off site. They were able to actually catch Reven off guard, and it has not been the case throughout those first 5 rounds.
Did they, though? It almost felt like we're just going to sit on site, hold angles, and hope Reven get bored.
They had a cup. They had the roam downstairs.
All right, we'll give you that one. They had something.
The bar is quite low.
The bar is very low.
Yeah.
Nah, look, obviously, I think this was better. Again, Fishlike, you know, what's interesting in the first couple of rounds, Fishlike was playing, you know, the mute. He was sitting on site. He was the one that was getting some kills with Nitro Cells. What do you do? Okay, well, he's the one that's fragging out at the moment. Let's chuck him on the Walleye. Let's get him a little bit on the roam, get that 1.5x used, and see if he can find a couple of kills. He's up to 5 and 4 now. Definitely a standout, and obviously Washoy as well, 5-3. Maybe a confidence-boosting round, considering it was flawless as well. Kept it nice and clean. Didn't really do anything wrong, right? So I'll give them that. They didn't necessarily do anything wrong. Pretty clean, default kind of round, and you can bring that same approach to something like reading Fireplace to close the half out as well. You've got to defend this white corridor, though, a lot better. Don't give up Pixel and Washrooms straight away at the first sign of a contest. Don't just fall back, give them Cocktail with 1.5 minutes remaining in the round. So I want to see SCARZ defend a little bit more vigorously at the top here.
And again, I want to see SCARZ better play around that Nomad ban. Outside of the singular flank we saw late round, a couple of rounds back for reading, we just haven't seen that level of aggression that I would have expected and that we're going to see from Reven. You wait and see. When we get in that second half, Reven are going to be jumping out at every single opportunity to abuse that Nomad not being available. We need to see a little bit more from SCARZ to just, at minimum, waste a bit of time and make these more vulnerable positions. And talk about vulnerable, Washoy caught off guard, double repel, Joe's already dropped the red hatch, and that's no more keeper barriers for the remainder of the round.
Yeah, I don't know why Washoy is all the way on piano as well. Wants to be probably a little bit closer to the red wall. Unfortunately, he's super far out, and then he's kind of like in this open area, basically, to multiple sight lines. It's an easy kill for Reven, and that's the Azami gone. So keeper barriers that can regen throughout the round, no longer. The peace of mind to just pop the Gemini and Cigar Shop, knowing no one's going to be closed from SCARZ. At least there's not really washroom presence either. They've fallen off that. This is just a pretty swift attack from Reven to clear top floor. No real response from SCARZ. Tayu falls. And again, it's kind of just back to just their old ways, unfortunately, in this map, where they're not really offering any kind of counterpunch. This, though, from Rek, at least, is something a little bit different. And surely you'd imagine this will catch Runner off guard, and it does. But he's not expecting the trade, because he doesn't probably expect Joe to be that deep over towards Planks this early in the round. 4 versus 2. Pyon and Fishlike. Well, Fishlike does still have a Nitro Cell, and he has proven to be quite capable of using it in this match. Puts it away momentarily. And SCARZ will definitely need the next kill in this round.
Yeah, Pyon fell off, and unfortunately left Rek on a bit of an island there, so he couldn't be traded. Bit of a misplay there, miscom potentially there from SCARZ. Does leaving them in the 2 versus 4. Vertical pressure now coming through. The Nitro gets a down. Not that Fishlike will probably know it.
No, but it's at least damage. So even though Joe's going to get brought back up, he's not going to be at full health. So a little bit wounded going into the final push onto site. 35 seconds remaining. Over towards pillars now for Wrath. Fishlike, though, goes for a bit of a roam. Wrath just tucks his head in. He can go for the default plant. Banshee does kind of slow him down, but not enough to dismay him from going for the plant. Fishlike making the move through the Stingers. Pyon over towards Cocktail. Too late, though, on the flank. Even if he does get this kill, he's not going to win this round.
Oh.
And then they just double swing him top white. It's a masterclass half for Reven. It's a disaster, though, from SCARZ. Really swift, clean attack at the beginning of the round for Reven. They didn't mess around. They knew that any sign of aggression was going to push SCARZ off of that top hold, and it did. Once again, they collapsed.
Disappointing is probably, I think, the best word for SCARZ performance in this game so far, because as you've mentioned a couple of times now, we are not forecasting improvement here from SCARZ heading into their attacking half. If anything, we needed, if you're a SCARZ fan, we needed them to have a lead, because their attacks generally are quite poor, and APAC more generally aren't the best. So, concerning to say the least. For Reven, they find themselves in a comfortable position. I think with that confidence flying, we're just going to see them amp that aggression up to the max. Spawn peaks, jump outs, Joe roaming around and using those keeper barriers to good effect. This is going to be a tough, tough challenge for SCARZ.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, tough is probably an understatement, but yeah, in some ways, though, you probably don't just give up straight away. You've got to obviously just dig deep and fight. SCARZ not known in this instance for relying on their attacking prowess, will have to do so. Funnier things have happened in this game. Obviously, all eyes will likely be on Joe, but he is playing the Azami. Probably not the kind of operator you'd like to get too silly with. You'd like to stay alive, hold a position, especially in this instance. So I'm probably only expecting maybe some spawn peaks here from Joe. That's maybe about it. I'm not expecting too much silliness.
They're nervous. And you can see, look how vigilant they are being watching these jump pads because they are expecting it.
Oh my god.
Claymore's deployed in exchange for the Nomad.
Double Claymore watching the piano window as well and on the rappel. They are ready for Joe to get out of this building. And ironically, I don't think he is going to get out of this building because I don't think he wants to.
No. Reven are showing a lot of respect here. Round 7, their first defense. Now, Sam playing down below. Unlike Rek, you can see how much more proactive he's playing this position. He's not bunking in a corner inside of reading. Instead, he's roaming around, getting ready for the jump out. Out he goes, but it's being watched. So a good bait there from SCARZ.
Well, and it's kind of like this team effect, right? They're so prepared for Joe to make a jump out at any point that even though it's Sam doing it, they're already ready for it. So really, unfortunately for Reven, I don't think anyone can really go for those kind of plays. If SCARZ's going to be this proactive in dealing with it, Claymore's watching the windows, we're sure he gets a freebie there onto Joe, just a little bit off with his positioning, gets a free one over. And this is a really good start for SCARZ. And I do like the respect, obviously, that they've given to Reven in partial to Joe. It just means, though, for Sam, if I'm Sam right now, I'm like, okay, I can't make those plays. They're going to be watching these windows. There's Claymores everywhere. Because of Joe, it doesn't matter. It still applies to me.
Minute then to go. Draw with the fadeaway down red stairs. 10 kills, mind you. In the midway point of round number 7, Pune takes that as his cue now to push forward. Runner with deep angle, mirror windows still up. Tyus drops Skylight. Has a red ping, pushes deep, finds the kill, so a 2v4 can now look to link up with Rek, and it's now Runner all alone on an island over towards White Corridor. He has 30 seconds to try and deny the plant, but that's not going to happen. Taiyu can stick, and this will be a SCARZ round.
Yeah, and really well worked from SCARZ to get those opening kills. So by the time they were pushing into Cocktail, they already had a pretty significant man advantage. They were able to use their numbers and through that, just kind of sheer of will, get their way onto site. And it's a good start. They get an attacking round win here on Cafe. And it just gives kind of a semblance of life and a bit of hope. And here's that run out from Sam. So obviously goes for the rappel, not ready for the fact it's being watched. Joe, poor positioning, gets punished. So the first 2 deaths for Reven are basically just SCARZ punishing them for some misplays, which is what you really need to do in a tournament like this. You've got to be punishing misplays. That's a good sign for SCARZ moving forward.
Yeah, good confidence build up to get that first round. We'll see though if Reven makes similar mistakes going forward, especially in regards to windows and rappels, but that's probably not as much of an issue like a site down below in Kitchen. And we saw a mixture of approaches from Reven on their own attacks, whether it be direct from Freezer, rotation then to Bakery itself, a bit of vertical play as well mixed in. I think I think SCARZ lineup though would suggest a pretty aggressive roam clear. The Amaru for entry, Dockerbee to find info. Then you have the Jackal as well in combination, plus Sledge for Vert. I also like the fact that they're bringing the Flores in tow to try and counter the Azami. I think this is a really solid lineup for SCARZ if they're able to deal with the roam.
Yeah, they look like they know what they're wanting to do here, and I think for Reven as well, they're very much bunkered down below, nothing too aggressive up above. For the time being, they can obviously rotate back up red stairs. Sam, though, he'll probably lock down VIP, you would imagine. I don't think we'll be seeing him jump out of a window anytime soon. That's a very early Reterra as well to clear out that shield in VIP. That's a big, big win already for SCARZ so early into the round. They'll get the drone through as well from Rek, so they'll clear out the fact that there is the smoke holding VIP. Very good drone up top wide as well for Rek. So in the Japanese league, it's very common to be very much top floor cleared out. Might take a little bit more time. And Draw with back-to-back fadeaways towards top red hatch. He got one in the last round, gets this one as well onto Washoy. Deals with the Jackal, so not ideal for SCARZ, but not really required. Considering Reven are pretty much firmly down below, I don't think losing the Jackal is going to be the end of the world, but a good start there for Reven to get a kill on the board.
Yeah, still 6 drones up for SCARZ, so not the absolute worst drone economy, but could still pose a problem if there are any roamers. But it's elsewhere where the damage is being done. Red stairs, a real issue for SCARZ so far.
Yeah, that's twice. So it's Reven are holding below, but they're peeking. So they're not really like going for the extension up above. They're not holding, you know, mining or train, for example. They're not anything too egregious, but they are kind of peeking and making sure that SCARZ aren't just going to get it for free. And every time they're peeking, they're getting this kill, and it's now a two-player advantage for Reven. Then they fall back to site where everything's cozy, everything's comfortable. Wrath from below with the Nitrocell. And suddenly SCARZ, well, yeah, they had the right operators, they probably had the right mindset, but execution has been quite wayward. And to be fair, Reven, very much aggressive on the defense here. They're looking for those contact fights, and that's a bit of a difference between these two teams. In the first half, SCARZ weren't making those kind of plays. They weren't pushing up red stairs, they weren't pushing up white stairs, they weren't looking to take the contact fights. Reven are.
Perhaps SCARZ now being knocked back to reality a little bit. Flawless in response from Reven, doing a great job playing contact on those entries, not playing overly risky positions. The percentage plays serving them well. 5-3 now, the scoreline. Reven edging closer and closer towards map point.
Yeah, and it's all smiles really for Reven, isn't it? 5-3 now. Still on the defensive side of Cafe, so they'll feel like they can go into a bit of cruise control, but it's about staying locked in. You can't think that this one's already won. SCARZ are in a bit of a deep hole at the moment. They got to dig themselves out of, and it's draw. 2 rounds in a row now. He's basically made that play. It's a freebie towards top red. Runner makes the same play. So again, and that's the difference in the round. Reven are looking for those fights. They're looking for those. In some ways, you could almost say 50-50 contact fights, because you can peek it, and if you misplace your shot, then you can lose that. The higher ground advantage for SCARZ is there, but that's just not the kind of play that SCARZ were looking for in the first half, and it's the difference between the two teams. SCARZ look scared. A lot of the times they just look worried to make things happen. We saw it begin the second half as well, watching the windows, all the claymores. Like, they are basically giving Reven the ability to dictate this game.
So then we go back up above, and it's a similar outfit here from Reven, leaning into that mirror to deny a bit of space, and they've also established some barricades down below if SCARZ wish to exploit the vert. Keeping in mind, SCARZ did a decent job the last time, isolating a couple of picks on Repel, baiting over-aggression from Reven. But I anticipate Reven aren't going to do that again, so SCARZ are going to have to find some other win conditions. They are currently prepped outside Cocktail, though. Maybe Rek is looking for a quick entry. He's sitting this white stairs camera to make sure no one pushes up. SCARZ are definitely cooking something up.
Well, Washo's just going to send it in regardless, and he's going to be full white as well. Disorientated, but Runner gets the kill because of it. So a bit of a misplay there from SCARZ. Just went too early, and their Candela got a bit of friendly fire. Fishlike's down, but at least 2 kills back. So now 3 versus 3 as they stand until Rek finds a kill. Runner loses his life as well. So SCARZ have just sent it. They've gone for the chaotic rank push, and it's worked. It's kind of caught Reven off guard. I don't think they were anticipating the more aggressive push. They were probably more so expecting the stalled out, slow push from SCARZ, than this time they just said, screw it, let's just go in. And it's worked. A little messy to begin with, but it worked nevertheless.
Yeah, the execution itself was far from perfect, but I mean, at least they're synced on something, right? And that has been a big talking point for a lot of these teams from the APAC regions at this tournament, is they're often all doing their own thing at the same time on these attacks, and it's just not synced well. Yes, the timing wasn't great, the initial entry a little bit messy for Washoy, but the others were able to clean up. They were there for the trades. There were players down below on islands from Reven, and we know how difficult it is to retake up above on a map like Cafe. So I like that plan. Again, execution, far from a 10 out of 10, but doesn't necessarily need to be a 10 out of 10 to get a result. And SCARZ, I think, will find a bit of comfort in that, and most importantly, they ward off that match point.
So reading fireplace now for the 10th round, 5-4 scoreline as SCARZ have found their attacking boots today. Needed, considering their defensive boots were left at home. And it's a big change up as well for Reven. Capcan gets brought out, EDDs, Pulse as well for the cardiac sensor through Joe. 7-6. He's been thereabouts. Definitely has not been the star of this show, though. That's been draw 12-6. Runner still on that Warden, but no Ying this round, obviously, for SCARZ. So, 10th round. Can Reven get to that match point?
Oh.
Nitrocell in hand. Draw sits below top red. To someone from SCARZ. Now, this, of course, might catch them off guard. Rek on the rappel. If he hits this right, well, Rek, though, doesn't go straight to the top.
Joe's down below in small bake, feeding information, or at least attempting to find information for this Nitro. The sound cue as it goes up. The Nitro to follow, but Rek hits it. He needed to. And that's a big piece of utility taken out.
Yeah, and that's just really good reaction there from Rek. It had to be. If he doesn't hit that shot, he dies, he blows up. It's going to be a tough round then, probably for SCARZ. Down to play that early on, but that's really well played. It may be sort of just a turning of the tide moment here. Last couple of rounds, SCARZ are starting to get a little bit more of a foothold here on Cafe. Those little 50-50 moments starting to go their way. It's a double heartbeat here on the cardiac sensor for Joe. Down below mining. Does still have a Nitrocell. But he's just able to provide that information. Wishoy watching for that white stairs. Right out headshot, that just draw. That's a big, big kill for SCARZ. Early advantage here in the 10th round.
I tell you what, on this, these top floor extensions or top floor holds, SCARZ are really showing a good degree of respect. It's not quite enough where they're getting hard stalled out, but they're also being conscious of these aggressive players from Reven and doing, for the large part, a good job in shutting them down and countering them. That opens up now the likes of Rek to push down white corridor, but it looks like top floor forfeited by Reven. 70 seconds on the clock, and they have a big opportunity to apply pressure in towards the objective. Nitro doesn't land, but Fishlike will.
Sam, though, his Nitrocell does find an impact, so 3 versus 4 brings it back for Reven. Yeah, they gave up that vert, but SCARZ still have to push down eventually. Taya's got to do some work here with the skeleton key, get some pressure above. 50 seconds, so just a little bit of time, don't have to rush this. Still a lot of drones available as well for SCARZ, so they can get a lot of on-site information, and they will do so. That can save a lot of time too with the vert. Don't have to open up as much of the area. They'll eventually look to drop pillars. Big kill though from Wishoy. Wrath will swing white stairs in response to try and find a kill back. Beyond's fallen elsewhere. Wrath though wasn't quite prepared for Rek to just push back. And now it's a 3 versus 1. Sam is the one. 25 seconds. He has to go for the ace. He can't find it. Wishoy swings, gets the kill. It's 5-5. SCARZ have brought this one back.
It feels like we're watching 2 versions of SCARZ, right? We have these other rounds where they're just looking absolutely horrible and all over the place, and then we have an instance like that where they find the opening kill by shutting down draw. I mean, even earlier than that, Rek hits that, which was also critical, but they find this pick, so they shut down that aggression, and then from there, pretty clinical. They clear top floor, they get good information, the Lion scan as well, locking those players in place. We then saw a big reliance on the hallway there from Reven, which is understandable, and SCARZ did a good job trading it out.
What's interesting is that SCARZ have done a really good job, obviously, here on Cafe Attack in making sure Reven can't play the jump out game. But they can't get super aggressive. Anytime they've gone to do it, they've lost out. So we saw the early kill with Sam. Joe hasn't gone for a single jump out. Even spawn peaks have been minimalized. So SCARZ have obviously put in a lot of work here coming into this map in making sure that Reven can't play aggressive defense as much. Yes, it does mean it takes a little bit of time. With that time, then they have to move faster through the map. And I think that's working for them. I think Reven are getting a little bit caught off guard here as this half has gone on. SCARZ are getting more and more confidence. They're moving a little bit quicker and they're getting these kills. They're getting the early kills. They're up 1 or 2 player advantages, and then they're just kind of overwhelming these positions. So really, as this half has gone on, SCARZ firmly, in my mind, have all of the momentum, and yet Reven haven't opted to go for a timeout yet.
Yeah, interesting. Another roam clear lineup then from SCARZ, but this time they are going to bring that Brava, so the Kludge drones could have a bit of an impact here in denying things like those Banshees from the Wamai. Could also look to deny the Kaid clause being employed by Wrath on positions like that freezer hatch, which is going to be pretty important if you're going for a roam clear. Rek with a secondary hard breach still in pocket. Drones up above, so some good information available here. And I can't tell just yet, but I don't think Reven are overly keen to push this. You can see in the top left, in that pip, the Kludge drone getting to work and farming a bit of util at the moment.
Yeah, default into the Banshee as well. Wishoy, this time he'll get a track off with the Inox scanner. It's been good drone work, actually, from SCARZ. Oh, that's the red ping. Oh, makes it down stairs. That's Though, another round, though, where SCARZ are getting a lot of intel early. We're not really seeing Reven be able to shut down these drones as much. So, really good work from SCARZ. And I think the way that they're playing this map, as the half has gone on, they've kind of slowed down the early part, but then sped up the later parts. And it's really working out. Wishoy making his way through. Draw down below, holding out bot red stairs. Wishoy just above him now. And you've also got Joe there as well on the Azami. Wants to just peek back, goes for the nade, opts for it. That's half health now to Wishoy. Holds the angle. It's a good angle if he holds it, but yeah, and he doesn't, so Joe gets away. Still has 4 Kiba barriers in pocket.
Ooh, good shot from Draw. Having an impact and will look to re-aggress up red. Now, SCARZ should know that code check is clear, so I don't know why they're not initially pushing off that if they want control over towards reception. Perhaps now distracted by Draw. Dr. Bicall rains out the drone to confirm his position. Draw takes that as a cue now to fall back. Probably the calculated decision in this instance. Pyun, an opportunity though to find that trade will go astray, and Draw still allowed to run all the way back into Bakery.
Yeah, and this has probably gone against the last couple of rounds. SCARZ have slowed it right down, too slow. Although Tayu from behind got at least one. You got to win the second one. Oh. You know he's behind the counter. Rek at least gets the kill onto Joe, brings it back to a 3 versus 2. One outside, still Bakery. That's Pion on the DMR, gets the kill onto Runner, pushes forward, can push through prep eventually. Sam, no more gas babes available. Big shot though with the SMG from that distance to get the headshot onto Rek. Pion in a 1 versus 2 to deny Reven match point, to get their own match point. We'll go for the plant behind the bomb chassis. 10 seconds on the clock. Will there be a denial? Of course there will be. Sam comes up big once again for Reven, and they have match point.
Yeah, good hold, good pressure there from Reven over towards Bakery. Unfortunately there for SCARZ, a little bit messy in the cleanup. There was an opportunity for the trades to be a net positive, but unfortunately just not quite meant to be. But credit again to Draw. He's just creating enough of a kink in this attack that's making it challenging for SCARZ to then get meaningful control with the limited time they have left. You can see on the clock there about 40 seconds to go for that transition through Bakery. Didn't leave a lot.
Boys, I'm not gonna lie, we need to win this round. I'm gonna piss myself. One more round.
Didn't leave a lot to be decided there for
timeout, and then he has to sit the timeout as well. Oh, that's tragic.
I don't think we're getting a Reven timeout for the rest of the game.
I think there's your answer as to why Reven haven't taken the timeout. They don't want to extend this. Although maybe they might have to take a technical timeout if this does go to overtime. Toilet break timeout, is that a thing?
I don't think so.
6-5, Reven on the verge of taking this best of 1 to get themselves on the better side of the bracket here moving forward. And for SCARZ, they are needing to avoid a 0-2 start in the playoffs. It'll be a long, long way back of their dream of making it to the finals. So reading Fireplace, match point round. Can Reven find success here? Or can SCARZ continue to just kind of bounce back a little bit?
I don't think SCARZ are going to be that team to make a dream run from 0-2 down back into phase 3. It's such a long shot for any team to make that run, of course, but SCARZ unfortunately have not looked particularly great, and against a team like Reven, the top team in Japan, really should be winning this, and to be frank, quite comfortably, even if they do go on to push OT, push the matter and win it out. Convincing is certainly not the word you would use to describe this performance. As for Reven though, it would be great for them, bring it back to a 1-1 in this Swiss bracket. They now have match point, 6-5 the scoreline. We'll see if they can close down regulation.
I do like that Rek has gone back to the Ying, despite Joe being on the Warden. I think a lot of their successful rounds have been off of those Candelas, off of those pushes, and those entry plays. So you just go to what works for you. Even if there's a counter to it, you've just got to play to what works for you. Their drone game has been good. That's definitely one success point for SCARZ so far in this match. They're not just giving away drones for nothing. They're getting a lot of intel early in these rounds, playing off of it well. Yeah, they've got that slower approach, especially on this particular map, and because of Joe and what we've seen also from Sam with some of the jump outs. But That last round definitely a lot slower than some of their more successful rounds. We're showing the repel. Outside white corridor. Flash goes out. He's wanting to put the pressure on early. Joe, of course, does not move a muscle. Although he does feel the pressure, he doesn't get overwhelmed. Holds. Oh, doesn't realize that Rek's already into cocktail though. That's the one dealt with. 2 more Candelas still available for Rek as well. And Fishlight gets the kill with the pistol onto draw. It's fast-paced SCARZ once again. And once again, it is successful.
It's that flip-flop, right? Last round, SCARZ look hopeless, and in this one, they just completely wiped the floor. There's no consistency to this performance today from SCARZ, but to be fair, it's probably what we expected, right? 5v2 then, minute 15. Runner, Sam, a lot of pressure on their shoulders to close out this round. Certainly not favored from this position, but you never know. SCARZ need to be careful that they don't capitulate under the pressure. They have a lot of time, though, to work with, to isolate these players, put them on an island, and take them down.
Oh, feet spotted. Sam spots it. Fionn takes a bit of damage. Knows there's one below. A lot of work, though, here from SCARZ has been put into opening up these floorboards. Oh, the repel, the upside down, outside, catches him off completely. Impellers. We go to overtime here. So it's been a very intriguing match. There's been a lot of bad, some okay, and that's probably the way I'd frame it.
The magical power of a tactical timeout.
Yeah, I mean, what was it, 20%, 15% increased win rate after a tactical timeout? It's a decent amount. It works. Toilet will have to wait.
That's a shame. I think I'm starting to need the toilet. I drank quite a bit of water.
We don't get timeouts, mate. But better, though, from SCARZ. And again, we've highlighted it. Where they've been successful is when they've gone fast, and it has beaten Reven basically every time. Now, when they get slowed down, whether that's on their own volition or whether that's something from Reven, that's when they definitely lack in these rounds. And I think it's probably been Kitchen, because you can only go so fast. You can't just rush through Bakery for free unless you get some really good headshots to land and you clear out the Bakery player. I think this is where SCARZ have got to do a better job of probably getting the vert and then playing off of that and rushing site late. Well, not even late, probably like with a minute left on the clock. And Reven, one thing that they did successfully here actually last time was the peek up game. So they weren't holding above, but they were kind of holding the stairs and then peeking the stairs and getting kills each time. So SCARZ are going to be ready for that.
Interesting then from SCARZ, right? So on this objective in particular, normally they're bringing the Jackal, the Dokkaebi. They want to go top down. They want to play it the Japan League way. This lineup suggests to me that we might see them bend the rules a little bit in this round and maybe perhaps go a little bit more direct. But now I'm looking at the drone patterns, looking at the drone work, and I think that maybe now they are going to get sucked into that roam.
There's the jump out.
And Runner jumps out, finds the kill and an advantage for Reven.
Well, I just wonder, because we haven't really seen a jump out since the start of this round, if SCARZ started to think that they'd kind of put the homework into Reven then respect it and don't jump out. And so when they least expect it, that's when Runner goes for a high-pressured round into overtime to begin with. You know you're only going to get so many opportunities on the defense. Go for it. And he does. And he hits a good shot, takes out the Capitao. So again, when Reven search for the contact, they've been the better team. When SCARZ are just kind of sitting back, they've looked really average. SCARZ have to be on the front foot here. And it's probably through someone like Rek down red stairs to find a couple of kills. That's a nice swing from Washoy. Good headshot. Brings it back to a 4 versus 4. Memes aside, certainly has gotten a little bit more entertaining as this game has gone on.
If I'm SCARZ, we have Rek now in a great position, powerful position over towards red stairs. He's gotten 14 kills. Let's formulate a plan around him to open up this round a little bit. Let's get some pressure on Joe to get him into that line of sight. Let's try and force Runner out of Bakery to perhaps contest that and throw him into that line of sight. Or maybe let's just support the player on an island. They just let Joe run straight up and get that kill, giving Reven the advantage once more.
Yeah, and
a 4v2.
Oh, that's a nice nade, though. Brings it back to a 2 versus 2. So the players above do at least get something. Washoy, Rek, yeah, they tried the more direct approach, didn't work, lost their lives. Tayo and Fionn, though, plan B. The vert, it worked. They got 2 kills. Now, with just under a minute remaining, it's a 2 versus 2. Sam and Wrath, the last two, with still 1 gas babe available. And there is a drone right in front of you, Sam. He'll take that one out. Thank you very much. Still a couple of drones available, though, for the side of SCARZ. 40 seconds left. Can't be using them for too much longer, though. But some good information can certainly be found here. Freezer opened up. No one in there. Sam, though, holds close inside a kitchen. With another nade. 2 in this round. 2 big kills. And now they've got a 2 versus 1 advantage against Wrath.
Yeah, Pune with a late drone. That coffee position can be difficult to take out with the shotgun up close.
He's droned out.
And Wrath now aggressing. Repositions towards the breach, 15 seconds.
I'm pretty certain he's missed that drone. I think they know where he is off the yellow pings. They do. He has been droned out. Wrath still hits one. He'll get a second one potentially. He'll have at least a good opportunity. Knows he's coming out of Freezer, but Pyong wins out. Battle of the information. In the end, both were yellow pinged. SCARZ win out, and they've got themselves their first match point of this one.
Flipping the 4v2 back to the 2v2. SCARZ, a minor miracle in that round. Some really nice shots exchanged from both teams throughout this match. It's been quite the replay package this round. Great nade as well from Tayu to clear out that position. But then the 2v1, it was a little bit out of sync, but Pyun stepped up. That was a huge 1v1, a huge battle for SCARZ to win out. And now they have defense for OT match point.
It's just about to be the first match that a Japanese team is going to win at the major. Not the first map, the first match.
No comment.
Overtime, match point, SCARZ. Reven need to win the next 2. Attack into then defense if possible.
Reinforcing wall.
And they hover over the Ying, the Nook, the Dokkaebi, so
10 seconds remaining.
what have they got in terms of, I guess, the sweep down below, up above, and then a bit more direct onto site?
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Nothing too crazy from SCARZ defensively. Bar cocktail, they'll bring the Azami. I do wonder if Washoy will play towards Lounge. Don't bring the castle though, so no cigar shop extension for SCARZ. Opting probably to defend that east side rappel a little bit better than what we saw in the first half. Quick entries though for Reven. Not going to want to just sit outside for too long. Quicker you enter, less likely you're going to get spawn peeked or jumped out on as well. So they want to get down below and basically clear it up above.
Well, for me, the biggest question I want answered is where is Rek playing and what is he doing this time? Because we've seen him twice on this objective down below in that exact same corner of reading get absolutely farmed by the double entry from Reven. So if he goes to that exact same play and gets punished in the exact same fashion, I will be banging my head against the wall.
Oh! Well, Reven might be banging their heads against the wall too for allowing that one. Washoy and Fishlike with a double to start the round. Runner almost got one back though from Small Baker in the 1 versus 1 against Washoy. He makes his way back into the map. It's like they've flipped sides here. Throws out the nail. That one's just hit the wall though and bounced back in towards Small. Washoy into prep now. He's fine. Draw trying to hunt him down. He just tucks into the corner, doesn't move an inch. There's a 2 versus 1. Now make it 3.
Oh, the triangle.
All 3 players, as he said, have triangulated this position. Washoy will still be good for 1, maybe 2. No, just the 1. Should have been none. Now it's a 2 versus 3 though. With a minute 20 left, SCARZ still have the advantage.
And we're still a long distance away from the objective. 70 seconds, so Runner will make a play up red, likely to link up with Sam, who still has 4 Candelas in the pocket, 2 smokes, so there's a good amount of utility here still available, but Warden's critically still in play for SCARZ. So Reven is staring down the barrel of a very tricky execute to keep this map alive.
Still a lot of Candelas available, but yeah, Tayu on the Warden does counter that quite significantly. Oh, Rek. Taste of your own medicine, Reven. The runouts have worked very much here in this final overtime match point round for SCARZ, and now Runner in a 1 versus 3 in at least through bar, but he doesn't have the diffuser, doesn't have a lot of time. The goo mine will pop. It will hurt. It will hurt a lot that Reven have lost to SCARZ. Japan has finally showed up to the Copenhagen Major. They're on the board with a big map win.
They got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings. I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection. I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings. I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection. I summon and dub it.
Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side.
I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling.
Well, draw. Obviously, that was a bit of an interesting game. You guys ended up having an incredible lead, but it wasn't really the most successful of games. But before we dive into the match that we just saw a moment ago, I want you to cast your mind back to yesterday's game versus Liquid. Firstly, first and foremost, what went wrong for you guys over in that Liquid game yesterday?
I think they were just better. We didn't know how to really counter them or play. They were simply better.
Okay, and when we take a closer look at today's game, you guys, it looked like your team play was a little bit better, especially when we compare it to yesterday's matchup. What was the kind of conversations that were had following yesterday?
I mean, we definitely played better. We should have won the game. We threw so many rounds, but they knew how to not throw, and I don't know, GG for them, I guess.
And what are some of the positives that you can kind of take away from this match? Because obviously, like I mentioned, your teamwork was looking a lot stronger today.
Experience. We bring so much in experience, and just next time we don't throw some rounds like this. It's a bit bad. I don't know already. I don't know what to say.
I think it's a commonly known theme that SCARZ have a very, very strong defense.
Yeah.
Were you expecting for their attacking side to kind of pick up the pace of it and be a lot stronger this time around?
I mean, we've prepped for the match. We should have win easily. I don't know.
Well, I still think you guys played absolutely incredible, and of course the run is not over yet. So thank you so much.
Yeah, hopefully we win tomorrow.
Well, fingers crossed. Are you feeling confident that you guys can do it?
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know who we're gonna play, but
whoever it is, the confidence is what you're looking for.
I'll play G2.
You want to play G2. They're all staring at him as well, by the way, for context. Well, thank you so much for joining me. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Well, folks, that was interesting, to say the least. Definitely not really expected for the way that panned out. What do you think?
How do you go 4-2 up attacking Cafe against a team, you get on your defense and they're not supposed to be able to attack and then lose it? Losers' interviews are always going to be very difficult. So, fair play to Draw for stepping up for that and, at least giving his thoughts. But wow,
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to stand up here and be like, oh yeah, I called it with SCARZ taking the win. But I said SCARZ are gonna win because they could start defense on Cafe. That did them no favors, right? They didn't find that success early on. Once the half swap came through, they got to move to attack. I think it really kind of started off with a big jump out round 7 from Reven to be able to kind of set the pace for things, and immediately was being watched for. SCARZ came into that attacking half expecting Reven to play aggressive, expecting to be able to get some of those picks just by playing pretty cautious and by watching out for stuff like that. And they did a great job catching Reven off guard. And a lot of these plays where Reven were trying to make something happen, they were trying to get active early in the round, and it just wasn't going their direction. So you really got to credit SCARZ, A, for anticipating that and reacting to it well, and then B, to have that mentality to be able to stand up and be like, it's okay that we went down 4-2 on the favored half of Cafe. We know we're still confident, and then bring that game back in OT.
And I think especially yesterday when, you know, we said they looked a little bit nervous yesterday, and, you know, they did. They put in a very nervous performance. To then be, you know, 2-4 down going in the half on the unfavorable side, they obviously very clearly had a game plan. They were going to wait for the aggression, like Jesse said. And I was actually a little bit disappointed in Reven. You know, you would expect them to have that experience of knowing, right, we're on a map that's Cafe that takes a minute to get to and get in the building. If they're then trying to wait a minute to bait out aggression, that means they've only got a minute to execute. So let's tone down our own aggression, and they couldn't do that. So it was a little bit disappointing to see that out of Reven.
Now, for the side of Reven, Draw in particular, we saw numerous occasions in which he was able to survive on 2 HP, but it looked like, you know, SCARZ were a little bit too scared to follow up on that kill. Do you think it was the hesitancy of playing scared or kind of trying to play a little bit smarter?
I mean, I think we saw some of that fear coming from them yesterday. I think today, like, they did a pretty good job of keeping that pressure up, making sure that they did kind of bring that, because I do think Draw had a great game today. I've been saying for a while that I think Draw is like the smartest player on Reven. I mean, I think that he is.
And what happened when you said that? Because he peeked out a window and then died?
Time he peeked white window, yeah. But you know, I mean, this is still a great player. They were still able to shut him down nicely, which I thought was good. Maybe Joe gets kind of the spotlight sometimes, but I think that, you know, Draw does deserve a lot of the credit for that team. Today wasn't enough to pull through and get the win, but yeah, again, you got to credit the Japanese SCARZ for shutting that down.
Do you know what was excellent today? Again, Rek. He keeps standing up for this squad.
Yes.
He is so confident, and he's getting big multi-kill rounds for them as well, you know. So he pretty much single-handedly dragged them for about 3 or 4 rounds.
Well, coming on up, we're going to end up having G2 versus Eminem. Jesse, you're still going to be here with me, but Fresh, I want your brief thoughts on that before we throw to a break.
Oh, I mean, I can't spoil too much, but there was a certain result. They're going to a map. There was a certain result that happened last time. Don't know if it'll happen again.
Okay, well, on that note, for the folks at home, remember to follow us at R6 Esports, and remember to use the hashtag BlastR6 Major as well. Let us know your thoughts, your feelings, send your predictions our way as well, because after the break, we're back with G2 versus Eminem.
Welcome to Hit for 6. We have Space Station on one side, and on the other, Eminem from Europe. Representing Space Station, we have Forrest and Fultz. I'm just gonna, who's the best just aimer on the team? Who's the best at pointing and clicking heads?
To you, bro. I appreciate that. That's what I was thinking.
On the other side, of course, we have Eminem, Yuzu, Solotov. Thank you for joining us. You know, Yuzu, I think you're a good player, but do you think Solotov might have the edge in the clicking heads department?
I think so. Just
think so? The reason I asked all that, of course, is today we have a reaction-based test for you guys. See which one of you, out of Space Station and Eminem, has the quickest reaction time of them all. Space Station will be testing their reaction times first. So Fultz, Forrest, you ready?
I'm ready.
Yeah. All right.
Let's get it.
You may go. He'll have to switch. So as he's tapping right now, he's doing all that. Yuzu's about 10 seconds. Forrest about to jump in. You think he's going to do better or worse? 'Cause he's doing okay right now.
I think he's doing worse than Fultz.
Think so? Well, in 3, 2, 1, switch.
Sure.
Nice little boost right there. I appreciate it. I can't tell. Is he doing better or worse? Looks about the same to me. Think so? Oh, he's gonna get to 40. You got 2 seconds. 1, time. Time out. Thanks to Fultz and Forrest, 43 is the score to beat. But now you guys need to try your hand at the reaction time test, so go on over. All right, Yuzus has assumed the winning position, so go. All right, he's off to the races. Remember, 15 seconds, you guys are gonna need to swap. Who's already
We lost this game.
Oh, this is not looking good. Oh, no.
Oh, he's tapping in.
He's tapping, all right. 3, 2, 1, swap. Gets it. Ooh, that was a little delicate. That was cute. I mean, Forrest, you had a really great second round right there. Ooh, 5 seconds. Remember, 43 is the score to beat. You got to get 12 in 2, 1. No more time on the clock. I mean, you kind of got 43. You got 34, just the inverse of what you wanted to get. Space Station knocking it out of the park at 43. Eminem, unfortunately, 34. Not enough to cut it. But join us next time on Hit for 6 to see who might come out on top.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it.
Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it, who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side.
I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
What? Dude, Benjamin Master at the Major? Do you really think he's gonna play with this? He needs something way more powerful, man. It's obvious when you see his moves. Do you want to see his moves again?
Bro, I was watching the SI before you even knew about R6. Pengu can win with this setup.
Real legend, he wins with this.
Sorry guys. I know a thing or two about Rainbow Six, so follow me. Now this is the best gaming setup. It's the HDR 400 monitor, the XB 25.3 QGP 24.5 inches. EO Finals 2020. I'm doing a triple kill. The monitor had to be top-notch to keep up with my moves. Frostblade fans, they can cool the best graphics card, the best processor, and even the biggest hard drive, the most memory. They keep things cool and calm like my hit was at SI 2018 to win the championship.
Pengu goes for one on the young. Can he go the second? Penta are world champions.
It takes the best to be the best. Are they gone?
Yep. But with 2 Orion towers fully upgraded and 2 screens. Good job, man.
Thank you.
Takes the best to be the best.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the Blast R6 Major Copenhagen. Well, we are only just diving into our second matchup of the day. This, of course, is not fresh. How are you doing, X?
Doing great, thank you. Doing wonderful. Looking to get stuck into this one. I feel like the first game took a long time to come to conclusion, didn't it? It was kind of the polar opposite of yesterday. We got all the rounds available, but yeah, getting ready to get into game number 2 now.
I really think Jesse set the scene perfectly. You said today's games are going to be a lot closer, a lot more intense, and that's definitely what we ended up getting. Speaking of which, do we think that's what we're going to get here today with G2 versus Eminem?
Another, well, the first actually inter-regional game here in Copenhagen, and yeah, I mean, I think when you have opponents who are going to go up against one another, right? They're very familiar with each other at the highest stage. Yeah, you'd expect things to go pretty close. I don't think a lot of people had G2 losing the first game, going down 0-1 for the first match in Swiss. Eminem, you know, it was a very close game. They could have been up 1-0 at this point as well. So time will tell. This is certainly going to be a fun one.
So on the Eminem side of things, from yesterday's games, we sensed tension. There was a little bit of bickering amongst the team. Things weren't necessarily going their way. What do we need to see from Eminem heading into today's game?
Well, I think we're all familiar with the meme at this point of Eminem dropping man count advantages. You know, if they're 4 versus 1, if they're 5 versus 1, then they're going to lose. That's just something that is going to happen at some point. Eminem are that team that can throw a man advantage. Yesterday, they threw a game advantage as well. They did fantastically in the first half of Border, and then as soon as they got onto the attack, we saw these sort of difficulties coming through, and it really was their attacks that you want to focus on. And I think that that's going to come and play quite a big part here against G2 because they're going up against a team they've played before.
Yeah, I mean, Eminem, like, you look at yesterday, right, and you talk about those man advantages that they ended up throwing. A lot of the time, it was just them being too passive, being too afraid to lose that advantage, and I feel like that is why they ended up losing that advantage so often anyways. They would be, you know, attacking, they'd be outside the building, they'd be holding angles, and people would sprint past windows. People they need to pressure, and they'd get players up, they regain that man advantage, they really let their opponents kind of take that back. I'm hoping today we see a little bit more initiative when they are up in that advantage. Go in, finish the game.
I definitely feel like we're getting a lot more expression and, you know, energy from the G2 side of things, especially today. Now, I want to talk about some of their specific players. Alamau in particular, we had kind of discussed it previously, and the fact that, you know, Alamau really opens up space, especially for Benja. How do we think that's going to kind of pan out against a team like Eminem?
Well, I mean, it's quite difficult to talk. It's funny that you mentioned Alamau because he's the one that's screaming in the background. There's obviously a lot of friendly rivalry, I think, between these two teams. Obviously, for a bit of background, the coach on Eminem being Julio, he's stuck behind the players today. Of course, a Brazilian player as well of NIP previously. So there's a little bit of friendly rivalry there. But I think Alamau does a great job at finding that space. Benja was the only positively rated player yesterday on the side of G2. And without him, it would have been an even more damning beat there from SSG.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the 3 rounds that G2 were able to win yesterday. It was a Benja 3K, a Benja 4K, and a Benja 3K. Like, he single-handedly won all 3 of the rounds for them. It was the major player to be able to make that happen for them. So yeah, Benja played great. I think he was being enabled. I think really G2, though, they didn't get to play their game yesterday. No. So often, every single round, SSG was finding little cheese ways to get that advantage, you know, and I think for G2, that caught them off guard. Thankfully for G2, I don't think that's something that's going to happen to you consistently, time after time after time. You're going up against one of the most creative teams in North America in Space Station Gaming. They got one off on you, but it's not the end of the world.
Well, now as we take a look at our map, Vito, as well, I know yourself in particular actually wanted to mention and highlight the point of best of 1 versus best of 3. How do we think this one's going to pan out?
Best of 1's always unpredictable. You're expecting teams to ban away some of the more key maps on the side of G2. We're maybe looking at maps like Theme Park and Bank to get removed. We can see that they've both been removed there by Eminem. On the flip side, you may be looking to remove a chalet, something Eminem's quite well known for. We end up on a cafe here. Now, Fresh kind of gave a little bit of a spoiler at the end of last desk. I know, like, he's not going to do that. Maybe we'll have a word with him later. But basically, we're going back to a cafe, and for anyone that's familiar with the history of these two teams, they have very recently played each other on cafe, and it was quite the win for G2. It was 7-0.
All right, well, I think our casters are ready and waiting for this next upcoming match. Intero and Pengu, take it away.
Thank you so very much. I'm excited to see this interregional matchup because you and I don't cast EUL.
Despite working from Copenhagen, no, we cast NAL.
We are in Europe, but not the European League. And we get to cast G2 again.
Yes, we do.
Our first time casting them since they won the World Championship. Back at the 6 Invitational 3 months ago?
Yeah, February.
Give or take. Hard to do some back of the napkin math. Now, you mentioned to me off screen a very interesting statistic involving these teams and this map.
Yeah, X kind of touched upon this 7-0 last time these two teams they squandered off, which was very recent.
Talk to me about that.
I mean, a 7-0 is when one team absolutely destroys the other team in a simple match. Now, we just saw SCARZ and Reven play off also on Cafe.
How many rounds are needed to win a map?
7. Or 8. It's not that simple sometimes, right? If you go overtime, it's 8. If it's not, it's 7.
If your opponent has 0 rounds, how many rounds do you need to win?
Then you need 7.
Wow, it sounds like it's very efficient, though.
Yeah, just like that. Now, both Eminem and G2 had a relatively weak performance yesterday, not living up to their own standards, and I think it makes sense to go to a map that kind of forces that team play where you don't have that much freedom on the map. Eminem, they played Border, relatively loose map, a lot of individual freedom. G2, they played Bank, same story there. A lot of individual responsibility and freedom, which led to a lot of blunders, big mistakes happening. Now for Cafe, the teams have to play much tighter on both the attack and defending side of things, which I think is going to prompt more coordination and team player structure, which both of these two teams need, given yesterday's results.
Yeah, I'm screaming.
Oh, classic. Of course.
I don't know what's going on over there. There's a bunch of hooligans.
So G2 historically always been a team that plays into like the mental warfare side of things, and Animal taking that just one, step further, yelling across the room to his opponents, no matter who they are. While we've been talking, the teams have been banning out the operators Ying, Thatcher, Valkyrie, and the Solid. So information, of course, a very big one here for Cafe due to how dynamic the map is with the verticality, playing from below and playing from above. And Ying, an operator that gets banned out pretty much every single match so far this major event, because every single team has started to pick up Ying as a staple in their operator pool to, leverage the executes and to go for those bombs at plants later on in the round.
I love the way that Carl wears his glasses. It brings me so much joy when he angles them upwards. He looks like a total dork. But you know what?
Oh.
It's a world championship dork, so...
That's true.
That's fine. We cannot escape this map. It was just played between SCARZ and Reven, and now we will see it again. Such is life when it is a best of one. It tends to distill down towards the same maps that are comfortable for both sides.
They come down between Villa and Cafe. Of course, G2 the ones to choose the final map destination. So Eminem, they choose the starting side, and this being a defender-sided map, of course, they're gonna choose to start on that favorable side. They're gonna go reading first. That's their primary bomb site. Plays that dynamic level of Cafe. We can go one floor up above and watch the bomb site from a different location. G2 already, from the get-go, bringing out a lot of different operators with various strats here. The nuke to sneak around, the armory for a fast execute, the line to keep the defenders standing still. But when you want to get into those gunfights, DMR line as well, also great at opening up those hatches. Don't gotta risk getting C forward.
That's a very similar lineup to what we saw both Reven and SCARZ before. A Nook will be a staple operator on this map, as we've come to see time and time again. Yeah, because you can enter through delivery, you can hop in through a window if you want, and run up the stairwells very, very quickly. Win condition for Eminem is have the rest of the team other than Solotov show up. The desk talked about it yesterday. Solotov got almost no help whatsoever in their matchup. It's a one-man army. Now, the thing with Eminem is that there's been individual performers who have had off days. So Uses will absolutely take over a match. See Nello have some really rough matches, then bounce back with hugely impactful plays. Nice toss from Uses through that hatch. Takes out Virtue on the wire. Down goes the sledge. Buries those nades. Good news is you've got so many of them. Hold on a second. G2 bursts on in, and they get cut down to size by Eminem. 3 kills for Eminem. Not a single point of damage done to them.
And this looks very much like G2 yesterday against Space Station on Bank, where it's just really sloppy gameplay. I mean, they didn't even drone out Piano. They had no idea there were 2 members roaming inside of that room. C4 from downstairs from Uses. It's a great one. One of the most successful C4 tosses on this map is from that hatch down below Laundry up to the cocktail window. It goes outside and catches you midair. But G2 not really paying the respect that it deserves on that entry.
Holding off on this reading bomb site. Now there's another. That's the real deal. Alimau breaking the barbed wire, losing almost all of his HP. He's got Diffuser as well. Benja on the Nook. He's nowhere near close to being able to retrieve it should Carl die. Benja's now just going to drop, but no, it's nicely played. Right on top of the heads of Nello and the various clones, alibi decoys scattered about. 4v2. Proximity alarm giving the position away. They know G2's over by reading. Benja tries to get sneaky. Uses started off. 1 kill, gets a second. That's the round for Eminem.
Yeah, it is. And again, Cafe, you gotta play this tight network, especially on the attacking side, because it's so difficult to gain a foothold on Cafe. The moment you drop into Cigar, you drop that red hatch or the new hatch, you're always gonna be under fire. C4 is below, people swinging you, getting spotted out by cameras, etc. You're always fighting something in this map. And G2, they were quick to the punch. I mean, they stormed through Piano. The issue is the area wasn't clear. Solotov sat in the shield. They had the Samir Tyrant sitting inside Piano itself, and G2 walked straight past him. It's all about the utility game, going through, okay, what's step number 1? Okay, we want to take piano. What's the problem? A, there's an Asami in here. Those keeper barriers. There's going to be one Might Disc or Jaeger ADSs. Okay, what's step number 2? Well, there's a shield inside a bathroom overseeing piano, which means it's not a safe ground for the attacking team to walk into until you clear that area of the map. G2 simply didn't do that and therefore got punished immediately. Now, operator-wise, we know G2 have a very flexible operator pool. We saw that at the 6 Invitationals, we saw it in Stage 1 of the UL. They can play the Monty, they can play the Capital, they can play the game like it was meant in this matchup. And in that opening round, going for just an Amaro and a Nuke speaks to the individual performance of G2, right? Benja wants to sneak around, Armor wants to go up a hatch. We didn't see the Armor get into effect whatsoever, and Benja on Nuke was the second last member alive in the round, not finding any value until that 2 versus 5, where he did a little too late. So Alamau, going on to Capital, is going to set us up for a great start to this round number 2, as it seems like there's going to be a more structured approach to this round. Perhaps a roam clear, go above, take the floors one step at a time, and work your way all the downstairs to that kitchen bomb site.
I like some of the little twists that we've seen to these lineups over the times we've seen Cafe so far through this event. Obviously, the merging of regions will result in different playstyles. We just had the Japanese team of SCARZ play on this exact same map. And one thing that, while not a big cohesive region anymore, the one thing that all of the teams from the APAC part of the world bring is the Glaz, Capital, Ying, often Gridlock, Osa, and various shield operators as well. This time around, got a Capital for now and now. I imagine that this will see those smokes go off for an execute towards the front of the bakery and kitchen wall, but could possibly go down by Freezer as well. I'm ready to be surprised, Nick.
Just a matter of choosing, really. I like that G2 are bringing both the sledge and the bug as well for that vertical destruction up above. The only thing is, right now, the bug of Blur is outside Garage, holding that white stairs rotation to lock down the roamers. Ooh. And while doing so, Benja also on the VIP big window finds an opening pick.
It's a bad loss for Eminem, losing Umai with half of the round to go. Now Tyrant being watched from 2 separate sets of G2's eyes. A nade there was primed and ready for him as well, but does not do enough to connect. Takes out the shield in the process.
It's an off-pace play from G2. Normally, you're supposed to play Pino, do the ABCs, break the floor vertically, take that bomb side pressure, and then try and clear out VIP. Instead, G2, they go for the room clear. They skip the vertical step for now. They get the opening pick, and then they go back upstairs.
Does Benja know how close Nafe is to this main doorway?
He has 2 nades.
Says that the first fire was going to go towards Whiskey. Nafe might be able to get him. Down goes Benja, looking in a different direction. That was Nafe's intended target. Tyrant's now to die over towards VIP. Nafe's going to be spotted from the left, and there it is. Right over the shoulder. Emerging from that same position that Doki was in before. I'll go to work for G2 on that freezer wall. 30 seconds left. Enough time to skeleton key away into the freezer. Scored the diffuser in. It's in the hands of Ali Mao. Still has 1 smoke remaining as well. Nello, a bit of a delay on that engagement. That's a sloppy and costly blunder. And leaves Uses to die inside of the site as G2 strikes back on that round.
A much better round for them, and again, the off-pace play, doing both attack on the first floor and the floor above it, just keeping Eminem guessing as to what exactly is going to be happening and at what point in the round. I don't know if I like that kitchen bomb side from Eminem. They can't really play proactively on the map. They're stuck downstairs. There's no roam game. There's no gunfights early on, and they're not really able to punish G2 anywhere on the map. So it comes down to that 5 versus 5 execute, and to make things even more punishable for Eminem, well, G2, they also got the opening kill, and they clear the smoke, they clear VIP. Nave on the Echo in a very front and forward position, trying to punish back, but he also falls, trying to sprint away at the wrong time. And then all of a sudden, Eminem, instead of throwing a position where they are in a favorable position, they just outright get destroyed in that round and never quite found a lead in the first place. So I like the bomb side change here from them. Go upstairs, play reading, try out mining if you have to. I think those bombs have to play out more in their favor. G2 are looking to make a couple of changes on the attacker repick side. Nomad from Blur. Now there's still 5 seconds left to change this around, but the Nomad, if it gets stuck here, to deny the aggressive jump bounce from the defending side. At the very least, if they jump out, likely to get killed off. Or by the air jab.
Or to also use them should G2 flush out this piano side of the map very quickly on. You can put the air jabs there so there's no retake on red. There's no ability to take back through piano, and it's just another part of the map you don't really need to look at. Red in particular is the route that a lot of these teams do use for flanking. You have to be concerned as a defender of the hatch above you, just as the attackers need to be very concerned. Oh, 1 second.
Very fast.
Doki is...
Oh, it's free.
Very quick to the punch, and it's Solotov to die first again. Doki's looking for a second now. This Tyrant patrolling the hatch above. His attention is now on Benjamaster. On repel on the window. I don't think Eminem was expecting such a brisk encounter with G2.
Yep. That's the thing, if you go really fast sometimes, so you do it calculated, so Doki didn't just walk off the red stairs without any information. He had 2 separate drones helping him. One drone was actually somewhere on the first floor, granting permanent information. The other one was that injured drone at his feet, who spotted out Solotov, forced him to run away, and Doki just shoots him from behind. So a great pick from G2. It was a conscious decision for Doki to go in fast and to try and find that opening kill or a ton of map control. And they get both, the kill and the control of the map.
Still haven't taken care of piano, though, the way that we had speculated with that Nomad on the board. Blur's thrown out 1 air jab so far, 2 more remain, and it's just going to continue to get trickier and trickier. Now, Eminem have decided that they don't want to hold piano as actively as before. Could be that without Solotov, they have to reposition. There's still some Kiba barriers in a castle barricade holding guard on their own, even though they can't really do much good. If any of them get destroyed, Eminem will know about that.
Oh, look at this.
That's a nade from below, and we hear the 1 air jab go off. Nafe dies, the castle gets a little bit too brazen. Picked off by G2. And now it's another nade to go on in. You were correct about the Nomad, by the way. It was a white window jump out. So, nade goes in, use this on the retake. It's white stairs, not red, and he's the last man standing as he loses Tyrant not too far off. Shotgun outs. But it's a tight angle to play as Blur's getting that diffuser down. There goes the Nitro Cell. Uses knows how tough this is. Takes time to reload the sidearm. Blur did not complete the plant. He bailed off. Not sure what the reluctance was here, but now Uses has too many angles to watch. G2 put 2 together. They take the lead in this match.
Yeah, Eminem, they are not really in the driver's seat, so to speak. I mean, they're playing reactive on the defending side of Cafe, which, yeah, it's pretty common that you set up your defense, you see what the attackers are going to do, then you adapt off it. But I think Eminem, just like in the first opening round, if they, you know, they're in charge, they're in control, they're seeking out the plays. I mean, sure, you can jump out the window, but you're doing against a Nomad. You're doing against a person of Virtue who has yet to open up the cocktail window. He's literally waiting for that jump out to happen. It's too easy to be read by G2. Eminem also making individual plays. Solotov dies downstairs alone, no trade. Nate jumps out a window. Even if he got the kill and died afterwards, no trade. So Eminem, they can't keep losing both the opening kill and then seek out the individual hero plays. They have to play together as a team, try and force those 2v1s. Let's say one person jumped out white stairs window, one person jumped out cocktail window, a new balcony window. You can then trade on Virtue on the sledge 1-for-1 worst case. In the best case scenario, you get out without losing a single member. Sure, you're gonna run up, you know, through the basement of the building again, essentially. But at least you get the kill, you delay G2's execute, and you're also taking away the comfortability on the map that G2 is being granted because of that early aggression from Doki, getting so much of control of red stairs, mining, and train.
This is the right call on the jump out, so you know a thing or two about this game. I was very impressed with your read of that situation. Nick, great job.
You know, there's something about the UK players at this event, they just love jumping out windows poker. Some teams more than others, but yeah.
You mean LATAM players?
Oh, sorry, yeah. So Twitch chat calls him Meu Exico. Oh. So M-E-U Exico, yeah? Of course. It's pretty good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Benja's in again in a similar spot to where Doki was before. Not too far off of where Nafe's position is. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, he got
He can jump.
They jumped. Oh. It goes in from Doki. It looks like they'll be able to open up that red wall now leading into the cocktail bar, ticket booth, as a lot of people will call it. There it is. If they want to open it up. That is, I guess they don't.
Not yet.
Because they don't want to open it up. That's fine. There's no rush.
Not yet.
Oh! Nave's still in this same spot, not too far off of where we thought Benjamaster would strike from. Ultimately, it costs Alimao his life, and it gives Eminem a small lead in numbers.
Yeah, of course, losing your IGL of Alimao is not the worst member because now he can make the calls from the grave, spectating his teammates. Now, there is one thing. When you are the Agile who's dead, you often find yourself spectating your friends to make the callouts for them instead of watching the cams with the flank, for example. That was an issue in G2's previous game against PlayStation on Bang, where Alamar would die early and trying to coordinate his teammates for a potential flank. He didn't watch the default cams, and G2 ran into a guy holding the flank that would have been seen on the camera. Then just downstairs, he finds one, not before Nelo finds another one onto Blur, still in favor of Eminem. Okay.
Benji wanted to create a small hole so that he could throw the nade over top, but
not with that pistol.
Nade goes in, wrong direction. Castle uses. He's gonna have to hold multiple ways into the bomb site. He is the one standing against the Tides. Solotov waiting patiently, but oh, the blind actually works! And Benjamaster's able to get in under his very own nose. That's a bit of a problem for Eminem. Benj is only good enough for one, though, as Solotov does answer back, leaving Virtue upstairs, standing by the fires. A Goyo container raging in front of him, 30 seconds on the clock. Virtue's in a 1v3. It's a far cry from the 7-1 that G2 did before. Virtue finds himself in front of yet another Goyo canister. Down goes Solotov. He had the read on that play. Good enough. Last two players of Eminem are split between sites and floors, so good luck. Virtue will need to attempt to get the diffuser down and go for both kills. He goes for kills. Tyrant finishes him first, though. Eminem a second round.
Yeah, good discipline in the 2 versus 1, just playing so far apart that even if one member died, there was no time for Virtue to both get the kill and the diffuser and get back to the bomb side as that case was down on bottom of White Staircase. We see a stack of papers from Uses going through the various strats that you might have on a team. And some people might be wondering, why would pro players need strat papers? Can they just remember them all? Oh my man, there are so many variations in Siege. I mean, let's just talk about the fact that if you play with or without mirror, certain walls have to be reinforced from a certain way, because you cannot put a mirror window on the back of a reinforcement, depending on what side you reinforce it from. So, a lot of variation, who plays what operators, what small minor adjustments that you might make, so that's why those papers, they are laying around. G2 spoke about the flexibility, shown the Nomad, shown the Capital, potential Munty round here for a downstairs attack once more from Eminem, choosing that kitchen and kitchen bomb side, which bit of a surprise given the previous result. I mean, they started finding success with that reading bomb side victory.
5 seconds to go.
Twice. That's the only round victories that they had so far. They tried Cocktail, didn't work. Tried kitchen and kitchen, didn't work even remotely. Operator-wise, the same from Eminem. Nothing too big of a change. They're off the Echo this time, which actually bodes well for Alamar, because Echo is one of the few operators that can counter the Munty and that potential plant later in the round.
Knocks him out of the shield.
Yep.
So, will we see some great success from the shield operator? That's the question. Seen Carl on that Monty a lot. Carl, of course, is Valleyman's name. We're good buds, so I can call him that.
You can't still winning one final, and now you just call him
2 finals.
Oh, actually 2 finals, yeah. True that.
That's right. Put some respect on my name.
I'm sorry.
Alima was inside a small bakery right now. Down goes Nello. He's looking for a play up what appears to be upstairs, but no, we might have just been on the main floor.
Damn, they keep it bare.
Yeah, there he is.
Oh,
he's at the main door.
He can't get in. He's like, help, break it, please, someone. No,
not like this!
He's baiting his teammates.
Carl!
Gotta be better than that.
Solotov had died early in rounds 2 and 3. Doesn't die that early in this round, and not before getting a pick. But Doki second puts G2 back in an advantage in numbers. But wait a minute. Eminem are in a position where Carl Alimau is going to see both of them as they try to push. One over by Whiskey. There goes a smoke. Alimau's able to get out of there. You knew there was one inside a coat check as well, so by their count, there should be 2 of the 3 players off site. G2 just needs to figure out where the last piece of that puzzle is.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has
They might even don't know to get the information. They could just go for smokes and try and set up a plant. They got the Munty, they got smokers to cover, and they got, again, numbers advantage.
No intel, though. Absolutely no drones on the side of G2. Both those fire bolts have gone out, and they don't find their mark whatsoever. Time for smokes to go in as the Monty walks forward. We also got the Capitao bolts to go off and smoke even more. That forces Eminem into a position where they're just gonna walk into Doki's bullets. Last two players from Eminem, both red stairs side. They'll need to cut across the bomb site or go through Bakery. Diffuser was being attempted, but Ali Mao doesn't want to do it just yet. A bit more reluctance. G2 a bit worried about this timing. Perfect opportunity for another smoke to go in. Mayfree taking, but he has to break his own Kiba barrier, and that sound that's being made, Doki 4 kills. Give them all! Doki the ace against Eminem. G2 regain the lead.
Stellar performance. I mean, Carl on the Monty didn't do a whole lot in reality, but when you dig deep, or rather visually, but when you dig down into the great details, he's forcing Eminem to move around and react to what he's doing, and Doki was there to just pick up the kills relatively for free. I mean, these are members of Eminem sprinting in, trying to wallbang the smoke, toss out their utility, play from above, etc., and Doki just plays around it beautifully. Sure, there was an early struggle with Alamau and they keep a barrier, where he says, Benja, jump in and punch it for me. Benja dies, but after that, it was pretty much a flawless round from G2. We saw it here, Doki-san, the early kill. Oh, just a little tap into Bakery. And it just keeps going from there. Just takes the right fights at the right time. And you see here again, distraction from the plank going down. Once again, smoke playing very far away with that SMG11. The final member past the smoke. No one can really truly...
Ace, baby.
That is an ace indeed.
It's a good thing that the Scottish education system is good enough that he can count to 5. So
that's wonderful.
That's great news. Final round of G2's attack. Eminem's first defense side swap will come in after that. It's playing out a little bit differently from the SCARZ Reven game we saw earlier.
So far. We can still go OT, if that's what you're referring to. In terms of actual performance and playstyle, also relatively different, yeah. Mining bomb site does finally get brought out. It is a big surprise to me that Eminem are not opting to play the mirror. Mirror is commonly played on the mining dining bomb site because the bomb site is relatively weak. Those mirror windows can really fortify it, make it harder to attack it. Mirror not really seen any play so far from the side of Eminem. They're choosing to play a more free style of Cafe, which has had mixed results so far. I mean, you can say that Cafe historically has been a defender-sided map, and throughout the entirety of this major, it has been a defender-sided major so far, being about 59 to 41% favoring, of course, the defense. I mean, if they get the 3-3 side, they can be relatively happy with that, but going down 2-4, starting on defense would not be great at all.
Not one bit. Flash tossed in, magnets now being found as the nades thrown by Virtue, done with reckless abandon, and it's Solotov involved in the early altercation again. Good enough for a kill, trade it off, but this action's gonna come fast and furious. And I'm not talking about the movie, baby. 2 kills for both sides. They equalize. Nello's as good as dead above. There goes the entire upstairs hold except for Tyrant. 4 players for Eminem holding off site.
Oh, the Capcan.
Benja, you might not be spotted by the cams, but the EDDs, they're still gonna see you. They're still gonna find you. Oh, Doki, no, not like this. 3 kills for Doki. He's got the ace in the previous round. He's just stat padding at this point. Look at Tyrant, just a sliver of it. Emerging from bathroom, down white stairs he'll go, Blur with diffuser in hand. Doki watching white stairs.
Attackers are activating
a duel for Doki's 9th kill in 2 rounds. Good lord. They back off. Playing keep away now as the clock will work against Eminem. Blur trying to draw him out. They know that Blur's inside of the site. You can hear it from the sounds of his weapon. It's Tyrant now retaking through wheel. Over towards train. Outduels Doki. We'll have to work with the final 13 seconds, but Blur is there for backup. 8 kills for Doki over those 2 rounds to send the first half home, and G2's by a 4-2 scoreline.
Yeah, the interact doing a great job, but also the cover there from G2. I mean, they're locking down Cigar, they're locking down New Balcony. Whenever Eminem they're moving a little bit too much, they just get caught every single time by the members of G2. And again, Eminem, they opt for just straight up guns blazing, fighting top 4. when they could play the mirror, they could play the Maestro, try and play that utility game and make G2 have to problem solve around it. Instead, G2, they'll drop the skylight, they'll rappel in the window, they will take those 50-50 gunfights and they'll win them. They get the 4-2 side swap. Now they go on the defense. And surprise, surprise, they will start on the least successful bomb site in this match so far. Of course, G2 themselves have not defended this bomb site yet. But Kitchen and Kitchen, so things will start off for them. Eminem right now going through the motions of thinking, what operators do we need to get the job done? Do we want to go for roam clear? Go for a straight attack like, for example, with the Monty like G2 did? Where are G2 going to be playing at? Do they even have a roam? Are they playing in VIP? Yes, they are currently. Alibi's on the side of the map at least, reinforcing that one single freezer wall. Benji goes down as well, so there's going to be some VIP presence. And then for Eminem to pick up both the Brava and the Dokkaepi. Bit of utility there for the mid-late game, while still having 2 sets of frag grenades from both the Ana and the Nuke, so plenty of self-destruction to clear out any crucial player positions that G2 might be playing in. There we see the Brava drone doing its job already. That's one Runegate, is one Banshee called, etc. And while it might not be the most impactful part of the map that these gadgets are being taken from, it's just a great foundation to start from Eminem to take things away from G2 for that potential late flank on the double door.
It was a quiet first half in terms of the kill department for Ali Mao, but you highlighted on that one Monty round back in round 5 how critical that operator was, even though he might not be involved in the killing, at least he's a good distraction.
Yeah.
I think you could argue that of those 5 kills Doki got in that round, they probably wouldn't have happened without the assist of old Ali Mao.
No, you're right. Monty and same operators like the Yokai from Echo. It's like it's a big part of that is the distraction game that you can cause. You know, if you look at the ceiling for a Yokai drone as an attacker, you can't fight someone looking at you horizontally.
Tyrant walks in, he's looking the wrong way. There's a Warden on the other side of it. Now it's Solotov. Might get caught with his pants down. Nade in hand, and Blur will do some damage. Not a ton. Both of them still losing about a third of their HP. It's a burst on in through Kitchen, just as Ali Mao had a slow first half. Nello the same right now, and Nello's had some struggles at this event. They continue onwards. It's not ideal for his team. Solotov and uses right now, dragging this team forward, if you could say that.
Yeah, trying to at least. Don't have a single smoke to go for this execute from Nave, so getting a plant down is going to be very difficult for Eminem. And we see G2 and Doki always fighting for the ground, not really surrendering much of it. They have found one gun to try it already, so again, G2, they have the advantage. They can try and just play those 2v1 gunfights.
Well, Uses thought Doki was in that position. He throws a nade into where he was, but Doki's now scampered back. Watching towards bottom of White Stairs, but he also has that breach that was opened up by the ace from Kitchen into Bakery to watch quite intently. And Nello sees him for a second, pulls trigger, but simply cannot get the shots down. Solotov in a bit of a rough spot. Doki re-peaks, Nello wins the gunfight. Now he's in to get the diffuser down. Uses on the ground, bleeding out not too far off. Nobody from G2 seems to be aware of this. And now there's that post-plant scramble. As Uses gets brought back to life. Benja lighting him up, but I spoke his name into existence. Nello not just getting 3 kills, diffuser down. 3v2 for Eminem as the timer continues to run down. It's a very favorable position for them. And Nave, who's been a non-factor in this round, comes online at the last second. Blur in a tough spot. They now know where he is. 10 seconds to get himself out of this position towards the diffuser. 3 players still upright from Eminem, and they're gonna hunt him down. 3 kills for Nello, 2 kills for Nave.
Eminem, they find the gap.
They do.
They do. They look for it, they find it secured. G2, I will say, had this same similar problem in their game against Space Station where they get into a very comfortable position, that 5 versus 4 near the bomb side, and they play relatively passive. We saw Doki early on playing aggressive front forward with the keeper barriers, forcing out utilities, forcing out grenades, but then he falls all the way back to the actual kitchen bomb side, and no one is there to see the plant going down. So a small mistake from G2 that gets exploited by Eminem. Only Warden can see through the smokes. Warden not in the right position to see the plant going down in that particular round. No Yokais, no Maestros, no bulletproof cameras, no information from G2 to act upon. And that ultimately is their demise.
Nave just holding that position by a small bake. You really need a confidence boost, I think, for Eminem. The one thing that I've seen about the team is that they've just looked kind of down in the dumps, frankly. In a lot of their matches, they've had some unfortunate results that they were not anticipating. As for G2, they had a disappointing day yesterday against Space Station for their standards. They expected a bounce back, but what does it say for G2's ability? If you consider, based on the success so far through Phase 1 and Phase 2, that Eminem have not been a particularly formidable foe the same way these other Phase 2 teams now coming in look to be, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Eminem made it out of Phase 1, but in a lot of ways it was really just how can you not lose versus how can you succeed. So they get here and now G2's got their hands full with Eminem at the moment.
No, you're right. It's not necessarily a great look. Eminem, as you said, they have been looking a little bit down in their games, and you know, Eminem historically as a team, they are known to lose a lot of rounds that they arguably win on paper, but then again, they lose those 4 versus 2s, etc. And when you go down against Faze yesterday on Border in a game that you arguably should have won, it's not an easy thing to come back from. You get a little bit of a breather, you know, you play only 1 game a day, so you can kind of reset for the day after, but now you're up against G2. You have a rough start on Cafe, only getting 2 wins on the defensive side, where you're supposed to be finding 3, 4, or 5 rounds. And now, things get harder. Eminem, they got a problem-solving attack against a Mira and Kaid setup without a Thatcher. So sure, you can try and go guns blazing and try and just go for broke, but now it comes down to the strategical elements of Siege, and Eminem, they have to be the better team to win this round.
Well, the man that gets talked about so frequently on this Eminem squad, none other than Solotov. Still on the Nook, still roaming, still lurking. This will be an assault on the upstairs bomb site right now, and there's a kill hole in the ground. Solotov had a nade out. He's looking for it. He uses 2 very fast kills. Benja gets 1 back, but Solotov is still there, still in that position. Unshakable. Doki misses an opportunity to keep numbers tight. Doesn't miss on the Solotov. He's got Blur above for backup. Nello with Diffuser, want to walk on in at some point to the bomb site, but there's still a lot of Eminem players on this second floor. Tyrant in particular, engaging. You don't want to take a Vector at such close range, but it's Doki now in a 1v1. Nello still upright. Can Doki get the job done? Fire arrow goes sailing in. Doki very shrewdly repositions. Nello does it though, and we get a tie game.
Just want to remind everybody watching that the bomb site is upstairs, and every single member either died fighting for downstairs or simply died downstairs. Doki in the 1v1, when that Capital Fire came out from Nello, could have simply walked upstairs from the white staircase position. Doki wanted to fight it out. He thought he had the surprise factor, but Nello is smart. If he fires the cabinet and no mirror comes sprinting away from that position because they knew there was no rotate to laundry, then that means Doki has already repositioned. He has to either swing back into it or run away. Nello's prepared for it, had the angle ready, won the gunfight. Great opening kills from Eminem. And I was saying how they can't just fight it out and get all these kills. They gotta strategically pick this apart. They absolutely didn't have to, because the mirror windows, the kite positions upstairs weren't being fully leveraged by G2. And Eminem did a great job at problem solving the player positions from the defending team, both vertically and with utility. Nello in that round, he said he had a bit of a rough game, rough tournament so far, Parker. Nello really showed up. 3 kills, found the opening, Capital Fire usage, etc., and clutches it out in the 1 versus 1 to tie things up 4-4. And now Nello will go from Capital to Monty to just keep up his value for these rounds for his team. Mirror's being brought again, so is the Kaid. G2 going for the same similar approach and the same exact bombs because they didn't like what happened in that previous round.
Nello was 1-6. Now he's 6-6. Yep. And you're gonna take him off of a gun and put him on a monitor. All right, that's definitely a decision.
This is one of the only weaknesses when your only multiplayer is Nello, who happens to have a good game all of a sudden, right, so to speak. But at the same time, Nello and Monty is probably one of the strongest operators he can find himself on to help his teammates in these rounds to succeed at their job. Because right now, the entering, getting in the building safely, that's going to be very difficult against the Mira. The Monty, the Smokes can help with that to then make uses, Tyrant, and Solotov thrive in those more aggressive positions.
They're running it back on Cocktail, so you gotta get the Monty upstairs, possibly drop him through Red Hatch, possibly go up White Stairs and put some serious pressure on that White hallway, top of White Stairs, leading over to Cocktail. Could also have a ripple effect for those playing in Freezer, if you're concerned with the Monty just existing in that space. And not flushed out of these G2, any of these G2 players on the mid floor, Nick, and that's where Solotov's focus was.
Yeah, there are 3 C4s in the pocket of G2, so if they want to, they can go downstairs as Doki has half that first floor in his control. That's that in library. Smoker's a little bit too early to take any members out. Tyrant could have died to it, but not quite. And there we go, Eminem, they're in piano now. They've got a bit of map control on the White Window Rappel as well. They gotta win their opening duels as well to make this work, and it don't.
Oh, so long, Solotov again involved in that first altercation, this time the wrong way around. Magnet saves the lives of Virtue, NitroCell goes out, but Tyrant's upside down, he evades it.
Where's Nello? Where's the Monty in all of this? He's droning! Nello, drop the hatch, man! We spoke about how he's gotta get into the building to help Solotov, to help Uses. Solotov goes in alone, he dies, and now Nello's droning from the roof with 35 seconds left. I mean, are they gonna drop the skylight and go for a plant? I mean, what are they doing?
Good news is there's no smoke on the board. Bad news is there's plenty in Nitro cells, 2 of which have been used, another remains, one in the hands of Doki. There go the smokes, and now Nello just walks right in.
There's no way.
He's gonna play in the middle of the site, isn't he? No, he keeps going forward. They know exactly where he is. Nitro cell goes down, no more explosives. Nello attempting the diffuser plant. Doki out-dueled by Eminem, but there goes Tyrant to Virtue. Skylight control is good, Nello's down. Benja blown over by one of those air jabs. Back on his feet, Doki still bleeding out. The problem is gonna be Usis on Skylight. Nave to secure, if he drops red, that leaves Usis up there all on his lonesome. Blur hopping on the diffuser, Usis waiting for the call, and they just decide to engage with him. Nave is there, doing his best. They've lost out on the Skylight control. No, Nave knifes instead, what a blunder! G2 on the diffuser, they take the lead back, and that's their 5th round.
I only saw the player cam, but when that happened, bottom right, you saw Nave literally let go of mouse and keyboard and basically scream to the skies in frustration because he recognized he messed up and went for a fat finger for knife play in the wrong position. And that might have just cost Eminem the chance of the round because they were so close in terms of time. Eminem will call that timeout. This might partially be for the mental side to calm things down, to stay inside of this before OT. Could also be strategical, rather, for a bit of both. But right now, I think if you're the coach, if you're Julio, you talk to Nave right now and say, "Guys, like, it's okay. It happens. It's not all on you. We win the round as a team, and we lose them as well." It was looking like a blunder for round for Eminem. I mean, Nello's playing Monty, nowhere to be found. Turns out he was hiding that pick, and sure, they lost the opening kill, but they get the bomb down. They have a great post-plan position, and again, Eminem, they finally buy it back, and they get into that favorable position, but then they also do what they do best. They accidentally mess it up somewhere along the lines of the plan. And then we saw it here, great collapse from Nave. He goes down to swings, but then Uses on this Skylight is still fighting the teammates, and there's the knife. Now G2 did have a great crossfire, as we see right here. So in the grand scheme of things, there it is. Frustration. In the grand scheme of things, I don't think it would have mattered that much whether that knife came out or not because of G2's great positioning in the 2 versus 1. But of course, if you're a Nave, you're going to be kicking yourself over that one. 5-4 now in favor of G2. We do have a close game in front of us. Another attempt at the kitchen bomb side. A couple of different operators. The Frost being brought out. Still got the utilities downstairs like the Aruni, the Wamai, the Asami to hold it down. Of course, the Warden to see through a smoke grenade for potential plant. Eminem don't have any smokes this time. They have secondary MPs and they have a ton of flashbangs. Only got Nilo on the hard bridge on Hibana, so it looks to be a room clear attempt from Eminem. Just looking at the lineup at least. Benja going for a potential run out. That's an old school one at that. Run out the snow door, peek far left, or in this case, looks like he's waiting for a rappel sound near the south side of the map actually, and they're gonna be there. This might work.
Well, down goes Nave.
He doesn't hear them.
I imagine there's a lot of frustration here. No, Benja. He gets read like a book by Tyrants.
It's a good idea from Benja, in theory, if he had gone for the run out, but either didn't hear the rappel sound or maybe too much bantering in the voice comms to hear anything, because you will sometimes hear players go, guys, I need sound, be quiet, please, shh. Sometimes you don't get that. Now, Nave was quote-unquote spawn-peaked outside the building. It is the Nomad. It's a bit frustrating because those air jabs can now not hold down the flanks from the brown, the red, and the white staircase later on in the round, but it beats having your Hibana die, your only heart breacher, so it's all fine for Eminem. They still have double soft breach as well. They can still go through with their intended plan from their prep phase.
Watch over us. We are protected.
Still a quiet game for LML. Provides obviously leadership to the team, but he can take over in the times that we've seen in the past. Things go well, but G2's got two pretty big offensive threats in both Doki and Benja. Both of whom have been involved in the fray so far today. One in a positive direction, that was Doki. One in a not so positive direction, that was Benja.
Great pace being set by Eminem as well. I mean, this is the benefit of playing the Bach and the such. You can get upstairs with the roam clear. You only need 25-30 seconds to fully destroy all the soft floor leading to the bomb site. As I said, the Nomad is dead, the flanks are open for G2, but they lack information, and now they're also lacking the man count.
Yeah, now they're staring down the wrong side of this engagement, and Drone's not managing to go through that laser gate, just scooting underneath. But the time has flown by in this round, Nick. 40 seconds remain. That's it, and now Yuzis looks like he's going to be able to get another free pick from above onto the Azami. Just a matter about finding him. Nice trigger discipline from Yuzis. Allowing Doki to live a little bit longer than Doki probably would have under normal circumstances. Doki's a little bit too focused on that breach, and while it's not Yuzis, Solotov to finish him off.
15 seconds
Almost certain that we're gonna need all 12 rounds between these teams. Eminem are poised to win this one with those final 10 seconds, but they need to get in there. They're working against the time. Nello getting diffuser down. Blur looks the wrong way. He's a bit too distracted. The timeout works. Eminem answer back. This game is as close as it's gonna get. 5-5 between the two EU squads.
So close as well for Blur to actually find both the cover and the plant with only 5 seconds left on the clock. That could have gone either way. That kitchen bomb side, I mean, it has not been won by the defending team yet. Both teams trying to force it, trying to make it work, not wanting to play that mining bomb side necessarily. Great run out there from Doki. After that, they get punished incredibly fast. I mean, they lose the bake, remember? Doki swinging wide on the bomb side, while Blur and Alamar playing very far back. So a little bit of a disjointed effort there from G2. They're playing both, okay, let's be in their face, and also let's not be in their face. Let's just play very far back and safe, wait for the plant. So G2, they gotta get back into the same way of operating in these rounds on the defensive side. So right now, that's not the, this is not the Invitationals G2 that we saw just a few months ago. It's not stage 1 of EUL G2 that we're seeing either.
No, it certainly isn't.
This is, we won the World Championship, so we cannot be a bad team G2 that we're seeing.
Okay.
Fabian said on Twitter that his players won a single major event, and now their egos are too big to actually play properly.
Did he actually say that?
He actually said it on Twitter yesterday, yeah.
Great.
And
terrific.
The good thing about losing early in a tournament, if you can go crazy in the lower bracket and best of threes and all that stuff, is you will get checked on your ego, right? If you lose your first game against SSG, who had like a very new roster that, to be fair, is still looking very good, by the way, but it is a new roster, right? G2 just came off winning invite with the same roster, and now you're struggling against Eminem, who you're saying you're gonna beat easily on social media, that you arguably should be beating, and that you 7-0 last game. It's not a great look.
Solotov. Oh, I guess you're good enough for one. Down goes Elimo. Benji answers back. Every single one of these rounds so far, Nick, have been defined by very fast actions. Somebody dies quickly, and then there's almost always an answer. In this case, the amount of trades round through round has been through the roof, frankly.
And it has, but it typically is like a early explosion, 2 people die, and then a lot of like setup, both teams now playing kind of cautious, and then again that explosive end to the round that's been happening. Solotov, of course, being the top gunner for his team, is not going to play the rest of this round on the Nuke, but he has found Alamau, so kind of a low-value kill, right? Alamau's 2 and 7. He's still got those Captain Traps alive to help him from the grave. But still, Eminem, if they can just get a little bit of map control with these individual kills, that might be enough.
Oh boy. Blur. You're in so much trouble there, bucko. Down he goes. There was nowhere to go but die. He had, what, flashes coming in, there was fire, there was a grenade. It's a rough spot to be in. Next focus for Eminem will be on this piano portion of the map where Benj is currently holding. Defense aided by his own Kiba barriers.
Yeah, Asami is so strong for holding piano. G2, as long as they maintain upstairs control like they are currently, they can absolutely lock it down this round for their side here and go on match point. Big question mark is downstairs player Virtue, but he actually gets the kill with smoke inside of mining. A risky peek, but it pays off.
Honestly, I think when you're at that numbers disadvantage, you gotta go for some of these peaks from time to time. Maybe not with the smoke. Doki now in tough straits against Tyrant. As one of those gas canisters linger in front of Tyrant's eyes, he's hunkered down inside a reading. He's in the bomb site, by the way, just doesn't have the diffuser. Oh, Nello's the one who hangs on to it. Down goes Virtue. G2's numbers getting worse. But Eminem can be very patient here. Let G2 get restless. Let them get in at some point. Diffuser going down. Doki will need to be marshaled into action. Evading the nade. The indicator staying red for far too long. Down goes Benja. Eminem, they grab the lead and they go on to match point.
Ever since that timeout, things have been working out better for Eminem. They are there as a team, and this has also prompted Fabian and D2 to call for their tactical time and say, guys, we couldn't do it in regulation. Now we unfortunately have to take it all the way to OT and actually show up right now. Not a great look for G2, but Eminem looking a lot better. Solotov's early sacrifice for the 1-for-1 trade is paying off time and time again. Nello, so efficient at calling the execute accurately. Just biding enough time by just sitting around and gathering information and making G2 move away from those key locations. We saw Benjamaster upstairs on the verticality, locking down the bombs at entry points, but because of how much time was passing without any movement from Eminem, he simply rotated around, dropped the hatch.
One round of the lead. You guys got this.
Listen-in capabilities are not what they've been in the past, but at least we can still hear somewhat of is being discussed between these teams.
Yeah.
Trying to hear as much as we can.
Yeah. Call there at the end from Eminem was to try and get some smokes on the board. Probably looking for another plant attempt like in the previous round because Nilo is hovering the Monty as well, like before. Upstairs hold could be the do or die for G2. At least if they want to win, they gotta go into overtime. We had match number 1 between Reven and SCARZ go the distance. It's an 8-6 victory for ... Team SCARZ.
Spoilers.
Yeah, I said ... Get a little pause.
Spoilers.
Spoilers. I mean, if somebody says, oh my god, this game was great, it went to overtime, that's a great spoil to get, right? Instead of like, this game was a 7-0, but I want to leave for who? That's like a... No, we love some OT even out again. Yeah, so same down before. Nave on the Nomad, Nello on the Monty, G2, not really with any counterplay of their own. They went off the Mira and Kite strat. They are playing Mossy now from Doki, probably more of a gun thing. Play that Roni 1.5x, has a C4 in pocket as well. The Mossy Pest, not really the most meta operator right now to play Mossy. Most pro players these days can drone pretty effectively around those Mossy Pests, not getting caught too often. And the gun getting a couple of nerves above the damage and the bullet count, having only 16 bullets now. It's the lowest amount of guns in an automatic weapon in the entire game. As this Reven has 17. Yeah.
Very good.
Very nice.
Very, very nice. Well, Sazami hold out inside. Oh. Okay. Okay, maybe overtime. Solotov first to die or first to fry, one or the other, that's it.
Someone's got to help him. It kind of feels like that Faze game yesterday as well, where, I mean, it's not like Solotov's dropping 20 kills. This game is 11 and 10, but no one's really helping him out with other drones. Again, Nelo's on the Monty. We can do a couple of things. It seems like it's 4 members working together, and then Solotov kind of doing whatever on the Nuke, which is how you want to play the Nuke in general. But this is Cafe. It's a very compact map where there's not a lot of avenues in throughout the building that is safe for you, and without drone intel, you're just often gonna find a roam or two. Like we see Doki hiding downstairs, and the rest of G2 upstairs, waiting for something to happen from Eminem. They're just being reactive right now, as they've already built that opening kill lead as Doki's early aggression paid off. Still has a C4 below as well, so for a plant deny, that could come in handy later on.
Magnet will grab that first nade, another one immediately replaces it, but gets blown up. Blur probably should have known that before he tosses it. No!
Oh!
What? Was that a botched nade that takes down Nello and uses?
It wasn't a C4, it had to be a nade. Oh no.
Oh no, uses. How does that happen? Both players are retrievable, they're on the roof. They'll be fine, though they'll be in significantly worse shape. Tyrant seems to think there's one on white stairs. Nades go off. How embarrassing will this be if he just walks right up and gets splattered by none other than Benjamaster? Nitrocell goes out. There was so little remaining on Nello. There was nowhere to go but down. There goes Tyrant to Benja, just like we said. Timeout taken by G2. Nave in a 1v5. Things work out flawlessly in that round, and we're going to overtime.
That is the worst way for a team to lose their match point into OT round. I mean, that was a botch nade on the roof, injuring the Sledge and the Monty, and with that, basically the entirety of that round. Eminem, as we say, look at this. Monty walks too far right, uses cooks it perfectly for the intended mission of getting into that freezer area, but yeah. And this is the thing, Eminem, they find themselves often making these very, technically a small mistake, but it has a major negative impact on the outcome of that round. I mean, such a simple thing to do, but yeah. 6-6 now. G2 will start on the attacking side. Eminem, they will go back to defend. The things will kind of shake up now. Normally when we go into overtime, teams will often prefer just staying where they have been if they had some success, because at least things will stay consistent. Now for both teams, they gotta go attack, defense, attack, and it can be hard to adjust around on the fly. Doki sitting on 15 kills now, by the way. Animal is still a bit quiet on the scoreboard, 3 and 7. Not quite found a lot of kills, but of course, as we keep saying, Parker as well, he is the leader of the team, brings value there, played the Monty.
You ever notice how big the pistol is in Sophia's hands?
Maybe she has tiny hands, yeah.
Possibly. It's been exciting back and forth so far. Attacker side at Cafe. Every single bomb site's been played up to this point. There you go. Secretary drone gets it done. A very aggressive hold in the bottom of white stairs, though, from Eminem. G2 wants to enter from that point. That's fine. Eminem will be there to greet them. Might be to G2's undoing, especially with that shotgun. A single shot from it's enough to kill at that range. Nades go in, explosives go in, and now more nades dropped on in through the skylight, but guess what? There's a magnet there. Well, Mai's pick rate skyrocketing after getting the 1.5 scope, providing a lot of utility, but also now able to hold his own in a duel. Nicely tossed Nitro Cell from Usis. Didn't we see this before?
Literally back in like round number 1, I believe, actually, yeah.
Bye-bye, Ali Mal. Tyrant's down as well, both teams in a 4v4. Solotov will find the grave shortly thereafter. Nade bounced in nicely by Virtue. Nafe is no more. Uses the only one on the board so far for Eminem, and he's very outside the map. Need to get back into the confines of the building. It's just him and Nello remaining. Nello's playing down near pillar on that second floor.
G2 could have rushed the side there knowing that Usis was outside the building, but they don't want to risk anything here in OT with the stakes being so high. Nello, in fact, wasn't even on the bomb site itself, so Of course, G2 doesn't know this, but it was absolutely free for the taking. But they have so much time left. Over a minute to go when that occurred. Now they'll draw everything out, figure out where the roamers are going to be at. They find Nello and Pillar, but can they capitalize and kill him? Doesn't seem to be the case.
Nello gets to get himself out of that position as quickly as humanly possible. It's time for the Wrecking Crew to go to work upstairs. Doki, 17 kills, good lord. You find some more? Nope. Nello finds him first. That allows Usis to regain that position. This is excellent for Eminem. And the sledge now, Virtue could also be caught off guard. If Usis is just able to go under the radar, and that's what's going to happen. They're not suspecting this. Virtue softened up as he drops towards Pillar. Now more will be on the shoulders of Nello. Usis sees one as they scoot on by. Neither member of G2 is looking up at all. Nello in the other bomb site, waiting for Diffuser to go down against Assault Wall, and that's a huge play from Usis. 3 kills to his name. Could a quad be there? Yes, it can! 4 kills for Usis. Eminem moved to match point.
We can talk about Usis in that round, but the real hero is Nello. He stays alive on the bomb side, but he doesn't do so by hiding in a corner. He's actually applying a little bit of pressure, just shooting out here, running over there. He keeps readjusting his position, and G2, they just have to check every single corner possible. And while that's happening, Usis retook up above, could use the shotgun on the mute to destroy the floor, find some new angles, and then shut down G2's plant attempt like we just saw. And all Nello had to do in that round was basically to stay alive, because if he dies, G2 can go into a dining bomb site and plant where Usis' position up above gets completely ignored, as there is no self-destruction from up above on that particular bomb site. So really well played, 2 versus 3 from Eminem. And what was a botched round on the match point previously, they make up for it. They get that 7-6 position in their favor, and now they go onto their attacking side where they can now change things up, hopefully, and try and find a victory here. It's been Solotov all alone on the entry. That has been their bigger talking point, and also one of their issues in the rounds, because when it doesn't work out for Solotov, when it doesn't find those kills, that's when they just play a quite literal 4 versus 5 round. Eminem, they gotta play together, or at the very least, set Solotov up for success, and I think that's also why Nave is on the Dokkaebi, so that when Solotov needs it, he can ask for that call to come out and give him a bit of audible cues to work off of to find those roamers.
What a comeback this has been from Eminem. Down 4-2, really stitched together an impressive second half, taking their time out, and over the last 7 rounds, they've won 5 of them. Cost both teams their timeouts. It's very challenging to glean anything from best of ones, because it could be just a team has an off day, maybe a team just has a bit of a struggle with the map. Who knows? Eminem have played far more games here. Oh my goodness, hold on a second. Okay. Solotov just blindly pre-fires through a barricade. It almost cost Doki his life. Said the win condition for Eminem was everybody else showing up, and I think that's happened. Nello, 8-8. Usis, the best player on the team, 13-8. A quiet day for both Tyrant and Nave so far, but that's okay. Doki runs in, Tyrant finishes that off. 4 kills for Eminem remain. That's it, and now a nade will go. Could have been a second. This time on to Virtue up by Freezer, but he evades it. He didn't know he was going to, but he stepped back far enough to not have to deal with it.
And now we see the trio of Eminem, Usis, Solotov, and Tyrant all working together on the first floor, walking up the red stairs, white stairs, and finding almost 2 kills, and Nave on the Dokkaebi, who's basically on the roof at this point, throwing out that global gadget of Dokkaebi, those phone call rings, all working together. Now that's step 1. Build the early lead, but the second step that they're about to find here is going to be difficult. The setup for the bomb side. You can't just walk in Cigar. You can't just take these engagements. You had the lead. Now it's back to a 4 versus 4.
I mean, that's a mistake. That's a big mistake. Solotov could have played that infinitely better and given Eminem a better fighting chance. If Eminem do end up losing this matchup and G2 wins this round and wins the next, there's gonna be a lot of finger pointing at that engagement all on its own. Why do you do that? You don't need to.
Yeah.
Blunder's a word that we've used a couple times.
Yeah, but they happen. Virtue, he finds out to use it. Now Eminem, now they're down a member all of a sudden. And Eminem, they're on the roof still, waiting for the setup to be established.
That's two very high priority players. It's, 4 of their 6 grenades gone. It's their 2 strongest players, but then Ben just somehow doesn't seem to realize it. The new hatch is open. Down he goes. To a 3v3, Nave walking in. That's some ugly gunplay that Blur ends up winning. He finds a second on a Tyrant. All before Nello gets 2, but then G2 shuts the door on it. All 15 rounds needed between these two teams, as it is tied yet again at 7-7.
But G2 are fired up. I mean, now they have the quote-unquote momentum, if you will, going into this final round. It will be G2 on the attacking side. Eminem, they can choose every single bomb site besides that reading one they won previously. Now, Kitchen and Kitchen, just don't go there. Anything else we can be very happy with because the defending team has just not found any success there whatsoever in this best of 1 series so far. See the replays, what occurred in that previous round. Bit of an ugly gunfight, like you mentioned here, could have changed the course of the action. But no, Blur finds 2 because of it, and while Nello had a great attempt of a clutch, Virtue gets the wall bang. Upstairs it will be. Final round. Mossy, mute, so drone deny, intel deny from the side of Eminem. Alamau, every single time he's attacked or repick onto Ayana, he has died first and very early in the round. Quite literally. With Capital, he stayed alive. With Monty, he stayed alive. Whenever he plays the Ayana, he just dies. It's to a C4, it's to an engagement, etc. It doesn't matter. But G2, they've been playing quite well off the frag grenades on the attacking side. They want to do that same thing this time around. They don't have to nuke on Benja Master. He's on Dokkaebi duty instead. And Doki, despite having 17 kills, is now finding himself on a drone-based operator of Brava. So the Mutant Mossy into the Brava in this scenario, actually really strong operators. Direct counterplay to drone operators.
It's looked a lot more static with these operator lineups the deeper we've gone into this match. I don't know if you've noticed that. They found out what works, and they're going to stick with it. Teams really limit testing the range of these clutch drones, by the way, as you have to stay within a certain proximity of the gadget that you're taking over.
Resource converted.
That's one clutch drone that was used quite effectively by Doki, not just to get some gadgetry, but also a ton of intel down below in the mining portion of the map. You need to follow up on that information, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's the harder thing. And opening kills have been so important for both these two teams because, again, Cafe is a relatively small map where if the action happens, we said the grenades have been a big tool for G2, and right there, that finds the opening onto Nello.
Virtue's been quite impressive so far. It's the same Nitro cell that goes out before, but it doesn't catch G2 this time.
Oh, man.
Tossed up through the hatch in Laundry, but they knew it. 3rd time's a charm for G2 to evade it.
Yeah, that would have been quite something if it worked 3 times out of 3. But no, Virtue, great adaptation there. Repels a bit further down on the window. G2 sharing the intel what happened in that previous round from Alamau's side when he got C4'd himself. Eminem, they're still in strong position. They got Piano under control, Freezer, they still have Cocktail bomb set as well. And while G2, they have information, they only have 2 grenades left to act with that info.
It's the last logic bomb as well, as Eminem will scramble from their positions, trying to stay as mobile as possible. Potential botched C4 from Solitov. Oh, follows up really well with his firearm. Ali Mao was there to pick up his 4th kill, but the rest of G2 seems to be hitting their marks. Uses attempting to get back. He's done and dusted. Tyrant in a 1v3 to keep his team in this. Eminem have had an incredibly difficult path here at the Major, and it's not getting any easier. The world champions survive a scare, and they take it. Eminem find themselves on the ropes as G2 prevails 8-7.
Well, Doki, that was a little bit of a hectic matchup, but before we dive into that one, you didn't necessarily have the best of games versus SSG yesterday.
No.
I need to ask, what were the conversations like? Did Fabian have a go at you guys?
I mean, I think yesterday, I played really, really bad yesterday. So I think he said, like, I was feeling a bit nervous, and I didn't really notice it myself, but I think he was right. Like, I was definitely nervous, and I think that impacted the team. So that was something I tried to work on like overnight, and especially going into today. Like against Eminem, these guys are my friends, so it's like a judgment match. You know, I need to beat them.
Was Fabian raging though after that? A little bit salt.
Fabian's a softie. Fabian's a bit soft. He's not actually a bad guy.
Now, do you think if that game had been a best of 3, it could have gone the other direction?
No, if it was the best of 3, it'd be way easier.
Oh, okay, I like it.
I think they played really good because last time we played them on Cafe, we won 7-0. So I think they obviously took that into account, and they tried to counter us a lot. Like their pushes were like a complete opposite of what we do. So yeah, like it was definitely like full counter match, and I think they played great. Like that game could have went either way, to be honest. So well played to them.
Obviously, you yourself, you managed to get a successful ace versus Eminem as well. How'd that feel for you?
Just another one on the books. Another one on the books.
Another one added into the list as well. But despite knowing that Eminem have a little bit of a strong defensive side as well, how do you think it was ultimately that you were able to capitalize off of it?
I mean, we are good at Cafe. There's no hiding that we're good at Cafe, and the way we play Cafe, I think, is a bit different to other teams. So I think generally trying to defend against it is really difficult. So they did a good job, and I think their defenses were also like really strong.
Yeah.
And so were ours, and it was just kind of back and forth. So that's why it was 8-7. So. That game could honestly win either way, so I'm just relieved to be out.
Oh, it's a weight off your shoulders.
Literally.
But also, my last question for you. Draw had said that he wants to face you guys. Any fighting words?
No, he needs to start winning some games if he wants to face us.
Ooh.
But I don't think he does want to face us, to be honest. I think he's just talking the big talk, to be honest. So no one wants to face us.
Do you think he can walk the walk, or is he just talking the talk?
He can't do anything. He can't do anything, and I think that shows. So, yeah.
All right, well, congratulations to yourself and your team once again.
Thank you.
Boys.
Hello.
Ooh. Jesse, I feel like you've kind of doomed us from the start of today.
Why is it Jesse's fault?
I don't know, because he said from the very start of the day, today's games are going to be a lot closer.
Dude,
lo and behold, that's what exactly what we've got here. How are you feeling about that? Did you think we'd end up going to overtime?
Oh, I felt like overtime was coming. We got there, of course. Great game. Such a fantastic match for these two teams. Love seeing Eminem and G2 go up against each other. You know, we had a very attacker-sided Cafe today.
Yeah,
I don't know what it's been through 2 games so far. You know, typically a very frustrating map to attack. All you use that word behind the scenes. I thought that was great. But these two squads, as well as the previous two, doing a really great job.
Yeah, from your perspective as well, obviously we were talking about more in depth why it's such a foreign concept that, you know, G2 were able to get so many rounds on the attacking side. Explain that one a little bit further.
Well, I think we were both shocked, really, when we were backstage watching that one and we saw that 4-2 split. We know that G2 is a good team at Cafe, but even good teams do sometimes struggle. On the contrary, Eminem, night and day different. They did really well on their attacks as well. They only dropped a couple of rounds there on those attacks, and I think compared to yesterday, much better performance overall. It's just a shame about the result for them.
Yeah, I mean, those 2 rounds that Eminem lost on their attacks, those are tough ones to drop. They're going to be kicking themselves. We'll take a look at 2 of them here. These were the only 2 rounds before overtime that Eminem lost on their attacking half. Of course, winning either of these would have been enough. This one from Naif, of course, in the 1v2. Very winnable. He's watching the correct angle with the misplay, and then this one's just kind of goofy. Yuza's very lucky that they don't both die. Unfortunately, all that damage being done to the Monty, that when he got picked up, very low HP. Listen, it's kind of dirty that I made them run those replays again, but listen, I think it does speak well that those were the only two problems they had on their attack before they got to OT. And so I think there is a good foundation from Eminem. I think they have some strong attacks. They can kind of work on those, bring them back later on in the tournament. But yeah, unfortunate, sometimes that just happens.
I know we were talking a little bit earlier on about the team play aspect for the side of Eminem. Do you feel like you saw them kind of pull their resources together and give us that teamwork we've been looking for?
I think Eminem did a really good job, particularly in the first couple of rounds. Obviously, it didn't go their way in the first split. It was a 4-2 split for G2 on the attack, which already was one of the alarm bells. But Eminem did a good job of controlling some of the early engagements. They did a good job of getting in and amongst them, but then it just comes down to the classic man advantages being thrown. And I think that's something that, again, you know, we've just come to expect at this point from Eminem.
Yeah, and, you know, one player that we really have been seeing struggle on the side of Eminem, who I thought had a great game, had to be Nello. You know, he had those 2 rounds at the very start of their attack where he's getting the plant off downstairs inside a kitchen. Then he comes back around, manages to take a big round on Cocktail as well, using Capitao to kind of force Doki to lose that 1v1. Really, really nice from him. So I thought Nello had a great day despite the result here. Good because he has been a little bit lacking so far through the tournament thus far.
I think for me, the only person really that shut Doki down in any sense was Nello.
Yeah, right.
There were a couple of rounds there where Nello was the difference. And I mean, Doki was the main character on the attack for G2. He was really the one that was going above and beyond. He got the ace. He had a fantastic KD after only the first handful of rounds. It tailed off and it balanced out throughout the course of the series. But overall, Nello seemed to be the only person that could stop him today, which isn't something that we're always able to say.
Yeah.
Well, with the matchup that we've just seen, is this a sign of things to come for the rest of regional matchups?
I think so. I think we got some great games coming up, and when you know your opponent so well, that's exactly what the scoreline tends to produce.
Okay, well, coming on up very shortly, we have DPlus versus Falcons. What are we feeling about that one?
I don't know, really. I'm quite excited to watch this one.
You don't have to give away too much.
I don't want to give too much away. I think
however, you're not going to be here.
No, I'm not. I really enjoyed liking Falcons. I think they've done a really great job thus far, but I do think DPlus, Kia, have looked the best out of the former APAC teams. So I'm excited for DPlus. I really think that they could bring this to a good game.
Okay, prediction, though.
Wow, I'm still picking Falcons.
Okay, all right. Let's see whether or not you're able to get a successful prediction, but we will be back very, very shortly. We'll catch you there.
Welcome to Hit for 6. Today we have Space Station Gaming versus Eminem. Representing Space Station, we have Forest and Fultz, third team to qualify from North America. And of course, we also have representing Eminem, we have Yuzus and Solotov. Today's game is a quiz. There is an image hidden behind a block of numbered squares. The goal is simple. Pick a square, answer the question, and if you get it right, it'll reveal part of the image and give you an opportunity to guess the map. But if you guess wrong, the other team gets the opportunity to steal. Fultz, Forest, which number do you choose to start out?
We'll do 5.
5 it is. What is the longest match in Siege history by rounds?
G2 versus Empire, 2019.
That's unfortunately
18.
incorrect. Eminem, that gives you the opportunity to take it out from under him.
Okay, let's go Koi Faze. Let's go Koi Faze. Let's Koi Faze.
Eminem have pulled off a heist, so let's see what is behind square number 5. I mean, if you guys want to guess the map right now, you can try. Go for it. You don't lose anything.
Fortress.
Fortunately, it is not Fortress, but it's all good, because you just stole Space Station's question. Now you have an opportunity to pick your own square. So what are you going for?
6.
6 it is. So, question. What word used to be on the side of Tachanka's LMG?
I have no idea, so.
No idea?
Nope.
All right. That gives you the opportunity to take it out from under him.
Like Lord?
It is Lord, was
Let's go.
written on the LMG.
Let's go.
So, Space Station have stolen Eminem's question back. If we can reveal what is behind square number 6. All right, do you guys want to make a guess? You seem confident. What map do you think this might be?
It's theme park.
Can I get a
100%.
room on theme park?
It's gotta be office.
All right.
Our guess
got
is
an
office.
Office on theme park. Can we get a reveal? Correct. 2 squares and done. SSG have won the game. That is it for us on Hit for 6. Tune in next time.
DPlus, after having lost versus Soniqs yesterday, the real question is, how are they going to fare up against the Falcons? Fresh, I'll come to you first.
I think, to be fair for DPlus, I think we was expecting much more from them yesterday.
Yes.
I think we was expecting, you know, out of all the teams from Japan, Korea, all of Asia Pacific, that they would possibly be the best out of them. And then they put in, I would say, an okay performance on their attacks, a couple of things let them down. But then the ultimate scoreline was, to me, at least a worrying one.
Yeah, I think for me, yesterday, we definitely didn't see the best out of DPlus. We were expecting to see a little bit more from scoreline. We were expecting to see a better fight versus the Soniqs. And overall, they underperformed, in my opinion, Jasmine.
Yeah, I think it was definitely unfortunate for both of these teams, but I need to quiz you a little bit on this. DarkZero yesterday had made a point of banning Ace versus Falcons, obviously due to the fact that they have Valentino stepping in for them as a substitute. Do we see other teams kind of following suit?
I think when you see a very, you know, when you're competitors in sport and esport, and you see what is unfortunately a very forced weakness because, you know, of a player not being here and Valentino having to step in on the IGL, you do everything in your power to make it as uncomfortable as possible. When he's changed roles from a fragger, like you say, into an IGL, into a hard spot, he's not molded to play Fairmite or Habana. He's going to want that good gun.
He does.
Take it away from him.
You know, he wants the AK-12, he wants that ability to still perform in other parts. And I think you kind of look at it and you go, that's almost quite a DZ thing to do, really.
Oh, absolutely,
NA are very counterplay based. That's what they're going to look to do. They're going to look to try and exploit and pick a specific counter and figure that out. There's other play styles to go for. You can just be, you know, try and be good. You can try and be as good as you can be and remove that sort of thing, or you can focus more on debilitating your opponent, and I think that's what DZ tried to do.
One thing that I will say though for Falcons is they went to theme park, right, which is a very big map that requires a lot of clearing, a lot of coordination, a lot of team play, but also a lot of breaching. There's a lot of maps in Rainbow Six right now where you don't necessarily need the breaches. I think we've seen a lot of teams play without breaches, even on traditional maps where you need them, you know, your villas, your cafes, that type of stuff. So if Falcons can navigate the map ban system a little bit better, I don't think any target bans towards Valentino could be as effective as they were yesterday.
Well, for the side of Falcons, they don't necessarily have the biggest amount of international competitive experience amongst them. How do we think they're going to look to approach this game now versus DPlus?
I mean, I think they've probably settled into the tournament at this point, knowing with their 5. We saw them last year at an international event. We've seen them, you know, in what, 3 best-of-1s now. But from speaking to them, genuinely, I've been up, I've spoken to a couple of the players. They're just vibing. They're absolutely loving life. Just the fact that they're here and representing, you know, their region.
Oh, they're going to be loving it. They're going to be feeling like, you know, this is the time for them to, you know, really sort of stretch their legs and to have that experience playing internationally.
And when we talk about the map, Vito, any areas that we think they'll be more comfortable in?
Well, I was looking at these last 2 maps straight away, and I was thinking, this is definitely targeted from Falcons, because Chalet and Villa, for the longest time for DPlus Kira, you know, in terms of their history, I've been, you know, covering them for 2 years at this point in talent work, is they love Chalet and Villa. It's part of their, I used to call it as part of their big 3 alongside Clubhouse. So the fact that they're the last 2 maps, Falcons wanted to go here. And if you know how, you know, Villa plays out, it should also suit Falcons. There's not there's not many places for DPlus to kind of create power positions. It's very fluid. It'll allow them their opportunities to be aggressive, which they didn't necessarily have yesterday.
Yeah, what are we anticipating to see from this matchup, though? Do you think it's going to be a comfortable victory, or do you think we're going to end up having another overtime?
I think running with the theme of the day, there is a very good chance that we see a lot of rounds here on Villa. I guess it's only good that we haven't got Ace and Des on it, because then it'd be guaranteed all the way.
Well, Jesse's gone. Jesse was part of the last 2
Jesse
overtimes,
was
right?
part of it, wasn't he? So maybe he was the curse, but I'm expecting to see a good result here from both teams. I'm expecting to see both of them push it. I think there's opportunities for Falcons because there aren't as many opportunities for a team like DPlus to play in unpredictable ways. It's Villa. You know what you're going to be getting here most of the time.
Well, I want to hear from Guz and Xenox to let us know. Do we think it's going to go to overtime?
Well, that seems to be the theme at the moment, guys. Obviously, 2 for 2 from our first 2 games today, but I'm going to disagree. I think Falcons are too good. I think that they go into this one as the heavy favorites and should get the job done in regulation.
Heavy?
Heavy.
Against South Korea's best?
Yep, 100%.
Okay. I'm not going to argue too much. I would say slight favorites. I'm not going to go as far as to say heavy, but Falcons have played the veto well. Villa, as the analyst said, is a map that they are going to be quite comfortable on. They start defense as well, so if they can get off to a good start, apply pressure to DPlus Kia, I think they're in a good spot.
Well, since you're the one with a bit of copium here, since you don't think it's as heavy favourites, I want your thoughts for DPlus coming into this. Where are their win conditions for this particular match? What have they got to do good at to stop the Falcons? A team that's obviously already made a name for themselves at this tournament, previous tournaments gone by. They're very respected. They've been able to compete against some of the top teams, whereas, as we've seen from teams from Korea, Japan, they've struggled.
I think it's about having the structures in place, especially on attack, to get Yas inside of the server and playing well. Top-rated player for the team throughout the South Korea League at a 1.24, plus 8 on entry, but overall he went 94, 62. Again, it's not like these numbers are absolutely lighting the world on fire, but he can be a key win condition for DPlus.
Now, what's interesting here, Falcons have banned out the blitz. Now, on Villa, especially in the Korea League, we do see on AVG, which is typically the most difficult site to crack, what do teams do in Korea, and even sometimes we've seen in Japan, they bring the blitz and they just rush brown stairs and hope that they can clear out that position from there, try and get a bit of side control. Doesn't always work, but yeah, Falcons obviously have done their homework and just making sure that DPlus won't get sort of that freebie round on a really good defensive site like AVG. Lion, Goyo are going to get banned out as well. So actually some rather different bans in here than what we're used to probably seeing so far at the Major.
Well, mirrored around things out, so there are a lot of powerful operators on both sides that have remained up, the likes of the Azami and Valk in particular on defense. Attack can be a little bit more fluid on a map like Villa, but still interesting to note that Falcons went with a target ban.
Alrighty, big game coming up. Both of these two teams would not want to be 0-2 at the end of the day. The best from Korea. What can DPlus do? Of course, they got kind of humiliated by the Soniqs yesterday. 2-7, not good enough for me. I think they've got to improve. They've got to find their footing coming into the second day. Good opportunity for them to sort of build on from yesterday, go back last night, look at the VODs and see what they can do to improve. But as we come over to Villa, it is Falcons in the first half on the defense that, in my opinion, should get off to a good start. Villa in the Korean League, every single site has an above 60% defensive win rate. So I am fully expecting DPlus to do well defensively. But what we're going to find out in the first half is whether or not they've got the ability to slice this defense apart from the Falcons. It is going to be AVG to start with. Aviator Games first round.
5 seconds to go. Attackers must locate.
I think it's going to be tough to attack, right? So Solace also available, one that we didn't mention, sneaking through the ban phase. So getting information early, going for map sweeps with pre-placed info with those drones will be quite difficult. So we may see teams employ a slightly more direct approach, lean into the Flores and those Roteros to deal with the appropriate utility. Perhaps even a hybrid of both. Boogeyman will post up over to a study. Typically on an objective like AVG, you will have at least one attacker posted up in that position, more so towards the mid to late round to apply a pinch as the rest of the team goes for the map sweep. And on the topic of the sweep, Mad Skills Falcons looking to play contact.
Very curious to see how DPlus are going to play this as well, whether or not they go sort of the aggressive pathway or if they slow it down. We saw a little bit obviously in our last game with the Japanese region from SCARZ. At times I felt they were at their best when they did slow things down a little bit and then rushed off of that rather than slow the whole way through. So a little bit more controlled in their aggression. Mad Skills takes a big chunk of damage to start this round. Dom, not ideal on the Azami, but can now find a position to maybe bunker down, play off those keeper barriers, play safe from here, try not to probably be the one to go for the engagement. It is Valentino though through the softball, finds the headshot on Dakota. That's a wonderful opening kill for Falcons. Yas gets into a bit of an engagement as well. He does get the trade. No kills. And a sneaky little position here, obviously. 90 seconds. Has he been droned out? I think that's a misdrone, and it is. So a complete misdrone, but did get shot out by the Solace in the end anyway.
Yeah, that would have been a disaster, but DPlus Kia now aware of the hold over towards red stairs, or at least the one that was there. Zero Kills has rotated off back towards Skull. Still though, playing a precarious position. Minute on the clock, and P9 lit up. That's the pressure being applied from Boogeyman on that pinch. Joker 619 down below, could prep for a jump out. Boogeyman jumps on drone, so he is momentarily vulnerable, but Joker elects not to go for the jump out. A pretty low percentage play if they don't have direct information outside, but he goes for another peek. Won't find much though.
It's a low percentage round at the moment. 40 seconds left. They don't have anything top brown. Study still has a lot of utility as well. And look at the 90 control from O-Kills. So a lot of the key areas that you want to attack Aviator Games is still being defended by Falcons. There's not really a whole lot of room here. Maybe a push through landing in towards Aviator is about the best that they've got, especially against a low health Azami. And they do get that kill, opens things up. They got the numbers. Got to clear out this vault position as well. Sounds like they're opening that one up over towards 90, and they will through Soldier. 15 seconds left with one player advantage for DPlus to take the opening site of Aviator Games. This would be the perfect start, and they get the kill onto O-Kills.
8 seconds, time ticking down. Harper will need to stick the plan for P9 in a position to make a play. He gets two, but shut down by Yas. The key player for DPlus stepping up in this first round.
That's a massive kill from Yas. As the Guardian there for Harper to get the plant down. If Yas doesn't get that kill, that plant gets denied. Time runs out, Falcons win the round. Instead, plant goes down. Now it's a 2 versus 1. And as great as his reputation is for Joker 619, surely this is too much for him. As great as he is, just has to stick it. Has to just hope that DPlus have made a bit of a mess here, that they've fumbled the bag, does get the kill. Has to now surely stick this one. Yes, is he close enough to go for the quick swing? He's walking up very slowly here, almost too slow. He gets on, Joker 619!
He get it!
Does he have it? Has he got the time? We all hold our collective breaths. Joker 619, the living legend.
He is that guy. We need a replay as to how close that was, but that was cutting it fine there. But what a clutch in the 1v2. Joker being able to just bait out both players in the post, hitting the perfect shot and getting back on that diffuser just in time.
A_Joker_619 comes up in the clutch to save that round, and it's a big round. Aviator Games always one of the better sites for the defending teams, and it was a good opportunity for DPlus. You know, it wasn't probably one of their cleanest attacking rounds, but yet they actually were quite efficient when they started attacking these sites. This is, of course, though, the big replay. 15 seconds, gets off, gets the kill, and he just trusts his instincts. So actually a little slow to get back on the counter defuse as well. How close was that? 0.16 seconds.
That's not very long.
It's not.
Blink and you miss it.
100%.
10 seconds remaining.
I have to, in some ways, question their D+. It's a double individual swing onto the counter diffuser as well, right? They can play that together. And instead, they kind of go solo, both of them. And
well, they fell so far back in the post. They
too far
left
back.
no room for error. They were forced to sprint forward and then had to land the shot, which they didn't. And they didn't have the backup because they went 1 by 1. So, look, not particularly well played there by D+, but I think full credit to Joker. You cannot play a post much better than that.
prior to that, though, not too shabby from D+. At least opened up vault, decent push through landing as well. So they were at least able to have a decent round. Competitive. It's something. We'll take it. So Falcons, though, they take the round. That's all that really matters. And we head over towards Stat Trophy now for the second round. Obviously, D+ will probably be kicking themselves that they couldn't capitalize on that opening round. They have to just make sure they stay locked in, stay focused here.
P9 then, aggressive over towards Bathroom. Coded with the Ying. Candela goes out, he should be blind, but Valentino is not. That's Yas down. P9 spotted. But D+ can't really action off that information, but he walks into the line of sight, Coded on the rappel.
Yeah, it's a wonderful shot. Tight angle as well. Valentino still just battling over towards the closet, has a couple of ADSs. Oh, he's completely flash disorientated, but he stays alive. Didn't actually die to the player outside of closet. Madskills now pushes out to try and give a little bit more pressure over towards bedroom. So you can really see Falcons trying to do as much as possible in denying that push in through bedrooms to keep Bathroom secure as well. And then with that Astro, but to the credit of D+, they're hitting some really good shots until O kills. Top of backstairs, peeks up, gets the kill onto Soldier.
It's at this point, D+ just need to stabilize a little bit. They have 2 drones, try to make the most of them. Find a bit of information. They could get O kills on a bit of an island. Mad Skills, though, locking down sight. Probably the danger man in this position. Minute to go. Coded elects to rotate. Very precarious vault, though.
Just under a minute remaining. Yeah, Woogieman is low, a little bit vulnerable, and obviously half health as well for O kills. Drone goes out, so Harper at least can get a lot more information through Woogieman. Now to Bathroom in towards Astro, but O kills silent. Is he going to catch off guard? Coated, kind of, got him low. Coated, another really good shot. So the individual shots have come through for D+. As Madskill's on site now. He can't get any more than just the one. D+ respond. After their kerfuffle on AVG, they get the sight of Stat Trophy. It's 1-1 here on Billa.
Early days, but it does feel like this is going to be a real back and forth game, right? And the first 2 rounds have been indicative of that. Very, very close, both literally coming down to posts or 1v1s, however you want to frame it. Some good work there, though, from D+ Kia. And I think they're doing a good job in weathering that initial storm, right? Team Falcons are right in their face. They are playing incredibly aggressive on entry to try and deny any sort of map control. But D+ just did enough to make these players feel uncomfortable. They dislodge Valentino as well, which is always going to be tricky. And then from there, just able to trade out well enough in the 3v2.
Do you think it was too aggressive from Falcons? Because it's one thing to try and defend the entry push in towards Bathroom. It's another to commit basically one. When you go into closet, it's hard to get out of that position. You've got to get at least one. And I just feel like at that point, Falcons have almost overloaded that position a little bit. Couple of nice shots from D+. Suddenly it opens it up. You see Madskills then has to backfill in. So you're then drawing pieces away from other positions, especially trophy side. But I think that's the way that Falcons want to play. They want to be aggressive. They want to make sure that D+ can't get the easy entries.
Yeah, you may as well test the waters. If it doesn't work, you can make a couple of adjustments for the reattempt. I personally liked it. I think it was all right. And they also prioritize the right operators in the right positions to enable the likes of the Solace to be up late round when you actually want that operator available. It's not like they were sending in high-value operators late round into powerful positions. So, look, again, very close round. Difficult to extract too much from that. We'll have to see how that goes again on the reattempt.
And reattempt it is. You've still got Valentino over towards closet. Madskills will provide a little bit more cover with the Azami. They've got the keeper barriers over towards bedroom. So I wonder if D+, do they sense that they can kind of repeat what they were able to achieve in the last round where, you know, quite honestly, just hit some really, really nice shots. Is that repeatable? We'll have to wait and see. And still no Warden either being played into the Ying play. We know that obviously from the Korean League, They do like digging, especially for DPlus. So not electing to bring the ward, and Candela straight away over towards Astro. And no one playing behind Astro desk, which is a bit more of a fallback position. So again, the aggression from Falcons, it's like right up in towards closet and obviously bedroom. Then there's one down below bathroom as well. Okill's playing off the Solace here, gets rid of that drone. In fact, 6 drones already eliminated. Minute 40 left, 4 drones remain. I don't think the drone game's gonna be too important though, if DPlus are going direct onto site anyway.
Going for the util sync. So we've gone back in time a little bit here. Valentino,
nice
though,
peek.
on the front foot, aggressive. Not afraid of the util going his way, but Woogieman finds a trade. Joke 619 will fall over towards Red Stairs, but this control in bedroom, in closet, still a concern for the attack.
And it might just pull O-Kills as well away from the site because of the roam now from Woogieman down below. That just further weakens that defense, stretches it quite thin. Candela out from Coded, still has one more in the pocket with 60 seconds remaining in the round, and it's a switch up. The diffuser now going over towards the western side of the map, under a minute left, and Woogieman through Vault, so they've got to be wary of the fact that they've now lost a lot of this map control. What a shot from Woogieman onto mat skills. That's the Azami gone. That might be the round gone as well, shortly, unless Valentino and O-Kills can come up big here in a 2 versus 4.
Well, it was a reattempt for Falcons here in round number 3, but it looks like the net result may end up being worse.
Miss drone?
Potentially. Valentino, though,
Gemini
gives away a sound cue, and yeah, we'll shoot that Gemini down. Confirmed on the drone. Nade goes out. He's safe for now, just zoned out. Has the cross, though, with O-Kills, but unfortunately now broken. A 1v3 with 15 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, O-Kills would have been able to maybe trade Valentino, but not the other way around. As we just saw, Woogieman does eventually get that kill, wasn't traded, and he can get the plant down as well. Watching the very tight angle there, Valentino allows that plant to go down inside a trophy. 40 seconds, now on a 1 versus 3 on the retake. Virtually impossible from here. I'd have to pull a bit of a miracle, considering they know where he is as well, coming outside of stat. That's going to be very, very tough now. Falcons on the verge of going down 2-1 here to DPlus. They've started so well here, attacking onto Villa. Not a whole lot he was going to be able to do from that position. It's a good start for DPlus, especially when you take into account that opening round on Aviator Games. They honestly have been playing really well to begin here on Villa.
Yeah, they look confident, which is great, especially attacking against the sort of lineups that they're facing. A lot of front-facing utility and aggression that they're looking to try and tame as best as possible. And so far, doing quite a good job in dealing with it. As we look at the replays, Team Falcons did get the first pick, but then the lurk below from Woogieman was impactful. Then we saw the rotation of the diffuser, so it was a 3-stack on the southern side of the map, and that gave them the power to trade through, to break that cross. And then in the post plant, holding really good positions, and understandably quite deep.
Yeah.
Not as deep maybe as round 1,
No.
1v2, but that got a little bit dicey, but they had 3 players. They established that triangle for the plant and did a really good job in confirming.
And it shows really good versatility as well for DPlus, right? They see the aggressive hold over towards closet and bedroom once again, just like the round gone prior, which obviously they won that because they hit some really nice shots. Not quite that repeatable. So what do? They obviously then send it over west side. They had the roam down below. So they adjust, they adapt, despite even winning the round earlier. They don't go for the exact same strat. They mix it up. Falcons end up kind of stretching their defense thin and watching too many different angles. Back over to Aviator Games, though, which was just barely won by Falcons last time. 0.016 seconds. It was close. Running through Art, though, for Woogieman. Early establishment just down below, close by to Brown Stairs. That's going to be a bit of an interesting point here because DPlus did not attack from this side of the map last time. Ignored it completely. No pressure Brown, no pressure Study. We'll see whether or not they change it up once again. Oh, this is a wonderful drone from Soldier.
I will say I think the information game so far from DPlus has been quite strong in just identifying and confirming key positions around the map that they want to exploit. O-Kill's not in the best position to deny that information at the moment. He's currently inside of Astro, playing contact on that side of the map, probably to counter any lurk potential from DPlus. Meanwhile, over towards Study, util being cleared. Falcons seem very conscious of a lurk, probably from basement, making sure that it doesn't catch them off guard. Woogieman, though, on the prowl. Joker 619 as well, and Library elsewhere, though, Coded. The first real engagement, it would seem, in round 4. Call will go out. Woogieman looking to progress forward.
Yeah, and it's a double stack side as well for Falcons, kind of stat trophy side, or at least it was. So showing presence pretty much across the entire top floor. Valentino falls back a little bit now on the orange. But what this means is for Woogie over towards red stairs, he might be able to catch one or two of them. Especially Valentino just got the kill on Dakota. Yeah, there's those kills. There was one more here, although it has fallen off. Just over a minute remaining, but at least red stairs control. There is Valentino below. So that is actually very precarious now. Because I don't think that Woogieman is going to be expecting it. Never mind, he might very well be. And they might just clash here. Valentino was low on health, still is. Fakes the runaway, now pushes back. Woogieman might just actually think he's not going to want to push this. He's going to be a lot closer than he realizes. And Valentino, it's the headshot up close. Reloading ammo. Big plays from Valentino in this round to put the Falcons in front, and he gets a third. He might be required for a little bit more though, because it's still a 2 versus 3. The round's not over.
Keeper barriers still standing. Soldier in the face of that utility still finds a pick. It was Valentino though, already low, so a 2v2.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers
Harper now in the 1v2. 15 seconds, not a lot of time, but he does have the diffuser, and he knows that P9 is close with a shotgun, and he just walks straight into the trap. 2 for 2 from Aviator Games for the Falcons here in this first half. And speaking of 2, we are all tied up at 2-2.
What a round though from Valentino, huge.
Yeah.
Applied pressure on Woogieman down below, survived that initial engagement, then pushed up red stairs. That was a power move, and despite a single shot being his demise, able to win out that fight, really kept his team in that round. It was a good attempt from Woogieman, but this even better. That sharp brought it back to the 4v3, then hit this one as well, which was probably even more impressive in some respects. Yas not quite holding that particular angle, then Harper on an island cleaned up.
That's just a really good highlight of crosshair placement, especially that battle over towards red stairs. Woogieman not anticipating that Valentino's going to be that close, holds the longer angle, and then when they engage, obviously Valentino wins out because he knows that Woogieman is close on the stairs. Over to stat trophy though for the 5th round. It's been a good game to watch, definitely enjoyable. Both teams though would probably think they could clean up some things here or there. Certainly would if you want to move forward in this major, but nothing too much to write home about. It's been a decent viewing. 2 rounds to go in the half now. Both teams fairly equal, it feels like. It's a really solid arm wrestle that is developing. DPlus definitely have been quite measured. Not going for that ultra-fast approach that we saw from SCARZ on Cafe earlier, where they really sent it in the middle portions of the round. So you can see kind of the difference between the Korean League and the Japanese League.
I think there's a lot of positive DPlus can extract already from this game. The fact that they've been able to get at least to the late round, every single round, is great. The 2 rounds they lost, one was a 1v2 post, which arguably they threw by playing too far away. And then that most recent one gone where they couldn't trade out a lot of util on site. I was personally expecting, especially through the way the bands played, DPlus would struggle to get to the late round and weathering a lot of this early round chaos, but they've been doing a decent job. Falcons, credit to them as well though. Great in the late round especially. Valentino though, 6 and 4, the grenade to flush him out.
Oh, he's played this well. And that's just understanding where he can run to, what's safe, what isn't, what he should be watching when he moves. A really, really good reposition from Valentino outside of closet. That is not easy. A lot of the times you'll see, especially the Jaeger, lose their life there. So to stay alive, even though he took a bit of damage and somewhat gives up the position, it's still a big win there for Falcons in my mind. P9 holds over towards bathroom. It's not as if DPlus suddenly have massive control either. And I love the little foothold as well down below. Woogieman though does get the kill onto P9, clears out bathroom. Valentino comes back only to lose his life anyway. 2-player advantage for DPlus, and Stat Trophy has been their site. They have been owning these angles on the balcony.
That's clean. You can just see how much pressure these players are under from Falcons. I mean, put yourself in the position of P9 there for a second inside of the bathroom. Just being bombarded, exposed to multiple angles, and the rest of Falcons are trying their best to support against that entry, but Woogieman did just slip through the cracks. He's been a standout player for DPlus in this map thus far. 5v3 though. Minute to go. We'll see if Falcons can disrupt this final push. Joker 619 probably had an opportunity. Candela in the hands of Coded.
Look at 3 of the members of DPlus though, all very low on health. Body shots is what we're talking about, but it's still a headshot anyway from O-Kills. Blinded by the lights with 45 seconds left. The goo mine to stop Coded. Now the bullets will do the job from Mad Skills. 3 versus 3, and again, the 3 remaining for DPlus are all very low on health. Body shots will do from here. Woogieman at the bomb chassis. He needs to hit more than body shots, and he does. He gets the head of Joker 619. He gets a second one for good measure. He has to follow. Low health or not does not matter for DPlus Kia. They go up 3-2.
They're looking sharp. DPlus. Really good work from Woogieman. He gets that initial entry inside of Bathroom. As I mentioned, being allowed to slip through the cracks. And then he reaps the benefits of that in the late round with 2 sharp shots. As you mentioned, Jake, DPlus, far from a confirmed round. HP was certainly a concern there, but Woogieman stepped up. He played the front line well. There is a replay of that first kill. P9, we saw his POV just prior to that, under so much pressure. DPlus are doing a great job in making them feel uneasy on the defense. And then Yas to clean up. And you can see DPlus there. They're probably under a bit of stress as well. Woogieman letting out a big breath after that round.
Yeah, but they've been playing well. And the thing for me as well, that is a really big positive for DPlus, they're just winning the gunfights. Like, the raw Angels, they are just superior than Falcons at the moment. You know, when you talk about the strategy of things, you know, where that's at the moment, I think it's pretty equal. But DPlus are winning the early contact fights, they're winning the late round contact fights as well. Questions now have to be asked for Falcons as they close out this first half on a map that, you know, can end up being 50-50. It wouldn't write them off, especially at 3-3. If they can get this last round of the half, I think they'll still be in a good position. But DPlus Kia, I think, will be very happy with how this first half has played, but there's got to be a lot more rounds to be played out, so they can't be too happy just yet. They haven't won anything.
Well, they go 4-2 up, right? The South Korea League played out at about 60% defensive win rate on this map, so I think it's somewhere that DPlus will be quite comfortable on. And again, I think those defensive bans leave so many options available, right? You can play Solace's army every single round, plus the Falcon as well, which you're going to see from the Falcons here in round 6. Offers a lot. Depending on how DPlus want to play it, especially the confidence that they're probably gaining, winning a lot of these aim duels, they will be in the front lines.
So Soldier on the Ossa, I wonder if this might end up being a pantry push as Woogieman finds an easy kill onto Mad Skills. The Azami gone.
Where was he going?
I'm not too sure. It was going for a bit of vert.
Well, I think maybe he was playing off the Valkyrie till just got a bit overconfident.
Wow, over a bit, massively overconfident. And that gives a big advantage now for DPlus to close out this half. Look for that 4-2 lead. Long way to go. But early signs do point in the right direction for DPlus. Joker 619 lurks and one to keep an eye on for the later portions of this round. Obviously had that massive clutch in round 1, but I'm going to be honest, since that opening round has been largely invisible.
So the Osa now in play for the final attack from DPlus in regulation. Those talent shields can be peppered around to create additional coverage for the attack and post up in positions that they deem favorable. In the meantime, Harper up above, given free reign on the vert, and that's the advantage of having the man advantage. Team Falcons won't necessarily want to try and make a play, but now they'll be forced to. A 5v3, the onus is on O-Kills here to hit the flank.
Yeah, but he's making a lot of noise here as he makes this push. Oh, that's a wonderful shot! Walks into the sightline of Coda though, and DPlus Kia close out the half. 4-2 on the attack of Villa. Making a bit of a statement here against the Falcons, who obviously have a lot of admirers. A solid team. But right now, DPlus, their experience seems like it's really showing.
There was a wise man that came into this game and said that Falcons were heavy favorites.
Doesn't sound very wise to me.
Is it time to take a sit rep on that statement?
Well, we've still got a second half to go, but definitely good signs from DPlus to start in the first half. And again, it's just the raw aim duels. That little redirect as well, the transfer from Coded is perfect. They just look switched on. Absolutely solid. Definitely the best that we've seen from the Korean League thus far here at the Major. But second half to go. Falcons definitely have got the attacking prowess to come back in this game. One thing I'd like to see, though, from DPlus, honestly, more aggression. And we saw it on the attacking half. I want to see it on the defensive half as well. And I like their picks early to suggest that they'll take the fights. And I think they might even show Falcons how to play kitchen dining here actually correctly and play for a bit more of an uphold. Falcons were really slow in getting to that vert hold up above. They had no real presence over towards bedroom. Nothing over towards bathroom. Madskills was late, and he got caught.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Maybe DPlus will show him how it's done to start here. In the 7th round we go.
Good test as well for the resilience of Falcons. Staring down the scoreline, 4-2. It's not the worst of prospects by any stretch of the
insurmountable,
imagination, but I think there'll be a bit of lingering pressure. I think as the tournament has gone on, Falcons have garnered a bit of expectation. Yes, they're from Meta. Yes, this is their first time on the international stage, but I think going into it, we all knew they were going to be highly competitive, and that has reigned true for the most part so far. So we'll see how they respond now. Backs slowly against the wall as DPlus continue to try and mount that pressure. If they start off well here on the defense, then it's really going to be tricky.
Yeah, the beauty, at least for Falcons here as well, they're on the attack, and they can definitely replicate what we just saw from DPlus. I think they're good enough to do that, so the onus is on them to show faith here that they can actually attack into this defense, that they can start to get a couple of rounds on the board, put the pressure back onto DPlus. I don't think they're a team that would melt mentally either here in the second half. I think they'll stay locked in, focused, understand what the job is at hand. Good drone work from P9 over towards Red Stairs. Caught a couple in the corridor hallway as well. Just over 90 seconds left, one in Sheets. I think that might have been Soldier with the cardiac sensor trying to get some information.
Well, it's largely horizontal from the Falcons, and in South Korea League, I don't think that's the most popular of pushes, so we'll see how DPlus look to respond against this pressure. It's not completely unexpected, though. Teams have been gravitating towards this sort of push for a little while now. So we'll see if DPlus have done their homework. Legion Mine just to stall things out.
One thing that Falcons, I think, have done well here is sort of corral DPlus onto side a little bit. To be fair, they've really cleaned out this south side of the map, especially on the first floor here. Inox scanner does catch one there from Madskills, now trying to put pressure a little bit down below, and drop from Joker619 here to just follow off that red ping information, and it might just work, and it does. They get rid of Yas. So controlled, calm push from Falcons. Looks like it may be successful. Ways to go, though. Harper, top of backstairs in towards Astro, makes the turn up, but right now Falcons are going very direct.
30 seconds then, and then it's Harper to gain a response, to form a response. P9 lit up, Soldier deep, but he gets it with the UMP. 20 seconds and DPlus now cleaning up. Falcons unable to play off that advantage effectively. O'Kills will really need to step up with Valentino, but there's a flank coming through from the side. It's Woogie Man. He gets one, taken down. Soldier, Woogie, both low, but there's no time, no hope. They just need to survive. With 3 seconds on the clock, they'll do exactly that. DPlus take the round.
Yeah, a bit of a strange one. Falcons just looked a little bit disorganized in that attacking push. You know, O'Kill's outside, 15 seconds left in the round on the Yana. You want him pushing in, you want him entering in through Sheets. Instead, it was Valentino that had to make the push, got one at the very least, but then they get shot in the back. It just felt like Falcons weren't quite synced into what they really wanted to do in that round. You had a couple that were obviously just playing a little bit more direct. One went up above. I think that would have been Madskills when he died, obviously, to Harper. So why is there like one above and then like 4 down below? Like, what's going on? And then you got one outside as well. O'Kills with 15 seconds left. Falcons just all over the place there, and DPlus will punish them. 5-2. Big lead. Massive lead here for the Korean team. 1 round away from match point. 10 kills for Woogie Man. He has been an absolute standout, but it's been a team performance along with that. Who's going to be the ones to stand up now for Falcons, though? Off of the timeout, heading into an Aviator Games defense for DPlus Kia. It doesn't get much harder than this for Falcons.
Well then, next couple of minutes will give us an insight as to how effective Falcons are during their tactical timeouts. You would suspect that a response will be mounted, but this is going to be challenging. We anticipated it to be difficult to attack through that ban phase. DPlus able to subvert that expectation, but now for the Falcons, with pressure mounting, a 3-round lead to their opponents. Their one and only tactical now burnt. They need to step up. Last round was okay. I think their plan was great. But with that vertical push, with that man advantage, they had a very small time window where they could flood site, capitalize upon that advantage, and not get flanked and not feel some of the other weaknesses that that push presents, and they just didn't quite lock into place in time. So we'll see what their approach will be here for AVG. I would anticipate some sort of split push. They'll want presence over towards the bedroom side of the map, and then someone over towards
Well, look at the nades. They've got 6 nades. So I think they're going to want to play down below a little bit here. Really clear out library, try and get the nades, clear out positions like Volt, and then eventually open that up with the Habana 90. So it seems like they really want to play into that vert. We'll see what DPlus can do to counter that. Obviously, you've got Woogieman on the pulse. He'll be able to get quite a bit of information straight down below. And Woogieman will be the big play. Backstairs at the moment. He needs to probably get at least 1 or 2 here. If he can get 2, I mean, that probably just spoils the round there for Falcons of what they really want to do is play the vert below. Soldier will hold red stairs. But I think a lot of the pressure here will be on Woogieman to get a kill or 2.
Well, information has been gathered over towards library, and I think for Falcons, they'll be calling that the coast is somewhat clear. You can see multiple players now posturing down below. Joker with an angle over towards Brown, so that's to apply a bit of pressure towards that position so they don't get backstabbed. If you're at the top of that stairs position, you're unlikely to want to peek down below, and it's coded anyway with SMG in pocket. Now, red stairs has been a point of discussion on Villa recently. A lot of teams have been looking to hold that powerful position down. It's Harper, in this instance, has a key with barrier, barbed wire as well to assist. And Falcons may well look to try and exploit that, but they need to be careful of players elsewhere. Woogieman poses a serious threat.
And pacing right now, somewhat of an issue. You know, we're already under 90 seconds left in the round. Falcons haven't really done a whole lot to show presence across the map. So obviously they're trying to get rid of the lurker and Woogieman. They're putting a lot of pressure into trying to deal with him. And he's just running around down below. And no real pressure coming out from him yet. He's playing the real ultimate lurk in basement, coming up red stairs late. He's got Harper above him. They are really firm here, DPlus, I think, to not give Falcons really the entry points. They'll happily give Falcons the vert, but, you know, below Volt, for example, below sight, but they don't want to give them the entry points. P9 over towards Sheets, what can he do? Under a minute, like, they've got to get moving here.
And they've burnt 4 nades, and I don't know if they've achieved a whole lot. See, the yellow pings were not particularly great there for live information, so there's 45 seconds left. A 5 versus 5, the lurk still being enabled here. This does not look great for Falcons as Code holds down the line, downs 1.
It was a double push Brown though. I like that from Falcons. Strength in numbers, but Valentino was taken down. So technically 3 versus 3, 30 seconds left. No kills now. Not a whole lot he can really do. They will get the revive onto Valentino. He's actually crawled his way down Brown stairs. Gets revived, 20 seconds. Yasto retakes the top position. Where's the player in study to make the swing? Didn't matter. Madskills eventually lost his life at the doorway. At the entry point, it's match point for DPlus Kia for Korea.
You got there.
I got there.
And I tell you what, DPlus might get
they might get there too.
This map victory in quite the fashion.
Wow, it's so slow from Falcons.
I think a lot of that is they wanted to get rid of Woogieman, right? Because the amount of information that he can feed and the value that he provides on the flank is really important. But they just didn't quite have the confidence and I think the information to go for that. The backup plan was then, okay, let's maybe try and find an opening with a vert nade. We saw the yellow pings. They were dated. I don't know why those pings were going out where they were, but they were pretty far distance away from where those defenders were located. That may be due to the nature of where the drones were placed or whatever, but those nades didn't land. So that was another win condition that was stalled out. Then they're like, okay, maybe we'll just have to stack Study and Brown. Well, there's util there. That's easier said than done.
Yeah.
DPlus played into that, mowed them down. Now they have 4 match points.
Yeah, really well played. And I think for Woogieman as well, I think he's played that role perfectly. He doesn't need to make his presence known until Falcons are actually making their attacks over towards red or brown stairs, because that's typically when it's like, okay, Woogie, I'm getting pressure from red, can you help? That's when he can flank. So he doesn't have to really do anything. He goes basement, he's just lurking, he's just happy to chill out. If Falcons want to put time into chasing him down and subsequently waste about a good solid minute, then that's a big win for DPlus. 4 match points to close out this best of 1 to put them 1-1 here in the playoffs. And for Falcons, it would mean 0-2.
DPlus do have a decent history on this map. They took down Sandbox in the Korea League Grand Final. That was a 7-1. Don't know where you would benchmark Sandbox to Falcons. You could discuss that for hours. I don't think you would get a definitive answer, but still some interesting insight. Falcons did back themselves in to leave this map up, but clearly their attacks are falling short. Maybe as well, feeling the grunt of this ban phase as well. So much available here for DPlus to play into.
So it's a study side push with the Jackal of P9. Joker down below through R. Is he going to get caught here? I think he will. He's not looking at all. Woogie Man will take the freebie. 12, 2, and 2, and he puts Joker in the bin. 5 versus 4. And suddenly, while it was entertaining to start with, this has become largely uncompetitive. Koreans have turned up here on day 2 of the playoffs, and they don't look like they are going to choke this one. Yeah, takes a big chunk of damage from the nade, but he got the keeper barrier up in time, so he doesn't take any more. He also is 11 of 5, and they are just having fun here with the Falcons.
It's been disciplined from DPlus. There haven't been a whole lot of occasions where we've been scratching our heads, why is this player making this particular play? A lot of these systems have looked quite sound. Now there's pressure though. Soldier down below. He's probably going to be forced to make the play. 3 attackers hunting him down below the objective. Valentino as well. We'll drop Harper. Falcons now with an advantage. Woogie Man and Yas though, both still standing. We've seen their impact in this map thus far.
And they don't have to go super rapid here. There's still 55 seconds, so you've still got time. You've got a couple of Roteros. You've got some time to play with here. Still a nade for O-kills. Can you get in a position to maybe play the vert, get a good nade on site for yellow ping, bit of information? You've still got 3 usable drones. So Falcons don't have to rush this. They don't have to panic. They've got themselves a player advantage. They clear out bathroom. Oh, Woogie Man got completely stuck there on the edge of the bathroom. That's a free kill for O-kills, and he'll make it a double. Clears out the position of Astro. Oh! There with a nice swing. He got 2.
Oh!
Loses his life though to mad skills. It's all happening here. For the Falcons, they keep themselves alive in this game.
I tell you what, if he doesn't fat finger the knife there and gets that to a 1v1, that would have been insane.
Well, no real celebrations from Falcons, and rightfully so. When you're down 4 match points and you win a round, you're not exactly jumping up and down for joy. Clearly, there's issues that they're wanting to work through. 3 more match points, though. Is it doable? 3 attacking round wins in a row required here on Billa. Not an easy feat. And again, a freebie for Woogie Man at the start here. Joker 619 just looks spaced out at the moment. And this was coded at the end. Basically, a call out to P9 and O-kills. The knife doesn't help, but I don't know if he's going to win it from that position anyway.
Unlikely. Team Falcons then keeping it somewhat competitive. Stringing this game on for at least a little while longer. And some decent signs, being able to fight from the back foot. Joker 619 taken down early, not having an impact in that round, but the rest of the team able to collect kills elsewhere and actually isolate members from DPlus. That's been a big issue that we've seen in the second half of Falcons. They find it tricky to isolate players, and they might isolate them in the information department, but then actually actioning that information has been a different story, and applying pressure onto those players and putting them in unfavorable positions. We finally saw that in the previous round. So we'll see if Falcons can roll that forward into the next.
And it just has to be that 1 round at a time mentality now for Falcons. You can't really look at that scoreboard, forget about it. The fact that you got to win 3 more. Just take it 1 round at a time, you know you're capable. You probably know somewhere along the lines, DPlus might start to get a little bit sweaty here if they do close that gap. That's when the mentality does come into the questions. No kills, clears out this pantry position with the drone. Decent drone work here early from Falcons. And P9 will get to work here on the IQ.
Though gets the first, so that's 2 nades dropped. Information potential as well from those Geminis will be quelled. That's a big opening kill. Certainly not a member of the attacking lineup that Falcons would have wanted to lose this early on, and it puts pressure now, probably on the likes of Joker now, to really step up, have a breakthrough round, have an impact on this entry.
Yeah, 1 kill in 9 rounds, basically, for Joker 619. I guess that's where the 1 and the 9 come from.
Oh.
But maybe a chance to redeem himself. Obviously had that clutch legendary round to start with, but has been quite since. Minute and a half remaining. Down a player, but not down and out just yet for the Falcons. Pushing closer to site, clearing out sheets. Still a lot of presence above, though, for DPlus, so Falcons aren't really going to have the vert, and Woogie Man's going to find himself a freebie on to P9, unless he's ready for it. Makes the run back up. Oh, no! P9 might be the one that gets the freebie, and he does on the yes! Up close, though, is a second. It was Woogie Man. I don't think he was ready for it. Woogie's low. He got the kill. Coated, half health. He gets the kill on to Valentino. And time has well and truly run out for the Falcons. DPlus here. 7-3. Clean victory for the Korean League. They are on the board here at the Major.
Well, Valentino, this was a little bit of a rougher game for yourself. I know you mentioned just a few seconds ago. Talk to me about how you guys are feeling emotionally.
Well, of course, losing won't feel nice.
Yeah.
We came short. We really didn't play our own game. They played better than us. It is what it is. We can't do anything about it.
So you guys yesterday, particularly against DZ, ended up having a weaker attacking side. Are there any specific changes that you've noticed you need to be making as a team?
We thought about something different, but it didn't work out as well. Like yesterday, the execution was bad. Today, the whole thing was bad on attack. So there is no excuses, nothing. We just played bad, that's it.
Okay. And having played two teams outside of your region in the past 2 days, obviously events like this give you the opportunity to do so. Are there any kind of regional differences you might have picked up on? How was the experience of playing against other regions?
I mean, we are gaining experience throughout the major.
Yeah.
We still have a shot at the major tomorrow, and the best of 3 as well. Hopefully, we'll play better than today. Regarding the regions, it's different between every single region. Everyone got his own play style. We try to adapt as much as we can. We did that in phase 1 or in the play-ins, and now in the playoff, it's not working. We need to sort it out as soon as possible. Yeah.
And what's the support from the MENA region kind of been like for you guys?
I mean, it's amazing. The support has been massive. We actually appreciate it so much. And hopefully we don't let MENA down.
And obviously the next match that you guys end up having, it's now or never for all of you. What's the game plan? What's the approach?
I mean, it's now or never. You said it.
Now or never. For yourself and your team, is everybody feeling pretty confident? Obviously after that game, it's got to be tough.
I mean, we always feel confident. A lose is not like the end of the world.
Yeah.
We lost the battle, we might win the war, but we'll do our best.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for joining me, and best of luck for that final game. Boys, now or never for the side of Falcons. How are we feeling about how that game panned out?
I don't think it was going entirely as we anticipated it to, Fresh. I think we were expecting a little bit more fight there. Obviously, you know, GG to Falcons, and you know, good on Valentino for coming on and doing the losers interview. It's never an easy thing to do. And it wasn't really the easiest game to watch, Fresh.
No, it really wasn't. I thought, you know, first and foremost, I think if we talk about the winners and we talk about DPlus here, I thought they were genuinely excellent today. I thought they came in with a great game plan. I thought, one thing I didn't say in the pregame is that their attacks yesterday against Soniqs were good, but they threw a couple of post plants. That is something they need to work on because they've thrown 3 of the 13 retakes in this tournament are attributed to them. However, their game plan of staying together, staying close, staying compact, having a buddy system so they were never alone, they could never be subject to that aggression in a big way. And I think there was only one round where Valentino got a big free.
It didn't happen in a big way. Round 1 was a hell of a round from Joker. He actually got the post plant clutch. Yeah. And again, we were sat there thinking, alarm bells are going off here. DPlus here, they're doing the same thing they did yesterday against Soniqs. Please don't go to all the effort of getting the plant down and then throw it away, especially when there's only one player alive. But they did manage to stabilize. And let's be honest, they went on a little bit of a streak in rounds.
Well, I think for both of these teams, they certainly want to be making their regions proud, especially DPlus, considering the fact that none of their players have actually previously won a major as well. So do you think elements and factors like that really play on their minds as well?
I think it creates a little bit of pressure, you know, with not just DPlus, but SCARZ and, you know, Falcons, where you're essentially representing an entire league or an entire region. There's obviously a lot of pressure because people will support you, but that creates the pressure that you want to do well for them. So I think it was very important for DPlus today to come out and get a win, you know, the same as it would have been for Falcons had they got it.
Well, it's going to be M80 versus NIP coming up next. I know you're not going to be here anymore. We're going to have Jesse here instead, but give me your brief thoughts on that.
I don't know which way I want this one to go, I'll be honest with you. I'm really unsure. I like watching M8 play. I've got a little bit of old bias for NIP, but I'm just going to sit on the middle for this one and enjoy it as a viewer.
All right, wonderful stuff. Well, we'll be back very, very shortly. We'll catch you there.
Welcome to Hit for 6. We have Space Station on one side, and on the other, Eminem from Europe. Representing Space Station, we have Forrest and Foltz. I'm just gonna, who's the best just aimer on the team? Who's the best at pointing and clicking heads?
To you, bro. I appreciate that. That's what I was thinking.
On the other side, of course, we have Eminem, Yuzu, Solotov. Thank you for joining us. You know, Yuzu, I think you're a good player, but do you think Solotov might have the edge in the clicking heads department?
I think so. Just
Think
about.
so? Reason I asked all that, of course, is today we have a reaction-based test for you guys. See which one of you, out of Space Station and Eminem, has the quickest reaction time of them all. Space Station will be testing their reaction times first. So Foltz, Forrest, you ready?
I'm ready.
Yeah. All right.
Let's get it.
You may go. He'll have to switch. So as he's tapping right now, he's doing all that. Yuzu's about 10 seconds. Forrest about to jump in. You think he's gonna do better or worse? 'Cause he's doing okay right now.
I think it's doing worse than Foltz.
Think so? Well, in 3, 2, 1, switch.
Sure.
Nice, little boost right there. I appreciate it. I can't tell. Is he doing better or worse? Looks about the same to me. Think so? Oh, he's gonna get to 40. Got 2 seconds. 1, time. Time out. Thanks to Foltz and Forrest, 43 is the score to beat. But now you guys need to try your hand at the reaction time test, so go on over. All right, Yuzus has assumed the winning position, so go. All right, he's off to the races. Remember, 15 seconds, you guys are gonna need to swap. Who's already
We lost this game.
Oh, this is not looking good. Oh, no.
Oh, he's tapping in.
He's tapping, all right. 3, 2, 1, swap. Gets it. Ooh, that was a little delicate. That was cute. I mean, Forrest, you had a really great second round right there. Ooh, 5 seconds. Remember, 43 is the score to beat. You got to get 12 in 2, 1. No more time on the clock. I mean, you kind of got 43. You got 34, just the inverse of what you wanted to get. Space Station knocking it out of the park at 43. Eminem, unfortunately, 34. Not enough to cut it. But join us next time on Hit for 6 to see who might come out on top.
What? Dude, Benjamin Master at the Major? Do you really think he's gonna play with this? He needs something way more powerful, man. It's obvious when you see his moves. Do you want to see his moves again, or...?
Bro, I was watching the SI before you even knew about R6. Pengu can win with this setup.
Real legend, he wins with this.
Sorry guys. I know a thing or two about Rainbow Six, so follow me. Now this is the best gaming setup. It's the HDR 400 monitor, the XB 25.3 QGP 24.5 inches. EO Finals 2020. I'm doing a triple kill. The monitor had to be top-notch to keep up with my moves. Frostblade fans, they can cool the best graphics card, the best processor, and even the biggest hard drive, the most memory. They keep things cool and calm like my hit was at SI 2018 to win the championship.
Pengu goes for one on the young. Can he go the second? Penta are world champions.
It takes the best to be the best. Are they gone?
Yep. But with 2 Orion towers fully upgraded and 2 screens. Good job, man.
Thank you.
Takes the best to be the best.
Welcome to Hit for 6. Today we have Space Station Gaming versus Eminem. Representing Space Station, we have Forrest and Foltz, third team to qualify from North America. And of course, we also have representing Eminem, we have Yuzus and Solotov. Today's game is a quiz. There is an image hidden behind a block of numbered squares. The goal is simple. Pick a square, answer the question, and if you get it right, it'll reveal part of the image and give you an opportunity to guess the map. But if you guess wrong, the other team gets the opportunity to steal. Foltz, Forrest, which number do you choose to start out?
We'll do 5.
5 it is. What is the longest match in Siege history by rounds?
G2 versus Empire, 2019.
That's unfortunately
18.
incorrect. Eminem, that gives you the opportunity to take it out from under him.
Okay, let's go Koi Faze. Let's go Koi Faze. Let's Koi Faze.
Eminem have pulled off a heist, so let's see What is behind square number 5? I mean, if you guys want to guess the map right now, you can try. Go for it. You don't lose anything.
Fortress.
Fortunately, it is not Fortress, but it's all good, because you just stole Space Station's question. Now you have an opportunity to pick your own square. So what are you going for?
6.
6 it is. So, question. What word used to be on the side of Tachanka's LMG?
I have no idea as well.
No idea?
Nope.
All right. That gives you the opportunity to take it out from under him.
Like Lord?
It is Lord, was written on the LMG.
Let's go.
So, Space Station have stolen Eminem's question back. If we can reveal what is behind square number 6. All right, do you guys want to make a guess? You seem confident. What map do you think this might be?
It's theme park.
Can I get a
100%.
room on theme park?
It's got to be office.
All right.
Our guess
got
is office.
Office on theme park. Can we get a reveal? Correct. 2 squares and done. SSG have won the game. That is it for us on Hit for 6. Tune in next time.
I remember things 7 years ago.
Naquela época, tudo era menor.
Mais en chacun d'entre nous, la flamme brûlait déjà.
Über die Jahre sind wir zusammengewachsen.
Y hoy son millones los que nos apoyan.
皆さんの応援は我々の原動力です
Ve sevdiğimiz işi yapmamıza olanak sağlıyorsunuz.
และสิ่งเหล่านี้จะเป็นไปไม่ได้ถ้าหากเราไม่มีพวกคุณ
Devemos tudo isso a vocês
Därför vill vi säga gracias.
Obrigado.
ขอบคุณครับ
Danke.
ありがとう
Kiitos. Merci. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
It is time for M80 to take on NIP. Boys, how do we think this one's going to end up going? I know Jesse in particular has been doing some digging, gathering some kind of intel for us as well, especially during breakfast.
Yeah, I went down to Brekkie this morning and found the coach of M80 down there. We had a little bit of a chit chat about how this game was going to go, about how things went yesterday. And I think the big thing that he kind of stressed to me is that, they went into the game against Wolves, M80 did, with a lot of expectations. They kind of expected Wolves to play one way from what they had viewed, and then Wolves came out and they completely changed everything, right? They really weren't expecting what Wolves brought out on that map. And so today, he told me that, listen, the whole strategy is just no expectations. We're going to go and we're going to play our game. We're not going to make any assumptions about what NIP are going to end up doing. We're going to play the best Siege that we can, and that's his attempt to try to turn things around here in Swiss.
And despite that disappointing loss yesterday, because it will have been disappointing, whenever you lose on match point overtime in a best one, it's of course going to be disappointing. M80 are a team that we expected to be closer to the finals of this tournament, going through the upper bracket, where they've lost to a team who turned up very well on the day. That doesn't discredit them into, similar qualities of kind of the teams at the lower end of that we would consider the bracket. We would still consider they're going to come out strong, and I think that's what we're expecting from them today. And then just one side note for Jesse, because he loves M80, but they did import a European to be successful.
Yeah, they imported one European, okay?
The best European.
The best European? Hey, I mean, listen, M80, they're a very good team. And I do think that Spoit is an incredible player. Not going to discount that at all. He's probably their best performing player at the moment.
Yep.
But he really does work well with the squad, too.
Absolutely.
I mean, I think him and Iconic have been such a great pair, working together on the roam clears. When one goes in and dies, the other person is there for the trade. They're really good at pinching together and being that unit. So I think Spoit gets a lot of the credit, especially from the EU talent, which, fair enough, kid's crazy. But him and Iconic working together have been a real treat to watch inside the NAL this year, and I'm expecting just the same here in the international stage.
Now, how about on the NIP side of things? Obviously, they lost their game versus VP yesterday, 4-7. Any kind of key takeaways from that matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I thought that some of their setups were not exactly within the meta. They really tried to force this Mira, especially like on the outside of the walls, and didn't really find a lot of success with that type of play. I did think Cons had some good moves, which is important because he is their newest player, only came in for SI quals, especially on attack. He's really good at getting in, getting some picks. But yeah, unfortunate that defensive half from NIP just wasn't really there on Clubhouse. So I'm hoping on a new map, for NIP, that can change up.
During the pre-game of yesterday's game for NIP against VP, I said they might fall to the VP paradox, where VP style should be very easy to beat, but it isn't. There's a second effect of that, actually, is that when you play against VP, it's so different to anybody else, where VP yesterday, they weren't making plays. They weren't making those hero plays. You've then got to follow that up from a late game last night into a morning game today, and you're now playing against M80, who do make the plays. They have Iconic, they have Spoit, who will make the plays. It's going to be a huge test of whether they've read into their opponent enough today.
Now, obviously, on the side of M80, they have that synergy between Iconic and Spoit. On the NIP side of things, though, do we see any of these players have that same level of synergy amongst them?
I mean, Pino and Muzi as a combo has been talked about for ages, right? I mean, world champion combo, world championship synergy coming through there. But yeah, I think that for M80, that is kind of, or for NIP, excuse me, that's kind of who they need to step up and have that good game. I think Pino did great yesterday. But yeah, we end up on Chalet, I guess, for the first map. Jack?
Yeah, I think, you know, I do it a lot. I know you do your map stats. You love your map stats. I have this as #1 map preference for M80 today. So I wonder whether the fact that NIP have got there, whether their map pool actually, you know, is large enough to actually fight M80 in the map bans.
I mean, it is a good map for M80, undoubtedly. They love Chalet, but so do NIP. They're undefeated this year through 2 games, so they should feel relatively comfortable on it.
Who's 2 games against?
Okay, well, they beat MIBR 8-6, and they beat 7-5 over Elevate. So
okay. Yeah, M80's different beasts to that, though.
Yes, they very much are.
Well, I think Inter and Pengu are ready and waiting. Pengu in particular knows exactly what it takes to be the best.
Yeah, and Parker knows what it takes to call next. That's a throwback to an old advertisement, but yeah.
You also know what to do when there's 20 seconds left on the clock.
With diffuser in hand.
That's correct.
Such a great skill to have.
You ding me for a single bit of promotional content when you've done 2 now.
Back to back.
1.
Again.
Back to back twice.
Of
Not just back to back. World champion.
Back to back advertisement creator.
Speaking of world champions, we got some world champions here in this match. Ninjas in pajamas.
Yeah. They were once the very best team in the world, and almost did it twice, actually, because they were a finalist team, and then they were the actual winning team shortly after, a year after, in fact. They've kind of fallen off from that high table in the last 2 years, though, and they're now fighting their way back to a major championship. Of course, here, they would like to win, seeing as yesterday's result didn't go the way they wanted to. They were down pretty badly, I believe 1-6 against VP, then brought it back to a 4-7 loss on Clubhouse. But of course, not the result NIP they wanted. M80, as Jesse spoke of, and Jack, they went all the way to 8-7, or rather 7-8, as they were the losing team as well. Chalet, though, very different map. As M80, they played Villa, and as I mentioned, NIP, they played Clubhouse yesterday.
Well, I'm really excited to get underway with a Chalet matchup and see this semi-new look of Nip, who's obviously performed, I think, about where most of us expected. M80 was the team to beat for a lot of teams that I talked with behind the scenes in regards to, you know, who do you think is the real threat? Who are you most worried about? And I actually got to spend some time talking to a few teams yesterday, one of whom was Eminem, actually, in their matchup. The one thing that they said to me before the match was they said they didn't think that G2 would have as slow of a day as they did yesterday, and I think they were, yeah, I mean, they were correct. I mean, G2 did end up winning the match, but here, talking to 3 separate teams, we said, who do you think is the best team in North America right now? And all 3 of them were from different regions, and all 3 of them said M80.
Okay. I mean, I'm not very surprised. I, too, had very high expectations from M80 going into yesterday's game, and it was a surprising outcome against Wolves, I have to say, but I think that, you know, Jesse said he spoke to the coach and he said, you know what, M80, they were prepping for Wolves in a specific way. Instead of playing M80 Siege, they were trying to, you know, predict what Wolves was going to be doing and therefore counter them. Whereas today, against an IP, it's going to be how M80, they want to play the game and nothing else, because they will rely upon their own skill and not read too much into your opponents. And that's tricky sometimes, because when you VOD review all these teams in international tournaments, you might think, oh, if we know exactly what they're gonna do, we can prepare for it, we can prep it, and then we can counter. But then it's match day, they don't do the same thing, and now all your prep work is kind of rough and you gotta go off it or stick to it, and it's not gonna work out. We've seen that happen so many times with so many teams.
Always like a good Chalet matchup. Got to do Cafe earlier today. We got 2 more matches to go. For you and I mean, there's still 4 more after this one. But you and I in particular, we'll be doing VirtusPro versus Wolves. Then we'll be doing DarkZero versus Soniqs. DZ versus Soniqs is going to be one that, well, we've done before.
Yes, we have. A good old NAL matchup.
You know, I just want to take a second here, obviously, to give some praise to both Xenox and Guz. I thought they did a fantastic job with both the casts so far today, and it's cool to finally meet them. We've never actually met them, you know, through the pandemic and then the geographical challenges with them being in Australia. But I think for them, one of the things that they probably find coolest about this event, it's something that I found coolest too when I first started casting, was you watch a lot of these teams. Like Xenox and Guz have watched a lot of these regions, but they've never really had a chance to talk about these teams, to see them, to meet them, etc. And I think that's pretty damn cool. So not only do they get to experience their first major, and it's extremely well deserved, their casting's been top tier, but it's nice to have other teams from other parts of the world have the voices of different regional casters.
Oh, it certainly is. Always love a good get-together at these events, meeting different players and casters alike. Slow start here for M80. They did attack a repick onto Monty at the very last few seconds of that attack a repick phase. Now, if you're NIP, Iconic actually, he opens things up onto Moosey, and Sport finds a second as well. Jesse said Iconic and Sport working together in these early duels. They do just that here against NIP.
Well, that's tough going. Both Pino and Musi down for the counts, leaving just the 3 players from NIP. That core of NIP that have been together for so long, falling apart for a while. Now it's Psycho down, but Wizard is on the board as well. Down goes Iconic. Spoit answers back. Now is to secure the remainder of Psycho. Kino on that Monty, breathing down the necks of Ninjas in Pajamas, forcing Cons to relocate down into the basement. Wizard sitting in the bomb site. He might actually be able to have a good angle here. Oh, ugly recoil control. Spoit, give him the mop. He cleans up. Round number 1 goes to M80.
Just want to point out that Sport yesterday against Wolves dropped 22 kills and only died 10 times. He was absolutely popping off, and like one of the key things about Sport is that he's one of those players, if he gets in the server, locked in, activated in those opening rounds, like the very beginning, you see it there, that's gonna bode for a great game for him to come. The confidence. What? When he's fired up, when the confidence is there, that's when the entry is going to be at its best and its highest peak performance. Sport gets 3 kills in the round, Iconic 2, a literal 2v5 round in terms of in the killing department, but of course, the supportive cast of M80, they are there is strong work, they play around it as a team. NIP, looking at LATAM in general, you have been scrimming domestically and against like W7M for the last, year and a half, maybe longer than that. NIP should be very strong in Chile looking at that, because LATAM has some of the best Chile teams in the world. And if you scrim against that on a daily basis, you can definitely take this map into the international scene and expect good results. So a bit of a rough start for NIP. It wasn't necessarily a close one at that, but of course, we all know Chalet, it comes down to that early game momentum. When you find 2 opening kills and a quick spree on the attacking side, it's very hard to defend against that. It's all about the numbers advantage, especially on a big bomb side like Park Gaming, where you're gonna be spread pretty thin across the map. So they go to kitchen instead. They play the utility game upstairs. Deployable shields, bulletproof cameras, and of course those castle barricades. And they want to just lock down this small portion of the map and let M80 come to them and try and pick it apart.
Well, Spoit's wasting no time whatsoever. Nick, inside of bar, inside of games, circling round. Now staying in the doorway, watching the hallway that leads on out towards the kitchen. Very typical deployable shield spot on top of the piano, dispatched by the Flores drone. Expect to see an awful lot of Flores on this map, especially if the basement bomb site opens up for these teams. Can be defended, but I think the bigger concern here is whether teams want to go there. Yeah, over in kitchen side at the moment.
Very quick round. Both of these 2 first rounds for M80. I mean, their injuries is there, their prep drones as well. Sport flies on in, and now that they've reached this this first stronghold, they slow things down. They reassess the situation before they strike. Information is key here. They got plenty of drones, 9 left so far to work with.
First kill goes to Khan. Spoit almost losing his life on that piano window. Has to vault back into the map. Give himself a little bit of protection. There's a small opening in the office that was created by those Selmas. Spoit playing long range on that. Another member of M80 bites the dust. It's Diaz gone to Pino. Spoit taking up land. He and Gomez combining for 2 kills. It ties things up into a 3v3 with a minute to go. Still haven't gotten full control of the top floor for M80. Nip is hanging on. But Kino's just about in the bomb site with the diffuser. He's a couple steps away. I don't know if there's a single player from Nip who has him in their line of sight. Gomez taking some more damage by Piano now. Spoit called into action to assist. He has to be very concerned with this Wizard pulling off his own magic tricks, but only a single kill in the midst of the smoke. Pino getting the plant, or sorry, rather, the plant going down to Kino, not Pino, but similar names. Allowing Kino to get out of there while Pino on top of that diffuser could go for it if he wants to. He's gonna do it. He's long-arming it. He's long-arming it. They need to get in there right now. Musi has the coverage. Are they able to get their entire... Oh! They're not. Kino and Pino, who cares? Round goes to Nip.
Damn. I mean, again, NIP, they were so quick there. They immediately just go for the long arm. They recognize that M80, they're relocating. They're going to play a safe post plant, maybe play from far back, maybe play up above. That was a mistake. You can argue there, knowing what happened, M80 should have stuck one player in the dining hallway to be quick to strike in case of a long arm attempt. And then one member maybe, like Spoit, who's trying to go above and initiate that post plant from the vertical floor above him. But a little bit too slow. M80, they're in front of him to take the round. Spoit doing a great job at holding down the top floor, allowing Kino to try and get down that diffuser. And they both won their individual fights and their individual confrontations. But then right here, things did fall apart. The breach, it's a Selma charge, not from Thermite for an exothermic one. It's a much smaller opening to the bomb side.
Well, he's talked about the pace that was set at the very start of the round. It was quite quick, but I don't know if there was any real follow-up for Spoit upstairs.
No.
He walked in, he had control of the window, he had control of the front of Piano, but couldn't swing Piano because he was worried about the cross that was farther back over by bathroom and by bedroom. He was able to play off of office, which was largely unwatched by Nip. But ultimately to no avail. I don't know if that's a failure of Spoit or if it's a failure of the rest of the team. Either way, the job did not get done on that top floor, and then just negligence from M80 to get out of the bomb site as quickly as they could and stick nobody in a position to watch that diffuser.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what we do, we can't blame Spoit. That guy's got 5 kills. He's doing his job, right? Didn't even die in the round. He stays alive. Flawless for him so far, that 5-0. Flores, again, doing so much damage on the top destruction on the castle barricades. We might not even need a base and bomb side for Flores to get peak value in this match because there's so much utility and it's absolutely free for the taking. NIP not playing around the deployable shields in 2 rounds in a row now. Small mistakes being made. Might punish them later on because they need those shields to stay behind for cover.
Spoit and Gomez right now, both the 2 prongs of this attack. Not close enough to Pino, but Spoit will get ever closer. Pino will need to test his mettle against that. You got pings onto the stairs, they know exactly where he is. Can they follow up?
It's gonna be a 1v1 standoff. Gomez downstairs. Pino actually relocating up on top blue now, sacrificing a bit of map control. Spoit will get the information, but Kino actually finds the kill.
There's Pino on library stairs, he gets pushed off of that position. Kino and Pino, try to say that 10 times fast. Or don't, I don't really care.
No.
You're your own boss. Do what you'd like. So that's some big map control handed in their way. But for M80, you need to watch on the flank, as we just saw the frost of Cons lurking down below. Catch them off guard if they're not looking carefully.
There's no Thermite once again on the board for M80. They like this. The Selma charge is iconic on the ace, but the breach is going to be a lot smaller at that. Nate's going out, but Ryan just catches it. Those shields I got to start earlier, you know, you don't have to now. That means the hold is a bit more difficult.
Oh, and another falls from Nip. Goodbye to Wizard. Psycho also dropped Musi. Next one up. Over by Piano, pounced upon by Spoit. Cons was playing down in the basement. Well, guess what? You got to get back to the bomb site. You've lost complete control. Every single body of M80 still upright. Diffuser down, Iconic the only one who's taken some damage. A really tough spot for Cons to be in. Boop. Nice shot on Nikino, long range. It's got that 1.5, is it? Nice line of sight for the Frost. Right now trapped inside a Solarium. He's got soft destruction and the hard destruction that have opened up a line of sight, but all the while this is happening, that timer just continues to run against Cons to the point where he's only got 4 seconds. Nothing, really. Spoit settles it. Better in the post plant this time around. M80 makes no mistake about it. They take their second round.
Yeah, they just run through the bomb site, essentially. I mean, again, when the utility gets cleared out early by the Flores, it might look like a very slow pace for Medi, but the big difference is when they get to the bomb site, they've already dealt with pretty much all the pieces of utility besides a single shield in the back of the piano hallway. So the office breach, you can walk on in, fight that guy on the shield, toss out your flashbangs, your grenades, etc. Also, a very puzzling way that Pino died, being exposed on a soft destroyable wall, just leading straight to that office balcony window where Kino was under rappel. A little bit too easy on the room clear there for M80. And I'd be also sacrificing a member with no real help. I mean, good comms, yeah. Communication is key. Playing that 4-1 side where they just say, Muzi, run halfway across the map, or Pino, run halfway across the map, do your own thing, and then we'll just stay back here. It's a very high-risk way to play the game because if that teammate who's alone then dies, you will play that round 4 versus 5 from the get-go. Whereas if you just send 2-3 people up to assist him, maybe even trying to escort him back to the bomb site, you can burn down the clock, get some drones, and get something more higher value out of your map decisions at least. Because right now, it just seems like NP not playing fully together.
Well, maybe some discomfort on the way that they're going to play defense. They can tighten some things up. Still have a timeout, and obviously it's only 2-1 for M80. It's not dire just yet for Nip. But if M80 really are believed to be this, you know, indomitable beast, as we heard last night. But I mean, chatter with teams offline is revealing, but different teams will have a different idea of who is the best. So the consensus starts to form when I think you get a good read on what teams perform well in scrims and who you're truly most feared with. Pacing is something that we've been focusing on outside of that in the actual server itself. And this round is no different. 45 seconds in, and just like that, M80 already storming the gates. Cleared out most of that Solarium trophy side of the map. That's a visual bug.
I was gonna say, that was weird. So we saw Gomez is now actually going up above, not shooting the Solarium default cam, and mainly trying to bait out where the attack is coming from. So they make a lot of noise first toward dining kitchen, and then Gomez will sneak past default cam upstairs. They rotate members to the library balcony now, and it's gonna feel like for NIP that M80 are quite literally every single location on the map, on the windows, on the balconies, first floor, top floor, outside, inside, etc. And it's going to be hard now for NIP with the Valkyrie ban, and then not playing any Echo Maestro, for example, to have any active information as to where this attack will be coming from. And M80, they have so much soft destruction with the grenades, the terror drones, and the S breaches that they can open up all these soft walls leading to library.
There goes a Rotero drone, a very familiar spot for the Wamai to be playing, tucked into the corner of library, but oh, has Spoit found an opening? Could he exploit this?
Oh boy.
Up the stairs he goes, and oh no. But no! Khan swings out instead. Down goes Spoit. First kill is in favor of M80. Gomez has no explosives left to take care of that shield. Down goes another member of M80, but they bounce right back. Keeping it to a 3v3, advantage goes back to Nip. And now it's on the last player to hop in and find the frost mat before the bullets can do the rest of the job.
There you see NIP all playing together at 5 members there. Works out. As you said, Sport almost found the gap. If he wasn't shut down on that blue staircase, that could have been trouble for NIP. And it looked like it was going to be the case. But then at the very last second, right before Sport gets to the top of blue, he gets shut down. And with that, immediately, they lose that small opening that they had. And they trade it out. But NIP, of course, coming out with more numbers.
We have a tech pause right now. I don't know exactly what the reasoning is for, but we'll give you some information as it comes out. And that was a great read by Cons. They had information on Spoit. You saw that single bullet whiz by his head before he went towards library stairs, and the read was, if we can get there quickly, we can do some serious damage to him. They managed to do just that. Take up space, take up ground, get in there. Nip is at their best when they are playing aggressive.
Yeah.
Nip is at their best when they are leaning into the extraordinary amount of gun skill that they have. Relying on that Musi and Pino combination back when they had the old core that we know so well, but now obviously making a series of roster moves.
It's also what makes this one an interesting matchup because you can actually make the same argument for M80. These two teams share very similar strength, right? Playing together, playing aggressive, wanting to be the team to make the play and not let the other team do what they want to achieve. And it's why also going to Chalet makes a lot of sense for these two teams in this matchup, because on Chalet, you can both take control, but you can also try and go for those kind of one-off plays, whether it's a big flank from someone like Iconic when the set storm comes around, whether it's NIP playing very heavy together or just playing very much in the enemy's phase. You can play to both strengths of these two different teams. M80 is a team that doesn't really show us a lot of pocket strats where they see like, you know, the Glass, the Ying, the Monty. It's not super common for them. Maybe in maps like Oregon, where you kind of had to brute force some of the operators, they do tend to bring that out. But like yesterday as Wolves on Villa, they didn't really show any real flexibility. They have it, it's just not like what they do very commonly. We have seen Gomez now hovering Glass a couple of times in the attacker repick phase, but he's never actually stuck to it. He's always going to something else. Finka coming out is actually something that M80 likes to do when things are not going their way, especially in those gunfights, and that makes sense, right? The heal, the slight boost to them, you play the Finka plus the Dokkaebi, you make yourself and your teammates stronger, and you make opponents a little bit weaker by giving off that audible cue constantly with the Dokkaebi calls going out. And it's again M80 just playing for those gunfights, trying to say, okay, this is gonna be a 5v5 brawl. Let's make it as favorable as possible for us.
Fascinating to see how the Finka slots into this because you don't see her as often as you used to. Something you touched upon the theory behind it.
Bless. That LMG made up with Finka with grenades it was scary. It was also that. All the LMGs, oh boy. And having so many grenades every single round, of course, much more scarce this time. Scarce these days.
SCARZ played earlier.
SCARZ did play earlier. And they won, actually. Oh, okay, a trick from above.
The Electro Shuffle.
And it worked out, oh my. Okay.
Losing 2 cells? Unfortunate for Iconic.
It's a great adaptation by NIP. They likely saw the timing that M80 did previously on the dining attack and said, you know what? There is a weakness here that we can abuse. And great teams will do that. They will try and do the like pattern recognition where they will look at how the enemy is playing out, what they're doing, and then okay, now we can make this adaptation. If they do it again, we'll punish it. It could be an impact trick because they're playing ace, it could be a kite because of timing, etc. Either way, NIP, a great read in that round.
Wizard flashed out of his mind, another one coming in, but there's players there to support. He has to be very concerned with that bathroom window, playing the tight angle. Down goes Pino. These teams have been trading the first blood back and forth. This time it's M80 with the upper hand. No answer back, no draw.
Oh.
Nice shot from Wizard. He's looking for a second, and he nails it! Suddenly, Nip snaps their fingers, and everybody from M80 in the server is as good as dead. Cons looks for the run out, but he's in not the right spot for it. Taking most of Diaz's life away, but M80 finds themselves in a near unwinnable position. 45 seconds remaining. Diaz in a 1v3. Single point of HP. Slow as hell as Zofia is these days.
Oh yeah. That one speed. It's gonna take us a while to get through the map, but Diffuser is nowhere near him as well.
Dead to Musi. It's a formality. Psycho has this unhinged look on his face every time they went around. I love it. Absolutely love it. Nip win 2 in a row. These teams have been trading rounds back and forth. It breaks. Nip up 3-2.
Nip with a great adaptation. Structurally, strategically, not playing that 4-1 split anymore, one person roaming far off. They're playing all 5 together in the previous 2 rounds, and it has been those rounds that they won. Sure, Wizard goes for an individual play. He finds 2 kills without needing help from his teammates, but they're there for the cover. Someone jumped in bathroom window right behind him, and guess what? NIP, they got a member in Solarium, shuts that down immediately, and they just get those 4 kills
for the cost of a single member. Now we're gonna see that famous basement, the bomb site of Chalet. It can be incredibly easy to attack, but also incredibly hard at the same time. It's one of those bomb sites where you never really know what you're going to be getting. But it is one of the few bomb sites in Siege professional play where we tend to see a fuse being brought into action. And Gomez, who has been teasing the glass, will stick to that red icon operator, but it will be the fuse instead. This is so that it can go into fireplace and open up the entire soft floor from that office balcony where Lucy is standing right now for a spawn peek, actually. And it just makes the soft destruction of lobby a lot quicker and more safe if you don't gotta full clear the map for the roamers. We'll see it later, I'm sure.
What was the scope that Mozzie Busy was running?
The 1.5, no?
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, okay, I was gonna say, isn't that like what everyone's running scope wise? It's a big debate right now in Siege where everyone...
Oh, there it is!
If you can run a 1.5, then you must run a 1.5. That is pretty much the name of the game right now for competitive Siege.
Show me a downside. There's none.
I was gonna say, there aren't any.
Exactly.
It's that perfect middle ground between it's zoomed in more than a 1x, but not too zoomed in like a 2.0, 2.5x, so it pretty much works for everything. They should all get, you know, yeah. Never mind, I'm not gonna go there.
Say it.
Nerf the 1.5, do something, man. I don't know.
Boo! They hated him because he spoke the truth.
Yeah, anyway.
Oh, this old roster known as XSET back in the day. That's some creativity on Chalet by, or Stralos actually rather, I believe was the team that did that. Showed some creativity by using fuse charges on Chalet, and other teams have picked it up.
Oh, it's this one right here. You do top floor and it goes down, boom. Oh, look at that. How pretty is that? The entire floor is opened up now.
The best hard destruction that you can ask for. Fuse, he seldom picked operator, but definitely has his uses with those cluster charges.
Try again. He got the hard layer, but the soft layer is there, but...
The problem is that you can't put that on the soft layer because then it gets shot through.
There it is.
Obviously a major downside.
They can get the job done, though. This is just an entry point for Kino to get the diffuser down with those smokes in pocket. Now, there's going to be 2 C4s on the side of NIP, and of course, 2 Toxic Babes. So they just find kills.
They're shooting back. Spoit's in as well now, commanding the bottom stairs. Nade goes out. Diffuser getting planted. Cons is dead. 2 players remaining for Nip. Not a flawless. Muzi has something to say about that, but problem is, all you've got are guns at this point. No nitro cells, no coverage. Muzi gets a second before M80 drags him down. First half, 3-3.
Honestly, a pretty expected result, I guess you can say, given how close this matchup should be between these 2 teams. I don't think we're going to see a very attacker or defender side of Chalet even on the side swap. I do expect us to keep going in a back and forth manner. Both teams are adapting and adjusting so well to one another, whether it's the operator pick phase for the specific bomb sites like we saw with the Fuse, or whether it's just simply understanding that, okay, Wizard, he likes to hold aggressive angles, so when Spoit walks down the fireplace staircase, he actually goes for a pre-fire instead of a jiggle peek for the check. And he knows that because Kino, he made contact with Wizard when he crossed the breach earlier, and Kino gave the information that he crossed to the right-hand side of blue door, not the left. That gives the injured players just a little bit more information to work with, to walk down, take that pre-fire confrontation, and get that kill guaranteed. So 2 openings again for Mady, secures the round. That has been their biggest driving force to win these attacking rounds for them. Gonna have a quick rehost, and then we shall be right back.
We're not going anywhere.
Nope.
See, because the way you said that, Nick.
Sounds like we're gonna break.
Lead them to believe that you were...
Well, we are back in the server. We're not going anywhere, unless, of course, somebody, you know, steps over a cable or cuts it or slams the PC with his leg. That was a good old meme from a while back. Back when we played online Siege, some teams...
Oh, I fell and I pulled the cable out of the back of my computer. Whoopsies!
Oh, I ripped the power cable. I don't know how that happened, too. Yeah, can't do that on LAN. It's too suspicious, you know? And also, nobody wants these rehosts, not the viewers, not production, not the fans, not the casters. Everybody wants to be in.
Maybe I want them, hold on.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Maybe I want them.
Okay, why would you want them?
I don't.
Okay, but maybe you did, yeah. I'm sure there's someone out there being like, you know what? I quite like this because I had to pee, I ran out of snacks, so I can like now go to the toilet, I can go get my new favorite snack, and I can come back, we're right back in the action. I didn't miss a single thing. Someone surely is out there who actually, you know, benefits from this happening, but it's not us.
Well, players are very quick to get back into the server. One of the benefits of playing on LAN. Kino tweeted earlier this week that he got done dirty by his barber here in Copenhagen. If you've ever felt like being nice people, go on to twitter.com if you haven't escaped that hell site yet. And send some tweets to Kino complimenting him on his hair. Tell him that his hair looks nice. So that win or lose, no matter what, Kino has something nice to look at on his phone at the conclusion of this match.
That's very sweet, actually. After losing a match, and the first thing you do is like go to Reddit or social media, that is probably one of the worst things you can do as a pro player, because you're gonna get roasted.
People like with good mental health who don't work in jobs that bring about intense scrutiny, they still find that social media can be a drain. Yeah. Mind vampire. Sucks your energy.
I like that. It's very accurate as well. So yeah, of course, when you are working in this kind of industry, you gotta choose your social media platforms with care and take care of your brain, because you gotta spend a lot of time with that fella up there every single day. So keep him in a good spot. We're basically, there it is, straight back into the server where we left off, that 3-3 scoreline, first half in the books, and we see Eminem now going to defense, starting where things just ended in the basement.
Oryx showing up. One thing that we talked about earlier on in the week, and we will repeat for those that didn't tune in earlier, is that Oryx's pick rate has decreased quite a lot since losing the 1.5. And one operator whose pick rate has soared, who just so happened to get the 1.5 scope, was Wamai. Both those operators will be shown for this round. The thing is that Oryx's value on a team is not gone solely because you can't use a 1.5 scope any longer. You're still able to get around the map very, very quickly. You've still got an abundance of soft destruction that can help with site setup, but also be used for you to get out of tricky situations. You can roam really effectively because you can also hop up through those hatches. And then the T5 is basically a laser pointer. It never moves. There's no recoil. Very consistent gun no matter what site you have on top of it. So if you're going to play aggro and roam effectively, and somebody like Spoit can be very adept in that role, Oryx is not a bad operator still.
No, you're right. I mean, we like to meme about how the scope matters so much, but of course, primary gadget utility matters even more. Just like this, Heartbreed's gadget from the Selma goes out, but a jammer will stop it quickly. Now, if that jammer gets cleared out later in the round, of course, those Selmas will keep going off if that were to be the case. But the big difference here between NIP and Emady is that Emady would only bring a single Heartbreacher of the Ace, when the first round NIP bring him 2 of them, the Ace as well as the Thermite, to get open those walls. Now we did see Kino in the very final one also bring out the Thermite, so this is probably a basement thing, which makes a lot of sense given how much hard destruction you do have. There's the nade from Uzi. That's gonna clear the jammer. That means those Selmas, they will keep opening up that exterior wall. The rest of NIP, however, are attacking the backside of the bomb site, that big car garage, the trench area, etc. The Flores drones got a fair bit of info on the side itself. Didn't really remove much utility, I don't believe, as there are no shields on the defending side. There's some barbed wire and whatnot, soft walls, but now they find Iconic on the West Main stairs, trying to hold it down.
Well, they also find Wizard, but in the wrong way. Gomez dies as well, real early. We're 90 seconds in, and Psycho's clearing him out on the main floor himself. Goodbye, Gomez. Goodbye, Iconic. Drones coming in as the attack right now from Nip. Looks like it'll be from the northern side of the map. That's through that wine and trench component. That's over towards Big Garage. Basically given up any execute over on the B bomb site right now.
Yeah.
M80 still needs to put bodies there, though, in case there's a pivot. And with a minute left, 4 players still up, Nip are certainly able to pivot if needed.
Yeah, a great thing about getting your utility done early, like we saw from Psycho on the A, is that you become this free gun. Because Psycho threw down those Selmas to get breached later in the round by Musi with the grenade, he can then flank Dining like we saw.
And there's a diffuser going down. Goodness gracious, this is fast. Nitro Cell's not going to be able to reach. Diaz is boxed in. Spoit retaking from above, but can't get it done. Nip just cutting down M80 every single step of the way. Diaz still stuck inside a connector as that diffuser timer rings. Nice shot on the Psycho. And another nice shot on the Musi. But this is where things get a little bit tougher. 2 separate players. Tearing strips into cons as one goes from above. Diaz retaking. Pino doesn't get all the way there. He gets the job done from inside the site. M80 can't manage to do much on the retake. It's Nip grabbing the lead.
Nip having such an efficient attacking round. Every single member always doing something active on the map. Flores was droning while Psycho pushed in through the top floor into that first area, got the flank double kill. While that happened, Musi clearing a jammer for the Selma charges, whereas Psycho tossed them down earlier in the round, and that gives them that 2-for-1 opening kill trade, and they get Dining catch control. They actually get every single piece that they need to get the plant down, and while that happened, Cons was breaching open the trench wall to the bottom side, and that is how and why NIP could immediately go for the plant with a minute to go on the clock, and it seemingly came out of nowhere, but it's simply because that they did the steps simultaneously, where we often find teams having to go one step at a time because either they're being pushed or pressured around the map, but because Psycho was in that phenomenal position on the flank, that just really gave them all the map control they wanted all at once. And when both members of M80 fall in the roam, that means the 3 guys on site, well, they don't have a lot of tools to work with. Because we saw, again, those more aggressive kind of roaming operators like the Oryx, like the Warden. I mean, sure, one can see through smokes and flashbangs, but he can't deny a plant like a smoke can, for example. So M80 not fully equipped to deal with that plant going down, and they couldn't stop it.
The thing as well with the Oryx was, I mean, Nip completely bypassed the need for a roam, right? They hit the site very quickly, and they went straight through Dining, and that was it. Spoit wasn't in any position to deal with it. It was Iconic and Gomez who were in that spot. Both of them fall. They can't really do all that much. The whole idea behind that strategy that M80 was using fell apart the moment that Nip read into it and just simply bypassed it. It was really well done. Another opportunity now for M80. Try to keep these numbers close. Nip will unveil the Montaigne in the hands of Cons.
Yeah, love that. I'll be silently judging and watching because I'm a big Monty enjoyer. And we've seen a couple of Monties at this major, and some of them have been phenomenal to watch, and others, sometimes we look at it and go, what happened in that round? Now, Monty can be used in many different ways. It can be to force a plant like Eminem did earlier for Nello. It can be to, drop shot hipfire people like we see a lot from APAC. It can be to push around the roaming members of the defense so that your gunners can take them out when they start moving too much. Cons right now playing a support of Monty, spent most of this round on the drone, likely for flank watch, and then when he's needed for the bombs that execute later for Dining, that's when he's gonna get off that drone, get active with the shield instead, and lead the way into the site itself. He's running those secondary pocket EMPs to help Psycho open up any walls if need be, and it's the flexibility of NIP right now that we see, because Cons, who played Thermite before, he now has to play Monty, so Psycho takes over the harvesting duty instead. It's beautiful from NIP.
Good jostling of roles.
There it is, he's active. He's gonna give info. Just peek out the side. You see, is it safe to plant somewhere? Mind you, there are no smoke grenades in the pocket of Nip, so the Monty shield is all they have for cover.
Gomez and Diaz, both side by that A-bomb chassis. As Toxic Canister goes out, Cons is able to actually sneak in and find some comfort right next to the chassis. 10 people still alive, but down to 9 as Iconic goes first. Another to peek out. Psycho doing long-range work. This is gonna get so messy for M80 with the diffuser down. How do they retake this site? How do they challenge the Monty? Well, Spoit's in a position to do some damage, and he does so to Pino. Gomez walks right in. Kino found, taken out once again by Psycho. player just to the right of the door, able to get away. Wizard now in 2. It's Gomez and Diaz left. Make that just Gomez. And it's just a goddamn mess, isn't it? 5 rounds for Nip as they're perfect in the post plant.
Oh my God, M80 will call their tactical timeout after that round, and I fully understand that because there has to be an adaptation made here for the American team. NIP, we saw them start losing rounds, and then there's a big shift. They changed their operators, they stopped roaming, they played 5 guys on site. When it comes down to the 5 versus 5 brawl, I do believe, watching this right now, NIP, they are the better team. M80, much stronger, much more efficient at the individual 1v1s, 2v2s, etc., and capitalizing off player positions. So when M80 plays this slow style of Siege, where they just say, okay, NIP, let's meet at the bomb site walls, that's where they fall. 2 rounds now, where NIP, they look absolutely dominant, very confident, and they get the diffuser down, they get the opening kill or trade, and it looks like there is no struggles in the round. M80, they gotta get out there, they gotta get active, and stop them from reaching the bomb site walls in that 5v5. It's do or die on the roam, is how I see this go forward. Bar, of course, the bomb site that we'll be seeing in just a second, is a phenomenal bomb site for that exact extension because the bomb site itself is actually relatively weak. So you are forced by nature to do that exact thing. Get up and get active.
It's the first Solus that we're seeing in this matchup, so already a change called in from M80 right away after their timeout. The way these timeouts tend to go is, well, one of 2 ways. Number 1, you can immediately plan for the next strategy. What are you going to bring? What do you want to use? What do you want to defend with? Or if you think that there's more emotional or motivational issues, you can approach it from that regard. Given the fact that we're seeing a change up in the M80 lineup, I would suspect that it's probably more of A than B, but it's always hard for us to tell because we don't have those listen-ins and we're obviously not on the team, so we don't know what the general vibe is of their timeouts.
It's true. I will say though, if there is a leadership figure that seems to keep the vibes high, it's gotta be Iconic. We've seen him now as a less vocal player back in his earlier days in Pro League, and nowadays, whenever we see the player cams, the timeouts, he's always talking, calling the next shot, etc. We saw Sport kind of commend his comms in the earlier rounds when M80 was in the attacking side. Iconic has a big task ahead of him with his team. He's on the Solus. He can grant his teammates a lot of information to act upon, where the people are joining from, where the drones are, etc., where the utility is going. NIP, they were hovering a couple of different operators in the attacker repick phase. They were showing the nerve to sneak around and try and take those 1v1 engagements or try and pick off M80, but they opted for a more, again, structured anti-utility lineup. They opt for the Twitch instead. They want to pick apart library, make it a living nightmare for Gomez to play in this position on top chimney, and then Musi on the opposite balcony. He almost dies to Iconic with that pre-fire.
Well, they both came very close to losing their heads, didn't they? That's Spoit wanting to engage on the balcony.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
Psycho really has changed things around from those old days where he wasn't himself. You know, fond memories of an event where we heard Psycho's name about 500 times. And I mean, it was oftentimes worth it. I mean, he was an exceptionally good player, but as NIP as a whole regressed, it really did end up becoming like the Pino and Musi show, with Kamikaze and Julio being afterthoughts. Well, roster changes aside, Kamikaze apparently has opened a pizzeria. I don't know if you've seen that.
Are you serious?
That's what
There's no way.
He opened a pizzeria.
Okay.
But either way, Psycho is having a bit of a renaissance, a second chapter. A modern Brendan Fraser of Rainbow Six Siege.
I do love that we see older players come back and strike gold once more like we've seen before. Very, very, like this is the slowest round so far in this matchup. NIP not able to break anything apart, able to find any opening kills, and now the roam, the flank, it's closing in, it's Sport, 30 seconds on the clock.
Still have a player, Musi, on the balcony, just waiting. Wizard not too far off. 0 logic bombs remaining. Team's not exactly with the most utility. But they're fragging. Oh boy, are they ever. Down goes Diaz, Psycho follows, and the kills just come in heavily favoring Nip, but they've got to get that diffuser down, and it's Cons doing so. It's all up to Spoit to stop it, and he'll get it done, but Musi saves the round. An incredible play. Nip move to match point.
There is less than like a second, like 1.2 seconds left on the round. I mean, Sport almost guaranteed had that. And you can look back at that. If he prones, maybe he survives. Sport thought, I'm just going to sprint that default corners out of library. I'm going to be so safe. No one can stop me. But no Musi, he was still up above in the midst of the execute somehow, some way. And NIP with that, they pushed themselves to match point. And immediately, they looked like they cannot figure out how to play against NIP. Jesse said on the desk before the game started, M80 wanted to bring their style of Siege to this matchup and believe in the process that they have built for themselves in the last 2 to 3 months. Well, so far, hasn't really paid off. Ever since the side swap, this has in fact looked like a very attacker-sided Chalet simply because NIP looks like the better team. I mean, they spent every second possible setting up, and it looked like it was not gonna work whatsoever. And then they find 3-4 kills out of thin air within 5 seconds.
5 seconds to go.
Media scrambling things together. They're trying to figure out what bomb site is actually going to work for us. They went basement, into kitchen, into bar. Now they're back to basement with a little bit of a similar lineup. There is one big difference. They have a Frost this time. They have deployable shield. Still no smoke. Still got that active roam game. What happened last time was Psycho, who flanked dining hallway, getting that double kill, and then things just really took a spin there. They started planting, bomb went down. It was flawless pretty much. Same early start.
Exactly the same as he did before with the Selmas.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to get off his utility so he can now be a free roaming player, only really leaving Cons to do a lot of the supportive play to get those exothermic charge off later. So it enables more members of NIP to be actively on the map. And now we see either Pino or Musi, who's going to rotate their self-destruction to the breach and then going to clear out that jammer. Probably going to be Musi with the nades. And then the wall gets opened up. It's the exact same thing. But Sango's not going to walk in the same hallway the same way and get the same double kill, so we will see this round play out a little bit differently in the mid-round.
It's like clockwork. Assuming that Cons puts the hard destruction in the same spot, that will be that wine wall to open up some of wine cellar, walk in and go for a plant, which then negates anybody playing inside of the bomb site, playing inside of connector. Flores drones will go off, and that should be the mute jammer on wine wall as well. Okay, so everything seems to be coming together quite well, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, nobody from AD really actively trying to deny those for terror drones. They might not think it's a problem, but if Pino keeps finding this much value with half the round to go, what's next is Cons open up those walls. If Wizard can hold West Main like we see him trying to right now, that's the flank covered. That means NIP there are safe. But of course, there is that hatching trophy leading to the basement that could be a problem for them later in the round as well. So if M80 get a good timing of play together, they could definitely backstab Nip later on.
Another slower round now as Nip dots its I's, crosses its T's. M80 still will need 4 rounds in order to win this one. Will have to be done in overtime at this point. So 5 rounds, technically. But if you're going to form a comeback, it needs to start now. Gomez softened up. That's the first bit of action that we've seen on what is, yet again, another very slow round. But Diaz getting active. Down goes Cons. It's traded out immediately and swiftly punished by Nip. Last logic bomb goes as well. Odd pacing. Frostmat's on the board, so you have to be careful of looking down. Iconic maybe fires a bit too early. The jig is up with him on the hatch. Down goes Kino. There's Psycho getting in on the action, as you talked about. Wizard down. Gomez there as well. Iconic falls. This is a perfect lockout from Nip. They know it all too well. Spoit to bail out the North American squad, but it can't be done. It's the Psycho show. Goodness gracious. Led by Psycho's strong performance, Nip slaughter M80, 7-3.
Well, I'm joined here by the coach of NIP, and I'm hoping you'll be able to give me a little bit more insight into how your team have been playing, especially when we cast our minds back to the game you ended up having yesterday versus VP. Why do you think their slowish playstyle works so well for them?
Well, like we studied VP a lot. They have definitely a slow play style, but they are very explosive when they go, if you let them execute. So we thought it will be good for us because we are very used with this kind of play style, and definitely went wrong.
So what's the approach when it comes to countering that slower play style? What was the theory crafting kind of behind that like?
Yeah, the theory craft behind was like just to delay their steps. Because it's really hard to play against them and trying like to punish them on those steps. They are very meticulous, you know, like they're very slow, but they do things like near the perfection. So trying to hit them over, like, you know, in those advanced steps were definitely not a good idea. And we just tried to slow them out and starve them so they couldn't like organize to make a great execution.
And what's it like going from playing versus a team with this incredibly slow playstyle like VP have to then today playing versus M80? Is it a difficult transition between the two?
I think it's not, because we are very used with this changing in Brazil. Like in BR6, we have teams that play very fast paced, and you have like teams that play in a very slow pace. So this is kind of, we are very used to do this changing, you know. I think it's harder for the international teams when they play against us, like to know when we're gonna play slow pace or when we're gonna play fast pace, than for us.
So taking a look at last year's results in particular, it wasn't necessarily the most comfortable of journeys for you, finishing last many times in the Brazil League. What's the kind of journey been like to get from where you were last year to kind of being able to beat teams like M80 here today?
Yeah, last year I was playing against those guys, and from NIP. They are like legends in Brazil and for the entire sport, but they have like a really tough year. This year we had a really slow start as well. We finished in last place in BR6 before coming here, of course. But I have like 5 very talented players. I have a great analyst as well. So we put like a year of work in 2 weeks. And we managed to win 2 qualifiers in LCQ and reach a decent level to play at the major in a short amount of time. So I'm very happy because I have those guys working with me and to work with them as well.
Yeah. Well, congratulations are in order for yourself and the team once again. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
We didn't see that one coming there, did we? M80, the fan favorites, were taken down by NIP.
Oh, and who? Maybe they're not an NA team after all.
Are they now a Brazilian European hybrid? Is that what it is?
Now it's a Brazilian team. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's how it goes.
Do you know what? It started off like quite rough for NIP as well.
Yeah.
It started off looking like it was going to be, you know, a pretty comfortable M80 win. You know, Spoit and Iconic. It was that, you know, that deadly duo that we talked about. But then one thing that I thought that NIP did today that they didn't do yesterday, they got a very quick handle on their opponent and how to play against it, how to beat it. I think it was round 4 and round 5 where they basically just played compacts, played together, and they just made it a big team gunfight. And because of that, they were able to effectively trade each other out, win the round, you've just seen it there. And that really was the springboard for that happening, for that victory.
Yeah, well, I think the half swap had a lot to do with it too. You know, on attack, M80 were really able to set the pace. They were able to push where they wanted to push. They found a lot of those picks by able to work together, get their trades, right? Their top clears were fantastic. And then they moved to defense. It was very clear NIP was in control of when these fights were going to happen. We didn't really see M80 contesting. This round number 8, I thought Pengu had a great point with it. You know, they're bringing a defensive lineup that really doesn't have a lot of denial. They're bringing a lot of, you know, operators that can fight that top floor. But instead of fighting in that top floor, instead of getting aggressive up there, you fall back, you try to play it passive, and then Kit goes down. And like, what is your answer to this? You have 3 toxic babes. That's not going to stall out a minute 30.
And I think that's exactly what NIP were doing. They were basically playing so that they didn't get sucked into any gunfights that weren't in and around the site. They were playing directly for the objective, and it worked super well. Like, M80 were just completely caught off guard for it, expecting fights in one place, and it was happening completely somewhere else. Like you say, Kit was going down, they were getting the plants down. Plant-focused siege isn't something that we associate with Brazilian siege at all. But NIP did a really good job of executing that today.
They absolutely did, but that concludes our 0-1 matchups for today. But don't worry, we still have plenty more Siege games still to come over here at the R6 Major Copenhagen. And now we head into our winners 1-0 matchups. I know, Jesse, you said from the very start of today we're going to have close matchups. We've already had all of the overtimes in the world, but now coming up next, we're going to end up having Faze versus Space Station Gaming. What are our hopes, expectations for that?
Oh, I want to see Merc on the Amaru shotgun. I want to see the blitz. I want to see the fun that SSG bring. I think it's incredible Siege to watch.
I can't wait to dive into that one, so we'll catch you all after the break.
Welcome to Hit for Six. Today, we have Wolves Esports versus the Soniqs. Well, the Soniqs have won the coin toss. They get the privilege, the honor of picking the first number. Gunnar.
I want 6.
You want 6? Number 6, how many times has Sweden hosted a major in Rainbow Six?
Just a major?
Majors.
Invite?
Just a major. All right, you guys have an answer?
I think it might
Feeling?
be 2.
I'm thinking 2.
That is the correct answer. So we'll reveal number 2. It's only in the corner. What is that? I don't know what that is.
Go with your gut.
Go with your gut.
I have no clue.
Trust your instincts, Gunnar. Believe in the heart of the cards. I'm gonna count down. 5, Sean. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Sunrise.
Answer.
Coastline.
It's not Sunrise on Coastline. However, we can go to Wolves for an attempt there. Which number do you want to pick?
5.
Number 5. How many stim pistol shots does Doc have?
3.
Easy question. See, he knew immediately. That's a well-seasoned Doc player right there. Let's reveal the image. Ooh, a little bit of grass. A little block.
Okay. Garden coastline. Yeah, it's the square in the middle.
Oh! Incorrect, Bibu.
It's not called that.
We call it garden in French.
Easy. Give me number 1.
Next question. Wolves have unfortunately not correct. Could not make the cut. Gunnar. Citizen.
No.
Which number?
Number 1.
Number 1. We'll see if they're number 1 after this question. What is Zero's real name, boys?
Sam Fisher.
Sam Fisher.
I'd like to guess what it's at.
What is the number?
Give us Courtyard.
Is it Courtyard?
That's a still. You know, that's the only way they won something. It's okay. In my heart, we won.
Well, and you know what? As long as we're still in positive spirits, that's what matters. But thank you for watching Hit for Six. Tune in for more action between all of our teams at the Copenhagen Major.
What? Dude, Benjamin Master at the Major? Do you really think he's gonna play with this? He needs something way more powerful, man. It's obvious when you see his moves. Do you want to see his moves again? Or...
Bro, I was watching the SI before you even knew about R6. Pengu can win with this setup.
Real legend, he wins with this.
Sorry guys. I know a thing or two about Rainbow Six, so follow me. Now this is the best gaming setup. It's the HDR 400 monitor, the XB 25.3 QGP 24.5 inches. EO Finals 2020. I'm doing a triple kill. The monitor had to be top-notch to keep up with my moves. Frostblade fans, they can cool the best graphics card, the best processor, and even the biggest hard drive with the most memory. They keep things cool and calm like my head was at SI 2018 to win the championship.
Pengu goes for one on the young. Can he go the second? Penta are world champions.
It takes the best to be the best. Are they gone?
Yep. But with 2 Orion towers fully upgraded into screens. Good job, man.
Thank you.
Takes the best to be the best.
They got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
I remember things 7 years ago.
Naquela época, tudo era menor.
Mais en chacun d'entre nous, la flamme brûlait déjà.
Über die Jahre sind wir zusammengewachsen.
Y hoy son millones los que nos apoyan.
皆さんの応援は我々の原動力です
Ve sevdiğimiz işi yapmamıza olanak sağlıyorsunuz.
และสิ่งเหล่านี้จะเป็นไปไม่ได้ถ้าหากเราไม่มีพวกคุณ
Devemos tudo isso a vocês.
Därför vill vi säga
Gracias.
Obrigado.
ขอบคุณครับ
Danke.
ありがとう
Kiitos.
Merci.
From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Well, I did mention just before that break, we are now heading into our 1-0 matchups here today. We've got Faze Clan coming through from the Brazil League after having successfully won 2-0 versus Team Liquid to make it right here to Phase 2. Now they're going to be going up against Space Station Gaming coming through from the NA League. What are we expecting to see from these two teams?
I think this is where things get really exciting, right? Because
a
team now has to lose. And as much as it's nice to see a team have to win, it's almost even better to see a team get knocked off.
Yeah, I mean, we had the last 4 games, the storylines, you know, these teams, they struggled, now they're coming in, who's gonna get their first win of the tournament. Now we got the winners. Now we got the good teams playing, Jasmine. We've got the actual squads who are coming in 1-0 for this first game here, Space Station versus Faze Clan, and 2 really strong teams, titans of their regions. The organizations and players on these 2 teams have done great things in the past, so I'm expecting a great game.
Now, when we focus a little bit more from yesterday's games out of these 2 teams, Faze played exceptionally good versus Eminem OT.
Faze did a great job at coming back in that Eminem game. Let's not forget, Eminem were ahead, they had an advantage, and Faze clawed it back. They showed that experience, they showed that depth that we know this team to have. It is a team that's made changes, but it's still a core built off experience.
Yeah, and I do think it's important to kind of hammer that home a little bit. They were going down. They were struggling on that attacking half. I thought the way that Faze dealt with roam clear was a little bit shaky. Their drones were often very low halfway through the round. It's definitely a problem for them that we noticed. So I'm hoping to see Faze Clan maybe get that roam game back in action a little bit. The Souls was even banned out. That wasn't even part of the equation. Still, Faze Clan were struggling in that aspect. So I want to see Faze a little bit better with their drones today, keeping some more alive, because Space Station, they will punish you if you don't have your drones up late.
Now, how about on the Space Station side of things, managing to successfully take down the Titans of G2? Do we think it's a concept of SSG playing exceptionally well, or maybe G2 not having the best of days?
I mean, I think it was a map that Space Station came into very well prepared. They caught G2 off guard in a best of 1. I think G2 are still a very strong team, and if they play Space Station in like a best of 3, best of 5, who knows how that goes? Maybe it turns out a little bit differently. But no, Space Station Gaming, I mean, they really did have a lot of great bank setups. I don't know if they're gonna have that on whatever map they end up on today.
Yeah.
Now, I know you mentioned the SSG managed to catch G2 off guard with the map that they ended up going to, but how about versus Faze Clan? Any maps that we think Faze will be thrown off by?
I mean, I wasn't anticipating the theme park pick here, I'll be honest. It's a best of 1. Theme park doesn't usually strike you as a map that's suited in that best of 1. It's a map that, although SSG have preferred it recently, it's their 5th preference. It's not like a high preference map. but they're just not very good at it. Like, they don't win it very often.
Space Station 3-game losing streak on this map. Now, 2 of those games are for a completely different roster. Probably shouldn't read too much into it.
Yeah.
Their one play with this team, 7-0 loss to M80. That's the reason why they had to start in the play-ins. They couldn't come and play through Phase 2 immediately. So yeah, it's an interesting pick from Space Station. FaZe Clan also an official competition, technically a 4-game losing streak. They've won it in some unofficial competitions recently. So yeah, maybe catching Space Station off guard with this one.
All right, well, Guz and Xanax, it's over to you guys.
Yes, caught us off guard as well. Theme Park is where we're going for this game. Obviously recently seen by SSG in the NAL finals, and well, they probably weren't expecting to see it again, but in saying that, good opportunity maybe to get a bit of a reminder as to how they can perform on Theme Park. Go back away, watch the VOD, go into the scrims, and bring it out here at the Major and surprise a couple. Obviously, FaZe technically had the opportunity to go to Bank. They opted to go to Theme Park. Big game coming up, though. Both teams technically undefeated. FaZe we've only seen for one day thus far, but for SSG going back to, of course, the play-ins. 3-0 technically now for the overall standings at the Major, so big game coming up.
Yeah, both teams on a perfect run, but unfortunately for one of said teams, it will come to a close at the conclusion of this. Okay. Hopefully both teams have a slightly better start to whatever the hell that was. We'll shake that off. We'll jump in. FaZe Clan on the attack.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. This is definitely going to be the kind of game where we should get some really good siege. We being, of course, from, well, let's say a couple of regions that lack good attacking ability. I'm expecting to see FaZe really bring their all here to start with on Theme Park. While they didn't technically pick the map, they had a really large say in going here. Of course, they had the final say, they had the final veto. Bank or Theme Park, they go Theme Park, they attack first. SSG on the defense. They'll have to do a better job than what they did in the NAL finals, though, against M80. That was a bit of a horror show. Coming into this, though, Ying going to get banned out by SSG. FaZe will take off the ace. And over to the defenders, I'm probably expecting the likes of Valkyrie, Azami, especially the Valk. I think on a map like Theme Park, you do want to take away those cameras.
So we'll see FaZe Clan then lock in their second ban. So the Azami looking to nullify a bit of the utility available to the defense. Again, keeping in mind, they're starting off on attack, so they're looking for at least 2, possibly 3 rounds to kick things off. Ooh. We're up to close it out. Now, we did mention, or we didn't, Jesse mentioned very...
Thank you, Jesse.
Yeah, thanks, Jesse. We can see you over there. Hello. That might have been picked up, I don't know. Mentioned that Solus was banned out in one of their previous matches, yet they still had issues on the roam clear. Their drone economy was not particularly great. So that's going to be something to track heading into this one, especially if SSG employ it on their defense.
Yeah, and leaves the Valkyrie available as well. So intrigued to see how this does play out. I think there's a lot to play with here for both sides. Obviously, you lose the Azami, which is really strong. You know, you think about that top dragon stairs position, you can really bunker that down to keep the barriers. I think there's a couple of decent positions as well here on Theme Park that can utilize the Azami. So FaZe don't even want to bother with that. They just get rid of it. They take it out. SSG defensive first. They technically can play into the Solus. They can also play into the Valkyrie. Both are available, but opting not to here in the opening round. Both teams undefeated thus far. One will walk away from this one, though, with a loss, which wouldn't be the end of the world, though, all things considered. And we go over to Throne Armory to begin here. Round number 1.
5 seconds left before... Yeah, I really like the storyline for both of these teams, right? So both of them have sort of built their new roster around an existing pair. You have Cyber, Souls from FaZe. They've been around for a couple of years. And then SSG, of course, Faults, Hot and Cold as well, has now eclipsed a year on that team and looking to sort of find the highs that they have had in the past for FaZe. Well, they finished first in Brazil for stage 1. That's a great achievement. SSG third, so not quite as strong. But it seems like they're hitting some really good form here in the Major. They've prepped well thus far. I think preparation is probably going to be the name of the game for this particular one. Theme Park, a map you don't typically expect in a BO1 format. And again, looking at the record for both of these teams, Theme Park does not stand out as being particularly strong.
Yeah,
Forrest interrupts that discussion momentarily, gets the first kill, a jump out. And we have seen in the past ourselves, it was Soniqs versus Reven. Yep. Just how powerful the jump out meta can be here.
Bringing hell online.
Yeah, I do agree with you in large as well. I think preparation is going to be massive in this game. For both teams, statistically coming into this, not very good on Theme Park. Oh, quick double there for SSG.
Well, it's round over. Well, didn't even start, did it?
You could say round over. I could also play devil's advocate and say there's a little chance, and never mind.
No, it's over.
It's over. Okay, sorry, guys.
You can look away now.
I won't I won't doubt you. But a really, really solid start from SSG. The way they're defending this, I mean, aggressive, making it difficult for Faze to just enter the building. And that's the way you need to kind of play this kind of map. You can't just sort of get lulled into sitting on site. You've got to be aggressive, watch for the entry points. Hence why Handy's still outside here at main entrance. So, yeah, good start for SSG. Obviously, they got a round on the board this time on Theme Park. Much better than last time. Unless there's 1v5.
Have you heard the story of Handy?
No.
Started out over towards Gong. He gets the first on the swing. I know that. Well, he should have.
Maybe the second swing.
Well, that was a nitro, so he can't really swing. But he can do that.
It's nice. It's handy.
I mean, something. Surely.
I mean, I kind of just respect, go for it. Why not? You got nothing to lose. It's the opening round. This is not the time to take one of those tactical timeouts where you kind of just sit back, do nothing. He goes for it. Obviously being well watched though towards Bot Dragon. So a great start though from SSG. And start it was. It was the start of the round really. This was not a very prolonged round at all. Very aggressive to begin with. Making sure that Faze are not going to get the free entries for us with the run out. Obviously that begins it all off with the kill onto Vidiking. And yeah, and then from there, upper arcade, there's another. So again, denying these kind of entry positions, not really allowing FaZe Clan to get any kind of map control, not allowing them to get any free entries. And a really solid start on the defense here of Theme Park.
Yeah, they met them at every single point of entry, and I think that, again, goes back to the storyline, the preparation for both of these teams. They have an equal amount of recent VODs available for maps played in the last few months, so there is recent information that these teams can extract. And I mean, you can literally see it physically, right, on the desks of Space Station, right? They have a copious amount of notes there ready to go. The preparation overview, I think I saw it called. So there's plenty available for this roster. And again, starting out on defense, you want to be setting that tempo, setting that pace, and they did a really good job in that first round. Now we do enter a technical timeout, and I'm no genius, but I'm guessing it's Faze. We'll get word on exactly what's going on hopefully soon, but an opportunity to just chill out a bit.
Yeah, and going back to the discussion surrounding the map, of course, and there's a reason why it's probably not something that was widely to be predicted for this kind of game. When you kind of go back and look at the stats, everything's in the red for both of these teams, in fact, you know. So yeah, as we said, it comes down to the preparation. Okay, you've got a map that you haven't been performing well on. It has been brought into the discussion, depending on obviously if you're SSG in the NAL finals, you've played it there, so it's like something that you're prepared to play, but you want to improve on, you want to get better at it. This is the time when you bring it out. This is the time where you know you put all that hard work behind the scenes, in the scrims, watching the VODs with your coaches, go back and say, okay, what can we do to actually to improve ourselves on this particular map?
Well, we did just get word that there is a rehost coming up. So that pause will just be extended for a little while longer.
Yeah.
And good opportunity. I just want to take this moment. Intero Parker, he said some very nice words about us on the last map. You were too busy prepping, so you may not have heard. So just shout out to him. Very kind for a nice new upcoming caster in Parker to lend his kindness in that.
It's a kind old soul. Very nice man.
Old?
Well, I said old soul. I didn't call him old.
If he's old, does that mean you're old?
Oh, I'm ancient.
Ancient?
Ancient. But this game, though, I mean, yeah, one round in, not a whole lot to go off, unfortunately, for FaZe. Didn't really even get to have a look in the particular round, then into tech issues. And probably not diving too deep into it, but it's not the best start, right? When you think about the round itself, gone, complete nothing, got nothing from it, then into a tech issue, it's hard to get a little bit of a feel for things coming into the day. You've only really played one game at the tournament thus far, still fresh, landing from the airport, right? This is not the way you get kind of acclimatized. Whereas for SSG, they've been here, they've sat in those chairs, okay, this is fine. They had a really good, solid opening round. Everything went perfectly to plan. Perfect start, okay, into a tech. They can't really build the momentum, but that's fine. They're sitting steady. They had a good start. So it's a matter of how the FaZe respond off the back of this rehost, off the back of this tactical timeout, and off the back of that really poor opening round.
Sorry, I was just
trying.
I can't think of the word. I guess reflecting upon what you just said. I mean, you only turned 30 and you're claiming that you're ancient.
Yeah, in the esports world.
That has made me very aware.
Okay, cool, aware.
I think that's an emote enabled in chat.
Can we get back into this game? I just want to hear you stop talking. to me.
We've been talking together for how many years now?
Too long. All right, well, I can see that we are getting back into this one, thankfully. 1 round in, not a whole lot to go off from that particular round. SSG, though, really solid. And I think even just from that opening round, they look comfortable here. They look like they have been able to get to work in fixing their theme park. It really is a good map to have in your map pool, in your arsenal, in the back pocket. Teams that are going to go deep at this tournament are going to be the ones that have got a strong and wide map pool. You can't just be constantly banning out theme park, banning out skyscraper, border. There's newer edition maps. They've got to be brought into the map pool. Bunk Daycare, to the second round we go. A good start from SSG. Can they build off it despite the rehost?
Yeah, so if you are just joining us, 1 round played, of course, in this best of 1 thus far. SSG dominant.
10 seconds left.
Quite literally no real response at all from Faze, a 1v5 attempt. Squandered quite quickly by SSG, playing aggressive on contact. Forest, I believe it was, getting that early jump out onto Vidaking. And Faze playing struggling to get their teeth into that attack at all.
I like the Montaigne here, though. So you can make the push in towards Cafe, which just gets you a little bit of map presence, gets a little bit of that control. Then you can take the battle to the hallway. You do have to deal with that shield. And Faze not opting to actually bring the Flores with the Roteros that can really deal with that. So instead, they bring the Montaigne. You can play behind Vidaking. Depends, of course, where he's going to push from. He may not actually opt to go for that. Might be a completely different strategy altogether. Might eventually look to push up Yellow Stairs. We'll see what Faze opt to do here. KDS might just sort of lead the way for him. But SSG definitely are set up to deal with that Cafe push.
Stay clear of the blast sweeping mags. Mag is ready. Give them forward.
Faze Clan now will rotate across. Handy with the skeleton key, can make quick work of the control room hatch. Drone it out, gain a little bit of information. Spots 1 top dragon, the call goes out. Hot and Cold, though, will fall back through throne room. That opens up the gate now for Vidaking to push forward. He will be greeted, though, by Faults to his hard right. Faults able to fall back. Good smoke canister from J90 to support, and that just stalls out this push a little while longer.
Yeah, and this is where SSG have to obviously be very versatile on the defense. You kind of set up expecting maybe a Cafe push. You got that shield in the hallway. Now it comes from showers, and that's where you have to deal with Vidaking. And that's where obviously the smoke is really good with those gas babes. They're not kind of preset. You can throw them out later in the round to ward off those pushes. CyberZero still over towards top dragon stairs. He's got a good angle down the hallway. And it's KDS, though, that finds the opening kill onto Forest. Much better from Faze. As they slow it down, they get into the map, and from there, they can get a little bit of control. Definitely a stark difference to what we saw in the opening round. So straight out of the rehost and out of the tactical timeout, or technical, I should say, they are looking quite a bit better.
Yeah, really having to grind away at this attack. Another nade comes out, caught by the magnet, and that allows Faults now to push forward, and he needs to hit this play to get SSG back into the round. He gets the first, and now untraded. On an island over towards Office, spotted under pressure from Vidaking on that Monty. You can just stand and wait as the push comes through. J90 unable to support. Now left in the 1v4 as the plank goes down.
Yeah, and Faults knew that swing was coming. He was prepared for it, but unfortunately the execution let him down. But the execution from Faze that round, that was perfect. Played the Montaigne well, played off it, got good map control, really kind of squeezed SSG onto site, and they couldn't really do a whole lot to answer through. We saw at least 1 kill through showers. That was at least something from SSG, but, you know, could never really get in behind Faze, could never really disrupt their attack. So a really solid round from Faze. 1-1 start here in this game. Hopefully we don't get another rehost after every round.
So we prepare ourselves then for round number 3. And SSG head us over to Storage Lab, which is a site we have seen a couple of teams dabble in here and there. Mixed success across the board, but there are a lot of different options available here to the defense. Extensions up above, extensions horizontally as well through the likes of Throne. But it looks like SSG will focus a lot of their efforts up above on the vert, almost setting it up in a similar fashion to how you would defend dorms, right? Try to play contact on that cache side of the map, the control hatch drop as well, and not allow Faze too much maneuverability in towards that side and the ability to gain too much map control. Reinforcements also going up over towards throne room. We did see the split hatch opened as well in preparation. So it'd be interesting to see if SSG actually invest a defender to hard hold that position, or if they'll focus their efforts more so on above and then play for retake if they need to.
Yeah, very curious to see. Of course, Faze definitely a lot better in that last round when they kind of slowed down that approach, but they don't have the Montaigne this time around. And SSG are going to be able to utilize a lot more of the map here, considering it is lap storage. So this should very much differ to what we saw in that round gone prior. So Faze, early E1D goes out from KDS on the Lion. Merc just sits deep here inside a cafe, watching and waiting. Magdet 1.5x here, up close. It can be deadly, and it is Souls that finds the opening kill. Flashes go in, they'll burn those Magnets, but he can fall back towards that shield, towards the safety in the corridor. KDS can't really follow up straight away, and it is J90 that does fall. Faults spots one towards sight. Handy though, actually with a nice little double kill. Forest clears out the rafters position, and this is a very fast-paced round, down to a 2 versus 2. VirtusPro will get the kill on to Forest, and now suddenly Faze's attack looks like it's almost done the job, but they've still got to deal with Merc.
Merc lucky to survive earlier over towards Cafe, was flashed out, but sought refuge and was able to find it. Half the round to go, and VirtusPro on a little bit of an island, a long way away from Handy, neither player, with the diffuser in hand. Merc times the drop well. Handy though, perhaps has an inkling. Perhaps heard the sound cue of the drop, is mindful of that position. Drone in place, taken down, so that will likely confirm to Faze that Merc has made his way back towards the objective.
At least the one good thing that Merc has is time. He's got a minute, so he doesn't have to worry too much that Faze have got themselves into a position they can't get out of. He's got sight, knows they're above. Obviously, he knows he's outnumbered, so he's got to watch yellow stairs. And obviously for Handy and for VirtusPro, they don't have to rush this either. Oh, did he spot him? No. Did not spot. Merc hears the shot, sees the shots, and gets at least a little bit of information down the other end of the corridor, but knows that he can now have sight control. And the timing, Handy will win it. From lower arcade, finds that kill through the wall. Sightlines opened up, and in the end, corridor, vulnerable position, and SSG will take 2 losses in a row here on Theme Park after an outstanding opening round to begin things. Faze, though, just seemed like they've been able to find their footing a little bit, and this fast-paced attack definitely caught SSG off guard.
Yeah, Faze wanting to completely negate that extension, particularly up above, went for a very direct approach towards the objective. Were able to open it up, then just had to deal with Merc, who I believe they spotted through the vert enter bathroom, but then didn't do a particularly great job in the 2v1 to actually isolate and lock him into place. That said, Handy getting a really, really nice shot, not only at the very beginning, but again, to lock out the round, to shut down Merc. So some good signs again from Faze, but the pacing of this match, a little bit all over the place at the moment, right? So round 1, SSG play early contact, they get aggressive on defense, they go for the initial jump out, they dictate the pace. Then round 2, Faze really slow it down. They grind away at that map control. They grind away at that defense from SSG, and they don't give them any opportunity to reflank or to re-aggress on the defense. Round 3, it flips once more. Faze go direct. They really amp up that pressure on site. SSG weren't ready for it.
Yeah, the only round that SSG have kind of controlled was that opening round. Since then, Faze have been very much in control, dictating the tempo and the pacing, and they will do so once again with the Montaigne onto VirtusPro. Obviously worked wonders back in that second round. I'll look to bring it out here. Throne Armory. Forest opting to bring out the Ella. Bolts on the Echo. But where's the aggression going to come from for SSG? How off-site are they going to play and look to deny these entry points? Can be a little bit more tricky to do that, obviously with the Montaigne, looking to try and push through Cash. DarkZero though now through Gong, and he's going to make a good little entry here. In fact, he probably could have just slipped into sight. It's not really being all that well. Forest loses that fight though. DarkZero switched on at Bot Dragon, gets the opening kill. Forest 1 and 3 struggling, and full top Dragon control established for Faze from many different entry points. Oh, what a nade from KDS. Well, very quickly things are falling apart for SSG. They need to collect themselves.
Information available here with the Yokais from Faults on the Echo. But a 3v5, a thrown defense, not a position you would typically expect for the defense to find themselves in, and certainly one that is not favorable.
Oh, this is
Vidiking deep.
This is awkward.
Spots the echo on his drone. Faults now under the pump. Can't really do a whole lot to counter the Monty outside of those impact grenades, which are flying through. Merc coming alongside to help from Split, but there's only one left in the pockets of SSG, and they need to hold on for another 70 seconds in this round.
And he got a lot of information as well. He obviously knows there's one Split. I think he might have seen the other one as well. So that's all three potentially spotted simply by Vidiking on the Montang. Done a lot of work. Hot and Cold tries to get aggressive here and does so. Did a decent job, and Handy's got the diffuser as well. So that's on the floor. And now they've at least put Vidiking in the corner to watch, but CyberZero, well, he's smart. He goes for a different entry point and catches them off guard completely. Double kill. Faze are switched on here. 3-1 lead on Theme Park.
Timeout then called by SSG, sensing the threat of Faze in the last handful of rounds. That's 3 straight on the trot, dictating the pace in this game, and SSG not really having much of an answer to hold that momentum. So I think the tactical timeout, a good decision. Currently, Faze looking sharp. Great opener there from Cyber. Good cleanup as well in the 5 versus 3. Faze just so much pressure in the early round, and SSG, unfortunately, falling to the opening pick, often then to the second, and then those anchors on site. Not really with much of a shout, especially with that Montang as well, providing so much information to the rest of the attack.
There's just no flanking pressure at all from Space Station. So at that point, you know, FaZe kind of just make their entry point. They get in top Dragon, and technically if a push from bot Dragon too. Could have even slipped into sight on the Nook. SSG have got to sort of wonder how a FaZe just getting so much map control, this much map presence so early in the rounds as well. Doing it freely, and you know the work is there for them to figure it out, because in the opening round they actually stopped it. They stopped them from getting into the building. They were aggressive, denying these entry points. That's what worked the most for them, and they've kind of moved away from that. A little bit too much sitting back on site, playing these operators like Echo, which is in some ways, you know, you're sitting on that yokai, you allow the Montang to just push through freely. Spots you in the back, pokes you, and just says, hey, what's up, I'm on site. So but FaZe have been so much cleaner, so much better. And that opening round, to be fair, it had nothing to do with FaZe. It was a really solid round from Space Station, denying those entries, getting those kills, really good gun duels that went their way. But in the other 3 rounds, where it's come down to strategy, come down to the map, FaZe have just looked far and away better than SSG.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, Space Station, fresh off their tactical timeout, will be looking to capitalize upon that. An opportunity still to even out the half. J90 0-3, the top-rated player from Space Station Gaming in the NAL, having a little bit of a quiet outing currently, and he'll be keen to get his name in that kill feed. Obviously on the killing side, that is.
Yeah. On the correct side of things. Handy, though, very much aware. But this is better from Space Station, so it just kind of forces FaZe to really think about their movements into the map, into the building. And they have to take their time, check these windows, make sure that Space Station don't get a freebie on the jump outs or on the spawn peak. And so it just takes a little bit of time. And when you take time away with them from FaZe, then it means they can't quite be as destructive. Although as they get rid of that shield, Cyber's got a good position deep into Cafe. Obviously, Faults has to be careful towards top yellow. Cyber, though, that may be feeling like he could get pinched as well. E1D goes out, one more in the pocket. Flash 2. Of course, does get caught by the magnet. J90, another one. He's getting so aggressive, too aggressive. Flashed himself, and Hot and Cold was able to punish him. Opening kill goes the way of Space Station. And again, you've still got a lot of FaZe outside on the rappel, on these balconies, on the terrace. They're not inside of the building. That's a big, big difference point to what we saw in the last couple of rounds. As Handy gets a kill onto J90, brings it back to a 3 versus 4.
Yeah, FaZe really needed this pressure inside of Arcade when that push came through Cafe. That cross unbroken. SSG able to hold down the line. And that tactical timeout has just allowed that momentum to simmer a little bit. Vidiking in the 1v4 will progress through, but again, SSG, all eyes on the double door. 2 more flashes remain and a call that Vidiking will need to almost...
That's a nice shot.
Seeing a miracle at this point to get it across the line. Nice shot. and needs 3 more. Flashes out Hot and Cold, he'll be forced back. But there's just so many angles that Vidiking needs to check on this entry.
Yeah, wonderful game sense though from Vidiking. Knows that obviously around that yellow stair side there's going to be a couple of defenders.
Oh.
So he wants to clear the backside first so that then he can't get traded. So he's basically taken 2 1v1s. Eventually loses to Forest, who gets moving. And Space Station get moving as well. Big round win needed from them. Much, much better, especially to start that round. 3-2. It's been a fascinating half.
Yeah, so good information gathering there from the Solace. Hot and Cold holding the cross there with Faults made that entry in through Cafe incredibly precarious. Hot and Cold probably getting away with murder a little bit there. Perhaps should and could have been taken down by Faze, but those key engagements on that entry through Cafe, through top arcade, one out by SSG. Just having the right mix, right, of patience and aggression. If you're SSG, you break that cross early, you take a step forward, you get taken down untraded. That can really unravel the round. Faze, though, on the other side, probably needed more pressure themselves. Arcade stairs, maybe yellow, just to disrupt that cross, because walking through Cafe, jumping in arcade mid, I mean, is really not going to be the play.
It's been a really good half, though. I feel like when both teams have won these rounds, they're the ones that have actually won it, not a matter of the other team losing it. You know, SSG, the 2 rounds that they've won, they've been the aggressors. They've gone to look for those early contact fights to deny entry points. So you kind of tip your hat there for Faze. Obviously, when they've won, a lot of it's come through the Montang of Vidiking at times, especially originally on that bunk daycare when they pushed through showers. That was one of their more sort of slower approached rounds. So they've mixed it up. They then got aggressive and moved fast. So they've been at least difficult to kind of ascertain as to what they're going to do in these rounds. And SSG have done well to at least kind of adapt. 3-2. I think a 3-3 half is not all that bad, honestly, for Space Station on the defense here of Theme Park. I think they've been pretty quietly okay with that.
So the Amaru in play then for the final attack here from Faze. Quite an open defense from SSG. Breach into maintenance just to open up this defensive setup. Souls then flies into break room. An opportunity to disrupt defenders on the roam.
12 flashes. Do you think that's enough?
Well, there's no water.
And then one more nade available though for Hot and Cold. Forest will find the opening pick. Hot and Cold did get droned down. Gets rid of it. 5 drones gone. Battle over towards yellow. That's going to be won by Handy. Souls can push through the corridor. There was one close by. The swing does catch on the run through. Souls really nicely done up close against Hot and Cold. And again, similar to sort of the midpoint of this first half, it's a fast-paced attack by Faze, but this time countered by SSG. They finished the half well, being down 3-1. They will now close the half out 3-3. I think they'll be pretty happy with how things played out.
Look, and that's credit to the leadership of SSG to call that tactical timeout. Clearly that 60 seconds was valuable for the team to reset. Critically halted the momentum from Faze, and SSG looking much sharper throughout the early chaos of those previous 2 rounds, coming out on top in the trade game. Sets us up then for an equal end to the half, 3-3 scoreline. And a match which, to be fair, kind of felt like it was unraveling a little bit for SSG to an extent.
Yeah.
Now feeling incredibly competitive heading into round 7.
Well, you win that opening round, you did so in a really strong fashion, and then Faze just responded with 3 incredible rounds, and then you kind of probably feel like it's slipping away. They had to respond, as you said, had the timeout, and obviously worked wonders for them. I think it always really highlights the sort of mental fortitude of a team when they can respond when they're down. It's one thing to win and win comfortable against maybe lesser opponents. Another thing, though, when you're down 3-1 against a team like Faze to then respond, and that's a credit to Space Station. Well deserved, 3-3 half. You take that. Now you've got to obviously attack, though, here on Theme Park. So Punk Daycare to start with here in the 7th round. Faze on the defense. They do opt to actually bring Develop through Cyber. Wasn't really utilized by Space Station. Although they did utilize the Solace, of which Faze have not brought for this opening round.
Reloading.
So Flores in play then for round number 7. JO9 tasked with clearing a bit of this utility, and he'll be eager to have an impact elsewhere. Because again, unfortunately, not quite as proficient in that frags department as we would come to expect. Again, NAL top-rated player for the team. He had a .9 KPR. It's a really strong number, but clearly just falling a little bit behind in that department today. But again, this is a map that SSG have probably recrafted heading into the major, so that was probably never his intended role anyway, to find these picks. Instead, we'll probably look at players like Forest on the Nook to maybe open up the account here for SSG. He'll drone out Arcade, the rest of the team focusing their efforts. And the likes of Top Arcade, Cafe as well, as this util just slowly gets chipped away by the attack.
Yeah, and this is something we didn't really see from Faze. They didn't lean into the Flores to clear out a lot of utility. They just kind of went gung-ho, or they went across the map, avoided it, got their entry points from there. So Space Station are kind of opting to just deal with the utility first and then push in, trying to clear out this Cafe and Arcade position. Suddenly there's only a minute and a half remaining, and you haven't really got a whole lot of map control. So, and if Faze then get the opening kill through Cyber, so now they're feeling pretty comfortable. Yeah, some of their utility has been lost, but I think Faze are pretty happy with the way things are shaping up in this round. Gemini out from Merc. Immediately gets shot though, will not get through the corridor. You gotta wonder, where's the attack gonna come from for Space Station?
I think they're just gonna have to try and brute force, right? So Merc got no value from his 2 grenades caught by the Jaeger. Forest got caught off guard, 2 grenades in the grave now. So opening up this attack will be tricky. They need to rely on finding picks on these lurks. That's one from Faults. A good response though, the Nitro from Cyber. Hot and Cold meanwhile, pulls in with the diffuser. Jo9 spots the cross. So a 3v4, but SSG with a bit of info.
I was gonna say Vidiking is stuck, but maybe it's actually Space Station Gaming that is stuck at the moment. He gets tucked into the corner, gets yellow ping, 2 of them, and they can't deal with him. He survives, he gets a big kill, and Faze get a big round. I think Space Station will be sort of left scratching their heads a little bit of that round. Yeah, they tried to push, they tried to get rid of the util over towards Cafe and Arcade, and as soon as they realized that it really wasn't working, they couldn't quite get their way through. They obviously opted to go across the other side of the map, try and just push in from the other side, get a bit of a pinch going, but even that got shut down. That was the opening kill that Cyber got just as he was getting droned out.
Yeah, just not ideal there from SSG. The Cafe util clear was unfortunately not great. The Flores did offer some value, but it was limited. Unfortunately, Forest as well couldn't really get himself going in that round, was taken down by that Roma down below. I think the call from SSG to dual flank and to go through waiting was the right call, but unfortunately, it's one of those cases of too little too late. A small percentage play was always going to be difficult to pull off. And Faze, meanwhile, on the other side of the coin, I think will be quite content how that round did play out. And much like the first half, I think the dynamic between these rounds is going to be interesting to track because the pacing was a little bit up and down from rounds 1 through to 6. And to be fair, I'm probably anticipating something similar here for the remaining.
I think so, yeah. So over to Office and Initiation now into the 8th round. Up and down, maybe back and forth as well between these two teams. A lot of times Faze have had some very dominant rounds in this game, but Space Station then respond. They'll have to do so once again. They do opt to bring the Flores shots through Cafe. Don't quite land, but nothing onto him either. So a bit of a fake early contest between those two.
Bomb located by
Can drone through. 4 drones gone, probably soon to be 5.
There you go. There was the 5th.
There it is.
You turned around. You didn't see it. 5 down, 5 to go.
Loading mag.
Solace available. So Cyber will be keen to track down more. 6 now down. Jano and O, meanwhile, with the Roteros, will drop down control. Look for a bit of info, create an entry point in towards the objective, keeping in mind this is an initiation office hold as Merc just swings the corridor and finds the first.
Another logic bomb goes out. KDS just trying to be very patient here on the defense. Vidiking finds a kill onto Fault. Souls through waiting. There's a long sight line and he gets the head of Hot and Cold. Merc also falls. Another one for Souls, indeed. It is utilizing his position perfectly. And Faze, very strong on the defense here of Theme Park. Worrying signs for Space Station. Faze are cooking.
Oh, we couldn't see it. Yeah, I just saw the kill feed for the impact. It was like a shoo.
Oh, that's one way to describe it.
How would you describe it?
It was like a whew.
That sounds like an old man throwing a tennis ball. I guess that is you.
So 5-3, FaZe take the lead quite substantially now, +2 once again, as they had in the first half when they were up 3-1. Of course, no more timeouts available for Space Station. Already used that one. And Sol's here on the defense, utilizing these rotate holds perfectly. Take one fight, take another. Understanding all of the angles where SSG are going to push in. Yeah, okay, sure.
I wasn't telling you to shush, sorry.
No, I know.
That was a bit rude. You can keep talking. Yeah, that's it. Well, we go over the throne then. So round number 9, we enter the prep phase. FaZe
located by
look really damn good on defense. And SSG, unfortunately, who, keep in mind, have already used their tactical, are going to find it tricky to reset this match. Throne, many would say, is one of the more difficult sites to attack. In competitive, I mean, it's a little bit more open slightly, but still, it will be tricky. And FaZe continue to play quite aggressive on the drone front, right? So we're going to see Cyber over towards Gong with that Solos in play to aid in finding, locating, hunting down these drones. There's already 3 down for SSG, and on a site like Throne, where typically you want some control up above, and you certainly want to be mindful of flanks, drones, like pretty much every site in the game, are going to be critical.
Just get that feeling that FaZe have been better for longer so far. There's been moments from Space Station where they've looked actually really solid and they've taken it right up to FaZe and they've won some pretty convincing rounds, but FaZe have just been able to go the extra mile. Obviously, we haven't seen anything to suggest that Space Station are going to get basically 4 attacking rounds, let alone 3, until Merc does get a nice entry on the unit, gets rid of the Wamai. And immediately they make a push over towards Throne, and they will go with the logic bomb. Balls though, spotted! Oh! Angle from Sidebar, got it. Traded though by Merc, still an advantage for Space Station nevertheless. And still having that pressure towards site directly. They're not wanting to mess around, they're trying to pick up the pace, but FaZe all set in their ways and set defensively to deal with this push from Space Station. And now they've got the advantage.
Yeah, it just flips like that, and we go to the likes now of Hot and Cold, J90, not really in a position to make a play in response. So 2 players from SSG falling, no answer from the remainder of the team. Hard breach still being worked on, mind you. So maintenance will be opened up. Time is on the side, though, of SSG. If they can isolate a pick or 2, the timing there for J90, almost a disaster. But now they know that there's at least 1 off site. So SSG could look to trade out the objective itself, then try to cut off that defender, getting back towards the objective, or they could hunt them. Either or, they'll need to make that decision shortly.
So Vidiking is at least low. Even though it's a 3 versus 2, put a couple body shots, that'll do the job. This one tucked into the corner, but Hot and Cold loses his life and mate, and that's going to be another round that goes the way of FaZe. They've got themselves match point here in this best of 1. 6-3 scoreline suddenly looks rather one-sided, and yeah, the first half was pretty back and forth, and there was some decent signs from Space Station. FaZe definitely proving that they are 1 step above.
Number 1 from Brazil for a reason. FaZe taking down Liquid 2-0 in that final. Oregon and Banquet maps. It seems like their map pool depth quite strong at the moment. And despite neither team in this one having a great record on Theme Park, it does very much feel like FaZe are currently well and truly on top. SSG on their attacks. The limited amount of win conditions they have remaining in some of these rounds are achievable to at least bring them closer to what they're being, but they're simply not being able to action them, I think, as much as they would like. And it's unfortunately making them look a little bit scrappy and a little bit messy, and FaZe are being absolutely cutthroat. The first 3 defenses have just been immaculate, really. And unfortunately for SSG, again, not having the tactical timeout to reset any momentum, they're going to find it's such a tricky game to pull back.
Yeah, they're not making many mistakes, are they, FaZe Clan? It's all been pretty cut and dry. You know what you're going to get from them. Over the professionals, and for Space Station, yeah, just a little lackluster here in the attacking half. Yeah, defensively, I thought they were actually quite sound, especially when they were aggressive. They looked to take it up to FaZe. They honestly handled themselves well. Second half, though, they've really struggled to really get much of a foothold. Even in that last round when they had a 4 versus 3 advantage, obviously tough sight to then sort of capitalize that advantage. Maybe an opportunity here on Bunk Daycare. Match point, though, 3 of them to Faze. So far, just played the 1 game here at the Major for Faze, but the second one is looking just as good, just as crisp. Definitely putting themselves in the best position to make it to the finals early on here in the playoffs. Nice little drone, though, for Merc. Does clear out Bot Dragon. And he can make his way in. Entry for Space Station has been successful.
Now, Merc has looked sharp. So for the NA fans in chat, there is at least something to get semi-excited for. He has been playing well. Had a couple of sharp moments, unfortunately it's not quite enough. Cyber, while his shots gave a warning cue to Forest, able to fall back. There's a player up above.
What?
There's a player up above. It's Merc who falls. Fault's luckily able to lend a hand and gets the kill. Merc now back on his feet. A messy passage of play there, really, from both teams.
This is where Space Station have to capitalize, though. So Cyber goes for an aggressive play, tries to clear out one down below, then swings up above, probably expecting someone from Space Station to actually peek down, which didn't end up really happening. So player advantage, you get rid of Cyber. Merc, though, low on health, has been brought back up. What can they do? One very much to the close left. Who's going to win this duel?
Oh.
He got baited by the run through in the corridor, and it ends up being an easy kill for Souls. So unfortunate for Merc. J90 got one back, but so did Handy. Gets another one. J90, never mind, falls 2 versus 2. There is time. Time for Space Station now because they got the extra player advantage. Fitter King in a 1v2. Gas Babes in hand. And very much still winnable, and has information as to where these last 2 players remaining are. Could have taken a shot, pulls away from the nade, survives, completely intact. They are not going for the plant just yet. Don't need to, don't have to. 2 more rounds to go for Space Station to send this one to overtime.
Yeah, Space Station there just able to disrupt the mid-round just enough for Faze to get caught off guard, and their trade game finally looking a little bit sharper here in the second half. And despite Faze's best efforts to get back into that one, left in the 1v2, always going to be difficult. We look at the replays then. The round is gone. Bit messy at the start. Faults got good timing though, dropped down, was able to find that trade, which really I guess then was the launch pad for the rest of the attack. 3v3 with a minute to go, trades coming through, and then ultimately in that 2 versus 1, good discipline from Space Station, just to extend this game for a little while longer.
And even though FaZe lost the round, when they're still trying to make things happen, you can see what ends up happening. It ends up still being a bit of a scrappy round. It's not like Space Station can kind of win that round comfortably, cleanly, flawlessly. So yeah, FaZe don't really, you know, win the round, but it's like at least it's still a bit of a contest. So you're making things happen, whereas at times, what we've seen from potentially Space Station, especially in this attacking half, they haven't quite had that same whereabouts to get aggressive, get on the front foot, make things happen. Sometimes just sitting back for too long, and then it allows FaZe to just get a bit of a freebie. So much better from Space Station in the sense that they got a lot better map control, got Top Dragon pretty clean in the end. Obviously, Merc was able to get brought back up, and then they played the site well. FaZe Clan probably aren't going to give them too many more freebies, unless Cyber is potentially looking for a bit of a jump out here. This is the kind of position that you will go for said jump out. He hears the rappel, he'll hear the second one. So the sound cues are there, it's just a matter of if he wants to go for it. Do it. Joe would have done it.
We don't say his name here. James Bond, was it? Someone will get that reference. Anyway, 5v5. 2 minutes on the clock. FaZe Clan reeling in any early round aggression, no jump outs to speak of currently. SSG now looking to gain information. Cyber though still looking to play contact, find these drones, and perhaps find a head or 2 along the way. 2 impacts as well in the pocket to maybe make a play or 2. Good flashbang. That's Merc on the roof. Droning himself currently, but Cyber, well, he's already long gone. Forest as well, over towards yellow. So a lot of different ideas from both teams at the moment.
Yeah, it's almost like this sort of just dancing contest. Who wants to make the first move? They're both kind of trying to lead each other away from certain position. Good flash towards top Dragon Stairs, clears that position, makes it a valid entry point, but then it's sort of just retaken anyway by Cyber. So it's kind of been a contest without really any kind of engagement at the moment, though. J90 can make a push through upper arcade along with Hot and Cold, and they can just make their way straight in towards site. He can watch Disruptor's position, trade 1-for-1. That's not too bad, at least for Space Station. We've still got Hot and Cold that has the diffuser in hand, and the soul of Cyber has been dealt with. Handy wins a big fight, though, for Faze. Is there a response from SSG, and it comes from Merc? Nade goes out from Faults, and suddenly, Space Station, once again, in a winnable round. KDS and Handy is the last two, and they've both got some impacts here. Impact, Nitrocell, KDS, though, finds the kill into Merc. And suddenly, Faze back in a very strong position.
Nitro as well, available for Handy on the flank. Shots rain out. Position now known, and SSG backed into a corner.
Oh, KDS, can he win this one from control? He's kind of stuck now. Pops up, headshot, he's not stuck at all. Now, it's down to Faults in a 1 versus 2 to deny this match point. He's got 24 seconds. Diffuser's somewhat close. He can pick this one up. Knows that Handy's close outside, but from behind, it's KDS. And it's FaZe Clan. They go 2-0 to start here at the playoffs of the Copenhagen Major.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it.
Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side.
I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
Well, what a matchup we ended up having here. We ended up having FaZe versus Space Station. FaZe Clan on top.
FaZe on top, yeah.
FaZe on top.
FaZe on top. Unfortunately, they couldn't get the winners' interviews. No one on FaZe has got great English, but we can do a little bit of talking instead. I think for me, almost an expected result. I don't know how much sort of LATAM bias comes into that, because obviously I'm a little bit of a LATAM shill, but ultimately, FaZe played fantastically. We questioned the map choice, and that questioning really came through there. There was a big question mark over Theme Park. There was a big question mark over SSG on Theme Park, and I think that FaZe really exploited that today.
I think I'm wondering, why is it you think that we ended up on Theme Park?
I don't know. I mean, SSG, right? It was FaZe with the final decision.
Yeah.
I believe it was Bank or this. SSG obviously would have preferred Bank if that had been the cards.
Yeah.
Maybe they were expecting that, right? Maybe they weren't expecting this to go to Theme Park. But yeah, I think SSG definitely not happy with how that map ban phase went.
And I think question marks surrounding Merc and especially what his role is within the team. Where does he kind of fit in there?
I think there was, I mean, you could probably answer this a little bit better being, you know, NA anchor, but ultimately we saw him flexing onto everything again today. We saw him being very flexible yesterday. A lot of Amaru, a lot of shotgun. Today, Iana, Buck, Ash, you know, you name it, he was trying to play it. They were really trying to force anything possible to work because it was really the attacks that let them down. They got the expected split. They got the 3-3 at the half. All right, it would have been nice to grab another round there. I think FaZe, on the flip side, to touch on the winners, they did a fantastic job today here on their attacks. Yesterday, we questioned it against Eminem. We particularly questioned it on that border. And today, they came out and they played miles better.
Yeah, I thought that, you know, we saw a lot of really interesting Azami plays. We saw, or sorry, Nook plays, my bad with you. The way that we saw Nook being utilized was really, really good coming through from FaZe Clan. I got a clip to show you guys, round number 3, because this is one of those rounds where we didn't really catch it on the observer feed, but it's so textbook in how good you can play on Nook. So Handy initially started the round 30 seconds in. He's droning out where he wants to enter, lower arcade, nobody's barrels. And he did check upper arcade a little bit, checking out catwalk. Souls actually ended up droning faults up here, so he tosses a nade, almost gives himself away, but he still makes it forward. Souls ends up getting a different kill onto somebody there. But then Handy finds his entry point. He gets into the A bomb site, finds a beautiful frag, almost traded by faults, but turns around, red ping on that guy, beats him anyways. Really impressive round. And then Handy, you know, 2 minutes later, ends up winning the round anyways. That's just one of those classic Nook plays. And what we ended up seeing was statistically, Nook was so much more effective coming through for FaZe Clan than for Space Station. They didn't find a single pick on Nook. And FaZe Clan, almost every single round they brought the operator, got at least one pick.
Now, I know when we were speaking about Space Station, particularly yesterday, there were some question marks surrounding the kind of direction in which this team are going to end up going. Of course, now in the Swiss stage, they have ended up 1-1. What is the next steps from here? What direction do you see them going in?
I mean, yesterday we asked the question, was it SSG playing well or was it G2 playing badly? I still think it's a mixture of both. I still think that SSG played really well. I still think that G2 played quite badly. I don't think that this result against FaZe really influences that too much, but they do have to be mindful of that trying new things, which is something they obviously did here, or going for that theme park. They tried something a little bit new, maybe something a little bit outside the comfort zone, maybe something that they've prepped and tried to hold back for an important moment in the event. That hasn't worked for them here. So they do need to be careful of doing that too many times because there's only so many times you can hold an ace up your sleeve.
Do you think that this is this calling it wraps for the side of SSG, or do you think they have the potential, they have what it takes to come back from this?
It's 1-1, Jack.
I mean, I don't know.
Space Station Gaming lose their first game of the tournament. They'll be all right. There's still plenty more maps to play. Of course, here in Phase 2, you know, you can get 3 chances. You can lose once, you can lose twice. Just don't lose 3 times, and they won't.
I was waiting for someone to chime in and say you're shilling for NA.
I'm absolutely
We don't even need to say that anymore. We don't even need to say that anymore. Everybody knows. Big NA shill, big Latam EU shill.
All right, well, coming up, we have Wolves taking on VP. How are we anticipating this one to turn out, Jesse?
I'm really excited for VP. They're finally back to their old form. Joystick is like vintage joystick. Looking at them yesterday, I'm really excited to see what they can do. I think it'll be tough for Wolves, but, you know, they got it in them.
Well, the teams are having their little huddles, their little team talks. But coming on up, we're going to see the ultimate showdown.
Welcome to Hit for Six. We've got the Soniqs, a kind of NA team on one side, and the Wolves, a fully U team on the other. Representing the Wolves, we've got Bibu and Mowgli. You guys speak for yourselves.
Yeah, every major since 1 year, so yeah. We are good at games, and we'll prove it today.
How many times have Wolves beaten me?
Little humble brag right there. Not so humble brag, actually. Now, I know the Soniqs, last time you played the Wolves, you came out ahead in a best-of-3, but let's see if you can take them down in a reaction challenge today. And in this game, one of these teams will be the fastest. You guys have 30 seconds, but at 15, you gotta swap out. And Bibu, you'll have to finish the remaining time on the clock. You two ready?
Ready.
Okay, all right. 3, 2, 1, he's prepped. Go! There we go. All right. So he's not employing the strategy.
C'est trop dur, ça. Oh.
He's so slow, bro. All right. 3, 2, 1, swap. Oh! A little bit of a messy transition, but they worked it out. I like the pose. He's entered crab position. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Mais t'es trop proche.
Time out. 35. A little bit of trouble there towards the end. Little shaky. But let's see if they can beat 35. Soniqs, now please take their place at the board. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, he's got his pose. We're on our way.
Go on, Gunnar. Go, top right. Bottom right. Top left. Bottom right.
It's okay.
3, 2, 1, swap. Oh, he's moving. He's grooving. Bit of an off stance. Oh, getting close. Almost there. 35 to score to beat. He's got to find it. Boom, he's made it. It's a victory lap at that point. 39 by 4. Well, with a beautiful score of 39, Soniqs, you have taken the victory, but that's it for Hit for Six. Thank you for watching, and make sure to tune in for more.
I remember things 7 years ago.
Naquela época, tudo era menor.
Mais en chacun d'entre nous, la flamme brûlait déjà.
Über die Jahre sind wir zusammengewachsen.
Y hoy son millones los que nos apoyan.
皆さんの応援は我々の原動力です
Ve sevdiğimiz işi yapmamıza olanak sağlıyorsunuz.
และสิ่งเหล่านี้จะเป็นไปไม่ได้ถ้าหากเราไม่มีพวกคุณ
Devemos tudo isso a vocês.
Därför vill vi säga
Gracias.
Obrigado.
ขอบคุณครับ
Danke.
ありがとう
Kiitos.
Merci.
From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
VirtusPro and Wolves Esports are out to play today, baby. It is once again the 1-0 matchups in our Swiss stage. Now, talk to me about Wolves Esports. I know we had mentioned previously the fact that they're incredibly good at countering their opponents, but to what degree can they do that up against a team like VP?
Well, fortunately for them, it is a team that they know quite well, Fresh. It's a team that me and you have covered quite extensively inside of Europe. It's another inter-regional matchup here, and I think that both teams are going to be going into this one with their eyes wide open.
Yeah, I think they are as well. I think, you know, Wolves, we know that they like to do their homework. We know that they're all over the map bans, the operator bans, the tendencies of teams, and this is a team they face a lot. Just a couple of weeks ago, they faced them in a qualifier tournament, in the final of that, in a best-of-3 and beat them 2-0. So for Wolves, we know that they had a big result yesterday. They're riding the high, and they've beaten VirtusPro recently. So for them, they're going to be a very confident team.
Now, for the side of VP, obviously they have a wealth of experience amongst their players, 3 of which have previously won a major as well. But when we look to the side of Wolves, having recently, with the departure of Rise, how much do you think this is going to impact them?
I think the Wolves have been on the up and up really since that Rise departure. There was obviously the initial lull.
It was a bit rocky,
right? There was the initial lull of like, oh my goodness, we've lost our direction, we've lost our in-game leader, and it's taken them a little bit of time to build that back up. And through interviews with Bibu, through seeing the team play, you can feel and get a real sense that that direction is slowly but surely coming back, and it's almost coming back stronger than ever.
And there's a big correlation with Deadshot, who's been on the rise himself. So, you know, I think they've been, you know, very, very good.
All right, so as we take a look at our map vetoes, gents, how do we think this game is going to pan out before our very eyes?
Well, both teams have, you know, similar maps in terms of the maps they like. They both love a club. They both love a Villa. I'm not surprised to see, after how good VP were yesterday on club, that we're not going there. I'm not as surprised at all either that we're going to Villa.
Yeah, going over to Villa. I think that Villa's going to be a great map. It's a great map for Wolves. We know it to be a good map for Wolves. Obviously, a bit of a counter pick maybe coming in there from VP, having seen that game yesterday and thinking, yeah, we'll have a look at that. We'll have a look at a little bit of Villa. We don't fancy, going up on something else. We'll go up against something that you've very recently played and try and come out with a little bit of counter for it.
It's a very big test, actually, in terms of we spoke about M80 and how they had, had to change stuff up. I think for Wolves, they played against M80 yesterday, who were very fast. They're now going to have to play against VP on the same map that they played yesterday, who were very slow, so it's a big test.
Well, Inter and Pengu are ready and waiting for this next matchup. Let's get things started.
Hello there! So great to see you all. Nice to see you as well.
Likewise, Mr. Waffle.
That's
the shirt color. It's like a waffle color.
Jesse said that I looked like a banana.
It's not yellow.
Because I said he looked like an extra on Glee.
That's awesome.
And he said, you look like a banana. And I said, well, good news. That's actually what I was going for. Wolves, who also happen to be the same color as I am wearing, but that was not intentional. But you know what the beautiful thing is here? You know what I'm really excited for?
What?
I love the guys on VirtusPro. I love
love them.
Empire. I loved when they were on Outsiders. And oh, they're back at a major, and I get to cast them, and I am so excited. And we're gonna go to Villa. This used to be a map that they never played.
Yes.
Way back in the day when Karzeko was on the roster. As Milos would say, they never played, and wow. There's nobody in their chairs.
They're all gone. No, you're all right. VirtusPro, the former Empire roster, not known to play Villa whatsoever, but things have changed. And of course, Wolves, they played this map yesterday against M80, and they did manage to get a W, but it was a close one. 8-7 victory for Wolves.
You know what? I actually think this is the first time ever that I'm casting VirtusPro. Same with you. Because when they were in Europe originally, they never made a major, right? As far as I'm aware. I think they made a major.
When they were forced before VP with that roster, they did, but not,
And then they were obviously playing under Outsiders.
Yep.
I think, I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong. I cast a lot of games. I cast a lot of games, and I never even thought about this.
Might be right.
I never, of all the prep work we've done, I never thought, what about me?
Yeah.
Because it's not about me.
What about me?
What about me?
No, I think you're right.
This might be the first time that I am ever officially casting VirtusPro.
That's exciting.
That is always exciting.
Very nice.
Very fun times. Are they going to prevail against Wolves? Operator bans are locked in. Nomad, Thatcher, Azami, and Solo.
Yeah. Nothing too target specific here. I say that the Solo is like the only thing really standing out. Some teams they want to move from play. Some teams they like having it open, of course. Wolves, they removed that from VirtusPro's side and Operator pool as Wolves will start on the defense. Now VirtusPro, they are known in the EUL for a very specific play style. They will do the same exact thing on attack and defense mostly every single round, and on paper that shouldn't work. But the theory is, I think Bruce Lee said this, right? I don't fear a man who has practiced 1,000 kicks once or 10,000 kicks once. He fears a man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. So VirtusPro, they follow that same pattern where they are prepared for literally every single variational outcome of a round by just playing the same style every single time. But the thing is, when they go up against domestic competition in Wolves will know this, they'll be used to it, they'll prepare for it, etc. I think VirtusPro's strength internationally will lie in fighting teams who don't know their playstyle, who's never played up against it. Wolves have a slight upper hand in this one. We'll see who comes out on top. Right now, VP with I want to say a slow attack. It's just started, 30 seconds has been spent so far, but they're starting from the master bedroom portion of the map, going to a roam clear on over. Of course, then on the Twitch, because there is a mirror on the board from the side of P4, who's been using those mirror windows across the map. We actually see Wolves play a very extensive roam. I mean, there's an ABG bombs up, they're playing Astro, they're playing Dining, they're playing Master Bedroom. They are all over right now.
Nade gets tossed in, and isn't it funny how a single barricade put on the pantry door flummoxed Joystick from being able to take up more space than usual? Mowgli's the only one who's taking any damage. I'm assuming the culprit of that was the nade.
Attackers have located a bomb.
That's a jammer.
Dan drives his drone right into the middle of a jammer. And you know what? For somebody who's inexperienced and new to the scene as Dan, that's an easy mistake.
Okay. For the people who don't know, Dan is a very experienced player. But yeah.
I casted his first match.
Wait.
Pro Play casted his first championship at Milan when they, one of the most surprising upsets over EG.
Oh no, the white stairs meme. Oh boy.
Oh, Bee-Boo.
Oh, he doesn't know?
No! Joystick can't pull, though, because there's one in piano. He knows that he doesn't have the cross. This is not great. Dead shot in that position. Could shoot through the wall, but doesn't want to give his position away. He'll get droned out. Oh, no, this is so tense.
He has no idea.
Joystick knows there's somebody. No!
He saved himself, actually. He actually saved himself because he runs away. He's trying to get swung by people.
And now he's got two different Wolves players clawing for his attention in that position, and neither of them are going to be within distance of him.
The thing is, B-Boy is downstairs with the C4, so if VirtusPro walk inside here successfully, they can get the nade on the plant. We see P4 inside a vault, very close contact here to Joystick.
I can't believe Joystick's just in the site, by the way.
Just like that.
How does he do that? How does he almost nade himself, and then he gets in, and now he hasn't seen anything? He knows the mirror is there. It's ugly, it works! Mowgli and P4 go down. Shinka's the only one on the board as the diffuser goes down. Shepard survives a nitro cell. Deadshot has to retake from above. It's tough going. Shepard taking a lot of damage now in the post play as Deadshot moves up to 90, outdueled by Dan. Pasha in on the fun too. Goodbye, Shinka. All that's left is Bee-Boo. Shepard a kill, and it's a team ace. No, Pasha denies the team ace, but VirtusPro still wins round number 1.
I'm curious what happened with the C4 from Bee-Boo downstairs. It was whiffed, or if they plant, no, because they did plant default, I believe. Look at the outlines there, so not sure if that was miscommunication from the defending side, or if Bee-Boo just simply couldn't get in the right position in due time, because it looked like Wolves had a good understanding that, okay, the plant might be going down soon, P4 pushes up, Bee-Boo is downstairs, but then VP, they find 2 kills, one off, one on and one off the bomb site itself. So Wolves under pressure from multiple angles, and they get overwhelmed. It looked like for a brief moment we might have a tech issue, but no, we are indeed back. Replays first, however. Watch the kills that happen. That's the offside kills out of office, while P4 died inside of vault. And then we don't get to see the C4, unfortunately, but I am curious exactly what happened, because Bee-Boo was indeed downstairs. He's the last member alive, died on that main staircase, had already spent the C4 in his pocket. Oh, and look at this. Wolves will do the same thing they did in the very final round against M80 when it was 7-7 to win it out. They will bring out the clash on Villa. Now, they did it on AVG bomb side against M80, where this is going to be the trophy bomb side, but Clash is an operator that very few teams and players like to bring, but I would argue slightly underrated is Clash. Most people just find her very frustrating to play against. She slows you, you sap, take some damage, etc. And there's no easy, straightforward way to deal with her. You almost have to bring like a Sophia or a Kali or a Nomad, Nomad's banned by the way, to make any easy counterplay happen. And I mean, you play a Clash so you can play safe around her, but then Deadshot goes to run out and launch a door and gets basically, he spawn peeks himself essentially. Bit of a rough start.
Not ideal.
Not ideal, and the puzzling part is just that when you play seemingly one style of Siege on the operator cards, but okay, let's play around the Clash, play around like the man advantage, because when you play the Clash you have one less gun, just like you do at Muncie, because you got the shield up. You don't typically want to aggress so early in the round with the risk of losing a member, because now you're technically playing 3 guns versus 5, plus a walking shield or a glorified drone that can sap you a little bit. So again, Deadshot goes to the risky play, it doesn't pay off. He starts kind of slow, where he was actually on the front gunners for Wolves against M80 yesterday, but been shut down by VP so far.
Gives yourself a lot of breathing room, though, especially getting that Legion off the board. It's a very valuable first pick. Few operators on defense that have gadgets that continue to increase in numbers as time goes on. Is Zombie one of them banned out? Pasha tossing up 2 nades. They do not connect at all. These are missed opportunities. How valuable those nades can be, it's particularly bad. Mowgli has the attention of Pasha, but it's Bee-Boo to capitalize off of the pick and then immediately head back downstairs. It allows Mowgli to rotate off of his position as well. You don't want too many of these offsite defenders picked apart because that weakens P4's hold as Clash in the middle of the site.
No, it does. You can't leave Clash entirely alone. And the thing is, now the attackers, they have control of Astro. P4 and Clash, they can try and push back into it for a retake, but it's gonna expose P4 to so many crossfires established by VP. Not gonna take the risk, gonna play far back. They're playing for a Panther here for Wolves. VP, they're trying to look for kills.
Joystick's on this lurk roll as he's coming in late. He'll find a goo mine that'll give some information to Bibu, but he looks invisible. He looks down the stairs and Joystick is gone. Bibu should win this engagement realistically, especially since he's holding on to that Roni. But what about the rest of this map? Mowgli gets a little bit too aggressive. Shepard now being naded. Or rather, P4 being naded with Shepard not too far off. There goes always to Shinka. Diffuser going down. Dan and Joystick will need to cover, and Dan's looking in one direction. That's not the right one, but that one is. Down goes the smoke, long range, finished off. As Shepard gets off of the plant, he's just doing everything himself. But the star so far of this show has been Bibu. He's been making some serious noise, but Joystick says enough. Silencio. P4 are now in a 1v2. Clashes the shield on her back. Only small kill holes made from those ex-Kairos. Time continuing to run down, down, down as P4 sits on the diffuser and with shield on his back goes for it. Difficulties hitting their marks. Dan can't get it done, but Shepard can. 2 rounds in a row where VP's gotten the first pick and planted the diffuser. It's about as successful as you're gonna get. Wolves obviously not having the start they wanted.
No, they don't, and I have to go back and say Deadshot going that early aggressive spawn peak really is confusing because we see this. Clash simply needed help. More guns, more manpower. Because they lost the early member, Wolves try to go on the offense downstairs and try and disrupt the nades from below. And Mowgli, you know, and Bibu, they found 1 kill combined between the 2 of them, did a bit of damage, ran back upstairs, but they lost Astro control. And then slowly after that, they lose the bomb site control. And as long as you're playing concrete, which is exactly where VirtusPro got the diffuser down like we saw, you cannot get C4 from downstairs. So having the downstairs presence as a defending team really didn't matter in the end. So they gotta go back up a staircase with the Clash, with the manpower behind them, but they're down in numbers. They can't retake successfully, and therefore the plant goes down. And VP, they play a nice and tight post plant in that 2 versus 2 that started off. That's a 3 versus 2. Now, bomb site rotation for Wolves, they are just trying to make something stick and make something work. They are going AVG into Trophy and now to Kitchen Dining. And that's actually forced VP's first big attacker repick phase to occur. They got the Glass, they got the Ying, they got the Dokkaebi. They want blood in this round and they want to pick this apart in a way that's unpredictable for Wolves.
I like the Goyo canisters, though, at least as one of the first lines of defense. I'm sure the Legion Mines or Deadshot are there as well. So you've got 2 options to slow down a rush, 2 options to slow down any type of bulldozer strategy that could come out for this. Additionally, I suspect we're going to see Bibu downstairs in the basement playing with that pulse sensor. No, actually by laundry door, very standard place for pulse to be. Okay.
Yeah.
Teams can either use pantry or that separate doorway next to kitchen to get downstairs if they want. Asha losing his head to Mowgli. But there's the first smoke, and Dan attempting to refrag, attempting to capitalize. Nades go in, as do the Candelas. But unfortunately, the hard destruction is not gonna make it easy to get into the kitchen site. Joystick, the first kill for VirtusPro. 2-0. Looking for a 3rd round right now. VirtusPro find another. On to Bibu. Shinka on the flank. That's where Always was looking. Diffuser surrendered as well in that same position. But P4 is looking in the wrong direction, and Joystick is there to get the job done. Now it's his turn over towards Pantry. Last 2 players of Wolves are not in the site, but most importantly, the diffuser might still be under their control on those Pantry stairs. It's all up to Shinka to hold on to it, but he fears aggression, and he's fallen off accordingly.
Yeah, Wolves want to get back together, play that 2v3. They know they can't go for plans straight away. There's no smokes left, but as I say that, Dan has found the right angle and position on the side and gets down that diffuser in a moment.
Shinka sees from above. He can't connect onto Joystick. No, 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 that's not how it's supposed to be done. 3 rounds in a row now where VirtusPro is able to get that diffuser planted. surrendering way too much control of the site. This does not bode well for Wolves, but they still have an opportunity to get the diffuser. Time is running out, however, and they need to retake the site. This is where things will get tricky. Shinka comes from above. You'll have Deadshot playing from the same floor. Two sets of eyes staring at Shinka inside of Laundry.
Oh.
Deadshot's on the diffuser, but there's the buck from above. Joystick stops it. Shinka and the buck and Joystick have swapped spots. And even if he lives, there's just not enough time. Dan seals the deal. 3 rounds in a row for VP. They're looking mighty fine.
Things started off so well for Wolves. VP, they're trying to brute force with the pantry wall open up. They toss out their only smokes, their only candelas. They want to plant in the breach in the midst of that chaos, so the post plant from the window outside. But there was a Goyo canister pre-positioned on the breach. When the wall got opened up, the fire spread, and they recognized they cannot commit to the mission at hand. And VP, one of their biggest weaknesses as a team throughout the entirety of EUL so far since this roster was formed, was the ability to make adaptive plays when things didn't go the right way. But they made a beautiful and very quick adaptation. The extent they execute, it was like a full minute where there was always something happening, rotating upstairs, downstairs, getting away into the bomb side, and then they play a phenomenal post plant. That 3 versus 2, again, the moment the diffuser goes down, the bot goes upstairs. The other 2 members outside laundry door, play far back, don't gotta risk anything. When the bot starts breaking the floor above to deny the initial diffuser, that's when the members from laundry, they walk back into the building, and then there are 3 guys looking at the last defender standing, and it's just all too easy for them. Wolves, they took their tactical timeout, they've spoken things through, and this is likely also for the mental side of the game, because the way that Wolves have been losing these rounds, it has to be extremely frustrating.
Yeah, there's not a lot that I really want to pinpoint that Wolves are doing obviously wrong.
No.
There's no big blunders. I mean, obviously the spawn peak that failed in round number 2 is something entirely different. But
yeah,
I mean, strategically, you get that first pick on Pantry. You manage to flank him and kill always as well.
Exactly.
You get the upper hand, you're holding on to that diffuser, but then there's just, it looks like there's confusion as to who's making these calls, and it's dooming them strategically, and every time they go to take a step, VirtusPro seems to understand this and responds accordingly.
No, I fully agree with you. Every single time Wolves try and make a reactive play to what's happening, VirtusPro are already at the next step and immediately punishing. So even though Wolves gets the opening kill, VirtusPro, they're playing the long game. They think way further ahead, and with that adaptation, as I mentioned, they actually get 3 kills at the price of 1, and that's how they found themselves in the midst of that bomb site. VirtusPro also changed their pace. They had 2 very slow rounds to start things off, then a very quick round number 3. When attacking teams, they continually change their pace throughout. It's also, again, hard for the defending team to adapt to, because, okay, now, are they gonna rush us? Are they gonna play super slow? I like that Wolves and P4 now are going for the Valkyrie operator instead, to have that certainty, say, okay, we have cameras in these positions, we know for a fact this is where they're going to be attacking from. We know for a fact they're not going for a quick one. We can now go back into our, our default way of playing this bomb site, because now we have intel to work with. Where previously, they're kind of going blind. They had to actually dry peek corners, look for information, and that's where VP, they get into those gunfights, or they get into the bomb site like we saw in round number 1 from Joystick, and then things they fall apart for Wolves. It almost feels like too many people are trying to communicate in Wolves, where it seems like VP, they have 1 or 2 guys making all the calls, and everyone just kind of follows along.
It's half the round already burned as Joystick gets ever closer. Creeping up. Oh. They have intel on this play by 90. They're gonna swing up. They knew he was there the whole time, and P4 just shows up shooting. Joystick can't accomplish anything at all.
Yeah, I guess there is one positive to that death for VP. Now they know Valkyrie's on the table, because there's no way they knew that previously, the way that Joystick was holding that angle. So dying to the Valkyrie will now confirm that there are cameras around. Look in the corners, look at the ceiling, they have intel.
Sitting so pretty right now. We talked about how strategically there wasn't a ton of errors being committed by Wolves, and Mowgli's really putting the grease to both Dan and Pasha. Give him the gears, you can get it. Bibu slaughtered by Always down below. A disappointing start to this matchup for Bibu. The rest of the team will need to pick it up, but I mean, there's a lot of disappointment there. Deadshot is 0-3, Mowgli 1-3. P4 taking some damage now. Mowgli will be watching towards Model. So 2 of these players will come in. He pre-fires. Oh, he gives his position away. He's got 3 opportunities here, Nick. 3 opportunities in 15 seconds to win this round. All 3 of them are named after VirtusPro players. There goes the smoke, and Mowgli try to come out swinging. Shepard goes down. Shinka Mowgli gets it done, and then there's one an upside down rappel. Deadshot gets on the board, and Mowgli seals the deal. Timeout. Working wonders as Wolves finally wins a round.
Yeah, they do. And Mowgli actually showing a bit of confidence in that round despite not having the best scoreline before that happened. And Deadshot was somebody that I was praising a lot yesterday watching their game against M80, especially on his attacking side. And in my notes, same story. Watch out for Deadshot. He was hot yesterday. A lot of confidence, a lot of aggression, a lot of success. He hasn't shown up so far in this match. He's 0-3. He is playing on a role that we're expecting him to get kills, get into gunfights, and have success at that. But again, VP, the way they play Siege is very difficult. Deadshot is not the most experienced player. He is actually new to the tier 1 level of competitive play, so he's still gonna have some things to learn and figure out, even though they probably scrimmed and of course played VirtusPro before in the EUL. So tough time for him. P4 sticks to Valkyrie. I think Intel definitely is what they want. They even got a bulletproof camera on Bibu on the Jaeger. Then, because of that previous round as well, they recognized that Valkyrie camera that killed Joystick. That was problematic. Attacker repick from the Ash onto IQ. Now we're playing the intel game from both sides. Whoever plays it better will have a slight edge, because if you can find all 3 Valkyrie cameras and nullify them, that means the Valkyrie pick is basically just a roaming gun at that point. And that's exactly how you want to play these strategical sides of attacker repick versus defender picks in these rounds.
A single bad round of Valkyrie brings out an IQ. You love to see it.
Yeah, that's how it goes, yeah.
Yeah, it's...
It just goes to show how hard Valkyrie can be to play against, really.
Defender bans right now are mostly kept between 3 separate operators. Azami, Solus, both of the 2 are banned right now, and Valkyrie being the other. You can't ban all 3. Of Ubisoft, if you're listening, please increase the number of bans. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Oh, I actually have a lot of good ideas about how to do it. I've been theory crafting it up.
I don't think.
What?
Oh! Why is Bibu getting read like a book round after round? He goes downstairs on a roam. It's picked apart by Joystick. Bibu's 5 deaths are almost all exclusively in the hands of Joystick at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, Joystick on the entry duels right now, very successful, of course. He plays the role of Nuke, which, I mean, your entire job is to get the opening kill, if not the opening death, if you find yourself in the wrong position at the wrong time. We saw this exact grenade downstairs last time, not really hitting its mark or finding much success, and thing is, this time it takes the shield, but Shinka reads that perfectly, moves away from that location, he stays alive. Last time, Wolves losing Astro control was the downfall of the bomb site itself. Shinka still has 2 toxic babes, can try and hold on for a bit longer, but with the walls being opened up to the bomb site, that's gonna be hard.
There's Dan to pick off Mowgli. Wolves, after an impressive round to get themselves on the board, are finding themselves in trouble. Still a minute to go to bail themselves out of this position. Spread out well across the map, but the trouble now is losing the protection of your bomb sites. Our destruction going to work as Shepard opens up both ways in to C and ways to get in as well. Toxic canister thrown out in response. Shinka has none of those left. Oh, and bad timing! Joystick lines up 2 of them. They fall like dominoes. P4 in a 1v5. VirtusPro very clearly unhappy about the previous round. They'll win their 4th round, and they'll do so flawlessly.
Beautiful timing from Joystick, but again, the information game from VirtusPro, they might look a little bit slow sometimes on their initial entries in the first or beginning of the round and mid-round, but the reasoning for that is setting up all the pieces, the supportive drone work from Shepard, for example. I mean, Joystick has so much intel. He knows where to nade. He knows the flank is coming. They even know the last person of P4, exactly which corner he was standing in a 1 versus 5. VP are not cutting any corners. They're playing a simulation game. They are going through the same scenario every single time, and they have all these checklist boxes that they're just checking through. Do we have this drone? No. Okay, then we gotta get it. And if they don't have it, that's where their experience comes to play, where they can adapt to the problem. So far, Wolves not been able to crack this. And seeing 4-1 side on Villa attack is not something that we see very commonly. Of course, this is the final round in the first half. If the side swap comes through and we see Wolves do the same thing on their attack, we can deem this an attacker side of Villa, whatever. But I will say, VP, very impressive so far.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Also, all 4 bomb sites.
Gonna try to make a pun off the fact you said very impressive, but VP doesn't stand for that.
It's
very impressive.
Very
it is
impressive.
It is a very impressive match so far for VP.
Yeah, sure is one of those.
You said it right as we started riffing on about the acronym, and that this is a living room library defense by Jove.
I like this for the simple fact that nothing else has been working for Wolves. You gotta try and change it up. But again, VirtusPro, when they see this tertiary or the 4th bomb site, they start picking up these quote-unquote funky operators, right? Now we see the OSA and we see the Gridlock. Those 2 are tailored specifically for this living library attack. Like I said for Shepard's and his drone work, he has quite literally droned half the map downstairs, the entirety of the bomb site, and his lips are moving. He's saying, guys, there's no one here. If you open up the soft wall, rotate past you over, this looks very plantable. And I have to agree, looking at it right now, VP in a great position to start things off greatly in this round. Of course, Deadshot has 2 impact grenades, Mowgli and Bibu has C4 each, but that Osa shield is going to be so far away from those members if they just approach it from that kitchen side of the map.
One underrated aspect about this lineup from VirtusPro is the amount of caliber-based destruction. That's true. So you've got the super shorty in the hands of the Gridlock. We just saw it opening up a wall. You've also got DMRs, which not so long ago, but not recently, were buffed to do even more damage to hatches and walls, which allows them to open things up much better. So VirtusPro doesn't even necessarily need soft destruction, but look at this. Pasha's getting the diffuser down, but unfortunately brings in a little bit too much gas, and not the good kind. Down they go. It's a 4v4. And now it's Dan's turn to take some damage, but always is there. Say goodbye to P4, and now Mowgli falls as well. All of this action happening spread out across the map. Bibu and Shinka in a 2v4. Still a minute to go. Shinka's retaken from above. In fact, I don't even think Wolves have ever conceded this part of the map. They don't cede the ground one bit. At that range, though, the SMG-11's not going to do a lot of damage. It does like a point to joystick, and that's about it. They see another smoke go down, so Wolves think maybe diffuser's going down in it. So Warden pulls out the smart glasses. Joystick, who currently hangs on to that diffuser, sitting on 10 kills.
Yeah.
He's not moving a muscle.
Had a great time so far. Now the plan goes down and people he doesn't know where. That waiting game has paid off so far.
A little bit of a line of sight with that nitro cell as Shinka's now fallen down to the bathroom, but he's trapped. The only way out is if he shoots through the wall, which is exactly what he's gonna do. There go those track stingers. Nice picking away at what little remained of joystick. The gas should finish him off, and there we go. Numbers narrowing. Wolves will start to run at a time. There's a lot of eyes from VirtusPro still watching the site. And down goes Shinka. What a dominant first half.
Yeah.
VP 5-1. And they did it with getting the diffuser planted 4 of the 5 rounds they won. That is phenomenal. Trophy, it was over too quickly for them to get the diffuser planted. They won that one flawlessly.
Yeah.
This has not been a particularly close match.
No, it hasn't, and that is a big surprise because I really thought Wolves, kind of knowing how VP was going to approach this game, would give them an easier time. But with that being said, VirtusPro also, surprisingly, they are playing a variety of operators. They're playing the Glass, playing the Ying, they're playing the Osa, playing the Gridlock. They are actually willing to try out these different kinds of strats to pick apart the specific bomb sides that might need a little bit of love, where you can't just walk in for a default attack like EVG and like Trophy. Now the big question marks, of course, now is going to be on the side swap, rather, when the first half is done. Now VP will be on the defensive side. How will they set up the defense differently than Wolves did? Or at the very least, how will they set up in a way to combat Wolves? Because Wolves' attack yesterday against the Medi, if you watch the VOD as VP, which they definitely did, it was very quick, up the red stairs, straight into the bomb side, taking gunfights. But VP, they play a very tight-knit style of siege, not like that of M80, which is Wolves' previous opponent. And that's also why, I guess, that the operator lineup for Wolves is very different this time. They got IQ, they got Flores, they got Monty. They are playing it once again into that utility game. Information denied because the Valkyrie's on the board, and it's probably going to be a less lethal Wolves in this matchup due to how different the playstyle is for VirtusPro.
You've already used the timeout as well if you're Reven, so what are your recourses at this particular moment? You just kind of have to cross your fingers and hope that this is an absurdly defender-sided Villa and that you can ride that same wave. Operator bans don't really lead me to believe that it should be attacker favored.
No, I wouldn't say so either. And I mean, you said, what do you rely upon, right? I think you rely upon...
I got things wrong. I'm an attacker.
I used to be an attacker favorite, yeah. Someone like Bibu. Like, Bibu has so much experience. He's a great captain leader for this team. So he, of course, can keep you in it, hopefully mentally and strategically. But individually speaking, Bibu, 1-6. Deadshot, still 0-5. And Mowgli, to his standards, going 4-5 is very quiet for him as well. So individually speaking, they've just been shut down time and time again, at least on the defensive side of things. That has to change now for Wolves' attack. Otherwise, this might be a very quick game going 7-1, 7-2.
The only kill Deadshot technically got was securing it down in one of the previous rounds. So, I mean, that's a very poor performance. And when you've got two players combining for a single kill at this level, for at least a best of one, I mean, maybe in one map and a best of three, that is possible for you to still win the series. But having two players go 1 and a combined 11, that's not going to be good enough at all. You have one shot here, one opportunity.
Oh, it's not pretty.
Bibu.
Oh,
pushed right into it. Pasha gets the kill.
Yeah.
Man, oh man.
That's just, I mean, it almost like people gave up, like quite literally, right? I mean, he doesn't check the corner for the Goyo canister, doesn't respect that utility piece, and no one is there to really help him either. He dies for nothing. 90 wall Selma gets shot as well, a kite tricked. There literally is no way for Wolves into this map besides walking up a staircase and finding like 4 kills back to back. People will try.
He certainly hears it, but he can't get the follow-up. He's a little bit too slow, enough to take out Always. Shinka technically credited with that kill. Numbers getting tighter with 30 seconds left, and that fire in front of P4 to the bomb site. This is gonna be tough. TCSG slams into Deadshot, and he's on the ground bleeding out. 0-6 looking very likely. P4 walks right in. This is just desperation. They knew they had to go. It's all left to Shinka, and Joystick will get the final kills of the round. VirtusPro speed running us through this matchup. They're on match point, up 6-1.
Yeah, this does not look like a Wolves versus VirtusPro match for my expectations whatsoever. And I have to say, Wolves in that round, their first attack, they look like they are mentally checked out of this entire series. Like, they just want this to be over with. I mean, it doesn't look like they are trying a whole lot. Of course they are. I mean, they're at the major. They want to go further. They want to win. But it looked like it was bare minimal effort in that round. People walks up alone, dies to a Goyo canister, no help. P4 walks up red stairs. They try and take these 1K gunfights, and then Joystick just swings the door and gets 3 kills back to back to back. I mean, he's in a 13-4 right now. Wolves, this could be their final round. I want to see some life from them. I haven't seen their player counts. I haven't seen a smile or a fist bump or any sort of hooray since that tactical timeout. I want to see them try and actively go for a play and not just kind of walk around the map expecting Joystick to fall from the sky and then for them to kill him. Because right now, they're waiting for something to happen, but then Joystick walks into them and kills them. So be the ones to initiate, be the ones to force the plays. That's Wolves, that is. The Amaru can do that, the Lion can do that. Of course, the guns that we know, Mowgli, Deadshot, said it so many times, they are phenomenal fraggers in Tier 1 play, but they have not showed up so far, and they have to. Bibu off the Monty, I think it's a great start.
You talked about kills and the way these are going and what Joystick is at. 13 kills right now. Wolves are combining for 14 kills. So Joystick has 1 fewer kills than the rest of the team. I mean, hey, P4 walks right in, almost dies, manages to take out Dan in the process, Amaruing in to 90 window, okay.
That's good. Like, they are now, as I said, like, they are looking and making the play instead of waiting around. And sure, it's not pretty, and they almost lose 2 members, but they don't. Now they have the man advantage. They gotta fight against the Capcan traps, the Frostmats. This could get ugly very quickly, but they're actually fighting in this round. A great combination of the drone work with the land scan, and then P4 get into that gunfight. That buys them the opening. Now, they gotta convert this opening kill lead into a round victory. So the mid round now, what's about to happen to the next mid, has to be cleanly played by Wolves. VirtusPro, they have so many rounds to work with, they can take big risks and go for hero plays. It doesn't matter if they lose this round. They're up 6-1.
Nitrocell goes out. Bibu's able to skirt around that while he's on rappel. Struggled to get in the building still, though. It's a kitchen defense. All the focus from Wolves has been clearing out the top floor, as we see with this bomb site. At some point, though, they'll need to attack the site head on, and they start by tearing a strip at a joystick. Nade goes in for the follow-up from Mowgli. Joystick has made his way into pantry and watches the window that's now been newly opened. Apprehensive about getting droned out. The only protection is that mute jammer. Now the Selmas look to go. Mini EMP actually missing the Electric Claw.
Yep. The target EMP's radius not that big, so if you're not very accurate at knowing the cat claw is, you're not gonna get it.
Oh, it's Mowgli inside a laundry. 45 seconds. Selmas have to go elsewhere. They'll go on the laundry wall, opening up lines of sight that might be vaultable. Still will put you in a very precarious position. For Wolves, they don't want precarious. They need certainty at this point. A single round and they're out of this one. There's 2 kills from VirtusPro. P4 gets yet another. Mowgli botches the nade. It goes down. Shepard happy to finish off the remainder of P4. Nice shot from Mowgli, but Shinka surrenders the diffuser. Mowgli will need to pull off a miracle at this point to keep Wolves in it. VirtusPro have 10 seconds to wait. That's it. They've got Mowgli under watch. He's right in front of the traps. He has to peel off. Always looking to seal the deal, but the clock might be the one to do it. And it is. VirtusPro, Wolf Tamers, 7-1 as they topple their EUL cohorts. VP with a big victory.
Welcome back into the Copenhagen Major. Now, I'm going to explain to everybody at home the VirtusPro paradox. Now, if we can just very quickly pause this clip, I'm going to explain that basically teams, they like to set up to play for time. When you look at teams going up against, sorry about that, when you look at teams going up against VirtusPro, they like to play for time as their biggest factor, basically. 33 seconds on the clock. Nothing has happened. Nothing is going to happen for the next 10, 15 seconds. Now, Wolves came in with a very clear game plan. They wanted to ban as much time, not force any engagements whatsoever against VirtusPro. And that's why we're seeing 2 minutes, 30 seconds. They've conceded some ground. We can see here, they've conceded all the way up to 90. They've conceded zombie. They're basically not playing anything. They're not even playing very aggressive on main stairs all the way down here. If we can just roll the clip for another couple of seconds, you'll see that Joystick manages to find a lurking. But again, the advantage here, if we can pause it just now, is in the favor of the defenders because there's such little time left. There's 5v5, the diffuser's got to go down. Now, I want to talk about the VirtusPro paradox because this is how you play against VirtusPro. You want to delay the time, and that's your key win condition. And when it doesn't go right, like it doesn't go right in this clip, the one thing that you will see is that in the rounds after that, Wolves just abandoned that. They went roaming, they went trying to look for gunfights, and they got slapped. So you're going to see Joystick has made a lurk into default. And this is why you can't let VirtusPro get set up. Because as soon as they set up, as soon as they get the trigger, what you'll notice is one player goes over to 90. As soon as Joystick finds this first kill, one player plants, one player goes into study, and then they push through towards the main stair. So if we can quickly roll the clip again, that would be great to see. Joystick finds this kill onto P4 right in just a second there. Note the time, 20 seconds, 19 seconds. I feel like I'm all the way back in the 20-second meta. As soon as that happens, if we can just pause it there. As soon as that happens, plant goes down. Long control established. Pasha's gone in below to try and help his team and push through. If we can play the clip again, the round's basically going down. VirtusPro have just got themselves set up. They know exactly what the win conditions of every single thing on the Aviator games that they need. They need 90, they need long, they need zombie, they need the plant, and they've won the round. It's all down to Bibu. Now, when you're Wolves trying to play against that, when your win condition fails so drastically in the very first round, that's where it becomes a big risk for you, and that's why we saw their defensive rounds start compounding. Now, I'm going to throw it over to an interview with Veracity and Joystick.
Well, Joystick, you've done it once again with that incredible play style. Slow and steady wins the race for yourself and for your team. You managed to put an end to a little bit of a win streak on the side of Wolves. They had an 8-1 win record on the...
I didn't know that yet. So.
There we go. You've managed to do it. What were you expecting from them heading into this game?
Actually, we are playing versus them a lot online because we are in the same region. We know their playstyle, we know how they're playing, so it wasn't a surprise for us to play versus them Villa. We watch a lot of WODs of their plays and we'll play a lot of scrims. So I guess we just know what they will do, and they know what we are doing, but something was on our side today.
Well, you managed to get many of the diffusers planted as well. Were there any particular weaknesses you kind of picked up on the side of Wolves for their defense?
I don't think so, because before we are not planting so much. So after the bootcamp, we are sitting together and understand that we need to do it more, because you have a lot of opportunities to win the post-plant situation. Actually, you can win like 2v4 or 2v5. If you have like two teammates above the site, above the plant, it will be so easy to take it. So we just understand that we need to focus on planting more, and it works.
Well, you're now 2-0 in the Swiss stage as well. Now, my question for you is, are there any teams, if any, who do you think is going to struggle to face yourself and your team in the next game?
Actually, we never scary of any team. I don't care versus which team we will play, so we don't care. We just want to play a good games, and that's all.
Which team do you think would struggle against you guys,
against
though,
us?
or any region?
I think no one here struggle, because it's like LAN. It's a lot of really experienced teams right here, and of course, when you're 2-0, you will play versus a team that have 2-0, so they're experienced as well. And I think there's no struggle at all on LAN, so I think no one.
Can you guys keep up the momentum when it comes to, later stages of the tournament as well? Are you feeling confident it's not just a best of one show?
Yeah, we are really confident right now. We are like feel LAN vibe, and like fist bumps, and yeah, we feel it.
Well, the team synergy looks absolutely incredible, so thank you so much for joining me, and best of luck.
Thank you again.
Boyos, the VP Paradox. How about that, Fresh?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you get slapped by it in round one, you don't know how to play, because we've got this whole game plan and we should be able to execute it versus them. But you let them get set up, and then you can't, and then your head's gone, and you're spawn peeking, and you're forcing early engagements, and your people alone in the basement, and they get the kill, and you can never play from behind against these guys. You let them get set up, and they're so good.
I think that's something that Wolves maybe forgot today, is that they're playing up against VP, which they've done a few times, but they're playing up against VP on LAN. It has been a while since we have seen that. It has been a while since we've seen this core at a LAN event, and it is great to see because those players have just fallen right back into where they left off.
I mean, last time we saw these guys, it was in Sweden at SI final, right? Realistically on LAN, yeah. So, you know, not too far away, a couple of hours away on the train, I'm sure. What was impressive for me as well, VirtusPro. 4 plants in 6 attacks.
Could have been 5.
Could have been 5. Had they not been so dominant, you know, you let them get set up, they will execute a plant, they will win. It's as simple as that. And I really don't know. Like, and teams are like this. This isn't just me. Do you fight them? If you fight them, you've got to fight them early round with all 5 of your players, or do you play really slow against them? But then they can get set up and win. It's like we should be back in 2020 with a utility meta, but that meta's not very good anymore.
For context, this is a team that really blows Fresh's mind. He watches them a lot. He says that it frustrates him to watch them, but he absolutely loves it deep down. And I think that there's a lot of teams that find it a very frustrating team to play against because they just do things better. They don't try and innovate. They don't try and reinvent the wheel. You could dare to say that there was a smidge more flexibility on the team today. Yeah. We saw a lot of gridlock. We saw a lot of ability to get that plant down. There was numerous things that were being used, whether it be smokes, whether it be the gridlock. There was so much going on there. They did stray a little bit outside of that comfort zone that we usually find them in, but they're still VP. They're still going to do the same thing over and over again because they've seen it 1,000 times.
And I think the one thing that makes them even better, which is something I have criticised them on in the past, they've increased their map pool as well.
Yes.
You know, they're operating with a nice big map pool as well, which, you know, especially once you hit best of 3s and best of 5s.
You could see it. Yeah. Joystick was confident. When he sat here in the interview, you could see that he was like, because I'm thinking, oh, best of 3s, like, could be a little bit ropey. No, they're confident, they're ready to go.
Well, Liquid versus W7M is going to be coming on up. How are we feeling about that one real quick?
Big fan, to be honest. Glad I'm not working so I can enjoy it as a fan. It's a LATAM derby. Always love to see Liquid play. Always love to see W7M play. I think they're 2 of the most exciting teams that we've got in this. I want it to go all the way.
So basically, to sum up today, we've got Jesse shilling for NA. We've got you shilling for LATAM. How about you, Fresh?
I'm just mauling about this paradox. I'll shill for EU, but we've not done too well today, even in EU versus
we beat
games.
EU.
We beat EU, yeah, true.
All right, well, we'll be back with our next matchup after this break.
Welcome to Hit for 6. Today, we have Wolves Esports versus the Soniqs. Well, the Soniqs have won the coin toss. They get the privilege, the honor of picking the first number. Gunnar.
I want 6.
You want 6? Number 6. How many times has Sweden hosted a major in Rainbow Six?
Just a major?
Majors.
Majors.
Just a major. All right, you guys have an answer?
I think it might be 2.
I'm thinking 2.
That is the correct answer. So we'll reveal number 2. It's only in the corner. What is that? I don't know what that is.
Go with your gut.
Go with your gut.
I have no clue.
Trust your instincts, Gunnar. Believe in the heart of the cards. I'm gonna count down. 5, Sean. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Sunrise.
Answer. It's not sunrise on coastline. However, we can go to Wolves for an attempt there. Which number do you want to pick?
5.
Number 5. How many stim pistol shots does Doc have?
3.
Easy question. See, he knew immediately. That's a well-seasoned Doc player right there. Let's reveal the image. Ooh, a little bit of grass. A little block.
Okay. Garden coastline. Yeah, it's the square in the middle.
Oh! Incorrect, Bibu.
It's not called that.
We call it garden in French.
Easy. Give me number 1.
Next question. Wolves have unfortunately not correct. Could not make the cut. Gunnar. Citizen.
No.
Which number?
Number 1.
Number 1. We'll see if they're number 1 after this question. What is Zero's real name, boys?
Sam Fisher.
Sam Fisher.
I'd like to guess what it's at.
What is the number?
Give us courtyard.
Is it courtyard?
Yeah, it is!
Courtyard.
That's a steal. You know, that's the only way they won something. It's okay, in my heart we won.
Well, and you know what? as long as we're still in positive spirits, that's what matters. But thank you for watching. Hit for 6. Tune in for more action between all of our teams at the Copenhagen Major.
What? Dude, Benjamin Master at the Major? Do you really think he's gonna play with this? He needs something way more powerful, man. It's obvious when you see his moves. Do you want to see his moves again?
Bro, I was watching the SI before you even knew about R6. Pengu can win with this setup.
Real legend, he wins with this.
Sorry guys. I know a thing or two about Rainbow Six, so follow me. Now this is the best gaming setup. It's the HDR 400 monitor, the XB 25.3 QGP 24.5 inches. EO Finals 2020. I'm doing a triple kill. The monitor had to be top-notch to keep up with my moves. Frostblade fans, they can cool the best graphics card, the best processor, and even the biggest hard drive with the most memory. They keep things cool and calm like my head was at SI 2018 to win the championship.
Pengu goes for one on the young. Can he go the second? Penta are your world champions.
It takes the best to be the best. Are they gone?
Yep. But with 2 Orion towers fully upgraded and 2 screens. Good job, man.
Thank you.
Takes the best to be the best.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all in my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it, who lying for nothing? I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
I remember things 7 years ago.
Naquela época, tudo era menor.
Mais en chacun d'entre nous, la flamme brûlait déjà.
Über die Jahre sind wir zusammengewachsen.
E hoy son millones los que nos apoyan.
皆さんの応援は我々の原動力です
Ve sevdiğimiz işi yapmamıza olanak sağlıyorsunuz.
และสิ่งเหล่านี้จะเป็นไปไม่ได้ถ้าหากเราไม่มีพวกคุณ
Devemos tudo isso a vocês
Därför vill vi säga
Gracias.
Obrigado.
ขอบคุณครับ
Danke.
ありがとう
Kiitos. Merci. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Team Liquid taking on W7. Another regional matchup that we have here. Jesse, I know this is something you're particularly excited about.
This should be a good game. We got the battle for Brazil. These two teams, W7M versus Team Liquid, they have played each other so many times for the past. No games this year, but last year they played each other 20 times on 20 different maps, and it was a 10-10 record throughout all of last year.
And it's not just that they've played each other so many times, it's the importance of some of these games. You know, in majors, we said it about W7M getting knocked out in majors by Brazilian teams. Liquid was one of those teams last year. You know, there's a big match between, a big respect, don't get me wrong, but a big rivalry between these two teams as well.
Yeah, it's really been these two squads who have rivaled for the top of Brazil, right? FaZe Clan's absolutely in there as well,
Yes.
and at many points in time, FaZe Clan was undisputedly the best in Brazil. Agreed. When you win a major, that's gonna happen. But these two squads at different points in time have also been undisputably best in Brazil, and it's possible that the winner of this will also play FaZe, because FaZe is 2-0 right now in the Swiss FaZe, and these two squads as well, whoever wins this, 2-0.
How are we thinking about it, though? Do we think Team Liquid is gonna reign supreme, come out even stronger?
I think obviously we've seen W7M through the group stage, but Team Liquid we've only seen, once yesterday, and they were playing with their food, right? There's no way to put it. They were toying with Reven, and I think, they'll be obviously having a lot of confidence, but Liquid, before this tournament, a lot of people were expecting them to do well. They came out, they were flawless. So they're riding a high. Of course, we've got to expect them to do well.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid undefeated through all rounds, technically. They played one game 7-0.
I wanted to put stars there. I was like, who's the best attacking team? Oh, it's Liquid, 100%. Who's the best defensive team? Liquid, 100%. One game, 7 rounds.
Yeah, I gotta say though, I think KZ and W7M, I mean, that is a scary team. KZ is playing, I think, top of his game right now, which is saying something because he's an insane career. But at this tournament, he's been showing up every single match throughout the play-ins, and even yesterday looked fantastic.
Now, you did mention that these teams have played against each other numerous times. So when it comes down to the map veto, what direction do we kind of want to go in?
Well, this is where it all gets a bit funky, because as soon as the map veto comes in, you're going to see Bank. Now, by preference, W7M have played it, but not this stage. It's been their permaban the whole stage. By preference for Liquid, it's low. These teams are respecting each other that much, and they're trying to play mind games with each other that much. They've both gone to a map that they don't really like for the other. I think it's maybe a case of they've both been trying to save it as much as possible, knowing that this is probably their biggest opponent they might face in this whole bracket. They want to get through this game.
W7M whipping out a permaban. Liquid maybe not expecting this for the final map, right? Final choice you can see there is W7M's. They go to a map which they haven't played all stage long. They last played it at SI. They went 0-2, both games against G2. So a bit of a curveball at the end maybe has been catching Liquid off guard.
To what degree, though, do we think Liquid will be able to read them like a book or vice versa?
These guys know each other. We haven't even spoke about the fact that Volts used to be on the W7M roster, right? There's players on each team, they know each other very well. There's players that used to be on W7M. They know each other maps. They'll scrim each other, for no doubt, especially with them being in different groups in Brazil as well. So I don't think it's that much of a curveball. I think when we see Brazil against Brazil teams, map bans do get a little funky between the two as they try and play mind games. So I think Liquid will have been ready for it.
Dare I ask you both for a prediction?
Oh.
I'll go first. I'll grab it. I really have been impressed with KZ. I think W7M have been crushing it through the tournament so far. Liquid are a great team, and bringing over one of their players, they're gonna have maybe an inside edge. But I'm liking W7M. This is them bringing out a permaban map. I'll go them.
He's just gone against a team that hasn't lost a round in this tournament. Yeah, I've got to go for Liquid.
All right. Well, on that note, I'm going to throw it over to Guz and Xenox to take us through this match.
Yeah, I guess haven't lost a round. It is true. It is technically correct. Both teams coming into this one undefeated.
Technically.
Well, technically. Thank you, Mr. Waffle. Letting everyone know, by the way, these are little waffles.
Yeah, I can't wait to waffle on about this one with you. Yeah. It doesn't hit the same. I made that joke off camera. But look, bit of a storm in the teacup this game, right? We have number 2, number 3 from Brazil, but they have not crossed paths in stage 1.
What?
Yeah, W7M, Group A. Liquid, Group B of the Brazil League, and then they're on opposite sides of the bracket, so they never actually faced off. So this is going to be an exciting one. Volps as well jumping across to Liquid. Both teams playing mind games in the map veto.
Both undefeated.
Oh, we couldn't hype this one up anymore.
No, we certainly could. We got to bank for this one. Second last game of the day here for day 2 of the playoffs. Big game. Yeah, as I said, Volps going up against his old roster here should be an exciting one. And both of these two, of course, coming off very dominating performances yesterday for Liquid. What a statement. Obviously making their way into the playoffs from Faze, without having to play Phase 1. 7-0 over Falcons, and obviously for W7M, who played the play-ins, well, 7-1 over SCARZ. Absolute dominant performance too. So both teams 1-0. Who can go 2-0? We'll have to wait to find out. We head to bank and we head into the ban phase.
I gotta say, on a personal level, I am probably setting this, my expectation as this being one of the best games, if not maybe the best we've seen at the tournament thus far, just because of the storylines, the fact that these two should be evenly matched. Brazil overall has proven to be very strong as expected, so it's going to be a lot of fun. Ban phase though, well, it's playing out in a pretty expected fashion.
Yeah, pretty much standard bans there from W7M. Ying, Valk are their most 2 banned operators across the board, and then Castle is actually going to get taken out by Team Liquid, along with obviously the Nook to start with as well. So heading into bank for this one, massive game. Who have you got, guys? I want your thoughts here. Obviously, both teams are looking pretty hot for Liquid. Obviously, dominant performance against Falcons. Perfect start. W7M, though, they've got a couple more games under their belt.
I think I have Liquid, but only just. I think the firepower of Palu is always very difficult to shut down. Volps as well, no doubt a great addition, and he'll have some intel that he can sort of carry across from W7M. Now, they did fall short against Faze in that upper bracket final of the Brazil League. That was one of their losses on Bank in recent memory, but Faze clearly also very, very strong at a 5-7. That's a very close result. So I think Liquid should just be edging out. That's my expectation heading into this one. But again, expecting this to be high quality Siege and competitive at that.
A little bit similar to our last map that we got to cast, obviously Faze and Space Station, a map where probably both teams aren't necessarily renowned for it, or their bank in this particular instance. Now, looking at some of the maps played, obviously for W7M over the course of the Brazil League, didn't play it. So obviously something that both teams are probably coming into this. They've worked on it, they've prepped on it, they've voted for it, and so they're ready to bring it out. And obviously, we'll see how they go. W7M will be attacking first, Liquid on the defense, and straight to the basement we go. Lockers and CCTV to begin.
So we mentioned Palu, the firepower from Team Liquid. If you've been following Siege for a while, you'll obviously know that name, one of the best players in the world for a very, very long time. W7M though, a couple of players to look out for. Nade had one of, if not the highest cost, if I remember correctly, in the Brazil League for stage 1, 77%, so high impact player. KV92 as well, +7 on the entry. So expect him to get in the face of Liquid early on during these attacks. Now we'll see Palu over towards main stairs, playing the Goyo for this opening round and doing his best to play contact on the entry. We've seen most attackers in recent times over towards Bank head their attacks from stock, from CEO, getting control across the map. And Palu will want to try and put a stop to that. Canisters just stalling out the push. Keys pounced on from behind, but it's Nade to get the last laugh up above on the skylight.
Yeah, KZ almost getting that little turnaround there, top square. They do get the kill on to Volps, who goes aggressive early, loses his life on the Solus. That's a pretty big pick for W7M early on the board, getting rid of their former teammate. One that is an interesting little storyline in this particular game. So it's then we'll get the kill on to Nesk, dealing with the Oryx, and it's a really good start for W7M here early on to Bank to get the two roamers up above. That's going to leave sight very vulnerable down towards Lockers, and Palu goes for the push actually towards Towers. He'll find the kill on to Filipok, so that's at least something back for Liquid.
Yeah, a lot of information on to Palu, probably a little bit fortunate to get one, but getting back towards site will be a challenge. Reset's able to pop the hatch, so Palu can seek refuge closer towards the objective, but that does now forfeit above control. So a 4v3, a plentiful amount of time remaining here for the attack to scout out site. Keys with the Geminis can do exactly that, and then plenty of util in the hands of the remaining attackers to pull off and execute.
There's still a lot of denial available here for Liquid, so you've still got 3 gas canisters from resets. You've still obviously got the Yokai from Lagonis, which is over towards main stairs at the moment. Makes a little bit of a getaway, one towards Garage 2, just under a minute. So there's still very good winnable conditions here for Liquid in this round, despite being down a player. Obviously resets, Palu low on health, but same with KZ. Palu, well, speaking of, finds the kill onto Nade. Herds just trying to push down main, deals with the proxy alarm, and Palu's got 3 in this round on the Goyo, and now we can start to see some of those gas babes come out as well. Resets will get rid of KZ, and this attack has fallen apart for W7M. The final onside execution leaves a lot to be desired, and Liquid will punish them.
Yeah, classic display there from Palu, not punished enough during that roam by W7M, who were garnering enough information. They pretty much knew exactly where he was, but then allowed to cross in through elevator. Hatch then opened up by Reset, so he could get back towards site and have a secondary impact in that round. Good work by Palu, and probably an indicator as to what we can expect, right, in this particular map.
Well, it's interesting because they dealt with the 2 roamers. They get a 5 versus 3 advantage, and from there they kind of kept trying to play the aggressive style, pushing down main. I think they could have maybe fallen off a little bit, and even though you still had the smoke up, the gas babes and pushing through server in towards CCTV can get denied. I think maybe forcing out that utility earlier with that push through server could have been on the cards. Instead, W7M just kind of went gung-ho down main. Couple of kills obviously from Palu, 4 in the round, and it's a well-earned round win for Team Liquid, despite losing 2 players early. And that'll be concerning for W7M. Those are the kind of rounds that the top teams will punish you if you can't capitalize on. You're not going to get too many opportunities. Double Sawyer gates over towards stock here as we move over towards open area in this second round.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
So indicative that Liquid will initiate defense up above. Probably at least 2, maybe 3 members. Resets positioning inside of archives, so can feed information with the scanner as well. Nesk will actually play an active role inside of stock, so quite aggressive. And we'll see how W7M look to counteract that. Initially going onto the roof. Couple of players available from this position. Herds will actually just sneak over towards the skylight, not looking to give away a sound cue to the defense. W7M may be cooking up something to clear out these positions in the hallway. Kanto will open up. Just trying to maybe find a defender on an island.
Yeah, very early into the round as well to open up Kanto. Herds will actually just make the drop, so he's got top main. And with Kanto opened up, that means the hallway is obviously going to be pretty much free real estate. So really well executed from W7M. Herds, though, he gets aggressive and Volps just times him over towards main. He thought he was sneaky. He thought he went unnoticed. But well timed by Volps. That will deal with the Ash. That will deal with a big entry point for W7M. Oh, Esports is going to be careful here over towards Tellers. Proxy alarm goes off, and he's now very much expecting probably some company. Doesn't come straight away, though.
Does he hear Palu, though? Palu aggressors will, again, though, just fall back. Good timing. Back to the drone hole to play information gathering for that Teller's entry, but it's an Nesk elsewhere. W7M finding it difficult. Certainly not a good start to the round like their previous attack. Playing out on the back foot. Keys with a position main, but his position now revealed. 60 seconds here for W7M to try and find something, but Team Liquid not really presenting any opportunities. As I say that though, Keys deep. Philippok does find a pick. Player prone, that's Lagonis as Nesk falls. So effectively a 3-on-3. Keys now cooks a grenade. Harley forced to retake.
It's a 3-on-2. Nesk is down. Now he's out for the count as well. And they've got a lot of flashes as well here. W7M, nice swing from Volps, but Philippok holding the angle. Make sure that the swing couldn't come through. It's in the end a very successful attack from W7M. Just felt like they kind of walked into sight in the end. Liquid had a lot of people off site, and W7M catch them off guard. Really good push through beepers. Won a couple of really critical fights. A little bit concerning there for Liquid, considering main stairs was obviously dealt with early in the round courtesy of Volps, and then they kind of left it in the mid round, and W7M will punish them.
Liquid almost just rolled out the red carpet.
Yeah.
Come into sight. It's free. It's open.
Oh, look at that. Yeah. Unfortunate for Hertz there. But like this is at that point in the round. It's like, okay, well, main stairs, is that going to be a bit of an entry point? Nice shot from Nesk. So 5 versus 3. But, you know, credit to W7M. Oh, that was nice.
Sharp shots all around, both teams. But unfortunately there for Liquid, just giving that opportunity, prying the door open for W7M to swarm site, apply pressure. Multiple positions were then vulnerable to the defense.
And I loved early on, they got Kanto opened up. That opens up that corridor, makes it really difficult. So immediately allows Hertz to then drop, get that position top main. And obviously got really aggressive off that, lost his life. But you're thinking about all the things that W7M did well. They did well early in that round, and yet despite that, Liquid actually still got a couple of kills. So really, really good round in the end from W7M. Despite the mid round, they ended it and started it well. Third round we go. And it's Office CEO. Office. Sorry, CEO Executive. I just had a complete brain fart. And it has been a long day.
About 4.
It has been a long day.
You can have one mistake, but no more.
No more. 1-1, good game coming up though.
So the Monty makes an appearance here for the third round. Philippok's prepping over towards Lone to probably spearhead a push through lobby. JV92 as well in position, eager to open up Kanto, but you can see currently an Electroclaw on that wall. Impact EMP though will deal with that. Again, the versatility of the Montang on display. The wall though will remain standing, I believe. Yeah. So well played by Lagonis. And that now puts a lot of additional pressure here on Philippox to aid on that entry and to help isolate that player in elevator.
Yeah, and the goal here, obviously, for Philippox is to probably push up Spiral, get a bit of that top control. Without Kanto opened up, that leaves that elevator position still quite fortified. Volps does get a little bit eager, obviously spots the Montang bottom of the stairs. It's another drone gone, 4 in the round, but 90 seconds left. I have not been able to deal with Volps though over towards elevator, still fortified, electrified as well. At the very least though, Philippox has, was in a decent position. Resets as well, burning up, but manages to stay alive and holds a bit of a precarious angle. Maybe one that W7M can still play off of in this round. The round's not over. Despite things being quite interesting, they lost Philippox. Down a player, minute left, but obviously resets low. JV pushes in, sight flash goes out, swings Janitor. Oh, he can see him, but he can't shoot him.
So 3v2 then. Herd's forced to repel, and now in the 1v3. W7M doing a decent job in locking down these defenders, but struggling to land shots on the entry. 2 more to find, but it's Nesk to close it out.
Really solid round from Liquid. Dealt with the Montang well, and the biggest part of that round was keeping Kanto obviously locked up, couldn't get it open for W7M. That made that elevator's position really, really strong. Meant that pushing up Spiral was always going to be difficult. They dealt with the Montang. So they took a lot away, I guess, from what W7M wanted to do in that round. And so then, obviously, they had to adapt, they had to be versatile, had to play a little bit off the repel, and yeah, it didn't quite work out. Resets just barely stayed alive. And those little 50-50 moments are going to be such a big play. That's a nice shot from Nesk to get the double. And at that point, Red Ping, all the sight lines available to deal with that 1v2. And Liquid will find their second round.
Well then, first rotation will complete. We go back down to basement. Team Liquid just edging out currently, but expecting this to be a hard-fought game and quite close between the two. For basement then, we will see the Oryx employed. Nest to bring that out. As we just saw in the most recent replay package on a little bit of a heater, feeling himself in that last round. Finding 3 kills towards the tail end.
And defuse the bomb.
Just get the sense here, early days, 3 rounds in, both teams kind of just trying to feel each other out a little bit, and understandably so. Yeah, there's a lot of history between these two organizations, but for this year, for this stage, it's all fresh. So just kind of feel like there's, you know, Liquid not getting too over-aggressive. W7M have played well, but in a controlled fashion. Neither team wanting to really make a mistake because they full well know that the other will punish it. Archives gets droned out for W7M. Falls for the Nitro. Just holds this position in open for now. KZ towards square. But a lot of roaming here from Liquid above for a basement site, and W7M have gone hunting.
Keys then over towards Towers. The wall connecting 2 main stairs is reinforced off, so we can't use that as an opportunity to cut off that push. Instead, that's tasked to JV92.
Drone spreading up.
As he now drones forward, but it's been quite a passive round, both teams. As you can see, 4 defenders in basement. W7M now will just go through their checklist, try their best to open up hatches. Thatcher is available, so there's EMPs can be used to clear the Electro Claw. That's exactly what will take place. Herds will follow that up with 4x Kairos. Second EMP just to confirm that one. And with 1:20 to go, W7M can look to really sink their teeth into this attack.
KZ has made his presence known over towards server. Vulcan canister gets blown up really early in this round. So that's a little bit of that plant denial gone. With just over a minute remaining. Still no real contact. Liquid not looking to re-aggress, not looking to try and push up main. Definitely not too aggressive over towards server either. Happy to just let the Flames do the talking at the moment, and then the Gas Babes to follow from resets as Herds does go for a lurk. No, thinks better off it. Probably more so just trying to anticipate whether Liquid want to push up main stairs. 40 seconds, baits out with beepers. There's the Gas Babes. So that's just going to go out. 2 more to follow from resets as KZ doesn't actually have the diffuser. That's going to be with Nade up above, who can make the drop here. Does so successfully. Trades onto site, and a nice double kill entry from Nade. They don't even have to get the diffuser down. Just great shots on site who win the aim duels, and they win the round.
And that is a real good display of what a modern basement attack looks like, right? It's near impossible at the moment to stall out enough util to go for a default plant, and that's why we have seen more and more teams gravitate towards backing themselves into hatch drop to pincer from other positions to clear out common spots that the defense will want to hold. And in that instance, W7M just win every single duel on that drop, on that entry. Now they'll equalize that scoreline, put a bit of pressure back onto Team Liquid, who almost felt like they were the ones sort of dictating the pace a little bit in the momentum in this match.
Well, they certainly didn't in that last round.
No.
That last round was all W7M. Did a really good job of sort of corralling any potential lurk over towards main. They droned it out really well, put pressure over towards elevators, forced Liquid down below. It's like, okay, we want them down there, and then we can kind of just deal with that from above. And obviously got the drop. Nice double kill from Nade. And it really well worked as well. And KZ doing a really good job of just providing a little bit of pressure over towards server. So he's just forcing out that utility over in that direction. Get the Vulcan canister dealt with, a couple of Gas Babes. So even though he didn't technically do a whole lot in the end on site, he did a whole lot of work in the mid round. So really good stuff from both teams thus far. 4 rounds gone, 2 to go in the half, and it's a 2-2 scoreline. Very much an arm wrestle at the moment. Back over to open area and Staff. But good signs here early on from W7M that their attack is going to be prolific enough to deal with Liquid's defense.
Swapping mags.
Now, Palu still does have his deployable shield in pocket, so it'd be intriguing to track that throughout the round and see if it's something he places down reactively, depending on how W7M decide to approach the objective. It's likely that they'll want to get control up above initially, though, use that vert to flush out archives. And that sort of backs the defense into a literal corner, which this objective can sometimes play out to be. Those on the fringes, like Herds as well, can just keep the defense honest, make sure that no one strays into line of sight. Shield now down, so Palu will face that towards the vault, and that means that Herds has a more difficult entry later on in the round.
Yeah, and he can play that with the rotate halt, so you can watch the hat drop late game if he can stay alive behind that shield. Eventually, when stock potentially gets opened up by W7M. And they're just happy to give over CEO executive here towards W7M. They're not too fast, actually, with dealing with much vert at all. No pressure over towards stock or the stock hallway. Happy to just let, basically, W7M do as they like, and KZ will take advantage on that sledge. Similar battle, though, over towards Tellers that we saw in the last couple of rounds, especially with the drone game. Minute 13, still no real contact. And to be fair, Liquid are just happy to just kind of sit on site. There's one down below that might push up main later in the round, but that's about it.
Minute then to go. Herds will continue to poke and prod the edge of the site, but it's keys to get the first. Palu falls, the danger man from Liquid, dealt with early. Philippox wants to push in, but there's someone hiding in the midst. It's Nesk under the desk as Nade pushes through as well, but cut down. So a 2v2, GV92 to eventually find that trade, and now it's Volps, the former member of W7M in the 1v2.
Pushes in, doesn't really have a whole lot of information. Honestly, looks like he's got absolutely no idea. Very much blind on sight to the last 2 players of W7M. Volps would have probably liked that moment over once more, but not to be. It's now a W7M lead here on Bank, 3-2. And a bit of a gulp, and Volps now, I think, 1-5, struggling against his former team. But a fascinating round. Nesk here under the desk. I love that little call from you guys. Yeah, it worked. He got one and a second as he pops up, but obviously then everyone else was falling apart for Liquid. But where was the pressure off site from Liquid there? I think they had one bot main stairs. That was about it. They had nothing coming in over towards square side. They obviously had no pressure up above, so it was freebie for the drop for W7M. They've looked a little bit better, really, as this round or this first half has progressed.
I mean, you can lure the attack into that site. It's not necessarily a bad idea. But I will say, from what we saw in the previous round before that, right, on basement, W7M, when they're in position and they click their fingers and they go to site, they don't make any mistakes.
No.
So it was risky for Liquid to take that approach to back themselves in to win out the trade game. Clearly they didn't. Yeah. They leave it in the 1v2. Volp's on an island in a really poor position. Never going to win that out against a team like W7M, who are proficient in the late round.
7 kills from Nesk, 5 from Palu. Not a whole lot, though, from Volps, Lagonis, and Resets. Whereas it's a very even spread for W7M, playing a little bit more like a team. And seeing the benefits of that. So deep hold in towards stock here. Shield over towards the stock hallway, outside Janitor. On this CEO site, now into the final round of this half. KZ on the rappel. But when W7M go, they don't mess around, and they go as a unit. Liquid not really offering much in terms of a counterpunch. Where's the flanks? Where's the lurks? It's all just on site. It's all a little bit stagnant on the defense for Liquid.
The Montang again then in play for W7M. Philippox scouts out lobby. It looks clear. Volps knows that though. He's close by, scanning out that drone. So he'll have a bit of a read that W7M are posturing on that portion of the map. DV92 may also want to get some control down below, but his EMPs are probably going to be invested elsewhere. W7M have not shied away from taking their time to prepare these pushes, to get themselves in optimal positions, to then trigger that push when they feel it's right, and it's DV92 to get the first. He's straight into stock, not going to take any second chances. Nesk falls, so no more Kiva barriers to go up for the remainder of this round.
Yeah, so well executed there from W7M. Nesk was a bit unfortunate, lost a little bit of health as well through the softball spam originally. Just over a minute left, but this is the point of the round where Liquid need to probably get moving on the defense, and we see it a little bit here from Resets over towards Elevators. Top spiral now. You saw the shots, you know he's over here. Got to win this fight. KZ almost wins it out, has been downed eventually by Volps. The cavalry has arrived. Nitrocell too far here over towards Long Death. Palu being absolutely just bullied by the Montang. Shots go out. W7M though, they've got the firepower. Now on a 2 versus 1, Hertz and JV92 to finish off Resets, who's very low on health. But they stall it out. And he's got the Yokai to play off, has been pinged out, so obviously W7M aware of its location. Got to collect that diffuser though. Oh.
Resets has information. He spotted both, but he knows he's so low on HP and he can't take a risk. W7M capitalize, and that is a strong conclusion to the first half.
Yeah, very, very solid performance from W7M. The better of the two teams in that first half, well and truly. But it is Bank. Very much can favor the attack depending on the matchup. In this instance though, W7M a lot of freedom to do as they like. Cleared out Janitor really comfortably. Didn't really care about the mirror from Lagonis. And a 4-2 lead here on Bang has them in a really solid position.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
And now they go on to the defense over towards Lockers and CCTV into the 7th round. They look solid. Now it's up to Liquid though to respond in the second half.
As we know, Bank can be a very, very difficult map to defend. So if Team Liquid, they're able to reset, they're able to bounce back, keep in mind as well, they have attack in the pocket that they could use as well. Very real opportunity and chance for Team Liquid to fight their way back into this game and perhaps even claim the lead. And maybe you've just joined us, maybe you didn't hear what we had to say a little while ago, but this is actually the first time Team Liquid and W7M are going head-to-head this year. Last year though, 20 head-to-heads. And guess what the record was? Guess who do you think won more maps?
I think it was 50-50.
Well, you already knew that, but you would be right. It was 10-10.
I think Jesse said it also on the deck.
He gave me a big thumbs up, so it's been approved.
Well, I'm curious to see, though, how obviously W7M are going to play here defensively, whether they want to get kind of aggressive, look for those counter punches. I love the mirror facing towards bot main. Liquid, yeah, probably left a little bit on the table defensively. They a lot of times kind of just shut up shop and just sat on site and allowed W7M to get a lot of vert, a lot of map presence. When they did kind of go for any kind of roam, it didn't work. Life drain for Volts towards main. Obviously can deal with this barbed wire. More to deal with though. I have that sneaky suspicious feeling that this is going to be attacker-sided. I think we might have an OT on the cards. That's just my guess here. I think Liquid are going to be good enough on Bang.
Knock, knock.
Remains to be seen though.
Well, W7M themselves being quite flat-footed on the defense here, which again is okay, but you need to back yourself in when the drop comes through that you are going to win out those initial engagements. And so far, that's exactly what they'll try to do. JV92 attempting to trick the main hatch.
Got it.
And it lands. So that's a small win on the checklist for the defense. We will see Parley reattempt with another EMP. JV92 looking to trick another hatch. We'll see if this one lands.
Got it.
Well, I think that did as well. So that is two big plays from the defense. JV92, especially with those electro claws. One hatch open, the other closed. Still a net win though for the defense.
It has been opened up. So minute left though, KZ. Okay, this is the aggression that I wanted to probably see from Liquid on their defense. So really top blue stairs hold with the shield. And he peeks out and he gets a nice kill on to Nesk, probably expecting a follow-up. But no one's going to want to be that close though, and I think this is where Liquid are going to have to think about how they want to attack this. Server hatch has actually been opened up for bot square, so he could get pinched. The KZ holds aggressively, 40 seconds, resets though, makes the solo play over towards main stairs, try to punish Nade for being out of position behind the mirror, opened up with a softball. Lagonis drops elevators, Volp's found a big kill, now it's a 4 versus 4, and a lot of the presence over towards Volt now for Liquid on the attack. They're losing players, 3 versus 3, Nade is down. Suddenly, actually, they're finding some big kills. KZ has to come and salvage things from blue stairs. Liquid have just overwhelmed the site. And KZ's wondering what the hell has happened back here. In a 1v3, he doesn't win it out after doing a good job over towards blue stairs. Volt, though, was vulnerable and Liquid attacked it.
Well, that's what we wanted to see from Liquid to fight their way back into this game, and that's exactly what they were able to achieve. Stalled out a little bit there with the hatches, a little bit awkward, and JV92 making them really work for that hard breach. But once the hard breach was complete, once the hatches were opened up, the floodgates followed. Liquid dropping down, getting control, and catching W7M in a couple of awkward positions there, security, gold, etc. They were eventually, though, traded out, Liquid with a strong advantage to conclude the round, and we set ourselves up now for a very interesting second half.
Well, interesting sight as well. Talers Archives for the 8th round here, selected by W7M, foregoing typically what you would see, I guess, is open area style, or in what really should have been maybe a repeat down below. They opt against it. And that's going to also force out a big attacker repick as well for Team Liquid.
10 seconds to insertion.
This will be, I think, a little bit make or break here for W7M. Instead of going down below in the repeat, which I think a lot of teams typically would on Bang, especially a Locker CCTV. They go Talers Archives. We'll see if it works. Brava bought by Volps.
Well, it is a bold decision here from the defense, but high risk, high reward game. If you're able to tick this objective off, really opens you up for the rest of the round. He's just absolutely eats that grenade. A little bit fortunate to survive. And assuming he can play passive for the remainder of the round, he'll still be able to get those Kiba barriers out.
Yeah, but you don't obviously be too passive. You go for those little peak shots, but don't put yourself in a position where you're going to break up another nade to the face. Has one to throw back the other way as well if he so chooses to. 4 drones gone here for Liquid early on. A lot of presence over towards main entrance. KZ will just hold. And let those Kiba barriers regenerate. That's the main task. But this is a nice little angle. But if he gets pre-fired, he's going to die. So low on health. Fires first off the back of the logic bomb by Lagonis. They'll deal with that. Ooh.
Good drone from Nesk as well in sight. Team Liquid, I think, look pretty eager to hit this direct, cause a bit of chaos. Nesk sending it deep. KZ eventually does fall, and Nesk now with site control is looking to really open up this round, perhaps confirm it for the team, and Herds just falls into his line of sight. A 5v3 with half the round to go, and they're falling. W7M struggling on their site. Their control elsewhere meaningless. Nade now up above in the 1v5.
Well, I mean, they've obviously tried to play a little bit above, and Liquid have gone pretty direct. They've got a lot of good site control, and yeah, questionable. And there is that moment now for W7M where you think, why did we not go back down below? Why did we not repeat? Why have we gone Tal's Archives here? You've tried to pull something out. Liquid are ready for it. They seemed ready for it actually straight away with a 4-attacker repick. Nice shot from Nade, but yeah, he's just not going to be able to salvage that round from that position. And Liquid get one back. They get 2 in a row to start the second half, and Bank is shaping up to be pretty attacker-sided. They're pretty happy with how that has shaped up. That was all too easy. Now question marks here for W7M. Where do you go from here? Didn't work down below, didn't work first floor. Do you go above? Do you go CEO executive?
And again, just highlighting the importance to stay composed heading into the second half here for Liquid. Bank can be notoriously difficult to defend, and we're seeing that on display currently. Quick look at the replays from the previous round, then we'll see exactly how that was broken down. Nesk just sent it into side, and Herds fell into his line of sight. And I believe this may have been a flashbang kill. Yeah, it was. There you go.
Okay, I missed that one. That's good. Yeah, but rolled out the red carpet straight through Archives, easy walkthrough. Obviously, then W7M tried to salvage the round. Herds goes for the quick drop, but he's already been met by his opponent. Too late on the drop. We do go above to second floor, CEO executive for the 9th round, and it's 4-4 on the scoreboard.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Both teams looked very strong on the attack, but defensively quite shaky. Set up over towards that stock hallway. Of course, pretty much standard defense right now from W7M. And the biggest question mark is from here, what can they do to offer any kind of counterpunch, any kind of counter-attack? Because Liquid are looking really good. They're breaking down these defensive rounds pretty comfortably to start the second half.
Fortunately for W7M, there are just so many dangerous players for Liquid that you need to try and deal with. And the expected are showing up. Nesk and Palu, such a formidable duo. That goes without saying that the rest of the team doing a good job gaining information, clearing a bit of util, making calls, and sort of laying down the groundwork for players like Palu to make plays like this. Aggressive at main stairs, in a position now to lay down an offensive upstairs if he wishes. For the meanwhile, though, he'll sit and wait. You can see him coordinating it with the rest of the team, literally looking across to his teammates, waiting for that window of opportunity to push forward. It'll be quite intriguing to see just how much of an impact this play could have.
Yeah, very risky play, but it might just have the after rewards for it, and the double flashes go out to try and just preoccupy that hallway position. It worked, but he did get traded. So in some ways, it's quite messy at the moment from Team Liquid's attack. Obviously, they're pretty content with how this has played out, though, now that they've got through Janitor. Resets will send out a Logic Bomb. Nesk is very low, same with Lagunas. So even though they've got the player advantage, they don't have the health advantage, really, to say the least. Nade still with 2 nades available in this round. E1D goes out by Lagunas, pushes up towards top square. Has been spotted on the default, though, after taking it out. So position known. At least a little bit of information there for Nade and JV.
And resets as well. Holding the cross. The question will be, can Lagunas and Nesk actually get in and go for a plant because they're both so low on HP? Nade patient. JV92 as well. The plant goes
I don't think there's any
down,
Q here. I think he's going to get this off. Yeah.
No denial.
So no sound Q goes the way of W7M. They can't react in time. JV's got to push square here, and he's got to get a kill or two. And he might just be able to. Oh, what a shot from Lagunas. JV probably had to be a little bit more aggressive on the repeat after he got the little bit of contact. Lagunas was low on health. Now in a 1 versus 3 for Nade, 24 seconds, not a lot of time, spotted by Nesk. And if it wasn't going to be Nesk, it was going to be resets. And Liquid take the lead here in the second half, and they look pumped. I think they need a tactical timeout. W7M, they look on the ropes.
Yeah, Team Liquid looks so scary when they're up and about like this. And W7M giving them such a wide breadth, allowing them into the objective time and time again, uncontested. Good example in this round was Reset. We didn't really see him do a whole lot, but he was holding and watching that across the entire round. So that was very, very safe.
Oh, look at this.
For the attack, especially once Lagonis confirms that. That was just cold.
That's nasty. But yeah, it was so clean. 5-4, no timeout from W7M. They opt not to. Instead, they go back down to lockers and CCTV, which Liquid won out last time. This was 3 in a row for Liquid. They've gone basically around the world here on the attack, though. W7M, nowhere is safe haven at the moment, but if there is ever a site on Bank, it is this one to find success, and they will bring out the clash.
10 seconds remaining.
What value will the clash bring if Team Liquid go for a similar execute, where they open up the hatches, they drop down, they're forceful, they're aggressive. But judging on how W7M are currently prepping, perhaps the clash will be used off-site to create a bit of a buffer. Philippot's feeding information to these players on the top floor. Herds may even be considering a jump out.
Nah, surely not. He looks like he's posturing for it, but I just don't believe it.
Could work. We're yet to see a jump out in this game. Besides that, he can apply pressure over towards ATM as well.
So, drone got thrown out. He sees it, but he doesn't shoot it for a reason. Doesn't want to give away his position. And I think it got shot out from a longer angle, probably elevator side at least. So Herds' position is still relatively unknown for the most part, unless the logic bomb could be heard. And the also has been brought by Palu, so he'll look to try and get this on the right side of the ambulance in towards Garage, and Nesk and Resets have both lost their lives. So finally something goes the way of W7M, and it is that lurk up above that has found some success. Liquid get caught off guard, W7M bring out the strap book, and it has worked.
Yeah, much better. Proactive defense. Throwing something at Liquid, and they're finding it difficult to respond. Still though, with Palu up, you can never count your chickens before they hatch, but you probably can now, 2v5. So it's gonna be tricky for Palu to get into a playmaking position. Spots one, immediately shut down. So a good, confident response here from W7M, round 10.
Free timeout.
It equalizes the scoreline then, 5-5. And we find ourselves at a very interesting crossroad.
Yeah, we do. It's an interesting juncture in this road. 5-5. And a little timeout for both teams here as well. So Liquid have not only got 1 minute here, guys, but guess what? I've heard they're actually taking a timeout after this as well. So they are just just going to talk it over for 2 minutes.
Go for a little holiday.
Yeah, geez, I feel like we should just come back later. W7M also get a timeout themselves because obviously they just kind of sit around. And what's interesting is coming into this round, I thought they needed to take a timeout. 3 rounds in a row to Liquid, right? And then they come into this round, they don't need a timeout. They just bring out the strap book. They say, okay, we know what we can do maybe to catch them off guard. It works. And now they get to keep their tactical timeout in the back pocket as well.
I think the important thing to note during these periods, these unofficial timeouts, is that a lot of that will lie on the leadership within the roster, right? It's not like the coach can currently talk. That's only during an official tactical timeout.
Which will happen after this.
Exactly.
15 seconds.
Let's wait for this to play out. If you are just tuning in, W7M about to confirm this round. The scoreline will be 5 apiece in this best of 1. It's been a hard-fought battle between both teams, and just when it felt like Team Liquid had W7M on the ropes, they are now forming a very stern response.
And I think this is probably a well-timed tactical as well from Liquid. It seems probably a little strange because they won 3 rounds in a row. That round, though, everything basically went wrong, and it's sort of like, okay, this is getting towards the end of this map, right? We're getting towards the final couple of rounds. Let's really talk this out. What do we want to do? We only have to win 2 more rounds. So do we bring something out here that we think can kind of do what W7M just did, where they kind of go into the strap book, pull out a round where they can basically say, okay, we're going to be able to bank on this, no pun intended. Because we're on bank.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess maybe it was intended. Either way, this is a good opportunity for Liquid to close out these last 2 rounds. Not happy? No?
What is happiness, though?
Happiness
We're getting aware again.
is whatever your heart desires. That's happiness.
Well, I like good siege. And this, to be fair, has
been pretty good. I've
quite a
enjoyed
good
it.
game. It's been chaotic, especially in the late round, right? We've seen so many huge plays, especially from attack. Players sneaking in sight. Players dropping hatches, sinking trades. It's been good fun. It's been difficult to follow, but good fun. And we now head over to open area. Round 11. And I'm a big fan of the 5-5 scoreline. Winner, obviously, match point. Loser then on the ropes.
Well, match point, obviously being a best of one, right? So good opportunity for either of these two. Of course, the winner.
They're hiding the Kaid, I think.
Winner will obviously stay undefeated here at the Major. For the first time, one of these two teams will face defeat. How do you hide a Kaid?
You just throw him under the desk and they don't drone him. And I'm almost certain they did not drone him throughout the prep phase. So, KZ is going to be a fun one to watch throughout this round as to how and where they're going to employ those electro claws, because Team Liquid may not be fully prepared for it. They didn't bring the Thatcher,
secondary,
but they still have secondary EMPs. Not as good, but still something to deal with util.
Yeah, only two of them. Double hard breach has been brought as well. So you know what? Like I think they can be okay with this as long as they don't literally throw away those EMP grenades on the side of Volps. So 5-5 into the 11th round we go. These two Brazilian juggernauts going toe-to-toe here at the Major, both undefeated. Only one of them can go 2-0 though. Turn over towards Beepers for Volps. And a very early logic bomb actually goes out. This is super early. He wants to push up main. Obviously, he'll get some sound cue, maybe anticipating the run back down for W7M. Down main to catch them off guard. Doesn't work. Now he can creep up. Nade holding Beepers. Is this going to be an early engagement between these two teams? Volps, he's got to be careful. He's already tucked in left side. Red ping goes out. He's got the information at Beepers, but it's not the other way around for Nade. He doesn't know that Volps is here. He'll fall off this position though with the keeper barrier and says, nope, no entry allowed. And doesn't peek, doesn't swing, and therefore doesn't lose his life.
And that's the advantage of Volps not completely tearing down that barricade. Much more difficult for W7M to get that direct sound cue, and instead having to play a little bit more of game sense and intuition. Red ping as well, obviously indicative that a push may come through. Volps to peek, Volps to swing. He sees one, the head pops up a second time though, and Herds finds the kill.
Yeah, and that was that moment as well. I think Liquid just kind of wanted to go, but they maybe weren't all in the right position. Resets using the EE1D as well, the logic bomb. They're trying to put a lot of pressure, perceived pressure there onto W7M early into the round. 4 versus 4, minute to go. Palu over towards long desk. And a good sightline here for Nesk, at least towards the bomb chassis. 55 seconds, no one probably close for W7M to push him behind Nesk either. Resets towards elevator, so some good pressure still towards site for Liquid, but not really above pressure, more horizontal. They've got at least one above, that being Palu. Nade with a nade opens up the wall, doesn't quite spot his opponent though.
Now Reset's just mindful of the flank, and he needs to land this shot, and he does exactly that. So a 3v3 with 30 seconds on the clock, but it's KZ to open up the account in the late round. Back to a 2v2, Nesk with site control.
KZ's in sight. Nitrocell off the red ping. I think he's done it well. No, he hasn't. Missed thrown. Flash will go out. Lagonis will step above and rise to the occasion. Gets the kill onto KZ. Philippox can play off time here. Nitrocell in hand, has to get over the beeper barricade, courtesy of Nade. Can he deny? He still has the Nitrocell. He can throw it off the red ping. Lagonis will get it down. Philippox gets the kill. Nesk in a 1 versus 1. He loses his life to Philippox. W7M have got match point.
Misses the denial, but plays clean up. Philippox under a lot of pressure to stand up in that clutch, and he pulls it off. Oh, W7M making a bit of noise, making sure Team Liquid know about that one.
And it felt like Liquid played well in that round, especially the onside executions. As you said, they got good site presence. They even dealt with KZ. They had the 2v1. Nice shots from Herd, so they got really good positioning. but they didn't quite deal with everyone. It was at this moment though, yeah, Nesk, he gets that kill, 2v1. They both are very close to each other, so you can see the double red ping. That gives a lot of information for Felipox. And he understands that obviously Nesk is going to peek close, that he's not going to come from a different angle. So that double red ping is massive for him. Yeah, he gets the double kill, he'll get the plaudits, but it's still a team performance there from W7M. 6-5, match point. What a journey it's been from the play-ins into the playoffs and almost up 2-0.
Now then, the onus on Team Liquid to form a response and push this game to overtime. We go to the top floor, so this will be difficult for W7M, and we've seen some of the ideas and some of the tactics that Liquid have employed on this top floor. They're big fans of getting a lurk up main stairs, trying to get pressure towards long desk early. We tracked Palu last time and he had some success in clearing out the likes of that stock hallway position behind the deployable shield and trying his best to crack open that defense and allow then that second line of attack to follow up. So we'll see then how W7M look to prevent that entry in towards site, because in some of the other rounds, W7M have not done the best of jobs in preventing that, like preventing that entry in towards the objective that then comes back to bite them in the late round.
Reloading, cover me. Adding Overwatch.
Oh, Palu. Well, no one holding below, but good opportunity to obviously open up that mirror. Provided he can find an angle on it. And I believe he has found said angle. Just has to get the shots required. Oh, but he's got to be careful. He doesn't lose his life while trying to do so. E1D goes out by Lagonis early in this round. Gets a lot of ping information on site. It's quite beneficial actually for Team Liquid. Just to sort of understand that it's going to be a pretty much top hold here from W7M. Not looking to do too much, too risky.
Setting a sequential breach.
Palu then sits in wait for a bit more information. Another grenade, another opportunity to push the game to overtime, but again, it doesn't land. 2 grenades still available in the hands of Volps. He's outside stock though, looking to clear Util over towards the hallway. Laconis to play Util, burn 3 flashes through the window. The grenade to follow from Volps. Perhaps found Util, certainly did not find a kill, but now playing entry.
Oh, what a swing from Herds. Shuts down that stock push. Big kill, and suddenly Liquid on the ropes, and I'm not just talking about resets here on the rappel. Nesk at top square, and he's got the pin. They've got to flush out this hallway position. Lagonis goes nuts with a bit of help from Nesk. They do clear out the hallway. They can push through Janitor. Palu finds a big kill as well onto Nade, and suddenly KZ on site. It's up to him once again, and he deals with resets on the rappel in. And he knows that obviously Janitor is vulnerable. Catches Nesk. But well timed from JV at elevators, and he spots the gun barrel of Palu as well. This one is done. W7M are seriously here to contend at the major, guys. They are 4-0.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it, who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
Philipox, how are you feeling after that one? Is the heart rate pumping?
Yeah, pure adrenaline pumping in my body. Yeah.
Pure adrenaline is what we love to hear. Now, for yourself and your team, I gotta ask, obviously we mentioned at the start of the broadcast, you and Liquid have played against each other an awful lot, especially last year, 20 maps between you. How do you kind of change things up when it comes to playing in a tournament, an official tournament like this one?
Yeah, I wasn't on the team last year, but there's always a good rivalry against them. I don't. Sorry for my pronunciation, but yeah, we knew that they would prepare for maps like Villa, Oregon, and we thought that bringing them to Bank would surprise them, and I thought we did. Yeah.
So did the castle ban take you by surprise at all? Did it change up your defense in the slightest?
Yeah, it did a little. It did change 2 or 3 defenses, but we could manage that pretty good.
So do you feel like you had kind of given away a hint of what they should expect of your defense on Bank? Because I know out of the 20 kind of maps, the 20 games that you'd played against them, you only actually played Bank versus them once. So was it? Do you feel like you'd given away much?
No, I don't think so. We know that they don't like to play Bank a lot, and we don't too. So, yeah.
Amazing. Well, as we take a look at some of the highlights from your game, let's talk a little bit more about the fact now that you've managed to go 2-0. What's next for yourself and the team?
Yeah, now we're going to see who we're getting and prepare for tomorrow.
Is there anybody that you are worried about playing? Anybody that you really do want to play?
No, like I said yesterday, anybody.
Anybody and everybody. Yeah. Do you feel like you're the team that some other regions might be scared of facing now? Because obviously known for a little bit of an aggressive play style.
I think so. We have Casey, so everyone's scared.
Everybody's absolutely terrified from. So any kind of final words for the folks at home? Anybody from the region that's been supporting your journey so far?
Obrigado aí, galera que tá torcendo, assistindo sempre a gente. Agora vamos para a partida aí do 3-0 e se Deus quiser conseguir a classificação para os playoffs aí e continuar evoluindo. Obrigado aí a minha família que tá vendo. E é isso.
Exactly what he said. Thank you so much for joining me. What a lovely chap, isn't he? He said it best himself. Adrenaline's pumping. The team are feeling hyped and ready. And you know what? It paid off for them.
Yeah, I think the one thing that you'll always get with a Philipox interview is he gives you exactly what he's thinking and exactly what the truth is. And I thought, you know, W7M, we speculated whether it was to take Liquid to Bank and, pull it out of the... He even said, we don't like Bank. We know they don't like it, but we don't like it, but we're going there.
Yeah, we were speculating about that, so it's good to know. Like, that's exactly what happened. This was a permaban that they brought out, surprised Team Liquid, worked beautifully for them. W7M came in with a well-executed plan, and they absolutely deserved this win.
I thought this game, genuinely, was 2 Titans going at it. With the Swiss stage, there's a very good chance that you're going to see either semi-finalists or finalists play up against each other in the Swiss stage. Today's one of those days, right? With it being a 7-5, well, 1v2 clutch being the differentiating factor. Would I want to see this get in the final? Absolutely. It was coming down late round to clutches, to executes, to big plays, big moments, and that's exactly what this siege is all about.
Yeah, I think the executes really were the star for me. That first half especially, you take a look at W7M, a lot of times they were going down. They had 2 separate 2v4s that they won, right? The first one coming in, well, JV and Herds got one around number 6, then KZ and Philipox 3v5, excuse me. Still 2-man disadvantage. advantage, pushing in, having a massive impact to just swoop in and claim a round that they really had no business winning. Liquid oftentimes felt like they were getting caught off guard inside those bomb sites. They weren't able to trade. The positions were just a little rough. We see this beautiful clutch from Felipox in the 1v2, round number 11, pushed them on a match point. Man, what a fun game.
I was in that room. I was in this room for that clutch, and it was so loud. And just a quick touch on the castle ban as well. I thought the castle ban was really good. For it, you know, it kind of, as soon as W7M got on the defense, it kind of shoehorned them into, hey, we used to control the crowd with castle. We don't have that. How are we going to do it? It was a good game plan from Liquid, and, you know, but for a 1v2 clutch, we're going into overtime and we're seeing where it lands in overtime. So, you know, a quick shout out to Liquid on that one as well.
Sure.
So prior to entering the Swiss stage, do you think fans at home, or potentially even yourselves, if you were shown the two teams on paper, who would you have had winning the matchup?
I said Liquid before the game. I probably still would have said Liquid before the game. You know, they brought in a great player in the Vaults. They've improved their team. For W7M, they had a little bit more of a drastic change. So I think I would have said Liquid. To be honest, nobody really was talking about W7M before this tournament as potential winners. A lot of people, you know, they weren't. It was a lot of talk about G2, M8T, Liquid.
Yep.
Everyone's talking about W7M now.
Absolutely.
We've had amazing matchups thus far, but it is time for me to feel all sad once again. We're down to our final best of one today. It's going to be DarkZero taking on Soniqs. Jesse, you're going to stick around with me, but Fred...
He's got to lose that one.
Oh,
and they're going to win it too, though.
I can see them kind of staring at you guys, so Fresh, all eyes are on you a little bit.
Oh, I mean, look, I think the Soniqs have got a bit of a mental block when it comes to playing against North American teams at LAN.
Yeah.
You know, when they went out at 6 Invitational, they went out with 2 consecutive losses against North American teams. That will be in their minds.
The regional matchups, we've had them time and time again throughout today, though. How are you feeling about regional matchups we've had thus far? Obviously, we ended up having Europe, and now we're in the NA side of things.
I mean...
Go on, start chilling, go on.
You can debate whether EU is better than NA, but the...
EU on top.
Or Brazil, but the Brazil matchup was much better than the EU matchup.
I don't know, the EU matchup was close as well. I mean, we've had 2 EU matchups, the G2 matchup earlier.
Okay, fair.
I was thinking about the G2
one.
But the second one, yeah. I mean, VP are going to win the whole thing, so that's why.
Maybe.
You know.
Are we feeling VP's going to win the entire tournament?
Oh, I am now.
Major?
My head's so spun. I'm on the train.
Ooh,
scary.
The hype train is well and truly underway, but we'll be back very shortly to dive into our final best of one today.
welcome to Hit for 6. We have Space Station on one side, and on the other, Eminem from Europe. Representing Space Station, we have Forrest and Fultz. I'm just gonna, who's the best just aimer on the team? Who's the best at pointing and clicking heads?
Say you, bro. I appreciate that. That's what I was thinking.
On the other side, of course, we have Eminem, Yuzu, Solotov. Thank you for joining us. You know, Yuzu, I think you're a good player, but do you think Solotov might have the edge in the clicking heads department?
I think so, just
Think
about.
so? The reason I asked all that, of course, is today we have a reaction-based test for you guys. See which one of you, out of Space Station and Eminem, has the quickest reaction time of them all. Space Station will be testing their reaction times first. So Fultz, Forrest, you ready?
I'm ready.
Yeah. All right.
Let's get it.
You may go. He'll have to switch. So as he's tapping right now, he's doing all that. Yuzu's about 10 seconds. Forrest about to jump in. You think he's gonna do better or worse? 'Cause he's doing okay right now.
I think he's doing worse than Fultz.
Think so? Well, in 3, 2, 1, switch.
Sure.
Nice, little boost right there. I appreciate it. I can't tell. Is he doing better or worse? Looks about the same to me. Think so? Oh, he's gonna get to 40. Got 2 seconds. 1, time. Time out. Thanks to Fultz and Forrest, 43 is the score to beat. But now you guys need to try your hand at the reaction time test, so go on over. All right, Yuzus has assumed the winning position, so go. All right, he's off to the races. Remember, 15 seconds, you guys are gonna need to swap. Who's already
We lost this game.
Oh, this is not looking good. Oh, no.
Oh, he's tapping in.
He's tapping, all right. 3, 2, 1, swap. Gets it. Ooh, that was a little delicate. That was cute. I mean, Forrest, you had a really great second round right there. Ooh, 5 seconds. Remember, 43 is the score to beat. You got to get 12 in 2, 1. No more time on the clock. I mean, you kind of got 43. You got 34, just the inverse of what you wanted to get. Space Station knocking it out of the park at 43. Eminem, unfortunately, 34. Not enough to cut it. But join us next time on Hit for 6 to see who might come out on top.
I remember things 7 years ago.
Naquela época, tudo era menor.
Mais en chacun d'entre nous, la flamme brûlait déjà.
Über die Jahre sind wir zusammengewachsen.
Y hoy son millones los que nos apoyan.
皆さんの応援は我々の原動力です
Ve sevdiğimiz işi yapmamıza olanak sağlıyorsunuz.
และสิ่งเหล่านี้จะเป็นไปไม่ได้ถ้าหากเราไม่มีพวกคุณ
Devemos tudo isso a vocês
Därför vill vi säga
Gracias.
obrigado.
ขอบคุณครับ
Danke.
ありがとう
Kiitos. Merci. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
The NA showdown is ready and waiting to happen. Gents, it's going to be DarkZero taking on Soniqs. A final best of one of today. How are we feeling? Thoughts, feelings? Not going to go to the biased one. I'll come to you first.
It'd be really easy to go to Jesse for this one, wouldn't it? It'd be really easy to just go and, well, why don't you take it, Jesse? You are itching. He's actually vibrating with excitement here to get underway with this one. Of course, we've got Soniqs. Of course, we've got DarkZero. The room, you'd be fooled for thinking this isn't the end of the day because it's really heating up in here now. Yeah. Both teams are loud, both teams are bringing it. I was outside actually when both teams were coming in and you could hear the music pumping. They both had the little speakers playing.
They did.
There were some classics going on.
The All-American. I feel like we've saved the best for last. I'm ignoring the Canadian and the Brit both on these two rosters and the Mexican. It's all right. This is the All-NA battle, right? Again, we just saw Europe have their battle. We just had Brazil have their battle. Now it's Soniqs versus DarkZero, two teams which, again, have both been considered the best in the region at different points in time. Soniqs, the official NAL champions from last year, DarkZero major winners back in the past. Of course, both of them, I think, looking very strong coming into this tournament. DarkZero doing really well in the regular season of Stage 1, just losing out in the finals of Stage 1 in NAL. And Soniqs, while they did have a rough start to the year, crushed the LCQ, did really, really well, and are looking on fire through that first phase of the major, and now coming in, look very, very good.
Now, riding off of the back of the previous results that you've been highlighting there from yesterday's games, at least DarkZero managed to win versus Falcons, and Soniqs took on their opponent of DPlus and managed to successfully win out that matchup. Talk to me about the caliber of the two opponents that these teams might have faced. How are we feeling about the run of games that Soniqs have had so far?
I'll say this right now. This is the most difficult game that either team has had up until this point. And that makes sense, right? We're in winners, we're playing Swiss, they're both 1-1. They've played good competition up until this point. But if you look at the stamp and you look at the actual quality of the teams that they've played to get here, neither team has played what you would consider an air quote favorite.
Yeah.
You know, they've played teams like Falcons, first time coming to a major, first time that men has been represented here. They've played teams like who DPlus, not had that greatest expectations of them. You know, there's all these teams that you could go on and list, and you start thinking, this is really showtime for both these teams. They found themselves in the 1-1, they found themselves in this position in the Swiss, and now they've got to go up against each other. It's a really tough game.
Absolutely, and I think despite the fact they have had easier opponents before this game, right? Both teams have showcased that they really have shown up to play. They've shown some really cool stuff. DarkZero yesterday had some really cool ideas on the roam. We saw some Oryx Solus combos working together to try to bait in some drones, get some really great aggression going on the defense. I think for Soniqs, they're in an interesting position because for a long time they held Grixer up as this super great star player that would really do a lot of the heavy lifting for them. Now he's taken more of a flex role, playing a lot of it, interesting operators to help support. We've seen Rexen step up, have a great time. Citizen's been really impactful. I think Gunner's been really developing into a strong player. So yeah, both these two teams are in really, I think, interesting arcs in terms of their cohesion, in terms of getting ready as a squad. I'm excited for this game.
Now, for the side of Soniqs, as of about 2 weeks ago, they've had a little bit of a shuffle, a little bit of a change up to their play style, playing a little bit more structured right now. How do you think DarkZero are going to fare up against that?
I mean, DarkZero can play their fair share of structure when they want to. You know, we saw what DarkZero did yesterday against Falcons. They came in with heavy counterbans. They really looked to debilitate their opponent and to remove some things that they find quite comfortable. I think they'll have to look a little bit deeper against a team like Soniqs to really achieve that same result. It's going to come more onto, you know, that structure versus that sort of flexibility style that we often see.
All right, map veto time, baby. Talk to me about it.
Just gets better. Theme park. Really good map for both these squads. I think DarkZero are a deadly theme park team. We've seen them play it throughout stage 1. They've got a 3-1 record thus far in official competition. They look so scary. It doesn't matter if they're starting on attack, doesn't matter if they're starting on defense. They've been amazing. And then Soniqs didn't play it a ton throughout stage 1 up until the last chance qualifier. Won it twice there over Beast Coast and Aerial Eyes. They managed to win it so far at the major as well in the play-ins. They've looked great on it. I think lower level of opponents so far, but just because they haven't beaten maybe the level of teams that DarkZero has beaten on theme park doesn't mean they can't.
Now, I know you've been chilling for NA since day 1, since the day you were born, but I need to put you on the spot. Who's going to win this matchup?
Listen, this is tough. It's like choosing between two kids for NA.
Who's your favorite child?
Listen, I mean, we've been standing up here before the match started. DarkZero have felt so in it. They're yelling, they're getting excited, and while Soniqs have typically had the edge over DarkZero historically, it has been close, and I think DZ right now look like the best team in North America.
How about
I'll counter it. I'll happily counter that. I'm going to say history repeats itself. Last time these two teams faced off on this map, together, it was in stage 1, 8-6 for the Soniqs.
Yep.
It's a close game. I would expect a banger, but I'm gonna go against Jesse here just for the fun of it.
Well, Inter and Penguin, is over to the two of you. Let us know what your thoughts are.
Thank you very much. My thoughts are that it's going to be nice to see teams that we've casted already from this exact desk, this exact stage, this exact country so far this year. And, well, Soniqs got the leg up over DZ the first time around, but the rematch tends to favor the loser in game number 1. That means that DZ in a favorable position based on a very silly feeling we have.
Also, they're going back to theme park, and I say they are going back to theme park. I mean, DarkZero played against Falcons like this you brought up, and they looked very strong on this particular map. Whereas Soniqs, they played Oregon, and it was a couple of questionable moments there.
Was that?
It was Oregon with a voice crack.
Did they play Oregon?
It's been a long day, Parker. My voice needs rest, so if you want to do this solo cast here, by all means. If not, I'll just go, there we go. They played Oregon, and there was a couple of questionable moments from the side of Soniqs where they simply just were not playing at the level that we expect them to in terms of coordination, especially when it came down between Gunner playing on the offense, on the roaming, and then no one was there to support him. When you look at DarkZero, on the other hand, no one is ever doing anything in isolation. There's always a bigger plan, and everyone is invested into that plan together. Now, let's see if anything is going to be cooked up here in the operator ban phase, because this is the final chance for teams to target ban their opponents. They dealt with the maps, now they're dealing with the operators. Dogaby being removed from action from Soniqs. But we all know Troy, we know DarkZero, they got many more operators they can play. DarkZero says, let's make the roam more difficult to be cleared out by Soniqs by removing the Jackal as well. So both Dokkaebi and Jackal gone. I expect some pretty big roaming presence from both teams.
Jackal bans are just like not a thing we really see all that much anymore. So not surprising, but definitely not in vogue. Far more common to see a Ying ban, who has been far and away the most banned operator on attack. What else have you and I personally seen today? Thatcher, Nomad.
Thatcher, Nomad.
Monty bans, we've seen Capital bans.
Yeah. There's actually been, I think today might have been the most amount of variance in operator bans across all the games today, because we saw like cancel bans in an earlier series. We've seen like Solus, the Mira, we've seen Kai, Thatcher, Dokkaebi. Like there's been so many different operators just due to what the map you're playing on, and of course who your opponent are. Some teams, they go for like, for example, DarkZero, they don't like playing against Asami. So they ban Asami across most maps, but then they will usually flex their attacker ban, like in this game, where they say, okay, Soniqs, they might want to play the Jackal. We don't care about the Jackal. We will just remove that from play. And when DarkZero played Theme Park against Falcons previously, we did see, let's think, Lion, Brava, IQ, Fuse, Capital, Ying, Dokkaebi. We saw so many different operators. And the thing about DarkZero that's worth noting is that when Panbasu first joined this roster, he was your typical no-brain, all-aim, just an Ashe main kind of guy. Now he plays a flex role together with Troy, and Gavin has actually taken over that like very aggressive intro duty, and he really shined against Falcons.
Only hard breach we're seeing is on the Fuse. We forget Fuse has that secondary canopy, by the way. We talk a lot about Buck having access to it. We talk about the Ying having access to it. But DZ, it's a shield Fuse, by the way.
Yep. It's the same Canadian trick as he did against Falcons. Now, what happened there, Canadian dropped the yellow hatch on the roof and died. That was it. We never saw what the Fuse was intended for, but it was on this exact armory throne attack. So perhaps this time we can see what the intended purpose was for the Fuse.
He's gonna stay alive long enough for the hard breach and the primary gadget to really do its magic. Spot Gunner for a second by the cafe door as he goes for a drive-by on the drone. Oh, he's under fire right away. This is tough. Gunner's gonna get Candela and immediately reposition. He gets away safely. They bait in Panbasu, and Grixer gets kill number 1. Excellent play by the Soniqs to slow down the entry from DarkZero.
Yeah, so I guess right now Canadian playing the Fuse shield to try and help clear the roam, but no one's there to help him. His feet are taking a lot of damage. The issue with playing the shield here is Canadian can't fight back, and he goes for the reload. Makes things worse. He gets killed by Gunner.
So we don't see anything from the Fuse whatsoever. Now it's Gavin's turn to die, and things have just fallen apart for DarkZero. Achieved fires a bit too early. Citizen makes him pay for it. Soniqs, not just about to win the round flawlessly, but the only point of damage that's been done to them was Gunner blowing through a wall himself as Oryx. So not a single bullet from DarkZero has connected. NJR's found his way into the middle of the bomb site. He sees bullets whiz over his shoulder. Wall blows up next to him. It's a formality. A perfect start for Soniqs, goodness.
Yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say that Soniqs went to Theme Park for a reason. They saw that game on Theme Park against Falcons, and they said, we expect you to go for that same exact attack, you know, come from the cafe side, clear it over. They had 4 roamers actively on that side of the map. They had the hatch above the bomb side of split opened up, so if the, you know, roam clear presence from DarkZero was too good or too great, then they could just fall back that hatch back to the bomb side itself, and DarkZero didn't really make any ground on this map. They got in the window, they got in a door, and then they immediately died right after. Falcons, they had early presence against DarkZero, and that's how they picked up a couple of rounds themselves. Soniqs, of course, with the lineup that they have, they brought over Citizen, right? They picked up Geo, they got Gunner, and then they kept that core of like Rexen and Grixer. they have some of the best players in the North American League when it comes to individual potential, gun skill, and mechanical skill. If there's a team that can fight you on those early entries, it's going to be Soniqs. Now, DarkZero, they normally go about the problem-solving of Siege in a very strategical and structured manner. That's how Canadian plays the game. He's the IGL, he leads the team. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the Ying like we saw last round, some Munty, some Fuse Shield like we saw as well. With Dokkaebi and Jackal both banned, it's going to be more difficult to fight the roamers head on, so you have to go to other means. In this round, it's going to be a Munty, and I imagine Canadian will do the same kind of thing as last round on Fuse. The only difference is he's actually gonna have a useful operator this time for it. That's when they can extend that shield and not get shot in his toes. We just saw a Lesion shotgun from Geo, by the way.
We did?
Yeah.
We sure did.
I'm not sure about any of that. You do need a lot of self-destruction when you play the lap bomb site because you spread so thin across the map with a lot of rotations, but Lesion shotgun? I don't know, Geo. Prove me wrong, but I doubt this.
He's got a skin on it, so I don't think it was accidental. Like,
no, I don't think so either.
It's one thing if you look and it's like, oh, you know, back in the early days, Pambazoo, by the way, getting a lead-off pick in this round. Back in the early days, where guns didn't come with attachments on them or skins or anything along those lines, you could see a gun and, oh, it doesn't have a sight on it, oh, it doesn't have this on it. It's very obvious that it was a mistake.
Yeah.
It does not look like a mistake. It looks like Geo picked it deliberately. Gutter's dead, by the way, so at least those cams will persist.
Yeah. Now we can kind of see DarkZero applying the pressure. Wall opened up. Munty not quite enabled just yet, but with that opening kill onto Valkyrie, it's gonna buy them at least a little bit more gun power back. Citizen with an early drop. Same thing goes to Oryx of Rexen. They've actually surrendered the top floor hold, which is going to be above the gunfight near that cafe area of the map. That means now DC, once they figure this out, they can take that full map control and achieve with that hammer and start doing the work. Get that floor destroyed, get some lines of sight down towards the bomb site, and DarkZero, they have so much time to work with. Soniqs either have to go for a synchronized play to try and get this back on their flank, or try and challenge these vertical angles, because 4 versus 5 against the Munty, they're gonna get run over.
Oh, achieved! Thinks he's got the drop on Grixer, but it's the other way around. Soniqs can answer back. Achieved sledging, not quite up to snuff. Trouble now brewing for DarkZero as they walk into the site, but Canadian will have to pull the goo mine out of his feet, taking some damage in the process. The thermite of Gavin drops as well. He's got to get past Citizen first before he can get in there, and he actually does so successfully. Down goes Gavin to Grixer from a different position. Rexen also taking out NJR. Down goes Rexen, though, in trade from Pambazoo. It's all left to Pamba, and Citizen gets in on it as well. Goodness. Phenomenal stuff through 2 rounds for Soniqs.
Yeah, and I mean, they had to challenge out on the flank after the verticality, and Grixer did just that. He killed the Chief on the sledge before he could do enough self-destruction to make the bomb site vulnerable. Canadian is on the Munty, but again, nobody's playing around him. He's in the midst of the bomb site. He eats 3 separate goo mines throughout that round, which slows things down. He takes a bit of damage, and you see Gavin on the thermite trying desperately to make it back to the bomb site, trying to help Canadian, who's in a plant position, but again, all alone. DC missing their marks in these first 2 rounds, but also Soniqs playing very close together. We didn't see Geo Shotgun and Lesion do anything in that round.
Geo do a thing.
No, exactly. He just wasn't needed in that round, essentially. But at the same time, those goo mines that were problematic for Canadian on the Munty, those came from Geo. So while he's weapons themselves didn't do much work, his gadget did. He had those impacts as well. He could toss out towards the Munty, do some damage, and again slow things down. And DarkZero now, 3 out of 3 rounds, will try and change up the approach. Now they go from the Munty onto the Brava. Pambazoo picks up the IQ. They're having some issues and difficulties with those Valkyrie cameras, but guess what? Soniqs, they're smart. They play the Valkyrie, then they go off it. That's gonna force out the IQ pick now as a guessing game, and that's quote-unquote now a useless operator. IQ doesn't really get any tremendous amount of value in this round because you're up against a Rooney, Goyo, Smoke, Wine, Warden. There is no Yokai drones. There are no Valkyrie cameras, etc. So now Pambazoo, sure, can be more of a gunner, but he doesn't have a primary gadget with much value.
Why does he have that on the super short?
Why does he have what on the Super Shorty? Sorry?
See the sight that he has on the Super
Oh, the sight.
Why?
It's purely for style points.
There was a post, I believe it was on the Rainbow Six subreddit today, that showed the Type 89 with that same casing on it, and it takes up like half of your screen. It's like, let's take a gun that's already abnormally large on the screen, and let's make it even bigger.
You know, when you play the Organ Online back in the day as well, it takes up like pretty much like 75% of your screen.
Yeah.
It's rough.
You get IQ playing that with the old ACOG on it. It's like you don't see anything anymore. What's that?
No.
Interesting choices. Canadian on the third operator. Played Fuse, played Monty, now playing Brava. Already got a default cam off site. Oh, he might spot one of these players. Oh, yep. He gets the Wamai, and there's a run out.
Coming out.
As Claymore gets it instead. Rexon's not able to do any damage before he hits the ground. At least Canadian got the read on that one. Down goes Pambazoo to Gunner. Canadian actually misdroned that. He was so fixated on the office sign, he didn't get the initiation sign. Down goes Achieved as well. These offside players for Soniqs are making mincemeat out of DarkZero.
Yeah, it's looking very unorganized for DC. They have no control.
Canadian in a gunfight. Now inside a vault. Loses it. No, he sees Gunner down below, but Citizen bails his teammate out. DZ look positively lost in this round. And now it's Gavin taking damage from an angle he wasn't prepared for. He finds Grixer. He's got 3 more players from Soniqs to find. Can he pull it off? Zay. He's got a read on one. Looking for the pop-up, but no, Gunner's there. Seals the deal, 3-0, Soniqs.
I'm gonna go on a limb here and say this is a theme park defense, because that's the only card I have left. I mean, DC, they know how to attack it. We saw it against Falcons. They love theme park as a map across the entire last year of competitive play, but this is not the DC that we're used to seeing on this map. Soniqs are doing a great job at making it difficult to do anything right now, but we see every single member from the attacking lineup being completely isolated positions, very far off one another, no trades, no mini executes, and as we saw, there were multiple defenders that were roaming that got simply misdroned or not even droned at all. DC calls their tactical timeout. There's 20 seconds left for it. They gotta talk things through and figure things out because, yeah, I don't know if it's because it's a late game, you know, it's 9 p.m. here local time, not that late actually, or what's going on, but this is not good enough for DC.
He gave up Dragon and he went like red side. There's 2 guys by me, like there was one block. Let's go boys, come on, good shit guys, we're playing fucking amazing, playing good together, keep it up. Let's go!
Heard DC to discuss that they were talking about where the roamers were and where they were escaping to and where they were coming from. And then we hear, I think it was Gunner, while looking at DC's player cams going, oh, let's go, we're playing so freaking good. And it's like, oh, that's not DarkZero saying that. Because I was like, why would they say they're playing so good when they're losing 0-3? But bit of a clip there in audio. Full bomb side rotation for Soniqs. That's what happens when you go up 3-0 on defense. You can go back to where things started off and thrown bomb side. One of the most defender-favored maps, or sorry, bomb sides in all of Siege currently and in the last calendar year of competitive play. Canadian with his 4th operator now onto the Ying to enable the execute more and freeing up Pambazoo from that previous flex role playing those kinds of operators, allowing him more freedom to go, for example, for the Armorer, get in the building to establish that roam clear, and again, deal with the roamers from Soniqs because they are doing the same thing. I mean, they got 4/currently 5 members basically off the bomb, so you have Geo on side on cams usually. That's really it. Hatch open to the side for a fallback. It's very important on a roam clear on a theme park that you do what we call a hammer and anvil approach, where you're gonna have one side like push the opponents away from you, but then into the anvil. So if you're all coming from one direction, you're just gonna shove the opponents back to the bomb side. You need to catch them somewhere on the map, otherwise you're just gonna burn down the clock, lose a bunch of drones, so there has to be made contact somewhere for the attack and lineup. That's why you see people going on both the cash balcony and the cafe balcony to hopefully meet in the middle at some point in this round to capitalize on the rumors of Soniqs, which you see are very aggressive right now, already shutting down drones, already denying entries.
Well, the roam game for Soniqs has been pretty much flawless at this point. Gunner in the same predicament he'd been in before. There goes a Candela through arcade window. The follow-up from the EE1V that had been launched just before is not there. But guess what? Pambazoo decides to rappel on in. Grixer guns them both down inside a break room. Good Lord. Again, the off-site play of Soniqs has been mighty fine. No answers whatsoever for Grixer. No answers for Gunner. DarkZero having some major struggles. Oh, this is child's play. Absolute child's play.
It's not fair. I mean, I bet you DC regret the Jackal ban now, that's for sure.
4 kills for DZ, a 5th is added to it onto Grixer. That's a high priority target. But just like you and I were talking about in a previous matchup we casted, DZ right now are only averaging 2 kills a round. That's not going to get it done. They used their timeout. So this isn't looking to inflict more pain, and he does so. Gavin on the follow-up, but now he's given his position away inside of initiation. He's left alone yet again. What can he possibly do? Honestly, if you're Soniqs, you just need to sit pretty at this point. Sit on the bomb site, wait for Gavin to come to you. 30 seconds left. The way that that bomb site plays out, you've got a lot of crossfires at your disposal. There's not a ton that Gavin can do, especially as he drops here. Nice play on Rexen, but again, there's the crossfire. That was a formality at that point. Soniqs, I mean, it would have taken a lot of effort to throw that. For Soniqs, they don't throw it at all. 4-0 for SQ.
I just found a major flaw in Soniqs' round there. It's a 1v3 for Gavin, right? And what do? Well, they don't let Geo in on the action. Geo hasn't fired a bullet since round number 1. If DC at some point wakes up and a comeback gets initiated, Soniqs are playing with 4 members. Like, Geo hasn't played the game yet. He's playing Bandit on the bomb site, waiting for something to go wrong, but it doesn't. So,
hey, hold on. Geo has 2 assists. He's definitely been in the game, and he has a kill.
He had leashing goo mines. That barely counts.
Geo has 0 deaths. He's just been snoozing in a corner.
Literally, he like
Sleepy Geo returns.
I mean, this is not needed. But I mean, I think the ultimate strat there is that you tell the other members that are alive on Soniqs to take a backseat, hide in the corner, and let Geo take the 1v1 against Gavin, like arena style, you know? Get him in the action, because poor Geo's going to play warm-up soon at this point. He's playing Bandit, he's playing Mute, he's playing Legion Shotgun, he's done some impact grenade damage, some goo mine damage, and he's gotten 1 single kill in the literal first round, basically. We'll see. For now, Soniqs looking mighty fine, and DC, they cannot seem to figure out their struggles and their problems. It's the same thing every single time. The early roam from Soniqs works out so successfully that the round is pretty much done and dusted in the first minute and 20 seconds because DC are down 2 or 3 members and they cannot progress through the map. Now, Theme Park, as you know from Ranked, from Pro League, etc., it's a very difficult map to walk around as an attacker. It's a very big map, lots of rooms to drone, verticality, difficult rooms to enter, quite frankly. And you only have 3 minutes. You don't get an extra minute on the board because you're playing a bigger map. So you basically gotta do a lot more work, a lot quicker, a lot more efficiently. And again, with the operator bans being Jackal and Dokkaebi, that is naturally going to make this roam clear a lot more difficult. So Soniqs playing very beautifully into the operator bans and abusing that fact. And now we see them go one step further. Gunner on the Vigil, for example. Now the drones that can locate the roamers are not even going to give you 100% accurate information because that Vigil cloak ability is going to be active throughout the most of this round.
Yeah, the one thing that I've really taken away from this is how DZ seems to be playing like individuals.
Yes.
And they're being picked off individually, while Soniqs are at least within arm's length of one another. I mean, with the way that Grixer played that last round, you don't really need a second person there. With the way that Gunner played 3 rounds ago, you didn't really need somebody there either. But having them close by is great because then you can trade out. At the end of the day, the DZ is just simply not getting it done on the entry department. It's dooming them right now. Now, they might be able to get something with Gunner as Canadian's breathing down his neck. Gunner falls off very wisely, leaving Canadian upstairs alone. He's got the sledge of Achieved with him as well. Achieved obviously hoping for better success than he had in the previous round in the same position, where he tried to play the 2-way angle against Grixer and got obliterated.
Yeah, I was gonna say we've seen this happen before. Same kind of pace, 1 minute and some on the clock. Achieved has to make a different move this time. Cannot die to the locality. Canadian almost died to it just a second ago. And that's not gonna be great because there's still one impact in Gunner's pocket and Gunner gets to open kill onto NJR.
Again, the entry from DZ is just not good. Soniqs looking mighty, mighty strong when it comes to these entry plays, and Canadians walked into the bomb site. Now he needs the rest of the team to cover from above. Canadian is being chipped away at. There he goes to Citizen. Gunner the only person in a body bag right now for Soniqs, but actually a number will join him. Pambasu looks the wrong way at the wrong time. Leaving Achieved upstairs, hammer in hand. Nowhere to go but rush into the bomb site. Attempting the defuse plant, but he's next to a soft wall. Soniqs able to get the read on this. Achieved falls off. Hold on a second. It's now Rexon's turn to run on in, and he should be able to get this. No problem. 5-0 for Soniqs.
Oh boy. Gunner is losing his headset in excitement over the situation here being...
Pablo, you like that? I see Gunner just sitting in sight. I'm just chilling. He wide swings the window and just kills the guy.
All you hear is, I'm gonna take bandit to bandit trick the wolves, guys.
Did I down Mate?
No, I do.
No, you didn't. You like missed it a bit, but he was...
They're all celebrating and taking a victory lap over what just transpired, and Citizen's like, guys,
reset.
We need to win this round.
Yeah, I like that. I don't want to say that's the EU mentality by any means, but Citizen is like, the job's not done, right? He recognized that DC, a lot of respect being paid here. They can still win, they can still come back, but we did see Citizen there. He celebrated too for a brief moment, but it is important that you talk about the future right now, right? You only have this 30-second prep phase. You only have like 20 seconds before they choose the bomb site, the operators, the setup, etc. Talk about the strategical elements. They opt for the office bomb site, or the bunk bed bomb site rather, as we see here. And you can kind of play with the open rotation walls, you can play with the mirror windows, you can play below with Valkyrie cams, and you can also play for wall deny, which is what Soniqs have opted for. So they're gonna reinforce basically all the walls, not really extend out that aggressively, which is going to be a big change to the previous rounds where they did extend, and try and bandit trick the walls instead rather, and play against the Heartbreachers of DC, which is only the ace of Achieved really in this round.
Yeah. Well, Canadian on his 5th operator through 6 rounds so far. Only Monty showing up more than once. I gotta say, can't really say there's been much success on any of these roles, but well, you obviously want to carry water for Canadian here, but on both Fuse and the 2 Monty rounds, I don't think there's any real follow-up from the rest of the team. I can't point fingers at the Fuse or the Monty as being the main issue when the rest of the team wasn't there to help around him.
Yeah, I mean, you can always look at people who play Fuse and go, okay, Monty is not a hard operator to play necessarily, which may or may not be true, but the thing about when you play the Monty or when you play Shield operator is that it's not so much the individual who plays the Shield character, it's more about how the team plays around with that particular operator. And as you mentioned, yeah, Canadian very much alone, but not just on the Shields. DarkZero, throughout the first 5 rounds, they just have not been playing together. They haven't been getting the trades going. And we even see Citizen, who is supposed to be bandit tricking the walls, getting active because the timer's running so low. At this point, it's not going to be needing any bandit tricking.
This round's flown by. We're at the halfway point, Nick. Drone after drone after drone thrown in Citizen's direction, and Canadian is on a collision course with him right now inside of Cash. Or now inside of Cash, who's just at the doorway. They get a single mark off of that EE1D. Canadian's been droned in maybe long ago. If this information's not particularly relevant, he could be walking into harm's way by himself. Again, DarkZero not looking like much of a cohesive unit in this match. And there goes Gavin.
Yeah.
Did nobody drone out Cafe? Rexon takes that engagement, wins it. Cafe has not been surrendered at all. There's an attempt from a different direction. Gunner falls, but Rexon's still there, the pivot. And DZ gets taken to the woodshed in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, when Gavin swung the cafe door, the drone was actually on its way from NGR, but again, bit of a mistiming, miscommunication from DarkZero. Once again, they play from a numbers disadvantage. They have no way into the bomb site because the bandit trick is in action. They can't breach the walls. 25 seconds left. They've made it to top yellow, the area that Soniqs did surrender, but they got the crossfire.
And now there's no follow-up at all. There's 2 drones still on the board, but Pambazu thought he'd cleared it. Rexon's still in there. What is happening? 6-0 for the Soniqs.
That sums it up perfectly. What is going on? This is not how any of this should be playing out, but it is the reality that we're looking at right now. The only way back is for DarkZero to go 6 straight in a row, just like Soniqs did to them on the defensive half. But looking at momentum, looking at player confidence, looking at the phases of these players between DarkZero and Soniqs, it looks like a pretty one-sided story because, frankly, DarkZero are looking lost. DarkZero, they're a team who will always go back to basics, the structured style of Siege whenever they struggle to attack. And it's such a stable way of playing because you're not supposed to be skipping steps and missing corners, but they are. I mean, they thought they cleared Cafe twice, but they didn't. Rexon never left, so he kills everybody from that position. It feels like this is a try and play a major game without a single drone use here from DC, and they banned Jack also to make it even more difficult for themselves. They'll start on lap. This could be, if things go wrong, their final round, their first defending round. They will bring out the mirror, they'll play a Rooney, they'll play around that structure that DC loves to play. Soniqs, they have so many rounds to play with here. They can try and just figure out what works for them. They'll start with a pretty big mix of operators, really. They got 2 drone operators in Twitch and Flores with the utility. They got a quick entry and gunner on the Amaru. They even get a single DMR shot through a drone hole onto NGR to make things even more frustrating for DC. Citizen on a comfort pick of Nuke can creep into the map. Bricks on the line can make DC stand still unless you're near a jammer to help those gunfights go their way due to Jackal and due to Dugri banned off the board. So Soniqs with a great read on this, both strategically and fundamentally so far. But of course, this is the lap bomb side. There's a lot of map to work with as a roam clear, and so far Soniqs are just kind of droning everything out, seeing where all the pieces are for DC before making a decision.
Really hard to sugarcoat this one for the DarkZero fans. This has been a dreadful match for them.
Yes, it has.
I mean, it was last time they played, it was an 8-6 in favor of Soniqs. Oh boy, how DZ fans probably wish an 8-6 was on the table at the moment.
Yeah. And I think it's important that it is being said that when a team at this level of play is not living up to standards, because we know how good DC can play, we know what can be expected from them, and this is simply just not it. Half round has been burnt now from Soniqs, and they're just taking their time. Nice and slow, easy does it, but once again, it's Pemba who dies first to Gunner.
It's only been 1-7-0 at this event so far, is that correct? At least
that's correct by my count.
By all the data that I have.
Liquid Reven earlier today.
That is correct. Well, yesterday. That's fine. All the days blending.
Was it yesterday?
It was indeed yesterday.
There's no way. Wait, yeah, it was yesterday. Because Liquid played this event today.
That is correct.
Oh my god.
With 4 kills away from our second 7-0 in this inter-regional matchup. These teams know each other decently well, but I mean, just as we've said time and time again, just because you know something does not mean that you can pull it off. Pambazu is usually somebody who can be a serious difference maker for DarkZero. Gunner actually missed Gavin inside a bathroom. That is not good. Now Citizen takes some damage. Gavin moving into position, takes the head off Citizen. He's flashed as a follow-up, but now the jig is up. NJR taking some damage in the process as well. Grixer down. There's signs of life for DarkZero at the moment. Worried about Achieved, worried about NJR. That's what the fans should be saying at the moment. Geo, who has not participated in half of this game, will not do the same in that round. It's all up to Gunner. And a 1v3 for the perfect 7-0. Won't get it done. DZ puts their first round on the board, but it's a long road back. They'll have to go perfect on their half if they want a victory.
It's a start that they needed. Now, they did lose the opening engagement between Pambazu and Gunner, but then Gavin picked up 2 quick kills, and they're right back at it. Lap bomb side, as I mentioned, very big. You can utilize the entire map as a defending team, and Soniqs just really playing it slow and safe trying to figure out the safest route to the bomb site. But then you're going to be met by frost traps, Capcan traps, crossfires, and of course Gavin inside the bathroom. That was just too much with Soniqs to handle. Bomb site rotation, no surprise. Throne Armory and Lab are the two strongest statistical bomb sites on this map currently in professional play. But as I said earlier as well, there are just so many ways to play them. The mirror, without the mirror. For example, now GR bringing out the Echo shotgun as well, should I add, with those impact grenades in pocket. It's important to note because the bomb site member is going to be a wall deny operator typically, so you can have 3 or 4 roamers above, and then the person who's on the bomb site can be checking cameras and denying any hard breach on the walls. Soniqs, they play Geo on Bandit. He of course can Bandit trick the walls. NGR will play Echo. That means he can check those cameras while being safe on the bomb site, and if any of the attackers tries to breach the walls open, he can then use the impact grenades instead of having a deployable shield to deny that hard breach as well, to stall for time so that the roamers can come back to the site, because that hatch leading to the bomb site downstairs has been opened up. This allows for more dynamic and aggressive play from the defending team. If the hatch were to be reinforced, there wouldn't be a quick avenue back to the bomb site that is necessarily safe, so that's a big key difference here between a roaming Armory Throne and a more turtle-oriented passive strat, if you will, at that. So we can very much see a DC. They're active on the map. They've picked their corners of the map where they were going to be playing, cafe, bunk bed, etc. They're going to try to hold that ground and stall for time.
I really got to say, I like the shield play that's being brought so far, though none of it's really been all that successful. And it's not a shield that goes down first, it's Gunner, who doesn't expect the wild swing from Pambazoo. DZ open up the killing. And in response, very quickly, there'll be an EE one day used. Down goes NJR on the swing. Rexon's just in the middle of the site, excuse me? Hello? The double drop. Rexon, you've got the diffuser, friendo. You've got to get that planted. I understand that the stats look nice when you kill them. But maybe, just maybe, do the job of the site. Another body hits the ground for DZ. Diffuser goes down successfully. Canadian fighting right now, but it's just been reduced to achieved to keep DZ in this. Geo and Grixer for Soniqs still upright. Achieved will fight his way out of the spot, but guess what? One of the two's a Montaigne.
Oh, the GG call in chat.
Disrespect from Soniqs. Can Achieved pull this one off? Walking in, he knows where the DMR is, but he can't make it work. Boxed out, Grixer gets it done. Soniqs let DZ take a single round, but that was it. The outcome of this match was never in doubt past round number 3. Soniqs started things off with a perfect first round. Not a single point of damage done to Soniqs in round 1 by DZ. They win it flawlessly. DZ burns their timeout, but it would be 4 more rounds until DZ would get on the board at the tail end of round 7. That was the most lopsided matchup that I think you and I have casted, and certainly for today.
I agree. I mean, I gotta say, it feels great to be Geo, right? That's like a, not like a minimum effort to win, but like he didn't really need to do a whole lot in the series. Plays Monty in the final round, just kind of walks around, extended shield.
Geo might have had the easiest day of any single person here at the event.
Literally.
Show me somebody who didn't work as hard as Geo. Show me somebody who just got to take the day off.
And
That's what I want.
And they won. Not a losing team, but a winning team.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Played his role just fine. The rest of the team showed up huge. Gunner, who's battled consistency issues himself, was dynamite today, and Grixer was back in fine form. Ever since allowing Geo to take the full reins of this team as the primary IGL and making most of these calls, the team has looked spectacular. A lot of that also goes to the support staff, their coach, Goddess, Joe Bro, Super as general manager, and everybody else at Soniqs to put together a winning team. For DarkZero, something's got to change, obviously. Maybe don't go to theme park. It was funny because in the green room right before we got into the matchup, we were talking about, okay, well, theme park should be relatively even. This will be a fascinating game to watch. Well, I mean, it was fascinating, but maybe not for the reasons you'd think. Either way, you're going to want to hear from the winners. We're not going to impede that.
Well, Richie, how's it feel taking that victory?
Well, now we're 2-0, so one more and we lock playoffs. Obviously, it feels pretty good.
So DZ actually played this map yesterday. What did you guys take away from watching that matchup from yesterday's games? Did you check it out at all?
Well, obviously with Otterview, Gunner, for example, was just telling us where Pamba enters a lot of the time. So an adaptation would be for me to hop off Mozzie onto Frost and then set the Frostmans down and play accordingly. We also said that they cause a lot of commotion, like the gang or something, for them to enter elsewhere. So just sit still and bait your teammates.
So anticipating playing versus DarkZero, obviously the boys behind you are not necessarily feeling the greatest. Any words you'd like to give their way in how they played that matchup?
I mean, obviously DarkZero is a very good team.
Yeah.
We all know that. Like, you know, they got first in or second in the NL, but it's always a hard time playing those guys. I always like playing them, and I mean, just keep their heads up. They'll probably make it to playoffs anyways.
And for your upcoming matchups, obviously, as you did mention, you're now 2-0. Please don't give me the boring answer that every player has been given me of, we don't care who we play, yada, yada, yada. Who do you want to play?
If you want an actual answer, probably W7M. Obviously a very good team. I mean, my own answer would be to play the easy teams because I just want to make playoffs. But W7M is obviously like a really, really good team. I've never played them, and I want to see how we match up against them.
And are there any teams in particular that you feel would kind of struggle facing off against your playstyle? Obviously, as we mentioned earlier, you've had a little bit of a change-up, a little bit of a shake-up recently. Anybody you think in particular that would struggle to face you?
Honestly, I got no idea.
Okay, amazing stuff. Well, any words that you'd like to give to the folks at home or anything like that?
I appreciate you guys staying up really late. I mean, this game is like, what, noon or 2 p.m., whatever it is inside the U.S., but I appreciate the fans obviously staying up watching us at 4 a.m., and I mean, we're here to try and win this thing.
So what's next for you and the boys for tonight?
Well, I'm playing TFT. I don't know what they're doing.
You don't know what they're doing?
I got no idea.
All right, well, wonderful stuff. Thank you so much for joining me.
All right, do I just...
Jesse.
Oh, this is going to be quite sweet, actually. There's only one way that I could have got a winning outcome here, and that is, for one, for Jesse to be wrong, and for two, one of the winning teams to be Soniqs.
Well, before I let you go off on how, you know, savage your prediction was there, Jesse, sub-only mode has now been activated, which means you can rip into Jesse for his predictions and for being an absolute shill, left, right, and center once we activate that sub-only mode, which has started as of right now. I can't wait to dive into some of our questions. But before we do that, let's dive into some of our highlights, gents. How do you feel the game turned out?
It's quite quick, wasn't it? Quite quick, I think, by all accounts.
We had 3 like big same region matchups. We had Wolves VP, we had W7M versus Liquid, and then we had DarkZero Soniqs. And I was kind of, you know, ragging on Fresh a little bit. Oh, the EU game wasn't interesting. Turns out the NA game wasn't that interesting either. You know, I think it's tough for DarkZero playing the same map back-to-back. I think it's very obvious the Soniqs were watching that game. They learned a lot from it. I didn't think DarkZero changed up a ton of stuff coming through this. I mean, particularly those throne room takes, still running the shield from Canadian top floor, that didn't work against Falcons. And you think if anything is not working out for your team, right, that's what you're gonna change. If there's gonna be one thing that you come into this game and it's different, that would be it. But instead, the top floor clears still have that fuse shield coming in from Canadian, still doesn't really find any success from them. They still rock the shield down in the basement as well, which we didn't see against Falcons, but still, you know, that shield play not really working out for Canadian and the boys. And I think that was a great answer in the interview as well. Rexon explaining how, you know, they changed their operators a bit to go against the entries from Pamba. I mean, just great stuff.
Well, for the DZ side of things, I know we were talking about a little bit earlier, the fact that out of the 10 times they have actually played this map, 8 of them was a victory. Any key mistakes you noticed coming out from the side of DarkZero?
I think the confidence was certainly there for DarkZero, but you can't go up against a team like Soniqs that's got that much mechanical capability when they're on that sort of form. They just weren't dying. First 6 rounds, they died 12 times as a team. Twice per round they're dying. The DZ just aren't winning gunfights at that point. We've got players going 7-2. I think 2 players were going 7-2. We had an 8-3. Everyone was playing lights out. You've got Citizen, you've got Gunner. They were all absolutely popping off. And it's going to be very difficult to play against Soniqs when that's happening. DZ, they tried to fall back onto that sort of almost slow and steady wins the race, go back to something a bit more predictable, go back to a little bit more structure, and then they were getting countered at every single turn. I think that's where the VOD review really comes in for Soniqs. They've obviously prepped this one really well. They've obviously had a lot of help from the backroom staff to do that and to give them that information quickly.
Well, I think it's interesting for Soniqs too, because when they played against Reven on this map earlier in the tournament, you know, it was kind of the big combo of it was Gunnar and it was Rexen, who just destroyed on their defenses. And today, it was like, it was Gunnar and it was Grixer. Grixer was there, he was popping off, and after our segment ended, when I said DarkZero were the best team in NA, we walked past the Soniqs bench and Gunnar was just giving me the stare. And I gave him a little smile, gave him a little wave, and he was not having it. I think he was maybe coming into this game a little angry, and I think we saw that.
Do you think that's why he refused to do an interview? I'm kidding, he didn't actually refuse to do the interview. I just wanted to make you kind of
Maybe that's why they won, though. Maybe you riled them up. Maybe you riled them up, you know?
Well, as we take a look at today's results, obviously we had plenty of regional matchups, left, right, and center. Any surprises thrown your way, gents?
I mean, I predicted DarkZero to win this one. I'd say that's a surprise.
It's a surprise for you.
I feel like every prediction you've given has pretty much been wrong. So that doesn't really
I think the day started off really well. Particularly thinking back, it seems like ages ago now, but I really enjoyed the G2 Eminem game.
Yes.
Obviously a little bit of bias thrown in there, but I think it was a good performance. Both teams really trying the best. For me, that was one I could go back and look at. Could also have a look at Faze and SSG again. I think Faze did a really good job there against a team we were expecting to be quite strong. So there's been a couple of smaller upsets over the course of the day, but I don't think there's anything that's gone entirely the opposite direction.
Yeah, I think the really big hard hitters are still kind of pushing through. They've gotten some big wins. I'm particularly looking at VirtusPro, who have just been ridiculous this tournament so far. I'm looking at teams like W7M, who we thought maybe they've fallen off a little bit since SI. Clearly not. Dominated the competition. Soniqs up there as well, clearly making itself known that they are a top team competing for North America. So yeah, I think tomorrow when we see the 2-0 matches, I'm excited.
Well, let's go ahead and have a bit of a deeper dive into our bracket and how everything shaped up to get us to the very point that we're at right now. That takes us quite nicely into our round number 3. Now, I know the folks at home will have plenty of questions on how on earth this Swiss system actually works. Well, allow me to introduce everybody at home to the Buchholz system, whereby we basically look at the strengths of your opponents and give an advantage to the team that faced a tougher competition throughout overall. The idea is that if two teams have the exact same record, but one of those teams played against a stronger opponent, then that team should theoretically be considered the better team overall as well. What do we feel about this? Because this is the system we're using now onwards from round number 3. And of course, it is worth mentioning that in the very rare occasion that we end up in a bit of a tied situation, then seeding from Swiss will be the deciding factor as well. The upcoming matches that we have now, taking a look at these groups, anything that you're a little bit worried about?
I'm worried about the teams that we see in that 0-2. Obviously, those are best of 3s, and I don't think there were very many people that had M80, Eminem, Falcons in the 0-2 spot. I mean, Reven, unfortunately, they weren't favorites coming into this bracket, but 3 of those teams you expect to be winning games at some point.
I'm breathing a sigh of relief as a small-time Eminem fan, I'll be honest with you, because as soon as M80 lost today, I had a feeling that they were obviously going to play up against each other. It just depended on which team it was going to be. So breathing a little small sigh of relief there. One of the games that really stands out to me is going to be that G2 Liquid game. Like, that is a game that you want to see at a major, and we are going to get to see it tomorrow. Looking a little bit further up the list as well, you've got some of those 2-0s. Soniqs, W7M. Terrifying. We've just seen Soniqs play. We saw W7M maybe an hour or so ago. Faze VP. Yeah, some scary games there.
That's one that I want to talk about a little bit deeper. Obviously, we've continued to talk about the incredibly slow playstyle of VP. Now, if you are Faze Clan, how on earth do you dive into this one? You don't.
I don't know. He does. Well, how do you beat Joystick when he's literally playing like it's 2018? I mean, this guy is insane. The rest of the team is playing really well behind him. I think that VP, I mean, they've gotten, what, 7-1, 7 dominant scores so far? They're the favorites right now for the tournament, undoubtedly, and it's going to be a tall task for Faze to take them out.
All right, well, gents, it is time to enter our sub-only chat mode and answer some of those awesome questions. Now, the first one I want to throw both of your way is your favorite esports skin.
Ooh.
Oh, my favorite esports skin.
I've got to be careful because I'm not sure the one that I'm going to say has been released yet.
Yeah, I'll watch it. Can I go for a throwback? It's a skin that I've rocked since it came out. The OXG Wamai tractor skin. I still run that every single time. I play a lot of Wamai. Okay. So the tractor skin from Oxygen, I love it. It's my favorite esports skin. I run it all the time.
My favorite new one that has just been released in the latest batch, the block colors one. Which one's that? You know, like the pastel colors that are all blocked together?
I think that's Fab for the Bearing 9, right?
Yeah.
I think that's Fab.
The Fab skin. I think that's great. I just like the color of it.
It's really nice.
Well, fun fact for the folks at home as well, there is indeed 20% off all esports items in the in-game shop as well. So go ahead, upgrade your drip. You know what I'm saying, bro? Skins equals wins, yes or no?
Exactly, you gotta have that skinny drip.
There we go.
Exactly.
That's what we want. Okay, so next question we have here. What were the biggest components of the Soniqs win today?
I think the number one key thing to look at is that VOD review. It's that history, right? DarkZero, they just played it yesterday. They've looked at that map. I think Soniqs really did read into it. We heard it in the interview. I think we saw it in the gameplay. The only thing that Soniqs wouldn't really know how to prepare for is maybe their lab defenses, because Falcons yesterday didn't play that bomb set against DarkZero. But other than that, I mean, Soniqs basically had a script for how DarkZero was going to play that map. Obviously, there were some minor changes, but I think for the most part, a lot of the trends we saw were similar. So you're looking at one key factor. I think for me, that's got to be it.
I was going to say, I think the Soniqs had real main character energy today. You know, both the teams walked in with main character energy, but there can only be one main character. That's the thing about being the main. So for me, Soniqs, it came down to the gunfights. It came down to that confidence. And I think regardless of how they won those gunfights and the mechanics of it, because we know that DarkZero are mechanically skilled, it was the preparation, it was the VOD review, it was all the things leading into it that was like, you know what to do. We're giving you the confidence in the information. The information is now the confidence. You just go and do it. And they're just like, yep, no worries.
Now, who are your top 2 teams to take the entire tournament?
Top 2 teams. I'm putting VP in there immediately, right? I mean, North America.
No way you're not going to say 2 NA teams.
I mean, listen, it hurts, but facts are facts. VirtusPro look ridiculous right now. You can't not pick them. And from another pick here, honestly, I hate myself for this. I'm picking G2. I'm picking 2 EU teams. I literally think that, like, G2, they had one loss to
over here and pick my 2 picks. That's not how this works.
It's tough for you. No, I think that, I mean, despite one loss, I think that in more maps, right, more repetition, G2, they've shown that they can beat anybody. They've shown they can be the best of the world, and they were the scariest team coming into this tournament, in my opinion. I think they're still one of the top scariest teams.
What does, by the way, I love this question. What does MAT need to change up, need to do in order to survive to phase 3?
Can they pick up another EU player? Bro, that's a joke. That's a joke. I think we've seen M80 play, and we saw them play today. I don't necessarily think that confidence is there. You know, they've got that very particular style, and that style can bite you. You know, it can really come back to hurt you. And I think if you look at the sort of the cohesion and what's doing well in the tournament so far, it's very well tried and true techniques. You know, you look at the Soniqs, great counter analysis. You look at VP, do the same thing over and over again. We've seen the round 1,000 times. We know how it's going to play out. They've just not quite got that identity yet for me.
I would like to see them get like a little bit more aggressive on the defense. I want to see them like taking these fights sometimes and trying to like get in there, disrupt the pushes sometimes. I know it's tough, right? I know it's tough against some of these teams, especially like VirtusPro. But I really do think like they should be getting active a little bit more. Don't let your attacks or the enemy's attacks set up. Get ready for what they want to do. I think if we saw a little bit more of that today, maybe they wouldn't be down 0-2 right now.
Now, I know you, especially Jesse, even though it pained you pick the 2 EU teams in your teams to take it, who do we think is the best EU team right now?
Ooh. Who is the best EU team out of all the EU teams? Who's the best EU team out of all the best teams? Maybe that should be...
The best of the best.
You could word that question a little bit better. You've got to throw VP in there.
Yeah.
You've beaten an EU team today, so you have to put them in that conversation. Okay, Wolves didn't look fantastic today, but VP looked great. G2, is it too sort of early to say that they've done well? Yeah, they got a good win against Eminem today, but they struggled really badly against DarkZero, who have just been dismantled by Soniqs. So going by the they beat them, so they're better than them sort of mentality, which, you know, sometimes works, doesn't always. You maybe throw them in there, but for me, it's got to be VP.
I'll counter you on that. I think VirtusPro, while they've looked great so far, they haven't faced the same challenges that G2 have, right? And we've seen G2 play against the best teams in the world. We've seen G2 have everything against them. We know that G2 will perform when on a stage, right? We're here in Europe. They're going to have the crowd on their side, just like they did at SI Finals. I'm thinking G2 probably are more likely to win this tournament than VirtusPro, but we could have another, what was it, Raleigh Major situation where they go up against each other in the grand finals.
All right, well, we got some love coming your way. We've got a question from none other than Fresh. How does Ollie maintain such a good beard?
Who's allowed Fresh to come and answer a question here? This is not what it's for. I hope he subbed for it. I hope Fresh has subbed.
Of course he has.
I don't know, it's genetics. I think he's a little bit jealous, isn't he? Fresh is debating a little Turkey trip, so maybe he's asking for some secret tips, but there's nothing, it's genuinely genetic.
He's had such a nice question for you, and you can
I know, right? It's absolutely savage. But let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket one final time before we round things out over here today for Phase 2. Oh, these matchups are going to be looking rather spicy. Any matches that you think will be incredibly dominant?
Oh, incredibly dominant?
I've already asked for which ones got you on the edge of your seat, but what about dominant?
I think that Merc owns Mowgli. I think Space Station will roll over the Wolves in the Battle of the Yellow.
That's weirdly enough. That's weirdly enough the one that I picked out, and I thought you were going to ask which is the most important.
Oh, we can do
because
that.
I feel like that match is probably the most important out of a lot of them there, because you look at it and you go, SSG, they're expected to perform. Wolves, they are expected to perform. There's two teams there that we're expecting to go quite far into this major, and one of them isn't going to. One of them is going to drop down again. So you really got to look at that one and you got to think, that one's a real do or die. And I guess all the matches in that 1-1, you're going to be seeing a little bit more pressure. Sure, the matches in 0-2, they're the ones for going home. They're the ones you really want to keep a keen eye on. But you don't want to put yourself in that position.
Now, on the side of MAT in particular, there is an awful lot of pressure on their shoulders as a team amongst the roster that they have, especially as well. Do you think they're capable of being able to handle the pressure? Because those results that we've got so far was not what I was kind of anticipating, hoping, expecting to see of them.
You've got a major winner in Spoit. You've got Iconic, who has run the gauntlet through the SI lower bracket. You've got 3 core players on M80 who have gone to multiple international tournaments time after time, finished top 8 after top 8. I don't see this team shaking. I don't think that's going to be a problem for them. Maybe they show up and they're not the better team, right? Maybe they show up and they lose the game, right? It's possible. But I don't think that they're gonna fall apart, have nerves hit them. They just don't strike me as that type of a squad. Even though they have a relatively young squad, they're so experienced, right? I don't see that being a big issue for them.
How about you?
I don't think that confidence is necessarily going to be a problem for them. I think they're a team that they're very cocky, they're very confident in the nature. You look at Iconic, you look at Spoit, they know how good they are. So they're not going to be, they're not going to lose games from that point of view. It's going to be coming up against a better opponent, and it's going to be coming up against an opponent that has prepped specifically for them and has come up with some realistic counterplay and a good strategy of how they want to win the game.
Well, thank you so much for joining me here on the broadcast today. Gents, a big thank you to the folks at home as well. Another reminder, remember to follow us at R6 Esports on Twitter, and remember to use the hashtag BlastR6 Major as well. Share your thoughts, your feelings, and your expectations and hopes for tomorrow as well. I look forward to seeing you all there.
Incredible! Are you kidding me? The 1v4
Dude, Benjamin Master at the Major? Do you really think he's gonna play with this? You need something way more powerful, man. It's obvious when you see his moves. Do you want to see his moves again, or...?
Bro, I was watching the SI before you even knew about R6. Pengu can win with this setup.
Real legend, he wins with this.
Sorry guys. I know a thing or two about Rainbow Six, so follow me. Now this is the best gaming setup. It's the HDR 400 monitor, the XB 25.3 QGP 24.5 inches. EO Finals 2020. I'm doing a triple kill. The monitor had to be top-notch to keep up with my moves. Frostblade fans, they can cool the best graphics card, the best processor, and even the biggest hard drive, the most memory. They keep things cool and calm like my hit was at SI 2018 to win the championship.
Pengu goes for one on the young. Can he go the second? Penta are world champions.
It takes the best to be the best. Are they gone?
Yep. But with two Orion towers fully upgraded and 2 screens. Good job, man.
Thank you.
Takes the best to be the best.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings. I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection. I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings. I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection. I summon and dub it. Why you be all in my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who lying for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely can trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling.